My name is Li Xian, and I was once just an ordinary college student on Earth. One night, when I was immersed in the game world all night, a mysterious light tore through reality and took me into an unknown world. The vastness here is beyond imagination, far larger than the blue star, but danger is everywhere. Monsters are rampant and ghosts are running rampant. Human beings can only survive in a few isolated cities and be ready to resist the terrifying siege enemies at any time. Here, beastmasters are the only protectors of humanity. Faced with endless monsters, they use powerful spirit beasts to defend their homes. In order to ensure combat effectiveness, the country will give each person a free spirit beast egg when they attend middle school, but the so-called free often means unknowns and risks. As for me, my luck was terrible. I hatched a recognized, useless spirit beast, the wind dog. The evolutionary potential of the wind-controlling dog is extremely limited. It can only evolve twice at most to reach the first-level superior sky, roaring dog. The initial level of the wind-controlling dog is even just the lowest first-level lower level. Everyone thinks I'm extremely unlucky, but they don't know that I possess a God-given system. One that can see through the hidden evolutionary paths of spirit beasts and activate the deepest bloodlines in their bodies to achieve unlimited evolution. An ordinary spirit beast? It doesn't exist. Looking at those spiritual pets that they regarded as trash, I was able to transform them into beings that were feared by all things. A little elf? It will mutate into a 12-winged seraph and burn the world. A dragon egg? It can summon the 9 nether candle dragon and tear the void apart. A dwarf horse? It will eventually transform into a night unicorn from the underworld, bringing the ultimate darkness. However, my choice surprised everyone. I actually contracted a wind-controlling dog that the whole world had given up on. On the streets, passersby laughed at me and called me a big fool. Even the owner of the pet shop ridiculed me, saying that my IQ was as low as that of a wind dog. I just laughed off their sarcasm. Instead, he sold all his belongings without hesitation in exchange for a precious blood awakening crystal. As they stared in amazement, I fed the crystal to the wind dog, activating the powerful bloodline hidden in its body. At this time in Class 2, Grade 3, Jinghua Middle School. Bang! Useless! You dare to dream of applying to the Beast Tamer Academy with your broken wind tamer dog. A loud slap hit me on the face, and my head was buzzing. Wu Tian in front of him had a sinister smile on his face, with several followers surrounding him like wolves, and behind him followed the terrifying dust and smoke-black tortoise cub, exuding a threatening aura. I clenched my fists, anger burning in my heart, and all the muscles in my body were tense, wanting to rush forward, but I knew that I couldn't fight him head-on. Wu Tian is a rich second generation in the class. His family is rich and powerful, and his spirit beast is the top-quality dust and smoke-black tortoise that he has cultivated since childhood. And my wind dog? Humph, everyone says it's a trash animal. Humph, I have plenty of money. I spent millions to buy advanced resources for my spirit beasts. What can you use to fight me? Wu Tian looked at me provocatively, his mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes full of contempt. I felt unwilling and wanted to refute, but I bit my lips tightly. After all, I couldn't show off my poor wind-controlling dog. Wu Tian pointed at my nose and sneered. Don't let me see you getting too close to Chunyu in the future. Do you think you are worthy of her? If I see you two together again, I will beat you up every time I see you. Chunyu, my heart sank. Things haven't progressed much yet, but this guy is getting anxious. I'm handsome, and the school beauty is taking the initiative towards me. Is this also my fault? Seeing that I didn't say anything, Wu Tian snorted coldly and left with a group of his brothers. Looking at Wu Tian's back, I clenched my fists and swore in my heart. Wu Tian, I will make you pay back tenfold for this slap sooner or later. When I got home, I collapsed on the bed, feeling terrible. Thinking of Wu Tian's arrogant face, I felt like a huge rock was pressing on my chest, and I couldn't breathe. Oh! I sighed and waved my hand. A white light flashed, and the wind dog appeared in front of me, flapping its wings and circling around me excitedly. I touched the head of the wind dog helplessly, although this dog was regarded as a waste by everyone. But for me, the wind dog is my only support. Right now, the only thing I can rely on is it. If the wind dog can advance, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Woof woof! The wind dog seemed to sense my mood and rolled a few times in the air, as if showing off something. I watched its movements, and I felt even worse. This little guy might want to show off himself, but in my eyes, the funny movements only made me more worried. Forget it, little guy. I shook my head, took out the marble-sized flying crystal from my arms, hesitated for a moment, and fed it to the wind dog. I bought this crystal stone with half a month's living expenses I saved. It is the only hope for the wind dog to advance. If the wind tamer dog can advance to the first intermediate level, I will be eligible to enter the Beast Tamer Academy, and I will be one step closer to my goal of revenge. I stared at the wind dog, praying in my heart, hoping that it would change a little. However, after a long time, the wind dog remained the same, without any change. As expected, is my fate still like this? I sighed in despair, as if in the next second, my life would be completely crushed by this powerless reality. However, at this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding, it is detected that the host spirit beast has reached the evolution node, and the activation conditions are met. Invincible Spirit Beast Evolution System, officially activated. I was stunned for a moment, and then I jumped up from the bed. System? My golden finger is here? The voice in my mind came again. Yes, Master, you have successfully activated the Invincible Spirit Beast Evolution System. My head was buzzing. Happiness came so suddenly that I was a little dazed for a moment. A few seconds later, I came back to my senses. I couldn't help but raise the corners of my mouth and burst into ecstatic laughter. Ha ha! As expected, I knew that the time traveler would not be abandoned by fate. System. This is the golden finger of my destiny. System activation completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift pack. As the system's sound disappeared, a panel appeared in front of me. Name, Wine Dog Attribute, Flying Level, Lower Level 1 Growth, 100% Talent, None Skill, None. Evolution Route, Normal Route, Bias towards Strength and Speed. The next stage is Muyun Dog, which can evolve to the first level Advanced Xiaotian Dog. Hidden Route, Strengthen the Control of Storms, Unlimited Potential. The next stage, Wind Speed Dog, and can evolve to the Emperor level, Storm Emperor. My eyes widened, staring at the second option on the panel. Hidden Route? Storm Emperor? The appearance of the second option gave me a sudden shock. As the old father of the wind-controlling dog, I've already looked through all the information I could find, and they all said that there is only one evolutionary route for the wind-controlling dog. First advance to the first level intermediate cloud shepherding dog, then improve step by step, and finally become the first level superior sky, roaring dog. To be honest, the name sounds quite impressive, but in fact it is just a small-time guy. Who doesn't know that it is just the ultimate form of a first-level superior? Compared with spiritual beasts like Chunyin Xuanwu, who have won at the starting line since birth, they are not in the same league at all. But now, a new hidden route suddenly appeared on the panel. Could it be that this route has never been discovered by anyone? This crazy guess popped up in my mind. However, what excited me more than this was the word that made my heart beat faster. Royal level. This was the top existence among the spirit beasts. In the entire known world, there were only a handful of royal level spirit beasts, and each one was enough to protect a country. Not to mention that I started from a useless spirit beast and cultivated it step by step into the emperor level. Isn't this more fulfilling than others who were born with a golden key? Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my excitement. Sure, this system is really amazing. A loser can turn into a genius. The word invincible is not for nothing. My eyes shifted to the novice gift package hanging in front of me. My heartbeat quickened, and my hands began to shake unconsciously. Open the gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an unlimited evolution. Your spirit beast can be directly promoted to the next stage. Fuck! I couldn't help but curse under my breath. It was a god's assist. There are still 5 days before the entrance exam. I've already spent all my living expenses on that secondary flight crystal. Now I have to rely on accumulating resources to advance, but it is too late. This gift pack comes at the right time, so I shouted happily. System, evolve for me. As the order was given, the wind dog was enveloped by a ball of white light. After the light faded, the appearance of the wind dog didn't seem to have changed much, except that it became a little bigger, and there was a green diamond-shaped gem on its forehead, emitting a faint force of wind. So I quickly checked its information. Name, Wine Dog Attribute, Wind Level, First Order Advanced Growth, 0% Talent, Wind Power, Skill, Wine Blade, Evolution Route, Hidden Route, Next Stage, Wind Dog King. Evolution Conditions, Growth 100%, Battlefield Primary Glory Metal ×1, secondary wind attribute spirit crystal times 4. Seeing the information on the panel, the corners of my mouth lifted unconsciously. First level superior, haha, big profit. And it's the first step of the hidden route. In the future, it will be an emperor level spirit beast, invincible at the same level. Thinking of this, I felt like the stone in my chest finally fell to the ground. From now on, you're no longer the useless wind dog that everyone laughs at. You are Wind Speed Dog, the future Wind King. I gently stroked the diamond-shaped gem on the forehead of Wind Speed Dog, feeling a cool breath, and my heart was burning. Being able to evolve to the Emperor level and control the power of the storm, this spirit beast is destined to be extraordinary. Wind Speed Dog seemed to understand the new name I gave it. It circled around me excitedly and barked happily. It seemed that it was very satisfied with the title of Wind King. I touched its head and said with a smile, "That's right, Feng Huang. You must help me achieve great success in the future." After playing with the Wind Speed Dog for a while, I continued to study the system and soon found a panel of my own. Name, Li Xian level, First Class Advanced Spiritual Power, 1000 Spiritual Beast, Wind Speed Dog, Reward Points, 0. Of a Beastmaster is tied to the level of the Spirit Beast. When the Wind Speed Hound was promoted to the next level, I naturally followed suit and became a first-level superior Beastmaster. Suddenly, a feeling of power filled my body, as if I could shatter a boulder with one punch. The nervousness in my heart was swept away, and I was full of confidence. With Feng Huang here, the Beastmaster Academy exam will be a piece of cake. Even if Feng Huang evolves once more, I can easily enter the 4 major Beastmaster Academy. Beastmaster Academies of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise are the top schools in the entire EC City. Entering is equivalent to getting a ticket to future success. Now Feng Huang has given me this opportunity. Thinking of this, I immediately checked the conditions for the next stage of evolution. 100% growth, 1 primary battlefield honor medal for secondary wind attribute spirit crystals. Growth rate is equivalent to experience points, which can be increased by killing monsters or swallowing spirit crystals. Wind attribute spirit crystals can be dropped from wind attribute monsters. As for the primary battlefield honor medal, you have to defeat primary boss level monsters to get it. If I had to rely on buying, I would probably have to sell myself to get enough money. It seems that I have to go outside the city. I turn on my phone and search for the distribution of monsters near Donghai City. Not long after, I found a gathering place of wind attribute monsters in the western suburbs. The level of the monsters there was not high, just suitable for a newbie like me to level up. Wind Emperor, the opportunity has come. I looked at Wind Hound. A look of determination flashed in my eyes. Blue Star, ever since monsters became rampant, the area outside the city has long become a world of monsters. In that boundless wilderness, there are countless terrifying monsters wandering around. Although humans occasionally conduct cleanup operations, their main targets are high-threat monsters. As for low-level demons and monsters, as long as they don't dare to attack the city, humans don't bother to pay attention to them. I stood at the entrance to this gathering place of monsters, looking across the wasteland. The purple evil energy ahead was floating faintly on the horizon, and from time to time 1 or 2 ferocious figures could be seen flashing through it. This is the target I have to face, a wind-attributed monster, the Wind Demon Soldier, a first-level intermediate, slightly weaker than the newly advanced Wind Emperor, and just right for training. At this moment, a system notification sound suddenly came to my mind. Ding mission released, newbie. Kill 10 Wind Demon Soldiers cumulatively. You can get 100 reward points for completing the mission. The system is awesome. I couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Having tasks means rewards, which means becoming stronger. The reward points can not only improve the growth progress of the spirit beast, but also unlock talents and skills. It is simply an invincible plugin. Ordinary spirit beasts only have 1 initial talent, and their skills can only be unlocked after reaching a major stage. However, my system can allow spirit beasts to acquire multiple talents and skills, provided that there are enough reward points. Complete the task early and unlock new skills early. I was rubbing my hands together, preparing to step into the monster gathering place, when suddenly I heard a quarrel behind me. "Wu Tian, how many times have I told you? Don't follow me." A familiar female voice came, with obvious annoyance. I turned around and saw Wu Tian, the guy who slapped me yesterday, harassing a tall girl. Chinyu. She was the source of my beating yesterday, the school beauty. "I'm afraid that you'll be in danger, Xiu. I have the dust and smoke black tortoise, which has strong defense and can protect you. Wu Tian was still begging. Chun Yu impatiently shook him off and suddenly saw me. His eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over quickly to stand in front of me and said coldly to Wu Tian, I already have a team. Don't follow me. As soon as I finished speaking, I was a little surprised by Chun Yu's blushing face and nervous expression. It was obvious that she was using me as a shield. However, since she didn't expose me, I was too lazy to expose this little trick. I looked at Wu Tian and found that he was alone today. It seemed that he didn't even bring his followers with him in order to pursue Chun Yu. The opportunity had come. This was a good time for revenge. Just when I was thinking about whether to knock Wu Tian down directly, he also saw me, and a sinister look instantly appeared on his face. Li Xian, it's you again. You, a loser, actually dare to hang out with Chun Yu. Are you tired of living? Didn't I teach you a lesson yesterday? Wu Tian pointed at me with a ferocious look on his face. I said, don't let me see you two together again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. As he spoke, Wu Tian moved his mind, and a huge black turtle suddenly appeared beside him, accompanied by billowing smoke and dust. It was the dusty black tortoise beast that I was extremely afraid of. Seeing this, Chun Yu hurriedly stood in front of me. With a change of mind, a spirit horse appeared and glared fiercely at the dust and smoke black tortoise beast. The two spirit beasts confronted each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Wu Tian couldn't help but take a step back, obviously afraid of Chun Yu's spirit beast. After all, her spirit beast had greater potential. However, Wu Tian did not intend to give up. He raised a sneer on his face and said, Why, Li Xian, you only dare to hide behind a woman? Come out and fight me if you have the guts. Wu Tian, you are so shameless. You clearly know that Li Xian's spirit beast is just a wind-controlling dog, but you still want him to duel with you? Chun Yu shouted angrily. I didn't say anything, but patted Chun Yu's shoulder gently and said with a smile, Get out of the way. Chun Yu, I just want to see how powerful this dust and smoke black tortoise is. Chun Yu looked at me in shock, but Wu Tian was ecstatic, as if he had seen an easy victory. Haha, Li Xian, you asked for this? Wu Tian laughed wildly. Let me show you what a truly powerful person is. I smiled coldly and looked at him with disdain. Do you really think you can win? With a thought, the wind dog, Feng Wang, flew into the air and appeared beside me. Although its body shape was similar to that of the wind dog, the green diamond-shaped gem on its forehead shone with violent wind power, which was obviously very different from before. Advanced? Wu Tian looked at Feng Huang in surprise, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, isn't it just a first-level intermediate shepherd cloud dog? It's just so after advancing. In front of my Xuan Wu, it can only be regarded as a dish for you. He waved his hand, and the dust and smoke black tortoise beast roared and pounced towards the Wind Emperor. With the rolling dust, it was like a moving hill, with an imposing manner. Li Xian, be careful. Chun Yu's exclamation interrupted my thoughts. She saw the huge, smoke-dusted basalt cub rushing towards me, and her face showed deep worry. Wu Tian laughed proudly at the side. Are you scared, silly? It's just a wind-controlling dog. After evolution, it's only a first-level intermediate dog. It still has to die. But I just smiled and said calmly, Who told you that my spirit beast is a first-level intermediate? Wind Emperor, go. Wind blade attack. The Wind Emperor moved in response. His wings fluttered slightly. The green gem on his forehead flashed, and several wind blades immediately condensed and rushed straight towards the dust and smoke black tortoise cub. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades hit the dust and smoke black tortoise cub, making a deafening explosion. Suddenly, the indestructible black tortoise armor of the dust and smoke black tortoise beast was cracked by the wind blade. After a while, the young dust and smoke black tortoise was knocked flying by the powerful impact and fell heavily to the ground, letting out a wail. Soon, the dust and smoke black tortoise beast shrank back into Wu Tian's space ring. Wu Tian's face turned pale instantly, his eyes full of disbelief. This is impossible. Chun Yu also opened her eyes wide in shock, and her little spirit colt stood there blankly, not reacting for a moment. The wind-controlling dog that everyone thought was a waste just now actually easily defeated the first-level superior dust smoke black tortoise cub. This is simply subverting common sense. I also secretly marveled at the power of the system. The Wind Emperor was able to defeat this old-fashioned spiritual beast just after his evolution. It was indeed a hidden evolutionary route that defied the heavens. I looked at Wu Tian in a daze, and a cold light flashed in my eyes. The shame of being beaten surged into my heart again. I can't let him go easily today. Feng Huang go? When Feng Huang heard the order, he pounced on Wu Tian again without hesitation. This time, he had a clear target, not the spirit beast, but Wu Tian himself. Bang! Feng Huang hit Wu Tian directly in the chest. The powerful impact caused Wu Tian to spit out blood, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Before Wu Tian could recover, Feng Huang pounced on him again. Wu Tian's face turned pale, and he finally realized that his life was hanging by a thread. He shouted in horror, "Li Xian, you can't kill me." The Beastmaster family behind Wu Tian was not easy to mess with. I hesitated for a moment and stopped my movements. Although this was outside the city, it was inevitable that someone would see us. If I killed Wu Tian here, his family would definitely come looking for me. The Wu Tian family is a family of beastmasters and has a great influence in Donghai City. If I am targeted, I will be in big trouble. Seeing the hesitation on my face, Wu Tian's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Yes, Li Xian, you can't kill me. My family is a family of beastmasters. You hurt me, you must make amends, and you have to compensate me for my spirit beast." As he spoke, he rolled his eyes and smiled slyly. "Give me your spirit beast as compensation. Otherwise, my family will not let you go." "Oh, you want the Wind Emperor?" I was amused by his words, walked up to him, and stared at his face coldly. "Ha!" I slapped him in the face mercilessly. "Do you really think Donghai City is yours?" Wu Tian covered his face, his eyes full of shock and anger. You dare to hit me in the face?" "Ha!" Another slap came, without any mercy. Then, without giving him any chance to react, I slapped him 10 times in a row with both hands, until his face was swollen like a pig's head, and then I stopped. Great! The anger in my heart finally subsided a lot. The humiliation of being beaten yesterday, I will now return it tenfold. Wu Tian was beaten so hard that he felt dizzy. He lay powerlessly on the ground, his face covered in blood and his eyes filled with fear. I grabbed his collar, pointed at his nose, and said coldly, "From now on, don't pretend in front of me. Otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you." After saying that, I threw him to the ground and turned with Feng Huang to walk deeper into the monster gathering place. When Qinyu saw me leaving, he quickly chased after me and shouted, "Li Xian, wait for me." Wu Tian looked at our figures going farther and farther away. His spirit gradually recovered, and the flames of hatred ignited in his eyes. He roared in a low voice with gritted teeth, "Li Xian, I must kill you." In the gathering place of monsters, Feng Huang, and I walked in the wasteland, surrounded by a faint purple, demonic aura. I just got my revenge, and I felt more relaxed than ever before. This plane was filled with low-level monsters, and soon I encountered my first prey of the day, the Wind Demon Soldier. The Wind Demon Soldier is a first-level intermediate monster that looks like a zombie, but is more ferocious than a zombie. It holds a rusty long sword in its hand, and its body is flashing with green light, with purple demonic energy lingering around it. The corner of my mouth curled up into a sneer. "Feng Huang, take action." The Wind Emperor and I were in telepathic communication. He roared, and the gem on his forehead flashed. Several wind blades whizzed out and instantly cut off the arms of the Wind Demon Soldier. The long sword fell to the ground, and the Wind Demon Soldier staggered back a few steps. Before the Wind Demon Soldiers could stand firm, the Wind Emperor launched another attack. A green light flashed, and it turned into a gust of wind, rushing directly behind the Wind Demon Soldier and piercing it in an instant. The Wind Demon Soldier seemed unaware of what was happening. He took a step forward, then fell to his knees with a thud. Then he fell down with a loud bang and never moved again. Just as I was admiring Feng Huang's wonderful attack, Qinyu caught up with me, panting. Seeing the Fengma soldier falling to the ground, Qinyu's face was full of shock. "This is too unreal," Qinyu muttered to himself. The wind-controlling dog actually killed the Wind Demon Soldier in an instant? Was it not a coincidence that it just defeated the dust and smoke black tortoise cub? Qinyu looked at me with curiosity, obviously very interested in the reason why I suddenly became stronger. But I didn't care about Qinyu's thoughts at the moment. After all, what I care about most now is improving my strength. Women? They will only affect the speed of my evolution. Then, a hint of determination flashed in my eyes, and I continued to lead Feng Huang to sweep deep into the monster gathering area. 2, 3, 8, 9 wind demon soldiers fell one after another, and I successfully collected 3 secondary wind attribute spirit crystals. Every time, after killing a monster, the Wind Emperor would absorb a ray of green light to restore his own energy consumption. Therefore, even after fighting for such a long time, he was still energetic and showed no signs of fatigue. If I kill one more wind demon soldier, the mission will be completed. I counted my gains, stretched myself, and felt particularly relaxed. However, as I continued to move forward, Qin Yu, who was not far behind me, kept his attention on me. Qin Yu has determined that something special must have happened when my wind dog evolved, otherwise it would not have such strong combat power. The Wind King is not only extremely fast, but his talent wind power is so rare that it is jaw-dropping. As a genius born into a family of beastmasters, Qin Yu naturally understood how difficult it was for a spirit beast to activate its talent. Even some high-level spirit beasts cannot activate their talents, but my wind-controlling dog, which was regarded as trash, actually did it. The more she thought about it, the more incredible it seemed to her, and her heart was filled with curiosity. Just as Qin Yu was lost in thought, I had already killed the 10th wind demon soldier. The system's voice sounded at the right time. Ding, kill 10 wind demon soldiers. Newbie, mission completed, 100 reward points obtained. So, I opened the system panel and saw that there were several more items to be unlocked on the talent and skill column of the Wind King. Talent to be unlocked: Copperhead and Iron Bones. Grant the spirit beast enhanced hardness. Greatly increased defense. Unlocking requires 50 reward points. Wind Whispering Spell. Instantly recover from injuries. Cooling time, 24 hours. Unlocking requires 50 reward points. Skills to be unlocked: Wind Blade Slash. An advanced skill of the basic move Wind Blade, with further increased power. 50 reward points are required to unlock. Storm Slash. A close-range attack skill that increases the power of the claw attack and increases the range. 50 reward points are required to unlock. I looked at these options and secretly admired in my heart. The system is really powerful. Now the spirit beast has accumulated an advantage directly. Talented skills are originally a scarce resource for spirit beasts. Ordinary spirit beasts can only be unlocked through luck and special opportunities, but the system can actually unlock them directly through reward points, which means that I can build a powerful spirit beast that surpasses ordinary people at a low level. After I calmed down, I quickly analyzed the situation. The current environment was dangerous. If I stayed in a place where monsters gathered for a long time, the Wind Whispering spell would be powerful, but the cooling time was too long, which was obviously not suitable for the current situation. As a passive skill, Head of Copper and Bones of Iron is extremely suitable for Feng Huang to improve his defense. As for skills, long-range output is obviously the best choice at present, and Wind Blade combo can enhance the effect of group attacks. After spending 100 reward points, I unlocked Bronze Head and Iron Bones and Wind Blade Continuous Slash, and the power of the Wind Emperor was further enhanced. Now that Wind Emperor has 2 talents, 2 skills, and is a speed-type spirit beast, he can fight against second-level monsters. Even if he can't defeat them, at least he can run away. I nodded with satisfaction, ready to continue exploring in depth. As they advanced, the Wind Emperor's wind blade slashing became more and more handy. A burst of wind blades whistled, instantly slicing the wind demon soldiers rushing in front into pieces, clearing the field directly. Feng Huang barked excitedly and wagged his tail, as if showing off his newfound skills. Ha, not bad, not bad. I looked at it with relief. Ordinary wind demon soldiers are no match for it at all. 3 or 4 of them together are no problem. Just as I was marveling at how powerful the Wind Emperor had become, suddenly, a scream came from not far away. Ah! I immediately turned around and looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a huge and oppressive wind demon soldier slowly walking out of the fog. It was much taller than the previous wind demon soldier, wearing worn-out armor and holding a giant long sword. The tip of the sword dragged on the ground, leaving deep marks with every step. A thick purple, demonic aura lingered around its entire body, emitting an unparalleled pressure. And at this moment, it was approaching Qin Yu step by step, captain of the Wind Demon Soldiers. My eyes lit up instantly, and I was overjoyed. I finally found you. This is exactly what I have been looking for. Killing it will give me the primary battlefield Medal of Honor and satisfy the conditions for the evolution of the Wind Emperor. Qin Yu's face was full of nervousness at the moment. When she saw me rushing over, she thought I was here to save her, and she couldn't help feeling touched. However, Chen Yu immediately shouted anxiously, Li Xian, hurry up. Don't come over. This is the leader of the Wind Demon Soldier, a peak first-level monster. You can't beat it, run away. Just as Chen Yu was shouting, the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers roared, quickened his pace, and rushed towards Chen Yu like a moving god of war, waving a huge sword. Roar! Chen Yu's young spirit horse let out an angry roar and rushed towards the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers. But just as the young spirit colt rushed to the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers held the sword in both hands and swung it fiercely. Bang! With a loud bang, the young spirit colt's body was blown away like a rag bag, letting out a low whimper. The young spirit colt rolled over several times after landing and was obviously seriously injured. Although the young spirit colt had great potential and could reach the peak of the 9th level in the future, it was only a first-level upper-level young beast after all, and was no match for a first-level peak monster like the Wind Demon Soldier leader. The Wind Demon Soldier leader chopped off the young spirit colt with his sword. He did not stop at all, but turned around and swung his sword at Chen Yu. The huge sword carried a cold, demonic aura and chopped straight at her head. I could see a look of despair flash across her face for a second. Am I going to die here? Chen Yu had a sad look on his face, as if he had already accepted this fate. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the sword was about to hit Chen Yu, 3 wind blades shot out from the air and accurately hit the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. The leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers was shocked and took several steps back. Chen Yu escaped from the gates of hell and looked in the direction of the wind blade in shock. I was standing there with my arms folded, a relaxed smile on my face. The Wind Emperor flapped his wings and flew beside me, staring at the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers fiercely. A breeze blew, and the corners of my clothes fluttered in the wind, making me look particularly chic. I ignored Chen Yu's shocked look, but I felt excited because of the system voice that suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a new task. Kill the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers. Success will get 200 reward points, and failure will not be punished. 200 reward points? Go for it. My eyes lit up, and I made the decision without hesitation. In my eyes, this leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers is no longer a scary boss, but a bunch of walking bonus points. Stay behind me, and don't run around, I said to Chen Yu, and let Feng Huang launch the Wind Blade and rush towards the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers. When the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers saw that I not only did not flee, but also took the initiative to fight, he immediately roared, and the giant sword in his hand swept out with purple demonic energy, meeting the Wind Blade of the Wind Emperor. Wind Emperor, Wind Blade continuous slash. I shouted loudly. The Wind Emperor's forehead shone brightly, and the original Wind Blade instantly split into 4, slashing towards the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! 4 Wind Blades collided with the sword energy of the Wind Demon Soldier leader in the air. 2 Wind Blades were offset, but the remaining 2 Wind Blades still hit the Wind Demon Soldier leader. Soon, the heavy armor of the Wind Demon Soldier leader was cut open, revealing deep blood marks, and black blood flowed out of the wound. The leader of the Wind Demon Soldier growled, obviously not expecting that a seemingly weak enemy like me could actually hurt it. It was furious, gave up long-range attacks, and rushed towards the Wind Emperor with its sword, wanting to fight it in close combat. Wind Emperor, keep your distance and use Wind Blade combos, I commanded in a deep voice. The Wind Emperor moved sideways lightly, turning into a shadow and quickly creating distance. Then, the gem on the Wind Emperor's forehead lit up again, and 3 more condensed wind blades shot out at a rapid speed. The leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers swung his sword to block 2 wind blades, but the last one slashed fiercely on its body. The leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers was obviously completely enraged. He roared, stomped his feet on the ground, raised his giant sword high, and smashed it towards the Wind Emperor with tremendous force, intending to defeat him with one blow. The Wind Emperor was not afraid at all. He exerted force with his claws, stood up like a human, raised his 2 sharp claws above his head, and collided head-on with the giant sword. Dang! The moment the claws collided with the giant sword made a crisp cracking sound, and the giant sword actually broke into 2 pieces. There were only slight white marks on Feng Huang's claws, and he was almost unscathed. This is the power of Bronze Head and Iron Bones, I sneered. Obviously, the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers had never expected that its attack would be so ineffective. He was stunned for a moment and forgot to defend himself. Wind Emperor, use all your strength to slash with the wind blades. I seized the opportunity and gave the command without hesitation. The Wind Emperor activated his talent once again, and 10 wind blades were inspired from his blue gem, rushing straight towards the leader of the wind demon soldiers with thunderous power. Puff, puff, puff. The wind blade instantly tore through the body of the wind demon soldier leader, and black blood spurted out like a fountain. The last wind blade fiercely cut off the head of the wind demon soldier leader, and the huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and the battle was over. I breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the fallen wind demon soldier leader, feeling refreshed. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the leader of the wind demon soldier and receiving 200 reward points. Great, another 200 bonus points. I was delighted, and then I took out a secondary wind attribute spirit crystal and threw it to Feng Huang. Feng Huang happily bit it, swallowed it, and happily flew around me twice. Well done. I rubbed its head, and Feng Huang made a happy humming sound, obviously enjoying this reward very much. Taking advantage of my good mood, I did not sit idle and started collecting spoils. Soon, I found a secondary wind attribute spirit crystal of better quality than those dropped by ordinary wind demon soldiers, and a primary medal of honor, the key material required for the evolution of the Wind Emperor. All the materials are ready. There are still 4 days left, enough for Feng Huang to complete another evolution. I was full of anticipation. Then I opened the system skill bar. Talent to be unlocked. Wind Whisper. Instantly recover from injuries. Cooldown time 24 hours. Unlocking requires 50 reward points. Skill to be unlocked. Storm Slash. Close attack. Attack the opponent with a wind speed dog claws. The power is greatly increased compared to ordinary wind blades. The range is increased. Unlocking requires 50 reward points. Before, there were only 100 bonus points, so I had no choice. Now there are 200 more bonus points, so of course I won them all. 100 bonus points were spent, and 2 mechanical female voices came again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Spirit Beast talent, Wind Whispering spell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Spirit Beast skill, Storm Slash. I nodded, feeling satisfied. Now Feng Huang has 6 talents and skills, and his strength has doubled. It's a huge increase. After practicing for a few days and unlocking it today, I can now face any enemy with confidence. After closing the system panel, I looked up and saw Chun Yu next to me still standing there in a daze, as if he had not yet recovered from the battle just now. I couldn't help but wave my hand in front of her eyes. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Chun Yu then woke up as if from a dream and quickly said, No, Li Xian. Thank you for saving me. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly and her eyes were a little evasive. I looked at her shy expression, but I didn't feel anything. To be honest, I really have no interest in this kind of thing now. Improving my strength is the top priority now. Okay, the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers has been dealt with. This place is too dangerous. You should go back quickly. I said directly, with a somewhat cold tone. Chunyu didn't seem to expect me to say that. She pursed her lips and then asked expectantly, can I team up with you? It's safer to explore together. I glanced at her spirit foal and frowned unconsciously. Your spirit foal is so injured. How can you still form a team? Are you trying to take advantage of my experience? No, I like to act alone. I rejected her without hesitation and didn't even bother to explain. I turned around and continued walking deeper into the monster gathering place. Chinyu was stunned by my cold attitude. Looking at my ruthless back, she stamped her feet in anger. Damn, Li Xian, you really have no sense of humor. In the next few days, I focused on killing monsters and leveling up in monster gathering places. Feng Wang's growth rate increased rapidly, and his combat experience became richer. Now, I am many times stronger than when I fought against the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers before. However, tomorrow is the entrance examination for the Beastmaster Academy, and it is time for Wind Emperor to evolve again. System, start evolving. With the input of all materials, the body of the Wind Emperor was wrapped in an emerald green light. His entire body became more sturdy, and his claws became even sharper. The green light flashed, and he was extremely powerful. Then, the green gem on the Wind Emperor's forehead evolved from its original circle to a pentagon. So, I quickly checked the information of the Wind King. Name, Wind Speed Dog King, attribute, Wind level, lower level 2 talent, Power of Wind, Iron Head, Wind Whispering Spell, Power of the Wilderness, skills, Wind Blade, Wind Blade slash, Storm slash, Evolution Route. Hidden Route next stage, Storm Spirit Wolf. Ding! Congratulations to the host Spirit Beast for advancing to the lower level of the second stage, and reward a God-level potential template. Ding! New talent skills have been enabled. Do you want to check? Huh? I succeeded in advancing. I almost jumped up with excitement. Feng Huang's evolution jumped 2 small levels at once. It was simply a cheating level upgrade. Other spirit beasts needed so much resources and time to reach the realm, but I accomplished it in 1 evolution. I glanced at the potential template and was so excited that I was almost spitting sparks. Then I clicked on the talent skill column to see what new skills were waiting for me. Talents to be unlocked. Power of the Great Desolation. Grants the spirit beast the power of the Great Desolation, greatly enhancing its strength. It requires 100 reward points to unlock. Blessing of the Elemental Wolf. Strengthens all attribute resistance and reduces damage. It requires 100 reward points to unlock and can be unlocked in stages. Skills to be unlocked. Wind Shadow Claw. Close combat. Strengthens the claws. Increases attack power and speed. Requires 100 reward points to unlock. I stared at these new talents and skills, my heart filled with excitement. But when I saw my reward points, I felt helpless. I only had 100 points and could only unlock 1 skill. Fortunately, I still have the talent Primordial Power, and I chose it as the priority to unlock it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Spirit Beast talent Primordial Power. Seeing Feng Huang's body become stronger again, I smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Now you're also a Dog King with great power. The anticipation in my heart is too great to suppress. I will definitely be the first in tomorrow's Beast Tamer entrance examination. The next day, the unified entrance examination of the Beastmaster Academy came as scheduled. As soon as the sky began to turn pale, people had already formed a long line in front of the examiner's table in the central park of Donghai City. By 7 or 8 o'clock, the whole park was packed with people, all of them prospective graduates who came to take the exam. The venue was bustling with people, and the air was filled with tension and anticipation. Everyone knows that today is the day that determines their fate. Either they become a Beastmaster and enjoy respect and glory, or you can only be an ordinary person and live a life of working to make a living. I looked at the nervous and eager faces around me and couldn't help feeling a surge of emotion in my heart. If the system had not been activated, perhaps I would have had to face this opportunity to change my destiny with the same anxiety as them. But now, I have been reborn, and my strength far exceeds that of my peers. My goal is no longer an ordinary college, but the 4 major Beastmaster colleges in Donghai City. Thinking of this, I took a deep breath, looked forward with determination, and walked into Central Park. In the park, the booths of various animal tamer academies have already been set up. Each candidate can freely choose the academy to apply for, and the test will be carried out after registration. I glanced at the long queues in front of the booths of ordinary colleges, showing no interest at all, and walked straight to the areas of the 4 major colleges. There were almost no people queuing in front of the 4 major colleges of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. This was not surprising, as ordinary people simply did not have the courage and strength to challenge these top colleges. I passed by Suzuka College, the booth that only recruited girls and was full of beautiful young girls, and my eyes were fixed on Qinglong College. I had just taken a few steps when a familiar voice rang in my ears. Li Xian. I turned around and saw Qinyu. She was wearing a tight sportswear with a high ponytail and had a tall figure. Which college do you plan to apply to? Qinyu asked. Qinglong College. I replied. What about you? Aren't you planning to apply to Suzuka College? Suzuka Academy is a sacred place for training female beastmasters, and many women are proud to enter Suzuka Academy. Logically, Qinyu should choose this place first. However, Qinyu shook his head with a sly smile on his face. I originally wanted to apply to Suzuka College, but now I have changed my mind. I will also apply to Qinglong College. I was a little speechless. She didn't want to go to Suzuka Academy, which had such good conditions, but wanted to come to Qinglong? Aren't you going to ask me why I changed my mind? Qinyu asked me with a smile. I waved my hand, unconcerned. Not interested, but good luck to you. You. Qinyu's face turned red with anger, and she was obviously a little dissatisfied with my indifferent attitude. As we were talking, a mocking voice was heard. With just this useless wind-controlling dog in your hand, you still want to apply to Qinglong College? What a foolish dream. Wu Tian's voice came from the side, with a strong sense of sarcasm on his face. Seeing Wu Tian's face that deserves a beating, I couldn't help but laugh. You've recovered well. Your face is no longer swollen after not seeing you for a few days. Do you want me to help you train your recovery ability again? You! Wu Tian was obviously irritated by me. However, the followers around Wu Tian started to make a noise and laughed at him. Qinglong College? I think you should apply to Earthworm College. Wu Tian looked like he was going to hit me, but when he saw me standing there calmly, he stopped. Obviously, the trauma of being taught a lesson by me was still in his heart. Waste. I hope you can still be so arrogant during the test later. Wu Tian said viciously and left with his followers without even looking at Chenyu. Rubbish. I spat out the two words with disdain. Chenyu hurriedly said, Li Xian, don't be angry. When the exam comes, let them see who is the loser. I nodded and said nonchalantly, okay, no need to waste time. Let's go and sign up. After completing the registration, Chenyu and I came to the end of the Qinglong College assessment team. At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Make a big splash. Get into Qinglong College with the first place, and you will be rewarded 200 reward points for success. My eyes lit up when I heard the system's prompt. This is just in time. I had just unlocked my talent skill, and my reward points were all used up. Now this task is just the right thing for me to continue to improve. I cast my eyes towards the long table in front of me. On the table was a jade seal called Lingqi Bishi, which was used to measure the talent potential of the beastmaster. The potential ranged from 1 star to 5 stars, and the minimum requirement of Qinglong Academy was 3 stars. I was a little nervous. After all, my spirit beast had just advanced to the lower level of the second stage, and I didn't know how many stars it could measure. If it was 5 stars, then the mission would be a sure thing. But if it was less than 3 stars, wouldn't it be a failure? The team moved forward slowly, and one student after another placed their hands on the jade seal to test their potential. Whenever the stars in the jade seal light up, it shows the candidate's talent and potential. The test results were mixed, with most students having talents less than 3 stars and leaving in disappointment. The few who made it through were extremely excited. Wu Tian also passed the test successfully, with 4 stars. A proud look suddenly appeared on his face, and he walked aside and made a provocative gesture to me. I watched his performance and just smiled disdainfully, not taking it seriously at all. Then a few more people were tested, and finally it was Chenyu and my turn. Li Xian, I'll go first. Chenyu greeted me, walked forward, and placed his hand on the jade seal. Chapter 9 burst. Inside the jade seal, stars lit up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 full stars lit up. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the team. 5 stars? It's actually the maximum level. The first 5-star, who is this girl? This is our school's beauty, Chenyu. I heard that she signed a contract with a first-level superior spirit cult when she just entered middle school. Oh my god! Is this the young spirit cult that has reached the 9th level? In the crowd, Wu Tian's eyes also revealed a gleam of light, and his face looked at Chenyu with greed. Very good. You are worthy of being the woman I like. Sooner or later, I will make you my treasure. Full-level qualifications, very good. If nothing unexpected happens, this student should be able to enter our Qinglong Academy. Congratulations in advance. The testing teacher showed a gentle smile on his face and was very optimistic about Chenyu. Chenyu smiled slightly. Thank you, teacher. Then he looked at Li Xian behind him and made a cheering gesture. At this moment, she was also very much looking forward to Li Xian's test results. Seeing this, Wu Tian's face couldn't help but become gloomy again. He looked at Li Xian again, with a hint of disdain on his face. A piece of trash who can only contract a first-level, low-level trash spirit beast. I'm afraid he can't even pass the first level of the aptitude test. Next, Li Xian. Li Xian took a deep breath and walked forward. Just as I was feeling anxious, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host still has unused God-level potential templates. Do you want to merge them? God-level potential template? That's right. Isn't the reward I got yesterday just for the current situation? Li Xian also reacted at this moment. He was so busy looking at the new skills and talents of Feng Huang after his evolution yesterday that he ignored the rewards. If it weren't for the system reminder, he might have capsized in the ditch today. Thank goodness it was the system that reminded me, otherwise I would have forgotten about it. The system is really considerate. Fusion immediately. Ding! Fusion of the God-level potential template begins. Fusion successful. For a moment, Li Xian felt that his body was like the ocean, and he was about to float. This classmate? This classmate. Just then, the test teacher's voice rang out. Li Xian also came back to his senses and realized that he had just wasted dozens of seconds in merging the templates. The test was delayed for a long time, so the test teacher couldn't help but remind him. TSK. Trash is trash. You don't even dare to take the test. You must have the lowest level of qualifications. You still want to be admitted to Qinglong Academy? When Wu Tian saw Li Xian's performance, he thought he was afraid and started to mock him. Shut up! Chen Yu shouted at him in dissatisfaction, then looked at Li Xian with a worried expression on his face. Li Xian raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, glanced at Wu Tian with disdain, nodded at Chen Yu, and then put his hand on the jade seal. Come on, let me see how powerful the god-level potential is. Soon, stars began to light up inside the jade seal. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars. 4 stars. Damn! Another 4-star? No, it's not over yet. The stars are still shining. As the stars lit up, the students around started talking. Wu Tian's face suddenly turned gloomy. Damn it. How can this piece of trash have the potential of a 4-star? I have the potential of a 4-star. Li Xian smiled slightly. This was just the beginning. The real show had just begun. Then, he injected his spiritual power into it again. Finally, with the infusion of Li Xian's spiritual power, the last star in the jade seal also lit up. There was another exclamation in an instant. 5 stars. Another max level. Oh my god! 2 max levels. Many people took a breath of cold air. The testing teacher was even more delighted. 5-star talent is so hard to come by that in previous years, it was a blessing to be able to recruit a 5-star. This year, 2 were released at once. What luck, wow, it's really great. In the past, the 4 major colleges were of similar strength. With the joining of Li Xian and Chen Yu, their Qinglong Academy will now become the leader among the 4 major beastmaster academies. 5 stars? That's impossible. Wu Tian was completely stunned, his hands clenched into fists, almost unable to believe what he saw. Chen Yu smiled happily. I knew that Brother Li Xian could do it. At this moment, another cry of surprise came from the crowd. Wait, there's something wrong with the jade seal? Why is the jade seal still shining? There are no extra stars? Everyone looked again, and sure enough, the jade seal, which was already full of stars, was getting brighter and brighter. The testing teacher was also shocked. As the person in charge of admissions testing at Qinglong College, he knew much more than these ordinary students. 5 stars is not the pinnacle of potential at all. There is even higher potential above 5 stars. However, 5-star potential is hard to come by in many years, let alone higher potential. Donghai City hasn't had an appearance in who knows how many years. Since he started to preside over the test, he has never encountered a potential higher than 5 stars. Am I going to witness the birth of a miracle now? The test teacher murmured, and an expression of anticipation appeared on his shocked face. Amid the expectant or shocked gazes of the crowd, the light on the jade seal grew brighter and brighter. In the end, the bright ones couldn't open their eyes. Suddenly, there was a crisp click sound. A tiny crack appeared on the surface of the seal. This crack is expanding at an extremely fast speed. A second later, the jade seal shattered into countless pieces and flew everywhere. In an instant, the scene fell into deathly silence. There was silence for nearly 10 seconds, and then the surrounding students exploded. What the hell did I see? The test seal actually exploded. What's going on? Didn't they say the highest potential is only 5 stars? What kind of talent is this? Awesome. I'm convinced to be able to blow up the imperial seal used for the test. How abnormal must the talent of this candidate be? Above 5 stars. Definitely above 5 stars. No, he must be admitted to the college as soon as possible. Otherwise, we have to wait until the other 3 colleges find out. Maybe even Suzaku Academy will be willing to change its female-only rules to recruit him. The test teacher also reacted at this moment and looked at Li Xian with a fiery gaze. On the other side, Wu Tian's face was filled with horror and disbelief. Impossible? He is obviously a loser, an orphan from the lower class. How can he have such a powerful talent? Why am I not the one with this kind of talent? I refuse to accept it. Li Xian, he can't stay here. I want him to die. He must die. As he thought about it, a sinister aura flashed across Wu Tian's face, and his eyes were full of viciousness as he looked towards Li Xian. Chapter 10, Practical Test. Feeling the strange gaze, Li Xian turned his head and met Wu Tian's eyes full of resentment. He snorted coldly and ignored it. Are you envious? Jealous? Or do you have any other ideas? You'd better not provoke me, otherwise this time, it won't be as simple as a slap in the face. As he thought about it, Li Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Yeah, that's great. Li Xian, you're awesome. Yu also ran over at this moment and congratulated Li Xian. Thanks. Li Xian smiled and nodded to Yu. He was in a good mood at the moment because he had passed the preliminary test. The system is really powerful. The potential templates provided were so powerful that they even burst the test seal. It's really amazing. The testing teacher also complimented Li Xian and then took him to the venue for the next round of testing. Inside the second round of assessment venue of Qinglong College, two men wearing Qinglong Academy instructor uniforms stood there, quietly watching the dozens of students coming in with satisfied expressions on their faces. I am Zhang Taishan, the instructor of Qinglong Academy, and this is instructor Li Xian. The more muscular of the two instructors stepped forward and introduced. By the way, I introduced the short, unshaven guy next to me. Since you are here, it means that your qualifications and potential have reached the requirements of our Qinglong Academy, and you are qualified to enter our Qinglong Academy. However, this is just qualification. Whether or not you can be successfully admitted by the Academy will ultimately depend on the next assessment. That's the actual combat assessment. After saying that, Zhang Taishan glanced at Li Xian. Li Xian nodded slightly, and a bronze door appeared in his hand. He just threw the bronze door casually, and it swelled up in the wind, rising to a height of 3 meters before stopping. Then, the bronze door slowly opened, and roars were heard from behind the door, as if there was some extremely ferocious beast. The expressions of many students taking the test changed. The difficulty of this practical assessment seems to be quite high. Bang! Bang! A sound of heavy footsteps was heard, and a huge monster walked out from behind the bronze door. This monster had a green light flashing on its body. It was wearing old and tattered armor, holding a huge sword in its hand, and exuded an extremely oppressive aura. It was actually a boss-level monster, the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers. Zhang Taishan glanced at the people in the audience and spoke in a firm voice. It is the monster you will face in the actual combat test, a first-level peak boss, the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers. Everyone, as long as they can hold out for 3 minutes under the command of the Wind Demon Soldier leader, will pass the test. The longer you hold out, the better your test result will be. The better your grades are, the better the class you will be in after entering the academy. You will enjoy more treatment and training resources. The first place in the assessment will also receive special rewards from the academy. Everyone, please perform well. When he said this, Zhang Taishan's eyes swept over Li Xian intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, he already knew that Li Xian had directly burst the Lingxi tourmaline in the previous test. He wanted to see how this gifted child would perform in actual combat. The students below were stunned at this moment. What the hell? Let us fight against the leader of the first-level peak Wind Demon Soldiers. Isn't this fatal? You can hold on for 3 minutes. If you can hold on for 3 seconds, I lose. My spirit beast is only at the intermediate level of the first rank. Can I just give up on it? What should I do? Am I destined to have no chance of attending Qinglong Academy? Yu's face also showed some uneasiness. She had just been defeated by the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers a few days ago. Now she had to face this kind of monster again, and she felt a little panicked. Fortunately, her young spirit horse has recovered and has had experience in battle, so it should not be a problem for it to last 3 minutes. As for Li Xian, thinking of this, Yu couldn't help but look at Li Xian. She had witnessed with her own eyes how Li Xian fought against the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers and even killed him. This assessment was simply too easy. Li Xian's expression at this moment was indeed very relaxed. It was just a Wind Demon Soldier leader. A few days ago, when the Wind Emperor had not evolved, he killed the Wind Demon Soldier leader in minutes. Now the Wind Emperor is already at the lower level of the second stage, and he has 7 innate skills. If he faces the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers again, he will surely be killed instantly. For a moment, Li Xian felt a little bored with this test. At this point, whether the students were willing or not, the test began. According to the rankings of the first round of tests, from 3 stars to 5 stars, one by one came forward to take the test. The first student who came forward summoned his spirit beast, a first-level intermediate cracked leopard. He stood in front of the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers nervously. As soon as the test began, The cracked leopard relied on its speed to get behind the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers and was about to launch a sneak attack. The leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers swept the giant sword in his hand backwards, and with a bang, cracked leopard blood splattered on the spot. With a wail, the cracked leopard returned to the student's spirit beast space. Just when the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers wanted to step forward and give the student another stab, Li Xian waved his hand and formed a barrier directly in front of him. The leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers could no longer move forward. Zhang Ming failed the test. In an instant, the student named Zhang Ming turned pale. There was basically no suspense in the following assessment. Among the students with 3-star potential, except for a few students who had first-level superior spirit beasts who persisted a little longer, the rest were almost wiped out. When it was the turn of the students with 4-star potential, half of them passed the assessment. Among them was Wu Tian. His spirit beast is a first-level superior dust and smoke-black tortoise cub, which has very high defense. Thanks to his thick skin, he managed to hold on for 3 minutes. When he walked off the field, he was careful not to do anything too outrageous or teasing. He just glanced at Li Xian with pride. Li Xian showed no expression at all and even yawned. The test scene was really too ugly. A small leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers made everyone so embarrassed. It was really boring. Unfortunately, he was the first in the potential test, and it was his turn last. Now, he can only wait here. Wu Tian was the last one to be tested for 4-star potential, followed by Chun Yu with 5 stars. Standing in front of the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers, Chun Yu's face showed a look of determination, and he whispered, "This time, I will definitely not be like last time. Come out, Spirit Horse Beast." A ray of light flashed, and the figure of the young spirit colt appeared on the scene, looking a little bigger than a few days ago. As soon as the young spirit colt appeared, it saw the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers in front of it, snorted, and pawed the ground with its hooves excitedly. Start! Chapter 11. The scene was very quiet for a while. Following Zhang Taishan's shout, the young spirit colt rushed towards the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers like an arrow. When the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers saw that this pony-like thing dared to rush towards him, he roared and chopped it down with the giant sword in his hand. At this moment, the young spirit colt suddenly turned its body and instantly came to the right side of the Wind Demon Soldier leader, avoiding the fatal blow. Then, without waiting for the Wind Demon Soldier leader to react, he kicked the Wind Demon Soldier leader hard with his hoof, kicking its huge body back a few steps. For the first time since the test began, the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers was repelled. Li Xian touched his chin and murmured, "Yes, it seems that after fighting with the Wind Demon Soldier leader once, Chun Yu learned quickly and knew how to use speed to defeat the Wind Demon Soldier leader. But this attack power is not that great. At this rate, it will be no problem to pass the test, but it will be difficult to defeat the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers." Having said that, Li Xian shook his head, stopped looking, and continued to close his eyes and rest. On the field, Chun Yu's young spirit horse continued to fight with the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers, but there were also dangers from time to time. Seeing this, the two mentors smiled a little. As expected of a beastmaster from the Qin family, this kid's fighting skills are very flexible. Zhang Taishan smiled and nodded. If you play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses, you will have no problem passing the test. Unfortunately, it is impossible to defeat the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers. Mentor Li Chun praised it, but his final conclusion was exactly the same as Li Xian's. Zhang Taishan nodded, then glanced at Li Xian and said, "I wonder if this child, whose potential is even higher than Chun Yu's, can bring us new surprises." Li Chun looked at Li Xian, with some anticipation showing on his face. At this moment, Chun Yu's battle was coming to an end. He fought fiercely with the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers for 10 minutes, but was ultimately suppressed by his level. Seeing the young spirit colt being defeated step by step, Chun Yu had no choice but to take back the young spirit colt and end the battle. But even so, she is currently ranked first in the assessment. Next, it was Li Xian's turn. Next, Li Xian. As soon as the instructor said this, everyone's eyes fell on Li Xian. Everyone wants to see whether this extremely talented genius is like this in actual combat. Li Xian stood lazily in front of the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers and directly summoned his spirit beast, the Wind Emperor. Li Xian slowly waved his hand and summoned his own Wind Emperor. Although the Wind Emperor has evolved, he still looks very similar to the Wind Dog. Li Xian tried the green light on the claws and found that it could only be activated in battle. Although Li Xian's Wind King is somewhat different from ordinary wind dogs, But subconsciously, everyone thought that what Li Xian summoned was just a slightly mutated wind-controlling dog. Mutated spirit beasts are not too rare. Most of them mutate in different directions. Among all the recorded variants of the wind-controlling dog, none of them is too powerful. It's even worse than the original wind dog evolution route. They took it for granted. The Wind Emperor must be a weak spiritual beast. Why does this spirit beast look like a wind-controlling dog? But it doesn't look like one. Look, it's a few sizes bigger than the Wind Rider. There's even a gem on its forehead. You're just being mysterious, right? I haven't heard of any variant of the wind-controlling dog being very powerful. I guess it's still useless. What a pity. Everyone was talking about it. And looking at Li Xian, they all showed some disappointment and sympathy on their faces. Except Wu Tian. At this moment, a sneer appeared on his face when he looked at Li Xian. Humph, you're just a wind-controlling dog. So what if you've mutated? I don't believe you can be as powerful as the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers. Zhang Taishan and Li Xian also shook their heads. With such excellent talent, the spiritual beast was the extremely useless wind-controlling dog. What a pity. With their vision, they could naturally see that the wind-controlling dog seemed to have mutated during its evolution. But they knew better that the previous wind-controlling dogs, even after mutation, were not much stronger. I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed with Li Xian. However, seeing Li Xian's calm expression, Zhang Taishan felt inexplicably expectant. It seems that this genius can bring more surprises to himself. So, assessment, begin. Li Xian's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand. The Wind Emperor let out a woof, and green light flowed all over his body. The green gem on his forehead lit up, and a wind blade that was much thicker than an ordinary wind blade was instantly shot out. Just as the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers raised his sword to charge, the green wind blade slashed past him instantly. With a hiss, the body of the seemingly indestructible Wind Demon Soldier leader was cut into two pieces as if it were made of paper. The leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers was defeated. Everyone in the venue was suffocating. Is it starting? It's over. Guji. Zhang Taishan swallowed involuntarily, and his face became a little confused. What happened? The recognized trash wind control dog actually killed the peak First Order Wind Demon Soldier leader in one strike. Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? There was silence in the field, and the silence lasted even longer than when Li Xian had just exploded the Lingqi Bishi. Even the two mentors were stunned at this moment. It's not their fault that they didn't react. It was because everything that happened before their eyes completely overturned their worldview. The useless spirit beast Wind Dog versus the first-level peak boss, the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers. Flash sale. The Wind Demon Soldiers were the ones who were killed instantly. This is bullshit. Looking at the silence of the people around him, Li Xian frowned, looked at Zhang Taishan and said, "Teacher, do I pass the assessment?" Zhang Taishan finally reacted. Thinking of his stunned expression just now, his face turned red and he quickly cleared his throat and spoke. "Passed. Of course I passed. Now I declare that the first place in this assessment is Li Xian. I think everyone has no objection." Everyone, from the instructor to the students, quickly shook their heads. Even Wu Tian shook his head subconsciously. At this moment, the expression on his face was no longer sarcastic, but one of doubt about life. If Li Xian fought fiercely and finally killed the leader of the Wind Demon Soldiers, he would be surprised, but he could barely accept it. However, the current situation is that Li Xian killed the first-level peak Wind Demon Soldier leader in one blow. What's going on? Has Li Xian become so powerful? It seems that planning must be advanced. Wu Tian looked at Li Xian. In his shocked eyes, there was a hint of fear and deep hatred. Chapter 12, Unlocking New Talents and Skills. Okay, since everyone has no objection, then this enrollment assessment is over. Congratulations to everyone on becoming a member of Qinglong Academy. Now give everyone half a day to pack their luggage, and we will set off after half a day. At this point, Zhang Taishan paused and said, "Li Xian, as the first in this academy, you can enjoy special benefits. Live in the luxury apartment prepared by the college for the first-place winner." Zhang Taishan looked at Li Xian with a very gentle gaze. Li Xian politely bowed to the teacher and thanked him. Zhang Taishan's arrangement also made many students look envious. A luxury apartment. How nice. I also want to live in a high-end apartment, not a dormitory with several people in one room. It's okay if you're the first one, or you can apply again and kill a Wind Demon Soldier leader in seconds. Forget it. After watching Zhang Taishan leave, Li Xian turned his gaze to the system panel in front of him. When Zhang Taishan announced that he was the first place, the task reward reminder sounded. Ding! Amazing success, mission completed, 200 reward points obtained. Li Xian was very excited. He had more reward points and could continue to unlock talent skills. Thinking of this, Li Xian turned his attention to the innate skills. Talents to be unlocked. Blessing of the Elemental Wolf. Strengthens all attribute attack resistance and reduces damage. It requires 100 reward points to unlock and can be unlocked in stages. Skills to be unlocked. Wind Shadow Claw. Close combat, strengthens the claws, increases attack power and speed, and is indestructible. It requires 100 reward points to unlock. Spend 100 points to unlock the Wind Shadow Claw first. As for the Blessing of the Elemental Wolf talent, this is a talent that improves comprehensive resistance. It can be further divided into 10 sub-items. Wind, fire, water, ice, earth, thunder, wood, metal, light, and darkness. This is also the reason why 100 reward points are required to unlock it. But now, you can unlock one of the attribute resistances first. After some thought, Li Xian chose resistance to darkness. As special attributes, light and darkness pose a greater threat to ordinary spiritual beasts than the other 8 attributes. And the Wind Emperor is not an evil creature. Relatively speaking, the impact of light attribute damage on it is smaller than that of dark attribute damage. Therefore, it is natural to choose dark attribute resistance. After unlocking the talent, Feng Huang's panel lit up for a moment. After the light dissipated, the content changed again. Name Wind Speed Dog King. Attribute: Wind. Level: Lower Level 2. Growth: 5.3. Talent: Wind Power. Iron Head. Wind Whispering Spell. Primordial Power. Skills: Wind Blade Slash, Storm Slash, Wind Shadow Claw. Evolution Route. Hidden Route Next Stage Storm Wolf. After taking a glance at the panel, Li Xian couldn't help but be amazed. The Wind Emperor now has a total of 8 talents and skills. This is far more than the number that an ordinary second-level spirit beast should have during this period of time. The vast majority of spirit beasts only have 1 or 2 talents or skills when they are at the lower second level. A few particularly outstanding spirit beasts may have 2 or 3. 7 or 8 of these are really something I have never heard of, not to mention that any one of these 8 is extremely powerful. The Wind Emperor is no ordinary person now. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem to jump 2 or 3 levels. Li Xian was very satisfied. As an orphan, he had nothing to prepare, so he went straight to the car that Qinglong Academy had already arranged. I went up and found a seat to sit down. People came up one after another, and Li Xian was gradually surrounded by people. Brotherly, what kind of spirit beast is this? It's too powerful. Can you talk? Go away. How can you ask about someone else's spirit beast? Brotherly, are you free recently? I want to treat you to a meal. Brotherly, I don't quite understand some of the knowledge about spirit beasts. Can I go to your apartment tonight to ask you for advice? The last person to speak was a girl, with a strange look in her eyes. There was a blush on her face. With big eyes, she looked boldly at Li Xian's handsome face. Several girls nearby frowned when they saw this scene, and cursed the girl in their hearts for being shameless. Actionable, but too honest. After cursing in their hearts, they rushed to invite each other. Girls always have no resistance to such handsome, powerful, and talented boys. They were very excited and naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. However, Li Xian was not very interested in this kind of thing. He just responded politely while looking away from the crowd. He wanted to see if the person he was looking for had gotten on the bus. When his eyes passed over Chunyu, Li Xian smiled and nodded at her as a greeting. Then, Li Xian's gaze became somewhat cold and fell on Wu Tian. Wu Tian was originally chatting and laughing with someone, but when he noticed Li Xian was looking at him, his expression suddenly changed. As black as a coal ball, he immediately turned his head away with a red face, feeling guilty and not daring to look Li Xian in the eye. He has really embarrassed himself today. He had been sarcastic and bullying towards Li Xian before. Now that Li Xian has made a comeback, he is very afraid that Li Xian will retaliate against him even more severely. At this moment, he just wanted to find an opportunity to make Li Xian disappear forever. Chapter 13 Luxury Apartment. There are still many new students who have not arrived. The waiting process is very boring. Facing the compliments from the people gathered around him, Li Xian also felt a little tired of them. So he got up and got out of the car, wanting to get some fresh air. Many people walked by. When they saw Li Xian standing in front of the Qinglong College bus, they all looked at him with envy. At this moment, Li Xian suddenly heard a familiar shout. Li Xian. When I turned around, it turned out to be my desk mate Lu Dahua. The relationship between the two has always been very good. Whenever Li Xian is bullied by Wu Tian, Lu Dahua will always stand up and help. Although I have now obtained the system and entered Qinglong College. But I will never forget the feelings from my friends. Li Xian pushed through the crowd and came to Lu Dahua. Looking at Lu Dahua's excited expression, Li Xian guessed that he should have passed the entrance examination of the Beastmaster Academy. Did you pass the test? Lu Dahua nodded vigorously. That's right. After saying this, he puffed out his chest proudly, his face filled with joy. After personally confirming that his good brother had passed the assessment, Li Xian was also truly happy for Lu Dahua. But when I thought about parting with my good brother who I had worked with for many years, I felt a little depressed. Lu Dahua thought that his assessment did not go well, but was afraid that discussing the matter in public would upset Li Xian. Then he asked quietly, "How are you?" Li Xian wanted to tease his good brother, so he pretended to be unhappy and didn't say anything. Lu Dahua thought, this is bad. I have to comfort him. Don't let this make him depressed. So Lu Dahua patted Li Xian on the shoulder and advised, "Don't worry. There is more to life than just being a beastmaster. There are 360 professions, and there are top talents in every profession." After saying this, Li Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing. So he smiled and said, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I passed the exam." "That's good. You got into Qinglong College." Li Xian smiled and nodded. He patted Lu Dahua on the shoulder, smiled ostentatiously, and said, "Not only did my buddy pass the exam, he also ranked first." When Lu Dahua heard that Li Xian was admitted, he was already shocked. I heard Li Xian say that he was first. Lu Dahua felt his head buzzing at that time. He took a deep breath and barely suppressed his shock. He didn't doubt that Li Xian was lying. There was no need to. Li Xian couldn't cover up this lie. It was precisely because of this that Lu Dahua was shocked. He could never have imagined that Li Xian would actually be admitted to Qinglong College. Still first place. He clenched his right fist and lightly hit Li Xian's chest, then said with a smile, "You are really good. You hit it well before. You have to treat me when I come back from vacation." Li Xian smiled and nodded. However, Lu Dahua was happy that his good friend was admitted to Qinglong College. But he just couldn't figure out how Li Xian had passed the exam. However, he also knew that everyone has some secrets that they don't want others to know, so he didn't ask any more questions. The whole school thinks that Chunyu will be the most talented student in our class. I didn't expect that you would be the dark horse in the end. If people in the school knew about this, I wonder how many people would be shocked." Lu Dahua said with a smile. The two chatted for a while, and then said goodbye at the park exit. At this time, the new students are also ready. The bus headed to Qinglong College. The enrollment registration was very simple, but there were a lot of people. Li Xian worked for half a day before finishing the work. Afterwards, I followed the staff of the college's logistics department to select a high-end apartment. The high-end apartments are not in the same place as the dormitories where the students live, but in a separate community. The interior environment is comfortable and luxurious, which is an eye-opener for Li Xian, who is used to living in a small house. Besides, as Li Xian was ranked first, he was naturally assigned to Class A. Students in Class A can also receive a living allowance from the college every month, a total of 3,000 yuan. You have to know that the government subsidy for orphans he received every month was only 1,000 yuan. The college is really rich. 3,000 yuan a month is not a small amount. No wonder so many people are trying so hard to get into Qinglong College. Li Xian couldn't help but sigh. Of course, only Class A can get so much. For Classes B, C, and beyond, the monthly living allowance will be reduced accordingly. However, the worst F class pays 1,200 yuan per month, which is enough to make many people envious. Li Xian returned to his luxury apartment and cleaned it inside and out. By the time everything was done, it was already dark outside. Li Xian curled up in the soft sofa in the living room and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely comfortable. After resting for a while, he began to think about what he should do next. I'm already at the second level. It's time to find a new spirit beast. Every time a beastmaster advances a level, he or she can gain a spirit beast companion. Now that Li Xian has reached the lower level of the second stage, he can naturally control the two spirit beasts to fight. Li Xian tapped his temples twice with his fingers. He was a little unsure. What kind of spiritual beast should I choose? Li Xian fell into deep thought. The biggest advantage of his invincible system is that it can see the hidden evolutionary paths of spiritual beasts, thus cultivating powerful spiritual beasts. So, if you were to choose a spirit beast, you must choose spiritual beasts that have powerful hidden evolutionary paths. But the system will not give him any hint as to which one to choose. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to talk about it tomorrow. Let's go to the Spirit Beast Street of the Academy tomorrow and take a look. The next day, he got up very early. Another benefit of living in a luxury apartment is that 3 meals a day will be delivered to your door. Moreover, these are extremely nutritious foods and are very valuable. Li Xian doesn't have time to take care of this now, as school hasn't officially started today. He quickly finished his breakfast and left the apartment in a hurry. Came to the Spirit Beast Street of Qinglong Academy. Spirit Beast Street is one of the landmark buildings of Qinglong Academy. This street has shops of all sizes that sell things related to spiritual beasts. Li Xian wandered around for a while and asked around. I chose a store with the best reputation and walked in. Welcome, classmate. Is there anything I can help you with? When the waitress in the store saw someone coming in, she immediately came over with a professional smile. Li Xian smiled and nodded, waved his hand, and said, I'll just take a look myself. Most of the students who come here have some knowledge about spiritual beasts, so the waiter was not surprised. He just nodded and left. Li Xian took a quick walk around. This store has 2 floors. The first floor only sells first and second level spirit beasts. Higher level spirit beasts are on the second level. One after another, the spirit beast sealing beads lay quietly on the counter. Next to each sealing bead, there is a card with detailed introduction. The spirit beast contracted by the beastmaster must be of the same level. Even if you don't want to make a contract at the second level, you can wait until you are promoted to the 3rd level. The positions unlocked at the 2nd level can only be bound to 2nd level spirit beasts. Therefore, Li Xian's main focus was still on the 2nd level spirit beast. Originally, he was worried about what to do if he couldn't see the evolutionary path of the spirit beast without binding. But now he is relieved. As long as he picks up a sealing bead, the system will automatically display the information of the spirit beast in the sealing bead. Chapter 14 Too Fast. Name Hexapod. Attributes normal. Level lower level 2. Growth 0%. Talent swiftness. Skill footblade. Evolution route. Normal route. Focus on improving light attributes. The next stage is glow hexapod. It can evolve to the 4th advanced level at the highest. Hidden route. Convert the light attribute into thunder attribute. The next stage is flying thunder hexapod. It can evolve to the 5th advanced level at the highest. This hidden route is just average. Let's take a look. Li Xian just took a look and put down the sealing bead that sealed the hexapod. Hexapods are quite common among 2nd level spiritual beasts. Li Xian also knew that the evolved form of the hexapod was the Linguang hexapod. Therefore, this route is to transform the light attribute into thunder attribute, which attracted Li Xian's attention. But the potential of this 5th level advanced one is a bit low. My own Wind Emperor has the potential to evolve into an Emperor level, so if you were to pair it with a 5th level spirit beast, it would feel a bit inappropriate. Shaking his head, Li Xian immediately looked at the next sealing bead. Li Xian didn't mean that he had to encounter a spiritual beast that had the potential to evolve into an Emperor level. That's not very realistic, and he's not that greedy. But no matter what, it must have the potential to evolve to level 7 or 8. Li Xian's eyes swept across one sealing bead after another. The information of every sealed spirit beast appeared in his mind. Li Xian discovered that not all spiritual beasts have hidden evolutionary paths. On the contrary, only a few people have it. Li Xian took a look around and found that there were only 5 or 6 spirit beasts with hidden evolutionary routes. And the ones with the highest potential can only evolve to the intermediate level of the 6th order. With the attitude of better to have nothing than to have something of inferior quality, Li Xian sighed. If it doesn't work, I'll go to a few more stores and have a look. While thinking this, Li Xian walked to the last batch of sealing beads in the corner. God will not let down those who work hard. This was a shocking sight and gave Li Xian a fright. His eyes were as big as bells and his face was full of shock. Name Flamebird. Attribute fire. Level 2nd level intermediate. Growth 21.35%. Talent lower fire element resistance flame body. Skills stare fireball. Evolution route. Auxiliary route. an evolutionary method that strengthens auxiliary capabilities. The next stage, intelligent firebird, which can evolve to the 4th level at most. Hidden route, an evolutionary method that strengthens attack capabilities. The next stage, flamingo, can evolve to the highest level of the emperor, the indestructible Shizuku. Another imperial level. A look of surprise flashed across Li Xian's face. This is really a case of going to the end of the road, but there is always a way out. Li Xian had originally planned to look around somewhere else, but he didn't expect to find such a treasure in the end. How could Li Xian feel so happy? Not only was a spiritual beast with a hidden route discovered, and the hidden route of this spirit beast is, wow, really ridiculously powerful. To be honest, the evolutionary path of spiritual beasts was discovered bit by countless generations of beastmasters. The time and energy spent is astronomical. Even so, no one dared to say that they had fully understood the breeding of spirit beasts. This is perfectly demonstrated in Li Xian's case. Not only the wind dog, but also the molters. Needless to say, the wind-controlling dog is a recognized useless spiritual beast. Molters' combat power is not low among second-tier spirit beasts, but its evolutionary talent is not high, so not many people choose it. Before Li Xian, did anyone know that these two spiritual beasts had an extremely powerful evolutionary path? Most people will only study those spiritual beasts that they believe have a future. And perhaps, a truly powerful spirit beast has lost its precious gem due to incorrect breeding methods. Li Xian did not hesitate and immediately decided to buy the molten bird as his second spirit beast. The market price of a second-level spirit beast is generally between 20,000 and 100,000. As a low-end second-level spiritual beast, the price of the flamingo is only 20,000 yuan. Li Xian felt helpless. The living allowance I just received, plus the savings I had saved from my previous frugal life, only adds up to 7,000 yuan, which is still a little short. Li Xian sighed helplessly and made up his mind that he had to find a way to make more money in the future. Being a beast tamer was really too expensive. After thinking about it, he had no choice but to call the waiter from the previous store. Does your store accept secondary wind attribute spirit crystals? Yes, sir. Please follow me. As he spoke, he guided Li Xian to a counter. Elemental spirit crystals have a wide range of uses. They are used in the evolution of more than 90% of spirit beasts and are also one of the feeds for high-level spirit beasts. Therefore, these shops engaged in the spirit beast business generally have the business of purchasing elemental spirit crystals. Li Xian took out the bag that he had prepared long ago and handed it to the counter. This bag is filled with secondary wind attribute spirit crystals. They were all the spoils he had obtained in the monster gathering place over the past few days, more than 50 in total, except for a few left as materials for the evolution of Wind Emperor. Li Xian sold all the remaining spirit crystals. The person at the counter counted them and found there were 42 in total. The market price of each spirit crystal is 800 yuan, and these shops all cooperate with Qinglong Academy. I don't dare to cheat the students of Qinglong Academy. If I get discovered, I will be in big trouble. After deducting the cost of purchasing molters, Li Xian still had 13,600 yuan left. All of a sudden, Li Xian had some savings in his pocket. Li Xian felt a little happy. Being a beast tamer costs a lot of money, but it's also easy to make money. I've made so much money in just a few days. An ordinary office worker may not even earn 10,000 yuan a month. Li Xian looked at the bank notification message in his hand indicating that the funds had arrived, feeling filled with emotion. This is just a second-level beastmaster. For those high-level beastmasters, earning 1 million a day is very normal. But the more you earn, the more you spend. My savings now are still too little, and my expenses in the future will only be more than they are now. In order to pursue a higher level, I have to find time to find a way to make money. Now let's go home and bind molters first. Holding the seal bead, Li Xian walked out of the store without hesitation, ready to return to his luxury apartment to bind the molters. I hadn't walked far when I ran into an old acquaintance. Li Xian? What a coincidence, you are here too. Qingyu looked at Li Xian with some surprise. There was a strange light flashing in his eyes, and his pupils were slightly shining. She was just planning to say a few words to Li Xian to get closer to him. Sudden, she noticed the sealing bead in Li Xian's hand. Her eyes fell on the sealing bead. She was stunned at first, and then a look of deep shock appeared on her pretty face. It's only been a short time, and Li Xian has already entered the second level? This is too fast. Is he really human? Qingyu felt that his worldview was really about to collapse. Chapter 15. Flame Bird. It's quite a coincidence. Li Xian nodded to Chunyu, said hello, and waved the hand holding the ceiling bead a few times. I heard this store is pretty good. I'm here to buy something. What are you doing? Are you going to have a second spirit beast? Chunyu asked with a somewhat uncertain tone. Li Xian nodded calmly. There was nothing to hide. People would know it sooner or later anyway. It's just that he won't take the initiative to show off. Although I was mentally prepared, I was still shocked when I heard Li Xian admit it with my own ears. There was still an uproar in Chun Yu's heart. It hasn't been long since then, and Li Xian has been promoted to a second-level beastmaster. There was something complicated in Chun Yu's eyes. She comes from a family of beastmasters, and her understanding of beastmasters is beyond ordinary people. She knew that her talent was actually quite good. Moreover, he also had sufficient supply of resources for cultivation. But even so, he is only at the upper level of the first rank now, and there is still a long way to go before he can be promoted to a second-rank beastmaster. I don't even know when I can get promoted. Compared to Li Xian, he is really far inferior. Fortunately, she has experienced too many surprises from Li Xian, and her expression management is much better than before. There was no overly exaggerated reaction. After calming down briefly, Chinyu quickly changed the subject. By the way, have you decided which club to join after school starts? Club? Li Xian was slightly stunned. He did know that there was a common tradition of establishing clubs in the Beastmaster Academy. This will help students who have spirit beasts with the same attributes to communicate with each other and make progress. There are about 20 clubs in Qinglong College. Famous ones include the Fire-type Xingyan Society, the Water-type Bitao Society, the Grass-type Chunqiao, and so on. However, Li Xian had never considered joining a club, so he shook his head. I haven't thought about that yet. He has an invincible evolution system and feels that there is little point in joining the club again. Moreover, Li Xian felt that instead of spending time communicating, it would be better to hunt more monsters and improve the strength of his spirit beast as quickly as possible. After listening to this, Chinyu smiled and nodded. I am planning to set up a chat group for Class A these days. We can discuss which club to join at that time. Li Xian agreed with a smile. The two chatted for a while, and then Chinyu said goodbye and left. Li Xian went straight back to his apartment and bound to Molters right away. The spirit beast was bound, and the ceiling bead shattered with a snap. Amidst a surge of red light, the Molters appeared in front of Li Xian. The appearance of Molters instantly raised the temperature in the room. Molters has a slender figure and fiery red fur. The two big eyes are very bright and full of curiosity about the new home. He jumped onto Li Xian's shoulder and rubbed his little head against Li Xian's cheek. Li Xian felt warm and comfortable. Li Xian felt carefully, and there seemed to be an inexplicable connection in his mind. He and Molters also felt a sense of spiritual connection. From now on, you will be my second spirit beast. Li Xian turned his head and gently stroked the flame bird's feathers with his hand. Molters rubbed his hand obediently with a very intimate attitude. Li Xian really likes this warm feeling. After playing with Molters for a while, Li Xian decided to get down to business. He opened Molters' panel and checked its hidden route. Hidden route, next stage, Flamingo, conditions to be met. 100% growth, 1 flame mother iron, 5 secondary fire attribute spirit crystals. Flame mother iron? Li Xian was not very familiar with this type of resources, so he opened his mobile phone and searched for relevant information. Flame iron is a rather rare second-order material. In terms of value alone, it will not be lower than some third-level materials. One of them costs more than 20,000 yuan on the market, which is equivalent to a Molters. Looking at the more than 10,000 yuan in his credit card, Li Xian, who thought he was relatively well off, suddenly wilted. He shook his head. I don't have enough money. I'd better go out and fight myself. After some more searching on the internet, he found a good place that produced Yinmu iron. Demonic Fire Cave. The Demon Flame Cave is located in the northern part of Donghai City, and most of the monsters inside are wind and fire monsters. After learning that there were monsters with wind attributes inside, Li Xian also searched for the evolution materials of the Wind Emperor. Among the next-level evolutionary materials, there is a rare material called Wind Demon Horn. Coincidentally, there is also a kind of monster in the Demon Flame Cave that produces this thing. Li Xian was overjoyed and smiled. That's good. We can collect all the evolution materials for 2 spirit beasts at once. Li Xian glanced out the window. It was already getting late today. Li Xian decided to rest up tonight and set off tomorrow. The next day it was just dawn. Li Xian took the bus and hurried out of the city, heading towards the Demon Flame Cave. The Demon Flame Cave is different from the monster gathering place suitable for novices to practice. The danger in the Demon Flame Cave is much greater. Just looking at the monsters on the periphery, there isn't a single one that's lower than the first level. Deep in the cave, there are many monsters of level 3 or so. Those who dare to come here are all beastmasters with certain experience. If a newbie comes here, he really doesn't know his place. At the same time, this is also the activity place for many mercenary groups. These mercenaries are active on the front lines of battle. Most of them form mercenary groups that make a living by completing bounty missions or hunting monsters. They generally have impressive strength. When Li Xian arrived at the Demon Flame Cave, he saw several teams gathered at the entrance, ready to venture into the cave. They divided into small groups, standing in distinct groups in the open space in front of the Demon Flame Cave, laughing and chatting, while also making various preparations to enter the cave. However, when he looked at other teams, his eyes were filled with deep vigilance. After all, mercenary work is a job that involves living on the edge of a knife. When performing missions, you not only have to resist attacks from monsters, but also guard against sneak attacks from other mercenary groups. After all, when every mercenary performs a mission, most of the resources collected are of great value. It is natural that some people would have evil intentions and want to kill and rob. In addition, there are many scattered beastmasters like Li Xian who come alone in front of the cave. It's so lively. Li Xian took a look and then looked away. He didn't want to have anything to do with these people. At this moment, a young man from a nearby mercenary team happened to look up and saw Li Xian, who was about to enter the Demon Flame Cave. He uttered a sigh, as if he was a little surprised. Li Xian? Why is he here? Chapter 16. Stop. What's wrong, Xiaodian? A big man next to him noticed Wu Tian's expression and asked, I saw someone I knew. Wu Tian stared at Li Xian's back and said with gritted teeth. The big man was not stupid. When he saw Wu Tian's expression, he knew that the two people knew each other. But the relationship will definitely not be good. Classmate. Oh, he deserves it. Just a poor boy, but a little bit luckier. Wu Tian snorted disdainfully and said with some contempt, Did this kid offend you? Do you want us to help you teach him a lesson? This big man's name is Xu Yong, and his mercenary group has a cooperative relationship with Wu Tian's family. They often got some business from Wu Tian's father and made a lot of money. Therefore, Xu Yong also attaches great importance to the son of their rich man. Moreover, with Wu Tian's talent, no one in the Wu family can match him. There is a high probability that Wu Tian will become the next head of the Wu family in the future. Moreover, Xu Yong felt that Li Xian was just a student. Even students from Qinglong Academy would not be very strong at this age. And from what Wu Tian said, Li Xian doesn't have any background. Then Xu Yong has nothing to be afraid of. There is such an opportunity to establish a good relationship with Wu Tian without any effort. Xu Yong naturally would not miss it. Wu Tian's expression changed, as if he was considering the pros and cons. In the end, emotion prevailed over reason, and Wu Tian nodded heavily. Then I'll leave it to Brother Su. Xu Yong smiled and patted Wu Tian on the shoulder. Xu Yong was in a good mood now. He raised his hand and made a gesture. This is the secret code for their mercenary group's actions. The 7 or 8 men with murderous auras sitting around immediately stood up and came to Xu Yong. After they were ready, they stepped into the Demon Flame Cave together. It was a little dark inside the Demon Flame Cave. When Li Xian just entered, he felt a darkness in front of his eyes. Visibility inside is extremely low. After adapting to the light, Li Xian began to look around. The walls of the cave were uneven, and many unclear body parts were scattered on the ground. There are many fluorescent stones inlaid on the walls, which were placed there by countless beastmasters who had entered the cave before. The only means of lighting in the cave. This was Li Xian's first time here, and the light was so dim that Li Xian walked very carefully. Not long after walking, Li Xian heard an extremely shrill cry coming from the front. 8 pitch-black bats with sharp teeth flew out from the darkness and rushed towards Li Xian fiercely. Each of these bats is about half the size of Li Xian, with red eyes and incredibly fast speed. You can tell at first glance that he's not someone you'd want to mess with. This is a group of night shadow bats, a first-level superior social monster. Li Xian did not dare to hesitate and directly summoned his Wind King and Molters. He shouted, "Superior!" The Wind Emperor roared, and a flash of green light appeared on his forehead. 8 wind blades carrying powerful spiritual energy fluctuations flew towards the group of fearless night shadow bats. With just one contact, the 4 in front were killed instantly without even being able to scream. The damage suffered by the 4 at the back was greatly reduced by their counterparts in front. Although he was not dead, he was dying. Li Xian ordered Molters to go forward, give him the final blow, and send them off. After dealing with this group of shadow bats, Li Xian took a look at the panel. One shadow bat only increases the growth rate by 0.15. This is too little. The growth value brought by the first-level spirit beast to the second-level spirit beast has been greatly reduced. If we just hunt down first-level monsters, the efficiency will be too low. If you want to level up quickly, you must hunt higher-level monsters. Having made up his mind, Li Xian continued to move deeper. According to information on the internet, there are mainly 2 types of monsters lingering around the periphery of the Demon Flame Cave. One is the shadow bat that Li Xian encountered just now. The other type is the first-level superior zombie. This kind of zombie is similar to the ordinary zombies in the movie Resident Evil that Li Xian had seen in his previous life. They are also ordinary people who have been demonized. Their skin became like tree bark, very rough and bumpy. Their nails and teeth became long and sharp. The mouth cannot close because the teeth are too long. Saliva flowed out from the gaps between the teeth and dripped onto the ground. There was demonic energy rising, and the body was moving in a strange posture, which looked very scary. They have lost their minds and are controlled by evil spirits. They are no longer human. In their eyes, their former kind are the most delicious food. Not long after getting rid of the shadow bat, Li Xian encountered zombies. There are more zombies this time, a total of 10. Li Xian's eyes flickered and his brows furrowed slightly. That's a bit too much, but it's just right. Let's try out the new skill that Feng Huang just unlocked. Activate Wind Shadow Claw. Wind Emperor, come on. Li Xian and Feng Huang have a telepathic connection. Li Xian just had a thought, and Feng Huang understood what he was thinking. The green light on the Wind Emperor's limbs became even stronger, and his claws also flashed with a bloodthirsty cold light. Then, the Wind Emperor turned into a hurricane and rushed into the group of zombies in an instant. Even though these zombies were all first-level superiors, Feng Huang's pair of wolf claws were like cutting tofu. With one sweep, he knocked off the heads of the 3 zombies closest to him. The zombies' black blood gushed out and splashed on the surrounding zombies. It also splashed all over Feng Huang. Only then did the surrounding zombies react, roaring and rushing towards Feng Huang together. It seems that they want to rely on their numerical advantage to wipe out the Wind Emperor. Unfortunately, it's still in vain. These zombies have no intelligence and cannot think. They can only attack based on the most primitive reactions. And Feng Huang has Li Xian's command, even though they are 1-level superiors and even though they are numerous. But I still suffered the loss because of my stupidity. Feng Huang began his massacre under the command of Li Xian. Without using any other skills, he simply relied on the power of the Wind Shadow Claw and his speed advantage. Through the most primitive hand-to-hand combat, one claw can take the life of at least 1 zombie. After a while, 3 more zombies died at the hands of Feng Huang. The molters beside Li Xian also seemed to want to go up and show off its skills, and danced anxiously beside Li Xian. There was a constant squeaking sound coming from his mouth. Li Xian smiled and shook his head, then said, "Don't worry, there will be a chance for you to show your skills." Only then did Molters behave himself. The situation on the field is now one-sided. Li Xian did not pay any more attention and let Feng Huang kill at will. He opened the panel again and looked at Feng Huang's growth panel. The growth rate provided by zombies is okay. 1 zombie provides a growth rate of 0.4. Li Xian nodded. Soon, the last few zombies were cleared out by Feng Huang. With Feng Huang clearing the way, Li Xian had a smooth journey through the outer area of the Demon Flame Cave. Arrived at the center of the Demon Flame Cave, there were also a few times when a few monsters broke through the Wind Emperor's defense and attacked the Wind Emperor's body, but they did not leave any wounds. Molters had tried to prove herself several times before, but was stopped by Li Xian every time. The first reason is that Molters needs to ensure his safety. The second reason is that concentrating on improving the growth of one is always much faster than improving them separately. If everything goes well, the growth rate can be increased to 100% within the next 2 days. We also need to get the Flame Mother Iron and the Wind Demon Horn. Flame Iron is a type of, or found deep in the Demonic Flame Cave. The Wind Demon Horn comes from a second-tier leader-level monster called the Wind Demon Wolf. Of these two materials, the Wind Demon Horn is easier to find. Because the cave is full of monsters, the leader will be easy to find as long as we find the gathering place of the Wind Demon Wolves. As for the Yimu Iron, Li Xian had no idea where it was. There is a corner at this time. Li Xian was about to go over, but a dark shadow rushed out and was about to hit Feng Huang. Feng Huang thought it was an enemy and raised his claws. A girl's scream rang out. Ah! Li Xian saw that it was a person and quickly ordered Feng Huang. Stop! The Wind Emperor's sharp claws stopped at the edge of the girl's face, still on the sharp claws strengthened by the Wind Shadow claws, reflecting the fear in the girl's pupils. Chapter 17, I'll take care of it. The girl's name is Li Xian. At this moment, Li Xian widened his eyes and stared at the claws in front of him that were shining with cold light. My heart was pounding and my eyes were filled with fear. He was so nervous that a few drops of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. It wasn't until Feng Huang's claws moved away for a few seconds that she suddenly woke up. Yu? The girl's chest heaved violently because she was too excited. He pointed at Li Xian with his right hand and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Suddenly, there was a loud roar from the other side of the corner. Not only that, there were also chaotic footsteps mixed in. The noise was getting louder and louder, and it looked like quite a few monsters were heading this way. Hearing this voice, Li Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and Li Xian also seemed to wake up from a dream. Without caring about anything else, he hurriedly said to Li Xian, "Hurry up, there are a lot of monsters behind us." Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to ask, before Li Xian could open his mouth, Li Xian pulled Li Xian out. Li Xian suddenly smiled bitterly. What's wrong with this girl? Why does she run away with someone as soon as they meet? But he still asked, "What's going on? What monster is chasing you?" "Wind Demon Wolves, lots of them, at least 15 or 20. My spirit beast is dragging them from behind. Let's take this opportunity to escape." Li Xian's pretty face turned pale. It seemed like this was her first time experiencing this kind of scene. She originally thought that with her two powerful grass-attributed spirit beasts, she would be invincible in this demon flame cave. There shouldn't be any problem. As a result, not long after they came in, they encountered a pack of Wind Demon Wolves. Li Xian regrets his decision now. In the final analysis, I underestimated this place. You should be more careful when you come here for the first time. But she insisted on running around. When he thought of this, Li Xian felt mixed emotions. Li Xian didn't have as many changes in mentality as Li Xian. He looked back. Two grass-attributed spirit beasts rushed out from the corner in a somewhat embarrassed manner, fighting and retreating. One of them had thorns all over its back, and it looked extremely ferocious. The other one is in the shape of a frog, but with a bud on its back that is about to bloom. One of these two spiritual beasts is the thorny earth dragon. One is the Myoko frog. Li Xian could tell the species of these two spirit beasts at a glance. These should be the two spirit beasts of that girl. Li Xian thought to himself. The thorn earth dragon is a second-level superior spiritual beast. Myoko frog is a second-level intermediate. Both of these spirit beasts are well-known and outstanding species among the second-level grass attribute spirit beasts. Li Xian couldn't help but feel a little strange. It shouldn't be like that. Although the Wind Demon Wolf is a lower-level second-order monster, the combat power of these two spirit beasts is also not low. The two of them joined forces to fight against so many Wind Demon Wolves. Even if you can't win, you won't be so embarrassed. Li Xian turned around and was about to ask. Li Xian seemed to see what he wanted to ask and said as he ran, "If it were only these Wind Demon Wolves, I wouldn't be in such a mess. But who would have thought that there was a Wind Demon Wolf leader in there? This Wind Wolf leader is so annoying." Upon hearing this, Li Xian hurriedly looked back. Sure enough, when all the Wind Demon Wolves rushed out from the corner, a burly figure as big as two Wind Wolves rushed out. This is the leader of the Wind Demon Wolf. The blood-red eyes of the Wind Demon Wolf leader were filled with bloodthirsty cruelty. His black hair was emitting purple demonic energy, and his burly body gave people a feeling of terror and oppression. However, what attracted Li Xian's attention most was the single horn in the middle of his forehead. Whatever you think will come true. Li Xian's eyes lit up. This demon flame cave was too good for him. I was just worrying about how to find the Wind Demon Wolf leader, but now he has come to my doorstep. At the same time, the system issued another task. Ding mission released. Catch the leader first. Kill the Wind Wolf leader and complete the task to get 200 reward points. When he heard that there was a mission, Li Xian stopped abruptly. As soon as Li Xian stopped, Li Xiruo also stopped. She couldn't understand why Li Xian stopped, and she pulled Li Xian's arm anxiously. What are you doing? Those guys are catching up to us? Why don't you run for your life? Run! Li Xiruo's face was full of panic. Li Xian silently pulled his hand out of Li Xiruo's and said calmly, "You go now. This big guy has something I want. I have to stay and take it away." Li Xiruo was stunned when he heard this, then looked at Li Xian's spirit beast. "You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. I originally thought he was some kind of expert. A little hope of surviving the disaster just began to rise in my heart. But all these hopes were instantly shattered when they saw Li Xian, the spiritual beast." Li Xiruo almost passed out. She also took it for granted that Li Xian's Feng Huang was just a normal variant of the wind-controlling dog. "I have fallen into a misunderstanding." She thought Li Xian must be crazy. How can such a useless spirit beast help in actual combat? "I didn't meet a fool. He's so handsome, but I didn't expect his brain isn't very useful." Although she thought so, she still kindly reminded Li Xian, "Look carefully. This is a second-level superior Wind Wolf leader. And there's not just him, he also has a group of younger brothers with him. How are you going to deal with it?" However, Li Xian didn't take Li Xiruo's kind reminder seriously at all. He stared at the horns on the Wind Wolf leader's head with burning eyes and said, "I know, just leave it alone." So Li Xian's mind moved, and Feng Huang felt Li Xian's thoughts. Without saying a word, the green gem on his forehead flashed, and 10 wind blades flew out. Then the power of Wind Talent and Wind Shadow Claw talent are activated. The Wind Emperor transformed into a hurricane and rushed into the Wind Demon Wolf pack. Looking at Feng Huang rushing forward, Li Xiruo was speechless. This guy has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he doesn't look like a stupid person. How come you act like you have no brains? Isn't this just seeking death? Can a Wind Dog mutant defeat the Wind Wolf leader? You can't even beat a Wind Demon Wolf. It seems I can only rely on myself." Li Xiruo sighed and made up his mind. "Forget it. At worst, we can let the Thorn Dragon cover our retreat. Myosotis can protect us as we leave." Although Li Xiruo felt very sad about sacrificing a spiritual beast, even if the spiritual beast died, it would be resurrected after a period of time. In comparison, saving your life is more important. Thinking of this, Li Xiruo grabbed Li Xian's hand again and tried to take him away by force. But at this moment, only a muffled sound was heard. Li Xiruo looked up when he heard the voice. Not far away, I saw that 8 wind wolves in the Wind Demon Wolf pack had become headless ghosts. Then she looked at the Wind Emperor, who she thought was useless. It was like a hungry wolf rushing into a flock of sheep. Every time a sharp claw flashed or a wind blade flew by, a wind wolf would die. This scene had a serious impact on Li Xiruo's worldview. Unconsciously, Li Xiruo froze and his mouth turned into a big O shape. Chapter 18. I've learned a lot. To be honest, Li Xiruo had never thought about it. One day, she will see a useless spirit beast that can kill a group of second-level monsters. This probability is probably like waking up one morning and seeing the sun rising from the west. I'm not dreaming, am I? Li Xiruo was a little dumbfounded and said something uncertainly. Li Xian smiled when he heard this. "Would you like me to verify it for you?" Li Xian had just been joking, but he hadn't expected that. Li Xiruo actually nodded for some unknown reason. So Li Xian sighed, reached out his hand, and flicked Li Xiruo on the head. After this brain explosion, Li Xian seemed to feel a little happier. Li Xian's head collapsed, and Li Xiruo screamed in pain. Finally, he woke up and got out of his previous stunned state. She didn't have time to argue with Li Xian about these trivial matters. For her, she was curious about everything about Feng Huang, so she hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with your spirit beast? Why is it so powerful?" Li Xian did not answer, but looked at her quietly, with deep meaning in his eyes. Li Xiruo finally reacted. It is a big taboo for a beastmaster to ask about the situation of other people's spirit beasts. So he quickly waved his hand and apologized to Li Xian. "I'm sorry, just pretend I didn't ask." Li Xian smiled and nodded, and also waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing. Then he looked into the distance. Although the Wind Emperor is the same as these ordinary Wind Demon Wolves, they are both lower-level second level. However, Feng Huang's true combat power is far superior to the latter. because Feng Huang now has 8 talents and skills. Based on this point alone, Feng Huang can basically be invincible in the same realm. What's more, not only does Feng Huang have many skills, but each of them is of the highest quality. Let's talk about the talent. Head of Iron. The defense increased by this talent is extremely abnormal. The attack of the Wind Demon Wolf fell on the Wind Emperor. It can only knock off a few hairs. Even if the Wind Emperor's output is not high, he can still kill them with his defensive ability alone. Not to mention that the Wind Emperor also has the Wind Shadow Claws, which can make his claws extremely sharp. The current Wind Emperor is capable of both offense and defense. Basically, one claw can take away a Wind Wolf. At this time, all the ordinary Wind Demon Wolves had been dealt with by the Wind Emperor. Li Xian had no time to pay attention to Li Siruo's condition. All his attention was now on Feng Huang. After all, this is the first time that Feng Huang has fought against a leader-level monster among the second-level monsters. Moreover, the killing of all his men also aroused the ferocity of the Wind Demon Wolf leader. The bloodthirsty red light in its eyes became even stronger. With a soft chi sound, his wolf claws turned into sharp blades. It was already a burly figure. The body size has become larger again. In comparison, Feng Huang was like a little wolf cub in front of it. Roar! He saw Feng Huang, who was much smaller than him, rushing towards him. The leader of the Wind Demon Wolf roared angrily, stirred up strong winds in the cave, and accelerated forward. At the same time, a pair of wolf claws were raised and slapped hard on the Wind Emperor's head. Li Siruo exclaimed. She knew how powerful the wolf claws of the leader of the Wind Demon Wolf were. Even the thorny earth dragon, which is famous for its defensive power, can't defend it. And now, the claws of the leader of the Wind Demon Wolf are obviously strengthened. The power is definitely greater than before. If Li Xian's spirit beast resists forcefully, he may suffer a loss. However, the outcome of the battle did not go as Li Siruo had guessed. Li Siruo saw it with astonishment. The Wind Emperor allowed the sharp claws of the Wind Demon Wolf leader to hit him. It seems that nothing is wrong with me. You must know that the body of the Wind Demon Wolf leader is bigger than that of the Wind Emperor. Moreover, the Wind Wolf leader's attack was from top to bottom, with the help of inertia. The power is greatly enhanced. But even so, no substantial harm was caused to the Wind Emperor. If you really want to put it bluntly, it's just a few hairs that fell off. Li Xian even doubted that if this continued, would his Feng Huang turn into a bald wolf? The Wind Emperor took on this powerful blow and emerged unscathed. The Wind Demon Wolf leader was confused. He couldn't understand why the little cub in front of him had such strong defense. In other words, he underestimated the enemy. Taking advantage of the moment, when the Wind Demon Wolf leader was stunned, Li Xian finally commanded the Wind Emperor to launch the Storm Slash. A little cold light arrives first, but it seemed that the Wind Wolf leader was not hurt at all. The Wind Demon Wolf leader was also frightened and quickly looked around his body, finding nothing wrong. Li Siruo sighed. What a pity. If we had seized such a good opportunity just now, we would have been able to kill this damn Wind Demon Wolf leader. However, at this time, Feng Huang had turned around and slowly walked towards Li Xian. Li Siruo frowned. She really couldn't understand. The opponent was still alive and well, and he just left so brazenly? That should have been the strongest attack. Could it be that after seeing that his spirit beast attacks had no damage, he gave up on treatment? Just when Li Siruo was constantly guessing in his heart. As the Wind Wolf leader was about to launch an attack, an astonishing spiritual power fluctuation suddenly erupted from his body. All I heard was a sharp sizzle sound. The body of the Wind Demon Wolf leader was torn into 2 pieces like a piece of cloth. The power of the violent wind exploded. It seemed that a lot of the evil spirit in the cave had been blown away. Li Siruo was stunned again. She had never heard of such a powerful variant of the Wind Dog. I really learned a lot today, Li Siruo murmured, and couldn't help but glance at Li Xian. What is the origin of this person? He actually has such a powerful and strange spirit beast. Molters was not idle during this period either. It went to clean up the battlefield. He came to Li Xian with a dozen secondary Wind Attribute spirit crystals. These were the spoils he dug out from the corpse of the Wind Demon Wolf. The Molters chirped a few times, as if asking for credit. Li Xian smiled and touched Molter's head. The latter immediately showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. Is this your second spirit beast? Li Siruo asked. Li Xian was non-committal. Nodded. He is indeed a second-level beastmaster. However, This molters looked much weaker, so she could naturally tell that molters had not mutated. However, Li Xian thought that a variant of the wind-controlling dog could be trained so well under Li Xian. An idea popped up in my mind unconsciously. Will the molters also undergo different changes in his hands? However, Li Xian himself felt that this idea was not very realistic. After this matter was resolved, Li Xian prepared to leave. So she thanked Li Xian and introduced herself. Thank you for saving me. My name is Li Xian, and I am a sophomore at Qinglong College. And you? Li Xian. This name sounded familiar to Li Xian, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Li Xian frowned unconsciously. Li Xian saw Li Xian's tangle, so he smiled and called out, "Hello, senior sister. I'm a freshman who just entered Qinglong College this year." Now Li Xian remembered, and his eyes widened. Are you the top scorer in the freshman entrance exam? Chapter 19 Collection. Li Xian knew that among this year's freshmen, a monster with extraordinary talent appeared. During the test, the imperial seal used for testing was actually blown up. This junior fellow has become very famous in the academy, but only a few senior students have actually seen him. She could never have imagined that the real owner would be standing in front of her and save his own life. This world is really small, and fate is so wonderful. There was silence for a long moment. Li Xian finally came back to his senses from his shock. At this time, Li Xian had already arrived at the body of the Wind Demon Wolf leader. He forcefully broke off the Wind Demon horns on his head. After getting the Wind Demon horn, Li Xian showed a happy smile on his face. The materials for the Wind Emperor's evolution have been prepared, and the only thing left is the growth rate. The Wind Demon Wolf leader brought 20% growth to the Wind Emperor, plus those ordinary Wind Demon Wolves that were just killed. The growth rate of Fenghuang has reached 60%. What a great harvest! If 2 more leader-level second-order monsters come, the Wind Emperor's growth will almost be complete. Of course, Li Xian was just thinking about it. The leader-level monsters were not the junk that was everywhere on the street. How can you just happen to meet someone? At the same time, the voice of the system echoed in Li Xian's mind. Catch the leader first. Mission completed. 200 reward points obtained. Li Xian looked at the panel. There are currently no talents or skills that have been unlocked, only the 10 small items in Blessing of the Elemental Wolf. After thinking about it, Li Xian first bet 100 reward points to unlock the Blessing of the Earth Wolf and increase the resistance to the Earth attribute. After all, Earth attribute damage is the biggest weakness of Wind attribute spirit beasts. As for other elemental resistances, I'm not too worried. You can save the evolution points for future use. So Li Xian turned the panel to his own part. Name, Li Xian. Level, 2nd level intermediate. Spiritual power, 1,500 of 1,500. Spiritual beast, Wind Speed Dog King Molters. Reward points 149. Li Xian then remembered that the beastmasters means were not only spiritual beasts, but also spiritual arts. I'm already a 2nd level beastmaster. How can I not know spiritual arts? Especially defensive spiritual arts, which are what beastmasters must master. Because in battle, it is impossible for the spirit beast to protect the beastmaster all the time. For the sake of their own safety, and in order to maximize the chances of killing monsters, beastmasters usually learn 1 or 2 defensive spiritual arts. In order to protect yourself in battle, the Wind Demon Horn is the material for your spirit beast's evolution. Li Xian's voice pulled Li Xian back from his thoughts. Li Xian's curious eyes moved back and forth between Fenghuang and the Wind Demon Horn in Li Xian's hands. Li Xian nodded. Now Li Xian was even more certain that Fenghuang was definitely not an ordinary spirit beast. Ordinary wind-controlling dogs, or their variants, do not require the wind horn for their evolution. This must be a new spiritual beast similar to the wind-controlling dog, but one that has never been discovered before. The next step is to find the flame mother iron. But as he walked along the way, he didn't find any Yinmu iron. Think about it. Li Xian felt that Li Xian had come here a long time ago, and perhaps she knew the whereabouts of Yamyuti. So he asked casually, "Senior, do you know where the flame mother iron is?" In fact, Li Xian just asked casually and didn't expect Li Xian to know. However, to Li Xian's surprise, Li Xian actually nodded. "Yamutai? I know where it is. It's right where I just ran over. It was because I coveted the flame mother iron that I was hunted down by that group of wind demon wolves." Li Xian was greatly encouraged upon hearing this. He asked hurriedly, "Senior, can you take me there?" Li Xian nodded. "It can be." But there is a group of ghosts over there, about 20 to 30 of them. Li Xian shook his head indifferently. It's okay, senior. Li Siruo didn't care. She said this not to persuade Li Xian to leave. Instead, he was told about the enemy situation near Yamuti, so that he could make plans early. No need to improvise when the time comes. Ghosts are just second-level, lower-level monsters. With the strength shown by Li Xian's Wind Emperor, it would not be too easy to deal with 20 or 30 ghosts. There's nothing to be afraid of. Without further ado, the two of them set off immediately. Li Siruo led the way, and the two went upstream in the direction from which the wind demon wolf came. He encountered a few scattered monsters blocking the way along the way, but they all became nutrients for the Wind Emperor to increase his growth. After a while, the two arrived at their destination. This is an extremely spacious cave, with many eerie bones scattered inside. Before entering the cave, Li Xian felt a chill that seemed to strike directly into one's soul. Many lives must have been devoured here. Li Xian did not see the ghost that Li Siruo mentioned. Those ghosts seemed to have gone away. Li Siruo breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good if there was one less battle. Li Xian's attention was not on this. All his energy was put into finding the flame mother iron. Li Siruo also understood. She smiled and pointed to an area. Here it is. Li Xian looked in the direction of Li Siruo's finger. Sure enough, I saw a piece of red metal that was glowing slightly. Li Xian hurried over and compared the information about Yinmu iron that he had searched in his mind. After a comparison, he was overjoyed. This is the flame mother iron. Li Xian hurriedly asked Feng Huang to dig out the piece of Yinmu iron. After a while, Feng Huang completed the task. With the unearthed Yinmu iron in his mouth, he handed it to Li Xian. Looking at the Yinmu iron in his hand, Li Xian smiled with relief. Now all the materials are finally collected. At this point, Li Xian's main goal of coming to the Demon Flame Cave has been achieved. He already has all the most important materials for evolution. The remaining 2 secondary element crystals were not a problem either, as he already had the ones with wind attributes. You can just use the fire attribute to kill the monsters, or it is also a good choice to buy it directly. As long as the growth of both of your spirit beasts reaches 100%, you can evolve them at any time. At that time, his strength will be further improved. Li Xian thought about it and decided to leave first. Take a rest first. So he asked Li Siruo, I have to go first. What about you, senior? Li Siruo was about to answer, but was interrupted by a sudden burst of chaotic footsteps. Li Xian and Li Siruo looked in the direction where the footsteps came from. I saw 7 or 8 strong men walking in from another exit of the cave. The leaders were Wu Tian and Xu Yong. When both sides met, they were stunned at the same time. Wu Tian. Li Xian was a little surprised. Wu Tian's eyes lit up and a sneer appeared on his face. Li Xian, you are in big trouble today? Chapter 20, leave it to me. Just when they were about to give up, they met Li Xian here. Wu Tian laughed grimly. It seems like God is helping me. Wu Tian stared at Li Xian's figure, his eyes burning with anger. Wu Tian had long been jealous and hateful of this lowly commoner, whose birth was inferior to his. You are just a poor boy from a humble background. Why do you think you can be so arrogant over me? Why are you more talented than me? Li Xian saw the grim smile on Wu Tian's face and frowned slightly. Li Siruo sensed the strange atmosphere in the air and the hostility shown by Wu Tian, who was confronting Li Xian. There was a wary look in his eyes when he looked at Wu Tian and others. Who are you? No one answered her. Wu Tian's attention was on Li Xian. Xu Yong and other members of the mercenary group focused their attention on the flame mother iron in Li Xian's hand. The second-level material, flame mother iron, is very valuable. For a mercenary group like theirs, this is a considerable sum of money. The greed in the eyes of several people was not concealed at all. There are many of them, so they can deal with these 2 people here. Then steal the flame mother iron and disguise the scene to look like a monster attack. This way no one will find out that they did it. Thinking of this, Xu Yong became more determined to kill and rob. So Xu Yong smiled. Boy, hand over the flame mother iron in your hand. As Xu Yong spoke, he led the mercenaries closer to Li Xian and Li Siruo. There was an unfriendly look in his eyes. He just wanted to snatch it away. Li Siruo was a little angry and glared at Xu Yong. You are committing robbery. Aren't you afraid that I will report you to the Mercenary Union? The Mercenary Guild is a subordinate organization of the Beastmaster Association, responsible for the management of mercenary groups and mercenaries punishing and disqualifying any beastmaster who violates the regulations of the mercenary union. He has considerable deterrent power among mercenaries. They turn a deaf ear to this and are ready to kill and rob. So why are they afraid of your reporting? Let's talk about it first if we can get back alive. Besides, no one can prove that this thing belongs to Li Xian and his friends. If we really start arguing about this, I'm afraid it will end up in nothing. Several mercenaries laughed disdainfully. His eyes looked at Li Siruo and scrupulously. This made Li Siruo very angry. In comparison, Li Xian was much calmer. Facing the unfriendly looks from Xu Yong, Wu Tian, and others, he just frowned from beginning to end. There are no other changes. His eyes were just slightly narrowed, flashing with an unfathomable light. When Wu Tian and Xu Yong saw Li Xian like this, they felt uneasy for no reason. It seems that something bad is about to happen. Wu Tian's right eyelid twitched violently. They have the advantage in numbers now, but it seems that they're the ones who are in danger. However, the two of them quickly calmed down. They had the advantage in numbers, so what was there to be afraid of? Although Li Xian is the top freshman in Qinglong College this year, but it's just a new life. Compared with the old mercenaries who have been on the edge of danger for many years, his strength is still not enough. That is the girl next to him who has a good figure, fair skin, and beautiful looks, and her ability is pretty good. The two grass-attributed spirit beasts are both at the second level, so they might be a little more difficult to deal with. But no matter what, Xu Yong felt that they would definitely win. Thinking of this, Xu Yong convinced himself. A smile appeared on his face, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. What about Li Xian? Li Siruo approached Li Xian and asked quietly while trying to remain calm. These guys are obviously from a mercenary group, and basically all of them are second-level beastmasters. There were more than 10 spirit beasts summoned. There are even upper-level second-order and peak-level second-order spirit beasts, especially the big man who asked Li Xian to hand over the Yinmu iron in the beginning. He even owns a lower-level third-order spirit beast. Shi and Li Xian were outnumbered and were no match for them. If a fight really broke out, Li Siruo felt that his side would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. So she asked tentatively, "How about giving them the Flame Mother Iron?" Li Xian shook his head. "Useless, senior. These people are coming for me. Even if I hand over the Yinmu Tai, they won't let me go. And they must be afraid that we will report them to the mercenary union, and they will definitely kill us at all costs." Having said this, Li Xian paused, and then said calmly, "Don't worry, senior sister, just leave it to me." Li Siruo was a little confused. "Leave it to you? Why are you still so confident even though you are in such a desperate situation? Could it be that Li Xian has some other trump card?" Li Xian didn't explain either, and now was not the time to explain. Li Xian quickly opened a panel and invested the bonus points without hesitation. Although Li Xian felt a little heartbroken, there seemed to be no other way at this time. In just a moment, Feng Huang's growth rate reached 100%, 80 bonus points less. The first level has 1 bonus point, and the growth rate has increased by 1. Now the second level has doubled it. Li Xian felt even more pain. He could only comfort himself in his heart. Anyway, it can be considered as evolution. It's not a loss if you can save your life. Without hesitation, Li Xian decisively chose to evolve. On the Spirit Beast panel, Feng Huang's information changed again. Name: Storm Wolf. Attribute: Wind. Level: Peak of level 2. Growth 0%. Talent: Power of the Wind, Iron Head, Wind Whispering Spell. Power of the Wilderness, Blessing of the Earth Spirit Wolf. Skills: Wind Blade Slash, Storm Slash, Wind Shadow Claw. Evolution Route, Hidden Route. The next stage, Storm Wolf Guard, needs to meet the evolution conditions. Growth rate X 100%, Wind Soul X1, and lower level Wind Attribute Spirit Crystals X5. Li Xian and the Wind Emperor have a telepathic connection. He can feel that the power of wind in the Wind Emperor's body is much stronger than before. Combined with Feng Huang's 8 talents and skills, Li Xian felt that he might be able to fight. Li Xian smiled slightly. "You think you can take advantage of your numbers to steal my things? Come on, just come on. It is still unknown who will win." Chapter 21: Big Changes. At this time, Feng Huang's appearance had changed. All the cuteness that originally belonged to dogs has disappeared. The Wind Emperor's hair turned silver white, his body grew a little bigger, and muscles began to bulge on his body. It's not the kind of scary muscle lumps, but the kind of muscles that reveal a strong and beautiful feeling. The green light flowing above the limbs became even more intense. Looking closely, Even though Feng Huang did not move, he could feel a layer of blurry afterimages around him. At this time, the spiritual power fluctuations flowing around the Wind Emperor's body were much greater than before. A circle of spiritual power gale spread out in all directions with the Wind Emperor as the center. The Wind Emperor bared his teeth, his body bent into a bow shape, as if he was ready to attack at any time. When Wu Tian saw this scene, he swallowed and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It actually evolved? Everyone present was a little surprised to see this scene, and Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim. But then, Xu Yong suppressed the surprise in his heart and snorted coldly. So, what if it evolved? It won't cause any waves. After hearing what Xu Yong said, Wu Tian came back to his senses and thought to himself, "That's right, so what if you've evolved? I have more people than you, and I'm going to take care of you today." So Wu Tian said to Xu Yong impatiently, "Brother Su, stop wasting time talking to them. Let's just get started." He couldn't wait to see Li Xian being beaten black and blue. He knelt in front of him, crying and begging him to spare his life. The more Wu Tian thought about this scene, the more excited he became, and a hideous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. Naturally, Xu Yong would not have any objections. Just as Li Xian thought. Even if Li Xian voluntarily handed over the Yanmu iron, Xu Yong did not intend to let them go. So Xu Yong chuckled evilly, waved his hands suddenly, and started giving orders. Kill the spirit beasts of those two people first, and be careful not to let them get away. Su Yong's men had been prepared for a long time, just waiting for Su Yong's order. Suddenly, more than a dozen spirit beasts roared together and rushed towards Li Xian and Li Xian fiercely, raising a cloud of dust. The scene before him made Li Xian clench her palms unconsciously. A fine layer of sweat appeared on the smooth and white forehead. Her two spirit beasts, the Thorn Earth Dragon and the wonderful Grass Frog, immediately stood in front of Li Xian. Their eyes were somewhat solemn, and they took fighting stances to protect their masters from being invaded by the enemy. But Li Xian still looked calm. The Wind Emperor's claws suddenly grew longer and sharper, and the green light surging on his limbs turned into substantial flames. Power of Wind and Wind Shadow Claw are activated at the same time, as the level of Wind Emperor continues to increase. The power of Wind Emperor's talents and skills is also constantly increasing. The original Wind Force only increased the speed by about 15%, and now it has reached 25%. The same is true for Wind Shadow Claw. Originally, the increase in attack was only 10%, but now it has reached a terrifying 20%. Even though it's only a 10% increase, this increase can include the bonus of the power of the Great Wilderness. Li Xian waved his hand. Feng Huang narrowed his eyes slightly, roared, and his bent body suddenly shot out. When the Wind Emperor attacked before, his figure could still be seen clearly. Now, with the blessing of the power of wind, it has completely turned into an afterimage. The Wind Emperor rushed towards the invading enemy with the force of thunder. The khaki snapping turtle at the front raised his hand and used a storm slash. This blow with the force of the wind shocked the snapping turtle, and it hurriedly curled up into its shell. Regardless of the Feng Emperor, the offensive continues unabated. Just hearing a roar, the snapping turtle was blown away like a cannonball, spinning in the air. Finally, it hit the wall of the Demon Flame Cave. The turtle shell was embedded in it, and large pieces of rubble were thrown out. Everyone looked at the snapping turtle and saw that the turtle shell was full of cracks where the wolf's claws had hit it. The snapping turtle had also been knocked unconscious, and its limbs were hanging down weakly. Snapping turtles are known for their defense, and the spiritual power emitted by the Wind Emperor only fluctuates at the peak of the second level. He was able to beat a high defense spirit beast that was one level higher than him with one palm. Everyone here felt a little unreal. Everyone took a breath of cool air. But this is not the most shocking thing. After slapping the alligator, snapping turtle away with one palm, Feng Huang did not stop. Soon there was another violent slash, killing another peak second-level spirit beast. The spirit beast did not have a shell as thick as the alligator turtle, and Feng Huang was extremely fast. The beast died when its claws fell, and the black cat's head flew high, killing it instantly. The breathing of everyone in Wu Tian's group suddenly stagnated. Wu Tian, Xu Yong, and others widened their eyes in shock, looking at the unbelievable scene in front of them with disbelief. This is impossible. Wu Tian screamed in shock, his eyes widened as if he wanted to escape. Isn't Li Xian's spirit beast a first-level one? When did it become so powerful? Two spirit beasts at the peak of the second order, one died, and the other was seriously injured in just one fight? This is incredible. For a moment, Wu Tian felt an unreal feeling as if he was in a dream. After losing two peak-level, second-level spirit beasts in succession, Xu Yong frowned slightly. Although spirit beasts can be reborn, it takes time to be reborn. During this period of time, the combat effectiveness of their mercenary group will be greatly reduced. He was about to ask Wu Tian, but he knew it when he saw Wu Tian's expression. This situation was also beyond his expectations. A spiritual beast that can easily achieve this cannot be a first-level spiritual beast. Maybe he has already reached the third level. But at this point, Xu Yong was already in a difficult situation and had no choice but to continue. Fortunately, they are not without the power to deal with it. In an instant, Xu Yong came up with a solution. He immediately sent the third-level green water dragon beside him up. As it is also a third-level spiritual beast, Xu Yong is very confident in his green water dragon. This is the most powerful of the third-level spirit beasts he owns, and it is also the one that has cost him the most time and resources. There are 4 skill talents in total. He was confident that as long as he didn't encounter a situation where the attributes conflicted, his green water dragon would be able to fight even if it was a third-level intermediate one. Even if Li Xian is at the third level, it is impossible for him, a young boy who has just entered school, to go beyond the intermediate level of the third level. It was only a matter of time before his own green water dragon crushed him. The more Xu Yong thought about it, the more it made sense. He watched the green water dragon rush towards the Wind Emperor with full confidence. Bang! With a loud bang, the claws of the green water dragon have attacked Feng Huang's body. The expression on Xu Yong's face made a 180-degree turn. From the confident smile at the beginning, it suddenly turned into the unbelievable stunned look now. It's not his fault. The third-level green water dragon was determined to attack, but it didn't even knock off a single hair of the Wind Emperor. It was all in vain, and the green water dragon was also stunned when he saw this scene. Xu Yong wanted to say something, but his mind was a mess, and he didn't know what to say. What kind of defense is this? This defense strength has probably reached the 4th level. How can we fight this? Chapter 22, Despair. To be honest, this scene is really unbelievable. Before Wu Tian and Xu Yong decided to take action, I never expected the situation to develop into this. The battle, which they thought they had won, went out of their control from the very beginning. First, Li Xian's spirit beast evolved. Then there is the terrifying suppressive force unleashed by Li Xian's spirit beast. The 2 second-level peak spirit beasts were not able to withstand a single move from it. One was knocked unconscious, and the other was killed instantly. Even the third-level green water dragon that Xu Yong had high hopes for. The blow was sure to succeed, but it didn't even knock off a single hair of the wolf. On the contrary, the green water dragon could only hold on with great difficulty under the attack of the Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor's attack methods are very comprehensive. If you want to play close combat, there are wolf claws at your service. The green water dragon distanced itself from the enemy and wanted to attack it with a long-range attack. Before he could stand firm, the green gem on the Wind Emperor's forehead began to sparkle, and one wind blade after another flew over with strong gusts of wind. It interrupted the long-range attack that the green water dragon was about to launch. Li Xian, who was watching the fight from the side, was also stunned. Not long ago, he saw the Wind Emperor kill the second-level superior Wind Demon Wolf leader and found it incredible. But not long after, she saw the scene again where Feng Huang killed a peak second-level spirit beast and suppressed the third-level spirit beast to the point where it had no power to fight back. And it seems to be easier than fighting the Wind Wolf leader. This is too incredible. He originally thought that the changes brought about by Li Xian's spirit beast were just a secret method. But now it seems that the spiritual beast has evolved. But this increase in strength is too exaggerated. Li Xian was secretly shocked and secretly glanced at Li Xian. She was finding it increasingly difficult to see through Li Xian. In contrast to this, on the other side, Wu Tian and Xu Yong looked unhappy. The 2 men are now pale and sweating profusely. Their most proud spiritual beasts were all suppressed and beaten. After losing their advantage in strength, they no longer have the arrogance they once had. Instead, there was deep panic. In particular, while the Wind Emperor was suppressing the green water dragon, he also continuously released wind blades to attack other spirit beasts. As more and more spirit beasts died at the hands of the Wind Emperor, the fear on their faces became more and more intense. Wu Tian was already confused at this time and kept muttering to himself with a somewhat empty look in his eyes. No, something must be wrong. I must be dreaming now. Li Xian is just a lowly commoner with no money and no status. How could he have such an outstanding spiritual beast? This must be fake. He couldn't accept all this. After a moment, a fierce look flashed in Wu Tian's eyes. He growled, pointed at Li Xian, and ordered the young black turtle beside him. Kill him for me. The young black turtle rushed towards Li Xian in response. Li Siruo's eyes turned cold, and he snorted. Do you really think I'm just a decoration? She was just about to let the thorn dragon take action against the baby black turtle. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a red figure rushing out first. It was Li Xian's molters. The molters opened its mouth. A red light appeared in its mouth, and a burning breath spread out. This caused the temperature in the cave to rise significantly. A moment later, a fireball the size of a rubber ball condensed and shot towards the baby black turtle. Boom! With a loud bang, the baby black turtle's head was blown into pieces. The headless corpse swayed in place and then fell to the ground. Li Xian just glanced at him coldly and then looked away. The young black turtle is just a first-level upper-class spirit beast, and the molters is at the bottom even among second-level spirit beasts. Killing it is still effortless. Moreover, molters ranking at the bottom does not mean that it is at the bottom in terms of strength, but in terms of potential. Li Xian only took a quick look at the massacre and then looked away with a calm expression. He looked at Wu Tian with cold eyes. It was a battle without any suspense, and it wasn't worth investing too much emotion in. Wu Tian is different. After witnessing his only spirit beast being killed instantly in one move, Wu Tian's face turned pale instantly. Then he saw Li Xian's cold gaze again. Wu Tian was already in a state of panic. He felt that there was a chilling, murderous intent in Li Xian's eyes. Wu Tian just felt a little suffocated. It was as if a strong arm was gripping his heart from nowhere. He couldn't hold on any longer. He screamed in collapse and turned and ran. In such a panic, he forgot to run out of the cave and instead ran deeper into the demon flame cave. Xu Yong was so angry when he saw Wu Tian's panic-stricken look that he started cursing. If it wasn't for venting Wu Tian's anger, their mercenary group wouldn't have ended up like this. In the end, Wu Tian left them and ran away, leaving them here to fight against the evil star Li Xian. How could they not be angry? But to everyone's surprise, in just a few seconds, Wu Tian was back here again. He rushed into the crowd without choosing a way out, looking extremely panicked. There are monsters in there. Run. There are a lot of monsters in there. As soon as he finished speaking, countless ghosts suddenly ran out of the cave. The number was far more than what Li Siruo described. These ghosts floated in the air, opened their bloody mouths full of fangs, and pounced on the nearest mercenary members at astonishing speed. It's a ghost! Damn it! Where do all these ghosts come from? Go away! Don't bite me! Brother Xu Yong has a lot of meat. Go bite him. See, you're almost dead, and you're still selling me out. Screams broke out among the crowd and echoed in the demon flame cave, which was extremely terrifying. Caught off guard, the last few people were instantly knocked to the ground by numerous ghosts. He didn't even have time to cast any defensive magic before he was eaten to bones. Everyone's expression changed instantly. At this time, their spirit beasts were still fighting with the Wind Emperor, and there were only a few left. There are no spiritual beasts protecting them. In this situation, they had no way to resist the huge number of ghost attacks. For a moment, blood splattered in the cave, and a strong smell of blood filled the cave. It's those ghosts. Their numbers are increasing again. Li Siruo's pretty face turned pale, and she turned her head away with some reluctance. Even if Wu Tian and Su Yong's gang had evil intentions towards him first, she didn't want to see so many people die in front of her. After all, he is still a student and has not seen too many bloody scenes. This scene still made her feel a little uncomfortable. By this time, Feng Huang had already dealt with the green water dragon, and the rest of the spirit beasts were also seriously injured. The mercenaries were being attacked by ghosts, so they had no time to take care of them. Li Xian decisively recalled Feng Huang and said to Li Siruo, "Let's go." As for the mercenaries who were being slaughtered by ghosts, he was not so kind as to care about them. These people can only wish for the best. Of course, without their spiritual beasts, their hope of survival was slim. At this time, Wu Tian saw Li Xian and Li Siruo preparing to leave. He was fleeing in a hurry and shouted to Li Xian desperately. Li Xian, I was wrong. We are classmates. Save me. I will agree to whatever you want. Tears streamed down his face, and his voice was trembling with a strong sense of begging. Li Xian paused when he heard this, as if he was thinking. After a moment, a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he left without looking back. Seeing this scene, Wu Tian was completely desperate. His eyes were so dull that he forgot to run away and was knocked to the ground by a ghost. The last thing he saw before he fell into eternal darkness. It's a gradually enlarging bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. Chapter 23, Entering the Cave. The entrance to the Demon Flame Cave. Li Xian and Li Siruo ran out of the cave as fast as they could. Li Xian glanced at Li Siruo, who was breathing heavily, and said, Senior, let's say goodbye here. Li Siruo didn't expect Li Xian to speak so bluntly, as if she was a burden, and couldn't help but be stunned. When Li Siruo came to his senses, Li Xian had already walked away. This junior is really decisive. Li Siruo couldn't help but complain with a wry smile. But it's quite handsome this way. Smiling and shaking his head, Li Siruo also walked away. I walked alone for a while and saw that there was no one around. Li Xian summoned the system panel and checked the new skills and talents added after Feng Huang evolved. Enhanced resistance to primary abnormal effects strengthens your ability to resist negative effects, reducing the duration and damage of the effects, including poisoning, burns, frostbite, sleep, fear, paralysis, and dizziness. Each category requires 100 reward points to unlock. Sky Roar, a mental attack that causes mental damage and has a chance to paralyze the opponent, making them unable to move. The activation probability is 50%. The stronger the opponent, the lower the activation probability. The lowest probability will not be lower than 15%. 150 reward points are required to unlock. This time, only a new skill and talent have been added. However, there are 7 branches of talent, and unlocking them all will cost 700 reward points. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but scratch his head helplessly. The Elemental Wolf's Blessing hasn't been fully upgraded yet, and here comes another 700 abnormal resistance. The bonus points are being used up too quickly. Li Xian looked at his remaining reward points and was frustrated that he couldn't unlock any talents or skills. He dare not spend the reward points carelessly. Let's find some practical spiritual arts to learn first. Li Xian thought to himself. Early the next morning, Li Xian came to the library of Qinglong College. The first 2 floors of the library are open to students. There's a lot of information here, and teachers or students in the college can borrow it at will, as long as they return it on time. The second level and above require certain permissions, and you need to apply to your instructor. Of course, this has nothing to do with Li Xian at present. Li Xian was very clear about his position. His goal was the simple spiritual arts guidance book on the second level. In Qinglong Academy, there are 2 ways to learn spiritual arts. One is to learn through classes. Another way is to go to the library to borrow relevant books and explore on your own. Li Xian glanced at the schedule and saw that there were still 2 days before the first spiritual arts class. The courses at Qinglong College are relatively flexible, and sometimes there is not even a single class in a whole day. Improving one's abilities mostly requires the student's own efforts. Li Xian didn't want to be idle, so he decided to go to the library to find some books related to spiritual arts to study. Li Xian searched along the way according to the library's classification signs. Soon he found the spiritual book he wanted, Spirit Guardian Shield. This is a simple defensive spiritual art, and is also the basis for many large-scale defensive spiritual arts, because it is relatively simple. The book recording this Spirit Guardian Shield is not very thick, only a few dozen pages. Moreover, most of them are the cultivation experiences of some previous students. Li Xian's book was not very thick, so he decided to just stand next to the bookshelf and read it. In fact, many students from beastmaster families have already learned this most basic spiritual technique before entering the academy. Only commoner students like Li Xian would come to look through and study. However, there are only a handful of civilian students enrolled in Qinglong College every year, so the books are somewhat dusty. Li Xian wiped the dust off the surface of the book and began to read it. It didn't take long, just 20 minutes later. Li Xian closed the book, closed his eyes, and recalled it carefully. Unexpectedly, Li Xian was particularly impressed by what he had read in the book. Moreover, he could see through the activation principle of the spiritual art Spirit Guardian Shield at a glance. Is this also a benefit that comes with being a time traveler? Li Xian thought with a little surprise. It seems that if I use it now, I can perform it smoothly. Li Xian's eyes moved, and he opened the system panel about himself. Name, Li Xian. Level, peak of level 2. Spiritual power, 1000 of 1000. Spiritual skills, spiritual shield LV1, 0 out of 10. Spiritual beast, storm wolf, flame bird. Reward points, 69. It's just as I expected. Li Xian laughed out loud. Because as long as there is a spiritual technique recorded on the panel, he can use it successfully. This way, it would be much easier for me to learn spiritual arts in the future. You just need to flip through the books carefully, and you will be able to master it on your own. And from the looks of it, it seems that I can use the reward points to upgrade my spiritual arts. Now that he still has some reward points, but nowhere to use them, Li Xian decided to strengthen his spiritual skills first. So he directly invested 10 bonus points to upgrade the Spirit Beast Shield to LV2. Spirit Guardian Shield, 0/30. Li Xian invested another 30 bonus points and upgraded the Spirit Guardian Shield to LV3. LV3, 0/50. The remaining reward points were no longer enough to support upgrades, so Li Xian gave up. Li Xian then learned 2 other types of spiritual arts. They're the offensive spiritual power impact and the controlling soul-binding chain. The principle of spiritual power shock is to compress spiritual power into shock waves, causing long-range damage to the target. The soul-binding chain transforms spiritual power into chains that bind the enemy and prevent them from moving. Both are relatively practical in spiritual arts. Now I have some fighting power myself. Don't be afraid that if all the spirit beasts go out to fight, you will have no way to save your life. Li Xian also spent 20 bonus points to upgrade the soul binding chain and spiritual power shock to level 2. After doing all this, Li Xian felt a little tired. He rubbed his eyebrows, stood up, and left the library. The next step is to increase the growth of my flame bird. According to Li Xian's estimation, the flamingo is most likely a 3rd-level spiritual beast. As long as molters evolve successfully, he will be a 3rd-level beastmaster. Li Xian felt a little excited at this growth rate. As soon as he walked out of the library, the cell phone in his pocket rang. He opened his phone and saw that it was an invitation to join a chat group. The inviter is Chunyu. At this moment, he remembered that when he was in Lingshou Street, Chunyu said he wanted to create a group. Li Xian smiled. You're pretty quick in action. Li Xian had a good relationship with Chunyu, so he did not refuse, but chose to agree. Li Xian joined the group chat. Qinglong College Freshman Class A Group. Zhang Heng. Oh, Brother Li is here, welcome. Chunyu. I pulled him in. So what do you think? Master Li, please give me some face. Zhang Tingting. Hold on to your thighs. Boss, please take good care of me in the future. Li Xian, we are all classmates and we take care of each other. Chunyu. By the way, Li Xian, there is a practical class tomorrow. Remember to attend the class and don't be late. Practical lessons? Li Xian opened the course schedule and took a look, and it seemed that it was there. And it is a compulsory course. Li Xian. I understand. Chunyu, thank you for telling me. Chapter 24 Field Battle. The next day, Li Xian came to the classroom very early. This was his first time attending class since he was admitted to Qinglong College. When Li Xian arrived at the classroom, many students were already sitting in their seats, laughing and chatting. When someone saw Li Xian walk in, the chatter in the classroom became much quieter. Everyone was secretly looking at Li Xian, either out of curiosity, envy, or jealousy. After the entrance examination, Li Xian's name had spread throughout Qinglong College. Not only the freshmen, but even the seniors have heard of the name Li Xian. Just like Li Siruo, although she may not be able to remember who Li Xian is for a while. But the name definitely sounds familiar. The whole school knew that Li Xian had an uncanny talent that allowed him to burst the imperial seal used for testing. There is also an unusual spirit beast. Li Xian didn't care about everyone's attention. He just found an empty seat and sat down. Not long after I sat down, I caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of my eye. Immediately afterwards, a fragrant breeze blew towards me. Li Xian turned his head and looked to the side, and found that Chunyu was looking at him with her shining eyes and a bright smile. Good morning, Master Li. Li Xian smiled helplessly when he heard this. What a strange name you are calling me. Chunyu chuckled, and after a while, he stopped teasing him and said, I heard that today's practical class will be held at the hunting ground in the south of the city. South of the city? Li Xian nodded. The South City Hunting Ground is located in the south of Donghai City, not far away. The monsters are distributed at a moderate density and their levels are not too high. Like the monster gathering place, it is a very suitable place for novices to train. The two chatted for a while. He didn't stop until Zhang Taishan walked into the classroom. Zhang Taishan came to the podium, clapped his hands, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone go back to your seats. Class is about to start." Zhang Taishan stood on the podium, his eyes swept across all the students, only pausing on an empty seat, his brows slightly furrowed. The seats in Class A are just right. The vacant position was naturally occupied by Wu Tian, who died in the Demon Flame cave yesterday. Zhang Taishan received the news this morning. Wu Tian from the class died in the Demon Flame cave. When the body was found, it had been eaten to pieces by ghosts. Although it is common for beastmasters to die accidentally during training or adventure, it is nothing new. But for Zhang Taishan, this kind of thing happened just after the start of school, which still made him feel a little heavy. Taking a deep breath, he turned his thoughts back to the class in front of him. I believe everyone should know that today we are going to conduct practical courses in the field. Train your practical skills and teamwork. After Zhang Taishan finished speaking, there was a burst of whispers in the classroom. Many students showed anticipation on their faces. After all, this was their first actual combat experience. Unlike the entrance exam, this time we are facing real monsters. Those who dream of becoming a beastmaster, without exception, all have the desire to slay powerful monsters. The ambition to subdue powerful spirit beasts and cultivate them to a higher level. And actual combat is the first step towards your ambition. Many students are already gearing up to show their skills in today's practical courses. Li Xian sat among the crowd, his face calm and his heart calm. No wonder he wasn't excited. He has killed so many monsters in the past few days that he can't count them. Some of them are even leader-level monsters. Ordinary monsters really no longer aroused his interest. The practical classes in school gave him a feeling of playing house. Zhang Taishan picked up the blackboard eraser on the podium and tapped it, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then he continued, "Actual combat in the field is very different from drills, and one's life could be in danger if one is not careful. Therefore, every student must master at least one defensive spiritual technique. Is there anyone who doesn't know defensive spiritual arts now?" No one spoke. Zhang Taishan nodded with satisfaction. Very good. After all, they were the most outstanding Class A, and all the students mastered defensive spiritual techniques in just a few days. Now the course should be able to proceed smoothly. Now everyone, please go to the main entrance of the academy. There, the academy bus is waiting for you. The students in Class A did as they were told. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Taishan and all the students in Class A were already on the school bus. Qingyu was quick-witted and quick-handed. As soon as Li Xian sat down, she immediately took the seat next to Li Xian. Many girls who had the same idea but were a step slower now regret it. The boys were all a little envious. Who among men and women of this age doesn't have a crush on someone? Who doesn't want to be noticed by the opposite sex? But these boys are just thinking about it. Who made Li Xian the top freshman? And Li Xian also has a good-looking appearance. He is talented and handsome, so it's no wonder that all the girls in the class want to get close to Li Xian and flock to him. For safety reasons, this course was led by Zhang Taishan and Li Xian. These two teachers are the teachers who teach the practical test during the entrance examination. Soon, the bus drove out of Donghai City. The scenery outside the window also changed from the high-rise buildings and streets of a modern city to an endless wilderness. After a while, the bus stopped in front of a sentry post. Zhang Taishan got out of the car and had a conversation with several officers standing guard nearby. Then the barrier opened, and Zhang Taishan turned around and waved to signal the students to get off the bus. We're just 2 kilometers away from the South City hunting ground. The rest of the way is too conspicuous to drive, so we have to walk. Some monsters have started to appear here, and we may encounter small-scale monsters on the road. Don't panic, pay attention to safety, and kill the monsters through teamwork. There were originally 20 students, but after Wu Tian's death, the number became 19. It is naturally impossible for them to work as a team as a large unit of 19 people. Instead, they were divided into small teams of 3 or 4 to help each other in battle. This is also the most common team formation form for beastmasters. Most beastmasters will choose to form a team and act together. If there are too many people, the target will be too obvious, so 2 or 3 people in a team is the best ratio. In more advanced configurations, team members will play multiple roles with clear division of labor. Of course, this is all later, we'll talk about it later. Li Xian, let's form a team of 2. A girl next to her was about to invite Li Xian, but Qingyu beat her to the punch. Li Xian did not object. After all, he knew Chenyu and had a certain understanding of her spirit beast. You don't need to familiarize yourself with any things when you work with them. So he nodded and agreed. When Chenyu saw that Li Xian agreed, his brows curved into a crescent, a happy look on his face. Chapter 25 Hunting. After the teams were divided, Class A headed towards the hunting ground in the south of the city under the leadership of their teacher. The monsters near the hunting grounds in the south of the city are not very strong. However, the monsters here are generally brutal and violent, and often attack humans passing by. So after leaving the sentry station, all the students summoned their own spirit beasts, and at the same time, their spiritual powers surged secretly, ready to cast defensive spiritual spells at any time. For a moment, there were glimmers of light in the crowd. A faint white light appeared on the surface of all the students' bodies. You can vaguely see that there is a shield shape on the front. All of them are spirit guardian shields. After all, it is the most basic defensive spiritual technique. Li Xian was no exception. He also released his spirit guardian shield. Huh! At this moment, a girl who was closer to Li Xian suddenly let out a light exclamation and stared at the spiritual shield summoned by Li Xian. Li Xian, your spirit shield seems to be different from ours. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Li Xian. Sure enough, they found that there were not just one, but 3 shields flashing around Li Xian's body. Why does Li Xian have 2 more shields than we do? Is this some other defensive spiritual technique? Impossible, this is the spirit shield. Other defensive spiritual arts can't provide 360-degree protection without blind spots. So what's going on? Why can't we? Everyone was talking about it. Zhang Taishan and Li Xian also heard the discussion behind them, and they walked over together to find out what was going on. After understanding the whole story, the two of them spoke up and answered everyone's questions. The strength of the spirit shield will increase as you practice more deeply, and its symbol is the number of shields. The greater the number, the higher the defense strength. At the end of the conversation, Zhang Taishan and Li Xian looked at Li Xian with eyes full of amazement. They checked Li Xian's information. They knew that Li Xian was an orphan and had been relying on government relief since he was very young. There is no chance at all to come into contact with spiritual arts. So they knew that Li Xian must have started learning the spirit shield after entering school. In just a few days, he was able to master the spirit guardian shield so well that he even reached the level of 3 shields. He is indeed a genius who can blow up and test the imperial seal. This qualification is simply amazing. After listening to Zhang Taishan's explanation, everyone looked at Li Xian with deep admiration. There was a strange light in Chunyu's eyes. They had to admit it, many of them came from beastmaster families. They had been practicing the spirit guardian shield since they got their first spirit beast. But even so, none of them could reach Li Xian's 3-shield realm. Only Chunyu reached the 2-shield realm. Compared to Li Xian, he is far inferior. But Chunyu was not jealous. Instead, he felt somewhat delighted at Li Xian's excellence. Suddenly, Chunyu seemed to realize something. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she secretly glanced at Li Xian. Chunyu felt relieved when she found that Li Xian didn't notice the changes on her side. It would be so embarrassing if Li Xian found out. Li Xian was immersed in sudden enlightenment at this time. It turns out that the number of shields is linked to the level of spiritual arts. His current spiritual shield is at level 3, so the external manifestation is 3 shields. Everyone's doubts were resolved. Zhang Taishan clapped his hands again, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said, "Okay, let's continue on our way." The team continued to move forward. Amid the excitement of anticipation and the nervousness of their first actual combat, the team soon encountered the first wave of monsters. It's a group of spotted demon corpses. The skin of the striped demon corpse is brown, similar to that of zombies. But the difference is that their skin is dotted with fist-sized stripes, and their strength level fluctuates around the intermediate first level. There were quite a large group of them, more than 20 in total, gathering together to form a torrent, rushing towards Class A Academy that came for the trial. All the students in Class A suddenly looked serious, as if they were facing a great enemy. They ordered their spirit beasts to prepare for battle. In comparison, Li Xian was somewhat uninterested. He has experienced many battles in monster gathering places and the demon flame cave. In his eyes, these little monsters in front of him were not worth mentioning at all. The level gap between these 20 or so monsters and his 2 spirit beasts is too big. Even if we kill them all, I'm afraid it can only increase the growth rate by 0.1%. This is really unmotivating. But sometimes motivation comes suddenly. Li Xian was just about to watch the show from the side and fool around a bit. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in my mind, and another task came. Ding mission released a monster slayer. Kill 1,000 monsters in the hunting ground in the south of the city. You will receive 200 reward points for completing the task. Li Xian was stunned for a moment. He was just about to take a break, but your system sent him a task? You are really good at playing games. Although Li Xian complained, he still chose to take the task. Don't be a fool if there is a reward. So Li Xian, you hurriedly gave orders to Feng Huang. Wind Emperor, kill these spotted demon corpses. Feng Huang, who had been standing aside motionless and somewhat bored, suddenly brightened up his eyes upon hearing this and immediately changed into combat mode. It accelerated and turned into a green light. The students only saw a flash of green light, and the Wind Emperor had already arrived in front of the team of spotted demon corpses. With his innate power of primitive force activated, Feng Huang crashed into the car like the front of a high-speed car. When the two collided, the two striped demon corpses in the front flew backwards at a faster speed than when they came. There was a sound of bones crackling in the air, and I didn't know how many bones were broken. There was no movement before it landed. While flying backwards, it also bumped into several demon corpses behind it, and the rhythm of the demon corpse group's forward charge was disrupted. On the other hand, Feng Huang didn't even take a breath, and continued to move forward with unstoppable force. It felt like the Wind Emperor, like a wolf, surrounded a group of spotted demon corpses. Before they could recover, the wolf's sharp claws had already blossomed, and a violent slash was launched. Destroy these demon corpses under your sharp claws. In just a moment, more than 20 spotted demon corpses were wiped out. Standing on the mountain of corpses made up of spotted demon corpses, Feng Huang stood straight, his body as smooth as jade without a single scar. Watching this scene, everyone present was speechless and there was silence. Everyone's mouth turned into a big O shape, and if their chins were not blocked by skin, they would probably fall to the ground. Chapter 26. Don't Panic. Although everyone present had witnessed the power of Li Xian's spirit beast during the entrance test, at that time, Feng Huang dealt with the summoned spirit beasts as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. But those, after all, are just some lower-level first-order spirit beasts. But the striped demon corpse is still different. It is one level higher than those spirit beasts. Its combat power is not comparable to those of the lower-level first-order spirit beasts. But even so, more than 20 spotted demon corpses were still destroyed by Feng Huang with great ease. The strength of this power has far exceeded their imagination. Gurgle. After a long time, the sound of swallowing saliva broke the silent atmosphere. It was as if the world had pressed the start button and the crowd was in an uproar. This is too fierce. There are more than 21st-level intermediate monsters. It would be difficult for me to deal with just one. Brotherly seems to have become stronger again. This is really the case of comparing yourself to others and getting pissed off. Amidst the discussions, all the students present looked at Li Xian with awe. Zhang Taishan and Li Chun looked at each other, both with deep shock in their eyes. Class A in each grade is the strongest in that grade. However, most of the freshmen in Class A are only at the intermediate level of the first order. After Wu Tian's death, Chunyu was the only one in the entire class who had the strength of a first-level superior. But a monster like Li Xian happened to appear. Judging from the way that unknown spirit beast slaughtered the spotted demon corpse, its level has definitely reached the second level, or even above. This strength has far surpassed all the students in Class A. This is simply incredible. This kid is growing so fast. He has only been in school for a short time. Zhang Taishan sighed with some emotion. Li Chun also nodded in agreement. All I can say is that they don't understand the world of geniuses. At this moment, another group of spotted demon corpses appeared in the distance. Everyone immediately became alert and prepared to fight the enemy. But before they could prepare themselves, the Wind Emperor roared and rushed forward again. In a short while, the more than 20 spotted demon corpses were dealt with. Zhang Taishan, Li Chun, other students, they are speechless now. All the monsters have been destroyed by you. So what about the actual combat of others? Unfortunately, Li Xian didn't see their somewhat resentful looks. He was happily commanding the Wind Emperor to charge towards another group of striped demon corpses. Looking at the growing kill number on the panel, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This time, the students could no longer hold back and stared at Li Xian with tears in their eyes. It's fine if you want to kill them, but can you leave some for us? At this time, the teacher couldn't bear it anymore. Zhang Taishan coughed dryly. Li Xian, why don't you take a rest first? Don't get too tired. The other students also nodded quickly, especially the boys. Yes, Brother Li, you should take a break first. We can handle these monsters pretty well. However, Li Xian didn't seem to hear the hidden meaning in these words. He shook his head firmly. Thank you, teachers and classmates, for your concern. I'm not tired. But he also knew that he couldn't go too far, as this would cause public outrage. So for the following monsters, he was only responsible for intercepting half, and left the remaining half to other students to practice. Seeing this, Zhang Taishan and Li Xian were too embarrassed to say anything more and just let Li Xian do whatever he wanted. The classmates were also very happy when they saw Li Xian give half of it to them for practice. Under such circumstances, class gradually went deeper. Soon, they encountered the second type of monster. This monster is a first-level, lower-level social creature, the demonic rock rat. Don't underestimate the demon rock rat. It's just a lower-level, first-level one. But if we really talk about the danger, it is definitely much higher than the first-level intermediate spotted demon corpse. It's just because every time the magic rock rats appear, they are in groups. There are thousands of them at most, and hundreds of them at least. Most novice beastmasters would just run away when they see this kind of monster, because a single or several novice beastmasters simply cannot deal with so many magic rock rats. If you really encounter them, you can only pray that you run fast. Li Xian and his friends were lucky, as there were only a few hundred magic rock rats in this group. At this time, hundreds of magic rock rats rushed over like a black torrent. What does that mean? Everyone seemed to be able to see the sharp teeth in the mouth of the demon rock rat. The students in Class A, who were seeing this kind of scene for the first time, were in a commotion and seemed a little panicked. Zhang Taishan's voice sounded at the right time. Don't panic. Stay calm. Students who have mastered attacking spiritual arts and those who have long-range attack methods should take the lead in launching attacks. The rest of the students, be prepared. With the teacher in charge, the students felt a little more at ease. 8 or 9 students who met the requirements took action one after another. In an instant, countless long-range attack skills fell into the rushing rats. The dozen or so magic rock rats in the front row were killed instantly. The most eye-catching of these was Chun Yu's spiritual power impact. The invisible spiritual power was compressed into a shock wave with spiral patterns. It roared away with a strong gust of wind and exploded among the rats. The violent spiritual power instantly took the lives of 4 or 5 magic rock rats. What a powerful force! Chun Yu felt a little proud when he heard the praise. At the same time, Li Xian also took action. It was also a spiritual power shock, and also a shock wave with spiral patterns, but it was much more condensed than the one released by Chun Yu. The power is also much greater. Wherever it passed, the air even became slightly distorted. Then, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, a shock wave exploded among the rats. There was a flash of strong light and a loud bang. More than a dozen magic rock rats were torn into pieces before they could even scream. The student who had just lamented that Chun Yu's spiritual power was incredibly strong was unable to recover for a long time. The others were also shocked. Why is Brother Li so strong in everything? Is this the gap between me and a genius? For a moment, the students on the field even forgot that they were still under the impact of the rat tide. Zhang Taishan hurriedly shouted in a deep and cold voice, "Focus and resist the rat tide." Everyone then quickly suppressed their shock, but some people still looked at Li Xian from time to time. Although the 2 instructors were shocked, they were not as exaggerated as the students. But I'm still a little confused. Chun Yu was born into a family of beastmasters, so it was common for him to have learned many simple spiritual arts at an early age. But when the same thing happened to Li Xian, it was unbelievable. It would have been fine if he had only learned a spiritual shield, but in such a short period of time, he actually learned 2 spiritual arts, and his mastery of both was quite high. How can this not be surprising? The 2 mentors looked at each other. Li Xian's talent is too monstrous. Chapter 27, Rat Tide. While everyone was immersed in shock, Li Xian had already begun preparing for the second spiritual power attack. He took a moment to glance at his dashboard. 1 spiritual power shock reduced his spiritual power by 30 points. This consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Fortunately, I now have 1,000 points of spiritual power, which is enough to use. In fact, Li Xian didn't know that because his talent was beyond that of ordinary people, his spiritual power was much higher than that of others. The normal second-level beastmaster spiritual power is only around 500, but he has 1,000. If it were an ordinary first-level beastmaster, he would only have a pitiful 100 points. Judging from this consumption rate, he can only release 3 spiritual power shocks and cannot continue to release spiritual arts. There are also some differences between the spiritual shield and the spiritual power impact. It is different from the one-time consumption of spiritual power impact. The basic release of the Spirit Guardian Shield consumes 20 points of spiritual power, but you can continue to inject spiritual power into it. The more spiritual energy you inject afterwards, the stronger the protection will be. Theoretically, as long as there is enough spiritual power, the protective strength of the spiritual shield will become higher and higher and can never be broken. At this time, Li Xian launched the second wave of spiritual power attack again. The spiritual power impacted the rat group and caused another huge roar. Another dozen magic rock rats were torn to pieces. Since he had plenty of spiritual power, Li Xian did not stop and continued to release. When the rat tide comes and fights with the spirit beasts, Li Xian has released 6 spiritual power attacks. In total, nearly 100 magic rock rats were killed. He alone wiped out nearly a quarter of the total. The students around were stunned again. The 2 mentors and Chunyi were much better off. After all, they were knowledgeable and had seen many similar scenes. But this incident happened to Li Xian, which still surprised them a little. After all, they all knew how much spiritual energy this magic consumed. An ordinary first-level beastmaster can only release it 3 times at most. Judging from the level Li Xian has demonstrated, he has definitely broken through to the first level. Although there is another possibility, that is, Li Xian took some rare treasures that can enhance his spiritual power. But how is this possible? Even if you think about it with your butt, you know that this is absolutely impossible. This kind of natural treasure is basically out of stock on the market. Li Xian has been an orphan since childhood and has been living on government relief. How could he get the money to buy such a rare treasure with his difficult life? But this is what makes it even more unbelievable for them. After all, a freshman who had just entered school, a young man under the age of 20, had actually reached the second level or even above the second level. How can anyone believe this? If this were told to others, many people would think it was a fairy tale and nonsense. For a moment, Zhang Taishan and Li Chun were both a little surprised and confused. Chunyi was just the opposite. She looked at Li Xian with sparkling eyes. The more she came into contact with him, the more she could feel how powerful and outstanding Li Xian was, even a little mysterious. She may not even realize that she is now deeply attracted to Li Xian. The fierce battle between the spirit beast and the devil rock rat quickly drew everyone's attention back. The sharply reduced number of magic rock rats is much easier to deal with. The spirit beast firmly blocked the attack of the rats. Occasionally, a few fish would slip through the net and break through the defense line formed by the spirit beasts. Under the dual protection of the spiritual shield and spiritual power impact, they were all eliminated and posed no threat to the students. The tug of war lasted for about 20 minutes. More than half of the rats have been killed or wounded, and the balance of victory and defeat is beginning to tilt towards the students in Class A. Just when everyone thought victory was only a matter of time and were gradually relaxing, there are many changes. Suddenly, a large group of magic rock rats appeared in the distance and rushed towards this side at an extremely fast speed. There are too many of them. A rough estimate is that there are thousands of them. Everyone's face changed, and some timid girls even screamed. Zhang Taishan and Li Chun frowned. If such a large number of magic rock rats were allowed to get close to students, the consequences would be disastrous. No matter how strong they are, they cannot guarantee that they can keep an eye on everyone. The 2 people hit it off immediately. They immediately summoned their spirit beasts and had them intercept the approaching group of magic rock rats on their path. As senior instructors of Qinglong College, they are naturally very strong. Intercepting the rat swarm is not a problem. However, just when they breathed a sigh of relief, another group of magic rock rats came from afar. This wave is even larger in number, so densely packed that there's no end in sight. There are more than tens of thousands. Just looking at it from a distance gives people an extremely terrifying feeling, which makes people's backs chill. This time, even with Zhang Taishan and Li Chun's strong composure, they couldn't help but change their expressions. Not to mention the students. Their faces were already pale and bloodless. Damn it, it's a rat tide. What's going on? Oh my God, run. Panic spread wildly among the crowd, and some students who lacked self-control hurriedly tried to find a way to escape. Li Xian shouted in time, "Calm down. I order everyone to retreat while fighting to the hill over there. That place is called General Terrace. It is easy to defend, but difficult to attack." As he spoke, Li Xian pointed into the distance, and there was a hill 500 meters away. The front of the hill is a little concave, and it looks like an upside-down hook when viewed from the front. If you retreat there, you only need to resist the rat tide from the front. It is a natural defense site. In fact, this is the only solution. This is a plane, and racing with rats is undoubtedly seeking death. But there were not enough flying spirit beasts to carry everyone away. So the two mentors thought that they could only find a place to defend and wait for rescue. At this time, the rat tide has arrived. The two mentors' spirit beasts attacked with all their might, forming the first line of defense. Their strength is much greater than that of the rats, and they can kill 20 or 30 of them with a single blow. But a good tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves, as the magic rock rats behind it keep pouncing on it, and there will always be some fish that slip through the net. The students will have to deal with these problems themselves. Now, Li Xian finally doesn't have to worry about competing with others for monsters. He ordered Feng Huang to attack with all his strength. The Wind Emperor, by himself, eliminated almost all the fish that had escaped the first line of defense. At this point, how could these students not see it? Li Xian's spirit beast must have been promoted to the second level, and he himself must have become a second-level beastmaster. A second-level spirit beast, as expected. Li Xian is already a second-level beastmaster. Zhang Taishan couldn't help but exclaimed. The students also showed expressions of shock or envy in their eyes. A second-level spiritual beast. I'm so envious. Brotherly is awesome. I wish I could be level 2 too. So handsome. Chapter 28, Breaking Through the Defense Line. As time passed, more and more magic rock rats broke through the first line of defense. The second line of defense formed by the students' spirit beasts was under even greater pressure. The spirit beasts of the weaker students are beginning to be unable to hold on. Their pace towards the general's platform slowed down a lot. Seeing this, Zhang Taishan looked at Li Xian. Li Xian nodded. The two mentors' spirit beasts quickly changed their formation, protecting one of Li Xian's necromancers in the middle. The necromancer shook the bone staff in his hand, and a gray light flashed, accompanied by a series of clicking sounds. 6 second-level intermediate bone warriors appeared out of nowhere and joined the battlefield. Then the two mentor spirit beasts changed back to their original forms and continued to block the first wave of rats. With the addition of these 6 second-level intermediate bone warriors, the students' defense line, which had been somewhat weak, immediately became stable. The shaky situation was stabilized in an instant. "Teacher Li, was this the summoning of the dead just now?" Some students shouted in surprise. After he said this, some students noticed it and began to admire Li Xian. You should know that summoning the undead is a high-level undead attribute skill that can only be mastered by a few undead spirit beasts with high potential. Moreover, most of them can only summon some lower-level first-order undead monsters. It is amazing that Li Xian, the necromancer, can actually summon second-level undead creatures. Originally, they didn't care much about this short, sloppy, and taciturn teacher. Now it seems that they are very low-key. Li Xian was also a little surprised at Li Xian's strength, but he had no time to think about anything else now. Although the situation on the battlefield is barely under control at present. But as time goes by, more and more spirit beasts will definitely not be able to hold on. So Li Xian didn't hesitate and immediately summoned his molters. Zhang Taishan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. This is not because Li Xian has a second spirit beast. When he guessed that Li Xian's strength had reached the second level, he was mentally prepared for the fact that he had a second spirit beast. But he didn't expect that Li Xian's second spirit beast was actually Molters. To be honest, Molters' own strength is pretty good. The existence of the defensive skill Flame Body talent can make it immune to certain physical attacks, and also cause a certain degree of burns to the enemy. It's just that its potential is somewhat insufficient, and it ranks at the bottom among all the second-level spirit beasts. The final form is only at the lower third level. Given Li Xian's qualifications and talents, he felt that Li Xian should have a better choice. Is it a matter of money? Zhang Taishan thought about it, but then shook his head. It's not hard for a second-level beastmaster to make money. He thinks it is not difficult, but Li Xian is still not sure how to make money. Moreover, he has only been in school for a short time and has no chance to earn money. Of course, this is not the main reason why Li Xian chose Molters. What Li Xian values more is actually the hidden route that allows Molters to evolve to the Emperor level. just when Zhang Taishan was at a loss for words. Molters has already slaughtered the group of rock rats that broke through the first line of defense. With the strength of a second-level intermediate, killing the demon rock rat is not too easy. Molters kept spitting out fireballs into the battlefield, and every fireball that hit the rat swarm would set off a violent wave of flames and heat. While engulfing more than a dozen demon rock rats, the flames that were scattered around would also attach to several other demon rock rats nearby. On average, each fireball can kill about 30 people. At the same time, because the flame bird is flying in the air, the magic rock rat had no means of long-range attack, so it could only worry. Several angry rock rats tried to jump into the air and attack Molters. But the height of his jump was not high enough, and he couldn't even touch a feather of Molters. These jumping demon rock rats naturally became miserable living targets of the Wind Emperor's wind blades when they fell. There were also some who were given a disdainful look by Molters and rewarded with a fireball. Not only was it in trouble now, but its fellow rock rats around it were also implicated and all lost their lives. For a moment, the Molters, which could not be attacked, had absolute superiority in the air, spraying fireballs recklessly on the side. It was as if it was in an empty space, and its performance seemed to be more conspicuous than that of the Wind Emperor. In just a few moments, no less than 100 magic rock rats died under its fireballs. Li Xian took the time to glance at the system panel. At this time, Molters' growth has reached 24%, but most of them were killed in the Demon Flame Cave. Although there are many rats in front of us, the experience they can provide is too little. After killing hundreds of magic rock rats, the improvement was only about 0.1%. Therefore, Li Xian does not actually want to use these magic rock rats to increase the growth rate, which is not very efficient. His real goal is to complete the mission. As time goes on, more and more spiritual beasts die at the hands of Wind Emperor and Molters. Li Xian even felt a little numb. Finally, a pleasant voice came from the system. Ding, Monster Slayer, mission completed. Reward, 200 reward points. Only then did Li Xian breathe a sigh of relief. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. But just as he laughed, a new task prompt appeared. Ding, mission released. Monster Slayer 2. Kill 10,000 monsters. Complete the mission and you will receive 500 reward points. Li Xian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It's fine if it's just a monster slayer, but why is there a 2? This name is too perfunctory. This must be an advanced task. After killing 1,000 people, he killed 10,000 people. But no matter what, having a mission is a good thing. With this amount of evolution points, I can fully increase the growth of Flamingo. Flamingo. Iaricome. Without hesitation, Li Xian decisively invested 150 reward points to increase Molter's growth rate to 100%. At this point, the conditions for Molter's evolution have been met. The Flame Mother Iron was collected in the Demon Flame Cave. The secondary Fire Attribute Spirit Crystal was also prepared as soon as Li Xian came out of the Demon Flame Cave. Li Xian chose to evolve without hesitation. The Molters, who was in the midst of the battle, was about to spit out another fireball when it paused. The body tumbles violently. Molter's body transformed into a fireball that shone like the sun. The next moment, a raging, blazing heat wave of flames erupted. Spreading out from the center of the molten bird, the temperature around it rose dramatically. Dozens of magic rock rats around evaporated instantly, leaving no corpses behind, turning into pieces of dust. When the firestorm dissipated, a sun with a diameter of 1 meter stood in the sky above the empty wilderness. There is fire in his pupils, but they look a little cold. Accompanied by a burst of red light, the sun gradually turned into a big bird. This big bird seemed to be completely in the form of fire, and the surrounding space seemed to be affected by the high temperature it emitted, becoming a little blurry. Zhang Taishan and Li Xian both widened their eyes in disbelief. Flamingo. Chapter 29. Is this a flamingo? Is this a flamingo? Zhang Taishan and Li Xian stared at the huge fireball that had just revealed its true form not far away with wide eyes, their eyes full of shock. The flamingo is an extremely rare spiritual animal, although there are only 3 levels. However, both in terms of combat power and potential, they are at the top of the pyramid among the 3rd-level spirit beasts. It is even said that his potential ceiling can even reach the Emperor level. But unfortunately, the front form of the flamingo is quite mysterious. Many beastmasters have tried various methods but failed to train one. Moreover, although there is only one character difference between Flamingo and Molters, But no one thought of a spiritual beast like Molters that has little potential. So much so that many people think that the flamingo might be the initial form. But now, it was right before their eyes. Molters evolved directly into flamingo. Before this, they didn't know that molters had such a way of evolving. But it is the mysterious and unusual flamingo. The two mentors looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Both of them clearly understood that this was undoubtedly a huge discovery. If this gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar in the entire Beastmaster circle. After all, this is a brand new evolutionary route. Now, it is estimated that many spiritual beasts that originally did not have such high potential will be restudied. See if we can develop a new evolutionary path. And it seems that Li Xian's spirit beast also evolved from the wind-controlling dog. They didn't know whether Li Xian was aware of these two methods of evolution, or were these two types of evolution something he discovered by accident. It is not uncommon for spirit beasts to suddenly evolve during battle, or even mutate into completely different forms. The evolutionary paths of many spiritual beasts were also explored with this opportunity. But if it is really the first one, how did Li Xian know about it? The more Zhang Taishan and Li Chun thought about it, the more confused they became. These two experienced beastmasters both felt that they could not figure Li Xian out. For a time, Li Xian's image in their minds was shrouded in mystery. The instructor's psychological fluctuations are so great, let alone the students. That is, Brother Li's spirit beast has evolved? Won't Molter's next stage be the auxiliary form of the intelligent Molters? Why is it a little different? Is this a new species that has never been discovered? It looks like it's very powerful. Chunyu made the final decision at this time. Stop guessing, it's a flamingo. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd suddenly fell silent, but an uproar broke out shortly afterwards. Beastmasters, especially young ones, always have a special liking for mysterious and powerful spirit beasts. Although flamingos are rare, they are naturally known to many animal tamers because of their mystery and power. As soon as I heard that the strange spiritual beast in front of me was the famous flamingo in the legend, the students were all shocked. After the surprise, there was deep envy. Brother Li is too fierce. At this time, Chunyu was looking at Li Xian's somewhat thin back in a daze. As Molters evolved into flamingo, Li Xian was naturally promoted to a third-level beastmaster. Having just been promoted to the second-rank beastmaster, Li Xian surprisingly broke through to a new stage at a rapid pace. How long has it been? The speed of this strength improvement is like riding a rocket, which is a bit too sensational. In comparison, I, a genius in the eyes of others, am still preparing to be promoted to the second level. I seem to be just an ordinary person. Li Xiankai is truly someone else's child. For a moment, Chunyu felt mixed emotions. Li Xian didn't care about the reactions from his classmates or tutors. His mind was entirely on the evolved flamingo. Name flamingo. Attribute, fire. Level, level 3 intermediate. Growth 0%. Talent, moderate fire element resistance, flame body. Skills, fire penetration, rage breath, self-destruct. Evolution route, explosion route. Next stage, spirit of the golden crow. Conditions to be met. Growth degree X100, golden crow stone X1. Lower level fire attributes spirit crystal X10. There are still 2 talents, but the fire element resistance has changed from primary to intermediate. The skills have changed a lot. The original 2 skills have disappeared, replaced by 3 new skills. Fire penetration. The fire element is highly compressed, forming a flame that gushes out. Upon hitting the target, it causes a large-scale, violent explosion and flames. Flame breath. Spits out a 90-degree fan-shaped flame, causing fire damage to targets within the coverage area while burning enemies. Self-destruction. An attack launched at the cost of life, a high-intensity explosion, indestructible. A curve appeared on Li Xian's lips. He knew that these 3 skills were powerful skills, especially self-destruction, even though it comes at the cost of one's life. But if used well, it can become your strongest trump card. But Li Xian was not too happy, because he knew that he had not yet looked at the column to be unlocked. According to Li Xian's understanding of the system, the skills and talents to be unlocked must not be useless skills that are useless if you don't have time to use them. So Li Xian turned around and looked at the talent to be unlocked. Talents to be unlocked. Sun impact. Transforms its own body into the sun and rapidly impacts the target, causing burns to the impact. 100 reward points are required to unlock. Roaring flame. strikes the designated target within 40 meters in a straight line, causing fire damage, no special features. 100 reward points are required to unlock. After thinking about it, Li Xian did not immediately spend the reward points to unlock talents and skills for Flamingo. One reason is that reward points can only be obtained by completing tasks and are too precious. Secondly, the skills that Flamingo obtained after successful evolution seemed to be quite powerful. So he wanted to give it a try first, and if it worked, he would keep the reward points for future use. With a thought, the flamingo in the sky roared and opened its mouth to spit out a flame. There was a loud bang, and a flame carrying a tremendous power came down. It landed where the rats were most densely populated, causing a huge heat wave. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted. A heat wave that seemed to melt everything broke out in an instant. The rat swarm within a 10-meter radius evaporated in an instant, leaving only black residue all over the ground. The aftermath of the explosion blew up the ashes and dust. When the dust settled, people discovered it. With one strike, hundreds of magic rock rats were reduced to ashes. The huge number of rats looked like they were scooped out by someone with a spoon. At the same time, many magic rock rats were covered with flames, which made them squeak and scream. The pain from the burning fire forced them to run around constantly, causing the neighboring magic rock rats to be contaminated by the flames. In an instant, the rats were in chaos. At that moment, both students and instructors were shocked when they saw this scene. Is this the strength of Flamingo? Chapter 30 is interesting. Now a very interesting thing is happening on the field. Up ahead, a group of magic rock rats were fighting with the spirit beasts of the teachers and students of Class A. However, the students and teachers at the back were completely silent. It took them a long time to come back to their senses. Looking at the obvious empty space in the rat swarm, he shouted, "This is too fierce. Is this the flamingo?" So many magic rock rats disappeared in an instant. The legendary spirit beast. It truly deserves the title. Exclamations rang out one after another, and all the students looked at Li Xian with envy in their eyes. When looking at the flamingo, his expression is full of awe. At the same time, many people are thinking how nice it would be if they had one too. After all, which beastmaster wouldn't want a powerful spiritual beast? Zhang Taishan and Li Xian were also a little surprised. After all, this was their first time seeing a flamingo, and they were stunned by the power of the flamingo's attack. No wonder this flamingo is called a top-notch third-tier spiritual beast with both outstanding combat power and potential. It can be seen from just the attack just now. Boom! There was another earth-shattering explosion. It seems that the flamingo realized that it would become more powerful after its evolution. Or maybe the flamingo is venting its joy and excitement after its successful evolution. The flamingos began to bombard the group of magic rock rats, continuously releasing flames to penetrate the group of demon rock rats. From time to time, there were also a few breaths of angry fire. Under the powerful attack of the flamingo, large numbers of magic rock rats lost their lives. On the contrary, the demon rock rat cannot attack the flamingo floating in the air at all. I could only scream anxiously while enduring the slaughter of flamingos. Li Xian was very satisfied with the battle atmosphere created by Flamingo, and he also liked Flamingo's fighting style. Occupy high altitude and use the distance advantage to launch a dimensionality reduction attack. This method of fighting is extremely useful against monsters that have no long-range attacks and cannot fly. In just a short while, the Flamingo slaughtered no less than 1,000 magic rock rats. If I continue at this pace, it won't be long before I can complete my new task. However, although Li Xian's attack went smoothly. Facing the tide of rats, Li Xian still felt a little nervous. There are too many rats. They are so dark and scary. Looking at the endless tide of rats, he looked at his classmates who were already exhausted. Li Xian was unsure whether they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. But there's no point thinking about these things now, so let's just try our best to kill more magic rock rats. In fact, it's not just Li Xian. Zhang Taishan and Li Chun also have the same concerns. At the same time, they are experienced and have a lot of experience. They vaguely felt that something was wrong. Why? First, this rat influx happened in a strange way, without any warning. The second point is that there are no factors that can easily cause a rat infestation in this season. But just as Li Xian thought, there is no point in thinking about these things now. It is better to concentrate all our efforts and buy as much time as possible for the arrival of reinforcements. At this time, The spirit beasts of the two mentors had suffered the most attacks and were already beginning to feel tired. Li Xian also noticed this, and he hurriedly ordered Feng Huang to move to the first line of defense. Currently, there are only 6 summoned beasts left, assisting the students in resisting the escapees that break through the first line of defense. Later on, Feng Huang actually relied on his thick skin and flesh. He rushed directly into the rat tide and started killing them. Faced with the Wind Emperor's ironclad defense, the demon rock rat really had no way out. Neither its fangs nor its sharp claws could cause any harm to the Wind Emperor, and it couldn't even bite off a single hair. At this point, Li Xian's 2 spirit beasts undoubtedly became the 2 most popular focuses on the field. One is like a suspended turret, continuously firing flame attacks. The other one was like a tireless, iron-boned killing machine, wantonly reaping the lives of the magic rock rats. People's eyelids twitched when they saw it. How cruel! Even Zhang Taishan and Li Xian were a little envious. The performances of their own spirit beasts were not that impressive. Their spirit beasts might be higher in rank than the Wind Emperor and the Flamingo, but they can't fly, and they don't have the abnormal defensive power of the Wind Emperor. Many ants can kill an elephant, facing a surging tide of magic rock rats. After all, their spirit beasts are still inferior to the Wind Emperor and the Flamingo. One can hang in the air, the other is invulnerable to swords and guns. Not afraid at all. Time passed by little. Just when Li Xian had completed about 80% of his killing mission, the rat tide became restless again. The ground was shaking slightly. There was a cloud of smoke and dust floating in the distance. Everyone was shocked and looked hurriedly towards where the smoke was rising. Suddenly, many strong figures appeared in the distance. Those were magic rock rats that were much larger than the magic rock rats in the current rat tide. Each of them is as strong as a calf and has a ferocious face. They are the elite unit among the rock rats guards. Of course, the most eye-catching one is the one surrounded by these demon rock rat guards in the middle, which is even larger in size. A giant rat with shiny fur. This is the demonic rock rat king. That is the commander-in-chief of the rat tide. Seeing the demon rock rat king appear, Zhang Taishan and Li Chun's faces turned gloomy. The appearance of the demonic rock rat king means that the next attack by the rat tide will be even more powerful. Now their defense is a bit difficult. If the number of rats increases again, it will definitely be more difficult to deal with. Maybe a few students will lose their lives here. Sure enough, the moment the rat king appeared, the demon rock rats in the rat tide first stagnated. Then his eyes turned red, he screamed, and rushed towards everyone like a madman. The pressure on the first line of defense increases instantly. This is trouble. Even instructors like Zhang Taishan and Li Chun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Old Li, we must find a way to kill this rat king. Otherwise, our spirit beast may not be able to hold on for much longer. If the first line of defense collapses, the student's safety will be in jeopardy. I know, but who can kill this rat king now? In addition to the densely packed demon rock rats, there are so many demon rock rat guards around the rat king protecting him. And you know that the demonic rock rat king is very cunning. If he senses any danger, he will run away immediately. Li Chun looked at the countless magic rock rats in front of him and did not continue speaking. But he knew that his old friend must understand what he meant. Zhang Taishan knew what Li Chun said. After his expression changed for a while, he finally sighed helplessly. He really had no choice. At this time, Li Xian's voice sounded beside the two mentors. Teacher, if we kill the rat king, will the rat tide retreat? Zhang Taishan and Li Chun turned around at the same time. They found that Li Xian had come to their side without them noticing. It seems that Li Xian heard the conversation just now. Although Zhang Taishan was a little puzzled as to why Li Xian asked this, he also didn't believe that Li Xian had any solution. After all, in his opinion, although Li Xian was much stronger than his classmates, he lacked practical experience. But he still replied, that should be it. He was about to ask Li Xian if there was any solution. Li Xian had already turned around, and the next moment, everyone was stunned. They couldn't remember how many times Li Xian had surprised them. Chapter 31, Waiting for Resurrection. At this moment, the flamingo in midair suddenly turned into a fireball again. Like a meteor, it slammed heavily into the tightly protected demonic rock Rat King. After seeing this, the two mentors understood. Li Xian wanted to deal with the Rat King. The two of them couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although the flamingo is powerful, it is only a third-level spiritual beast after all. Their spirit beasts are more powerful than flamingos, but they are not sure they can kill the demonic rock rat king, let alone a third-level spirit beast. This is not to say that the demonic rock rat king is so powerful, but his ability to escape is truly first class, and he will run away at the slightest sign of trouble. Therefore, the biggest problem is how to kill the rat king before it escapes. Zhang Taishan was already thinking at this time, I hope a miracle will happen to Li Xian's flamingo. Otherwise, we can only try to break through. They have been holding out for a long time, but still saw no reinforcements. Continuing to hold on will only lead to death. If we break out, we will still be caught up by the rat tide. But as long as they can encounter other mercenary groups or beastmasters who come out for adventure, then there may still be a glimmer of hope. Soon, Zhang Taishan made up his mind. He and Li Xian looked at each other. They had worked together for many years and had a good understanding of each other. Li Xian knew what Zhang Taishan was thinking and nodded. Suddenly, a sharp squeaking sound was heard coming from the Rat King in the distance. There is an idiom called as timid as a mouse, and there is a reason for it. As Zhang Taishan expected, this demonic rock Rat King was indeed extremely afraid of death. When it saw the flamingo flying towards it, it turned and ran without hesitation. At the same time, he ordered his guards to rush forward and attack the flamingo to buy himself time to escape. However, the Rat King was still a little too naive. No matter how elite his guards were, they did not have the ability to attack from a distance. The flamingos swooped down from the sky. The elite guards of the demonic rock Rat King were unable to provide any obstruction at all. These elite magic rock rats even attempted to jump into the sky to intercept the flamingos. However, he couldn't even touch a feather of the flamingo. In the blink of an eye, the flamingo dived 100 meters, caught up with the demonic rock Rat King who was trying to escape. A chilling smile appeared on Li Xian's lips. The next moment, the flamingo turned into a fireball again, and a hot and violent aura suddenly emerged. The temperature within 100 meters around increased sharply. In everyone's eyes, the fireball transformed by the flamingo was even more dazzling, like a second sun in the sky. And then, the scorching and violent fire attributes spiritual power exploded. It's self-destruction. A violent spiritual power shock wave mixed with raging flames erupted instantly. Like a whirlwind, it swallowed up everything around it in the blink of an eye. The demonic rock Rat King tried to escape, but the rapid squeaking sound soon disappeared. Including all the magic rock rats within a radius of 100 meters, they didn't even have time to scream. It was engulfed by flames and turned into ashes. The flames shot up into the sky, almost dyeing the sky red, like the end of the world. After a long time, the high temperature dissipated and the diffuse smoke and dust dissipated. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a huge, deep pit. The magic rock rats that were supposed to be in this area had already disappeared. There was not a single corpse inside, only a scorched earth. All the students in class stared at the huge pit in front of them with dull eyes. They just felt like they were in a dream, and everything in their minds had already been turned upside down. The Rat King was killed, the rat tide lost its organizer, and the rats fled in all directions. The panicked squeaking of the demon rock rats could be heard everywhere. Only then did they come to their senses, with expressions of horror still on their faces. What kind of skill is this? This damage is too high. Isn't the Rat King very difficult to kill? He's gone in one move? This is not a dream. Everyone looked at Li Xian in disbelief, even though they had witnessed Li Xian's strength many times before. However, the fact that they could take the general's head in the midst of a chaotic army as easily as taking something out of a bag still shocked them greatly. This strength has already far exceeded what a freshman should have. Although they were classmates in the same class, they could barely deal with a first-level elite magic rock rat. But Li Xian was able to kill hundreds of magic rock rats and elite magic rock rats with one blow. The gap is simply huge. If Li Xian hadn't been here this time, they would have been defeated with just their strength. Even if we can break through in the end, the price we pay will definitely not be small. It is even possible to lose the lives of your companions. Zhang Taishan and Li Xian were also in deep shock. They had never heard that flamingos had such powerful skills. From their perspective, a skill of this power must be at level 5 or 6. This is simply unbelievable. Is this a new skill that has never been discovered before? Li Xian looked in the direction of the deep pit and fell into deep thought. Zhang Taishan discovered the difference at this time. Li Xian's flamingo is gone. Li Xian also discovered this. The two men were very experienced and understood it immediately. So it's a self-destruct type skill. No wonder. That should be correct. This skill, which comes at the cost of one's own life, can unleash power beyond the current level. This is not something very unusual. But even so, the power of the flamingo's self-destruction is still relatively strong among all the self-destruction skills. Li Chun's face was full of sighs. Li Xian brought them another surprise. But at the same time, Li Xian became more mysterious in their hearts. Whenever they thought that this was all Li Xian's strength, Li Xian always brought them more miracles. He has the uncanny talent of a third-rank beastmaster before he is 20 years old, and he has two mysterious and extremely powerful spirit beasts. Li Xian can be said to be the most outstanding student Zhang Taishan and Li Xian have ever seen since they started coaching. No doubt about it. They both knew very well that Qinglong Academy had really found a treasure this time. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Xian will definitely become a rising star in the world of beastmasters. It is even possible that he will become one of the top beastmasters in the end. Li Xian had no idea what these two mentors were thinking. His mind was on the flamingo's panel at this moment. The spiritual animal flamingo has died. Resurrection cooldown time. 231:50:59. Li Xian looked at the resurrection time on the panel and felt a little painful. More than 9 days, this is too long. The higher the level of the spirit beast, the longer it takes to revive. This is only the 3rd intermediate level. If the spirit beast reaches the 8th or 9th level, its resurrection time may have to be calculated in months. No wonder beastmasters are reluctant to let their spirit beasts die easily. Li Xian muttered and looked behind him. There is a plus after it. He tried clicking it and found that he could shorten the cooling time by using bonus points. He tried to roll 1 bonus point. The cooldown time becomes 230:50:22. 1 bonus point reduces the cooldown by 1 hour. Chapter 32 Relics. Li Xian did not invest any more bonus points to shorten the flamingo's resurrection time. Because the crisis is now over, Li Xian feels there is no need to waste his precious reward points. The Demon Rock Rat King was killed, and the huge group of Demon Rock Rat also lost their fighting spirit. They began to flee in all directions, but Feng Huang did not miss this great opportunity and continued to chase them. Before the rat swarm dissipated, Li Xian finally received a notification that the mission was completed. Monster Slayer 2 mission completed, 500 reward points obtained. After system detection, the host has accumulated more than 1,000 reward points, and the Forced Evolution function is activated. Forced Evolution? What new feature is this? Li Xian was somewhat confused and quickly clicked on the function description to check it carefully. Forced Evolution. After the growth reaches 100%, you can consume the corresponding reward points to allow the designated spirit beast to evolve to the next stage. No materials required. This made Li Xian very happy. Being able to evolve once without using materials could save a lot of time and money. The previous evolutions made Li Xian feel it. The higher the level of the spirit beast, the more resources it consumes for evolution. Similarly, there will be many more valuable resources. The value of this new feature is self-evident. With this function, you can evolve at any time as long as you have enough reward points. Li Xian then looked at the Forced Evolution panel again. It costs 350 reward points to force the evolution of the Wind Emperor. To evolve a flamingo, you need to spend 600 reward points. This consumption is still within Li Xian's psychological expectations. Li Xian originally thought that such a perverted function would require an astronomical number of reward points. It's okay, not too much. Li Xian nodded, turned off the panel, and looked around. At this time, the rat tide had dissipated, and everyone's faces showed a relieved smile. Seeing Li Xian, many people looked at him with admiration and gratitude. After this incident, Li Xian's image in the hearts of all the students in class has become extremely tall. This is the respect and awe that Li Xian earned with his powerful strength. Many girls even cast passionate glances at Li Xian. Some female classmates with good looks and figures even deliberately made somewhat seductive poses. Snort! At this moment, a figure suddenly came to Li Xian and glanced at the girls around who were ready to make a move with a very unfriendly look. She acted like a hostess. This figure was none other than Chenyu. Li Xian looked at Chenyu with some confusion. This made Chenyu's face blush, but she did not walk away. Instead, She moved closer to Li Xian. Li Xian was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The crisis of the rat tide has been resolved, but the students have also consumed a lot of energy. After the two instructors discussed it, they both agreed that it was no longer appropriate to continue the practical training. This rat tide has brought great benefits to the freshmen who have just joined the college. So Zhang Taishan clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Okay, now that the rat tide has disappeared, everyone get ready. We're going to go back the way we came and take the bus back to the academy. Zhang Taishan's decision was undoubtedly very wise, and the students present cheered. After the battle, just now, everyone was very tired both mentally and physically. They all couldn't wait to go back and have a good rest. At this moment, a student noticed that something seemed to be wrong around him. Huh? Why is it suddenly foggy? Everyone was stunned for a moment and quickly turned around to look around. Sure enough, at some point, a light mist filled the air around them. Moreover, the fog was getting thicker and thicker, and everyone's visibility was getting lower and lower. Soon, everyone could only see the scenery within a radius of 100 meters. And it seems that visibility is getting lower and lower. Zhang Taishan immediately realized that something was wrong, and he shouted, "Everyone pay attention. Gather together quickly. Let the spirit beasts guard the outermost part." The students immediately followed their instructions. Just when their formation was completed, the surroundings became pitch dark. There was fog everywhere, and I couldn't see anything clearly. But soon, the fog weakened rapidly and then dissipated at an astonishing speed. When their vision became clear again, everyone found that the place where they were still underwent earth-shaking changes. They were no longer on a plain, but in a luxurious palace with bright lights. The hall is very spacious, with countless human-shaped stone statues lined up on both sides. At the end of the hall, there are 12 huge golden thrones. There seemed to be an extremely majestic, yet different figure sitting on each throne. However, due to the great distance, these figures were extremely blurry and their specific features could not be seen clearly. At this time, they discovered, although they were also in the hall, they were trapped in a cage. It's called a cage, but it's actually more like an arena, except that they're the only ones there at the moment. It seems to have become a toy for these mysterious people on the throne. Everyone was staring at the figures on the 12 thrones in the depths of the hall, although their faces could not be seen clearly. But there is an urge to kneel down and surrender. Some students asked tremblingly, "Where is this? That's so weird. Why do I want to kneel down? This can't be a monster's illusion." For a moment, many students were confused and running around like headless flies. Chunyu was also a little nervous and subconsciously grabbed Li Xian's sleeve. Looking at Li Xian's still calm face, his originally panicked mood became much calmer. In comparison, the two mentors who had experienced many ups and downs looked relatively calm. Quiet. Zhang Taishan knew very well that he had to remain calm before he knew the specific situation. He and Li Chun looked around the surroundings and had already guessed in their minds that this place was not ordinary. Now they are feeling excited and worried. Some students couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, where is this place?" They also realized that their two mentors in this place probably knew each other. Zhang Taishan was silent for a while, as if he was considering how to answer. After a while, he said with a complicated look, "This is the ruins of the gods. It is a relic left over from the early days of the cataclysm. Do you see the 12 thrones in the depths of the hall? Sitting on them are the 12 gods." As soon as these words were spoken, all the students fell silent. But then, an even more intense noise broke out. "Remains. This is actually a relic where crisis and opportunity coexist." At this moment, they didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Chapter 33, God's Trial. The Age of Cataclysm refers to the era more than 300 years ago when monsters suddenly descended and slaughtered humans wantonly. These relics appeared at that time. The reason for the appearance of the ruins cannot be determined at present. But one thing is certain. That means there must be priceless treasures in the ruins. Anyone who passes through the ruins can obtain the rewards contained in the ruins. As for what the specific rewards are, it is unknown. Moreover, the relics are extremely rare, their whereabouts are elusive, and there is no pattern to their appearance. Basically, the existence of the ruins can only be seen in legends or some ancient records. Only a very small number of people can enter the ruins by accident, and those who pass the test often don't publicize it. Therefore, many people regard it as a legend. And when everyone in Class A was in the ruins, they never expected it. The lucky ones who entered the ruins turned out to be themselves. Is this the legendary relic? This place looks so magnificent. Why do we feel like we are in the same circle? Game of the Gods? This name is very impressive. Will I be able to possess the power of gods through the ruins? Teacher, what is so special about this relic? Everyone present, including Li Xian, turned their eyes to the two mentors, Zhang Taishan and Li Xian. Zhang Taishan carefully recalled the records he had read about the Game of the Gods, and then said in a deep voice, "It is said that those who enter the Game of Gods must accept the challenge of the gods' pets in the circle we are in now. Only if you succeed in the challenge can you leave and receive the gifts from the gods." Teacher, what if we fail? Some students were already attracted by the gifts from the gods and hurriedly asked questions. Li Xian smiled bitterly. If you fail, you will stay here forever and eventually become a stone statue guarding the temple. As he spoke, Li Xian pointed to the neatly arranged stone statues on both sides of the hall. After hearing Li Xian's words, many students' faces turned serious. Now, many students who had previously coveted the gifts from the gods calmed down. They also began to realize that this relic not only has benefits, but also brings with it life and death crises. Anyway, now that we are here, we can only accept the challenge. Otherwise, you will never be able to leave in this life. Zhang Taishan paused for a moment, then continued. Different games of the gods have different restrictions and requirements for challengers. There should be something to introduce them here. As they spoke, everyone began to look around. Chunyu had sharp eyes and noticed that at the edge of the circle where they were, there was a stone statue holding an open scroll. There seems to be something written on it. So Chunyu hurriedly called everyone over and went over together. When I got closer, I saw that there were indeed lines of text engraved on the scroll. Game of the Gods. Challenge level 5. Challenger limit under 20 years old. After reading these contents clearly, Zhang Taishan and Li Xian frowned. Although they are teachers, the games of the gods are, after all, a mysterious relic. They also have great interest in the treasures they will get after passing the level. But this age limit immediately blocked their way. It seems that only the students present here can accept the challenge. According to the rules, as long as one person passes, we can leave. Zhang Taishan looked at the students in front of him and saw that many of them had excited expressions on their faces, eager to try. Zhang Taishan asked, "Who's going?" As soon as Zhang Taishan asked the question, many students raised their hands enthusiastically. After all, this is a relic. Once you pass the challenge, not only will you get a generous reward, but it will also be a great opportunity to show off. This undoubtedly has a great appeal to many boys. Seeing so many people raising their hands, Zhang Taishan shook his head, pouring cold water on these children who had just embarked on the path of becoming beast tamers. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The challenge of the ruins must be extremely difficult. If you fail, you will become a stone statue and stay here. As he spoke, Zhang Taishan pointed to the stone statues on both sides. There are quite a few of these stone statues. After hearing this, I saw an astonishing number of stone statues on both sides. The enthusiasm inspired by the gifts from the gods has cooled down a lot. Only then did they realize that there is no free lunch in the world, no matter how tempting the reward may be. But you have to be alive to get it. They thought about it carefully and realized that when they faced the rat tide before, they had a hard time dealing with even one elite magic rock rat. Can they pass the relic challenge? Thinking of this, many students who had raised their hands enthusiastically were caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, he wanted the treasure, but on the other hand, he was afraid that he would not be able to pass the challenge. Turn into a stone statue and stay here forever. If someone meets the requirements and is confident of passing the level, everyone present turned their eyes to Li Xian. Li Xian now has a blank expression on his face. It's not because he is sure of winning, but because he is now attracted by the new tasks released by the system. Ding mission released a Game of Gods Challenger. Clear all levels of the Game of Gods. You will receive corresponding reward points for each level you pass. This mission is different from the previous ones. You can only get rewards after completing other missions. But this time, the settlement can be made midway. This is fine. Coming to his senses, Li Xian found that everyone was looking at him, and he understood what it meant. After a brief hesitation, he did not refuse, as he knew that if he was modest at this time, it might cost his classmate's life. I have never been here before, and I don't know how difficult it is. I will try my best. If you fail, don't blame me. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads and said no. If Li Xian can't pass, then the others will definitely not be able to pass either, and then they will all be doomed to stay here together. Zhang Taishan patted Li Xian's shoulder with a serious look and said earnestly, "Then I'll leave it to you. Li Xian, be careful." Chen Yu looked at him with some concern. Li Xian smiled and nodded. While no one was paying attention, he secretly pinched Chen Yu's tender little hand. Chen Yu's face turned slightly red, and she glanced at him secretly, but did not resist. Li Xian smiled, let go of his hand, turned around, and asked Zhang Taishan, "Teacher, how do we start the challenge?" "You should stand in front of the stone statue, holding the scroll, and shout to start the challenge." Li Xian nodded. To be honest, this action looked a little silly, but he didn't care about anything else in order to complete the task. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, Li Xian followed Zhang Taishan's instructions and came to the stone statue and shouted. In a blink of an eye, everyone found that the scene around them had changed. Li Xian was in an arena, and the rest of the people moved to one side of the stands. On the other side of the stands were 12 gods seated on thrones. At the same time, a cold yet majestic voice echoed over the arena. "Mortal, welcome to God's trial." Chapter 34, Too Fierce. This majestic and indifferent voice came from all directions, as if it was everywhere. You will challenge your own destiny in the arena of the gods. Perhaps you seek the reward from the gods, perhaps you seek to gain powerful strength, or perhaps you seek only to survive. So, brave challengers, go all out. Let us witness this great moment of fighting against fate. The moment the majestic voice disappeared, the huge iron door in front of Li Xian slowly opened. A humanoid monster as big as a hill walked out slowly. This monster has dark skin and a body full of strong and terrifying muscles. Combined with its sturdy body like a hill, it is very impactful. Of course, this is not the scariest thing. This monster has 6 arms that can handle all-around attacks from different angles. 6-armed monster, a second-level intermediate monster. Li Xian recognized the monster in front of him at a glance. At the same time, there was an uproar in the audience. The first thing that happened was a second-level intermediate monster, which scared the students so much that they gasped. There was a look of shock on their faces. At this point, those students who had been ignorant and eager to try suddenly broke out in cold sweats. Fortunately, they didn't go up. This difficulty seemed abnormal to them. They felt that apart from the monster Li Xian, no one else would have a chance of passing the level. While they were daydreaming, the battle had already broken out in the arena. Roar! The 6-armed monster roared and strode towards Li Xian with his sturdy body like a hill. It was like a giant charging chariot. At this time, Feng Huang was already waiting halfway. Faced with the 6-armed monster's powerful charge, Feng Huang had no intention of dodging. Instead, he launched a counterattack against the 6-armed monster. Ah! Seeing this scene, many students exclaimed in surprise. They all understood the characteristics of the 6-armed monster. Logically speaking, although the 6-armed monster is strong, its speed is not fast enough. If you go head-on, it's hard to gain any advantage. The safest way should be to fight guerrilla warfare by relying on the spirit beast's quick reaction and speed advantage. The 6-armed monster has a bulky body and slow movements. Even if you are strong, it is useless if you cannot hit your opponent. As long as he continues to implement the guerrilla strategy and constantly consumes his physical strength, his strength will be exhausted sooner or later. By that time, he would be no different from a sheep to be slaughtered. Many people think this way. Under their worried gaze, the Wind Emperor and the 6-armed monster collided with each other. Just like Mars hitting the Earth, a dull, thunderous sound rang out. It stirred up layers of air waves. Although the Wind Emperor has evolved, judging from his size alone, there is still a big gap between him and the 6-armed monster. Besides, the 6-armed monster has such terrifying muscles, and the Wind Emperor also has muscles. But Feng Huang's muscles were not that terrifying, everyone thought. In this collision, Feng Huang will be at a disadvantage. But no one expected that in a collision with such a huge size difference, it seemed that the Wind Emperor had the upper hand. The 6-armed monster was knocked back by the Wind Emperor. Feng Huang was not polite either. He rushed forward again, and his wolf claws flashed. Before the 6-armed monster could stand firm, its head flew high into the air. Instantly blood splattered. Bang! The headless corpse of the 6-armed monster fell heavily on the arena, twitched once, and then became motionless. The ugly head rolled to Li Xian's feet. Li Xian looked disgusted and kicked him away. Kill with one blow. The students and instructors who were watching the battle in the stands were silent. Deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the Wind Emperor on the field and the corpse of the six-armed monster in front of him. They knew that the six-armed monster would not be a match for the Wind Emperor, but they didn't expect that the game would end so quickly. Instant kill. This is too incredible. Li Xian's spirit beast actually crushed the six-armed monster in terms of strength, which was his best strength. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Brother Li always does things that are unbelievable to us. Yeah, it's really fierce. This is the first time I've seen a canine spirit beast that can compete with a six-armed monster in strength. Could it be that Brother Li's spirit beast has awakened its power talent? It's very likely. Not only the students, but also the two teachers who led the team started the discussion. Discussions filled with amazement arose one after another, even reaching the arena. But Li Xian didn't care about that. Just now the six-armed monster died, and the system person's task information also popped up. Pass the first stage of the Game of Gods and receive 50 bonus points. Before Li Xian had time to be happy, the majestic and cold voice sounded again. Pass the first level, continue with the second level. As soon as the words fell, the iron door in front of Li Xian opened again. This time, a monster that was completely blood red and seemed to have no skin came out. This monster had its flesh and meridians exposed, its mouth wide open, and countless sharp teeth visible inside. A pair of small eyes, glowing red, stared at Li Xian, flashing with bloodthirsty red light. It looks very creepy. This is the Blood Demon, a peak second-order monster. These students naturally knew the Blood Demon. They couldn't help but exclaim. The second level is the peak of the second stage. Do you think Brother Li can handle it? Maybe. Li Xian can definitely do it. Chenyu said this with no idea where he got the confidence from. Just as everyone was discussing, the fight broke out again. Unlike the six-armed monster, the Blood Demon excels at speed, and his movements are very flexible and swift. He seemed to be able to turn into a residual shadow while dodging and moving. Although he was not as good as the Wind Emperor, he was not far behind. If it were any other opponent, it would definitely be a headache. However, although Feng Huang is only at the peak of the second level, his actual combat power has long reached the third level. They also have the upper hand in battle. If this continues, Feng Huang will definitely be the winner. However, Li Xian felt that this would take too long and didn't want to waste time. So he took action himself. It's a good time to try the soul-binding chain. Li Xian stretched out his hand, and a light blue spiritual power chain appeared out of thin air. Li Xian predicted the location where the Blood Demon would appear, pointed his right hand forward, and the spiritual power chain shot out like a wandering spirit snake. With a loud bang, the Blood Demon was tied up and fixed in place. The Blood Demon was caught off guard and stunned for a moment. But this moment was enough to put an end to this battle. The Wind Emperor's wind power talent was activated, and he came to the side of the Blood Demon in an instant. The Wind Shadow Claw was activated, and the Wind Emperor's wolf claws suddenly fell down. In a flash of blood, the Blood Demon followed the fate of the six-armed monster and died under the iron claws of the Wind Emperor. Soul-binding chain. The audience exclaimed again, but this time, the sound was much quieter, as if they had become somewhat numb. Zhang Taishan and Li Chun stood up suddenly. They didn't expect that Li Xian actually mastered a kind of spiritual art, and it seemed that he was quite proficient in it. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Li Xian learned spiritual arts too fast. Chapter 35 Roar. Not only the teachers saw Li Xian's third spiritual technique, but the students in Class A also saw it. They couldn't help but be amazed. Most of them currently only mastered the defensive spiritual art of Spirit Guardian Shield. Students like Chenyu, who came from a family of beastmasters, had only mastered 2 spiritual arts at most. One of them just learned it not long ago. Li Xian not only mastered 3 spiritual arts, but also reached a certain level in each spiritual art, leaving them far behind. Now they have no desire to surpass Li Xian. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Suddenly, Zhang Taishan said to Li Chun, "Did you notice Li Xian's spirit beast?" Li Chun nodded. He knew what Zhang Taishan meant. Judging from the aura of this spirit beast, it is only at the peak of the second stage. But his actual combat power is at least at the lower third level, and may even be at the middle third level. Li Chun was very emotional. Both of Li Xian's spirit beasts are not simple. One is a rare flamingo, and the other is a mysterious spirit beast whose actual combat power far exceeds its own. It is really puzzling that a common boy can achieve this. However, it is a very inspiring story, and I think it could be used to motivate students to practice. Pass the second level of Game of Gods and get 100 bonus points. Li Xian was very happy after getting 100 reward points, no matter how much the final reward of this Game of Gods is. At least in terms of reward points alone, this trip to the ruins is definitely a great harvest. Immediately afterwards, the door in front of Li Xian opened for the third time. The monsters that appeared this time were a little different. In terms of appearance, the monster that appeared this time looked like a human girl. Very pretty. He was just wearing a white robe, and his eyes were black, but one could sense coldness and evil from them. This is a Lich Witch, and her strength is at the lower third level. Zhang Taishan and Li Xian in the stands took a deep breath after seeing the monster's appearance clearly. It's actually a lich or witch. We're in trouble now. What's wrong, teacher? Some students did not know how powerful the lich and witch were, and asked Zhang Taishan and Li Xian. Before Zhang Taishan and Li Xian could speak, Qinyu explained with a gloomy face. Li Xian's spirit beast obviously takes the route of physical attack and elemental attack, but this route is just restrained by the Lich Witch. As soon as these words were spoken, the students in Class A understood what was going on. Their eyes were full of worry when they looked at Li Xian. What should I do? Is Brotherly going to lose? If Brotherly loses, we will have to stay here. What should I do? I don't want to turn into a stone statue. I've never been in love before. Feelings of panic and fear began to spread among the crowd. Zhang Taishan and Li Xian also sighed. Faced with this situation, there was nothing they could do. Li Xian does have a spirit beast that is good at mental attacks, but being in the arena, Li Xian has no way to request external assistance. At this time, it seemed that the only person with a relatively calm mentality was the person involved, Li Xian. A talent for the incorporeal body? That's quite difficult to deal with. Li Xian looked at the somewhat illusory Lich Witch in front of him and pondered for a moment. Virtual talents can usually only be awakened by soul-type monsters and pure elemental beasts. Monsters with the incorporeal talent are completely immune to any physical and elemental attacks. Only mental attacks can cause damage to it. With Feng Huang's current attack methods, there is really no other way. Mental attack. Li Xian's eyes flashed, and he quickly made a decision. He immediately summoned the panel and cast his gaze towards Feng Huang's skills to be unlocked column. Sky Roar, a mental attack that causes mental damage and has a chance to paralyze the opponent, making them unable to move. The activation probability is 50%. The stronger the opponent, the lower the activation probability. The lowest probability will not be lower than 15%. 150 reward points are required to unlock. This is a new skill gained after the Wind Emperor evolves into the Storm Spirit Wolf. This skill is precisely mental attack. Without any hesitation, Li Xian directly spent 150 reward points to unlock the Sky Roar skill. At this time, the Lich Witch had already arrived at the center of the arena, and she opened her mouth and let out an extremely shrill scream towards the Wind Emperor. The witch wails, Zhang Taishan exclaimed. This is one of the Lich Witch's most proud attack skills. This move is a spiritual attack. Except for spiritual beasts with spiritual attributes, ordinary spiritual beasts have no way to resist and can only allow this attack to fall on them. L. This attack containing spiritual attributes hit Feng Huang. Feng Huang's body shook a few times, and his eyes became a little distracted. But in the blink of an eye, clarity was restored. Li Xian laughed. Do you think you're the only one who can yell? Wind Emperor yell? Li Xian's mind moved, and Feng Huang suddenly opened his mouth and let out a wolf howl that echoed throughout the arena. The wolf's howl seemed to cause the space to fluctuate. An invisible spiritual shock slammed towards the Lich Witch in front of the Wind Emperor. After hearing the wolf howl, the students and teachers in the stands couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. However, this is only the residual power. The Lich Witch, who bore the brunt of the attack, felt as if she had been hit by a heavy hammer. There was an immediate scream, and the already illusory body began to shake violently. Although the talent of illusory body is very abnormal. But God is fair. When you gain something, you will also lose something. Creatures with the talent of illusory body are immune to normal attacks and elemental attacks. However, their ability to defend against mental attacks is almost zero. If it were any other spiritual beast, the sky-rising roar might not have such great lethality. But in front of the Lich Witch, it was seriously injured with just a roar to the sky. Li Xian was relentless and issued an order to Feng Huang. Wind Emperor, keep yelling. The Wind Emperor pursued the enemy with his victory, and once again let out a terrifying roar that was deafening. This time, the Lich and the Witch could no longer hold on. With a wailing sound, it was completely reduced to ashes. The moment the Lich Witch disappeared, the Wind Emperor stopped howling. Silence returned to the arena. The people in the stands could never have imagined that Li Xian's spirit beast could actually launch mental attacks. This eerie silence lasted for quite a while. The scene of the Lich and Witch being reduced to ashes just now seemed to be still before my eyes. The 12 gods, whose faces could not be seen, who were sitting on the other side of the stands, also seemed to nod. It seems to express recognition of Li Xian. Chapter 36 Promotion. It's over so soon? Aren't liches and witches said to be very powerful? Everyone present now had their minds in a mess, and they had no idea what was going on. A moment ago, they were still worried about whether Li Xian could defeat the Lich Witch. The next moment, Li Xian's spirit beast roared twice and killed the Lich Witch. There was not even any ability to fight back. Immediately afterwards, a burst of ecstasy broke out among the students. Is this a mental attack skill? Some people couldn't help but take a breath. Fuck, this is so fake. Some students even swore. It's probably true. Otherwise, how could we kill the Lich and Witch? But Brother Li's spirit beast is not of spiritual attribute. Who knows? Brother Li is really good. My idol. Among all the students, Li Xian's status was raised again. This is simply invincible. This is a spiritual beast with both physical and spiritual attributes. Zhang Taishan and Li Chun also looked at Li Xian in surprise. They could never have imagined that Li Xian's spirit beast even had mental attack skills. How many talents and skills does this spirit beast possess? And how did Li Xian cultivate this spiritual beast? The two people were puzzled. On the court, Li Xian turned his eyes away from the task prompt. Passing the 3rd level brought him 150 bonus points. It just makes up for the energy consumption of unlocking Sky Roar. Li Xian looked up at the large iron gate in front of him. What will the 4th enemy I need to face look like? Not long after, the iron door in front of Li Xian opened again. Li Xian's 4th opponent makes a brilliant appearance. This time's opponent is obviously much more powerful than the previous 3. This monster was wearing a pitch-black armor and holding a crescent-shaped blade. It was pitch black under the helmet, with no facial features and seemingly no head. There is also a pair of wrist guards on his arms, emitting a strong purple demonic aura. This is a 3rd-level advanced monster, Crescent Moon Warrior. As soon as the Crescent Warrior appeared, the students and instructors in the viewing platform gasped and hissed. Level 3 Superior. Can Brother Li deal with such a powerful monster? I think it's uncertain. Shut up your crow mouth. The people who had just been ecstatic over the death of the Lich, and which were once again filled with confusion. Fear and worry came back again. Although the two mentors did not have such drastic emotional fluctuations, they also felt regretful. It would be great if Li Xian's flamingo was still there. Li Chun sighed and said with some regret. Although both are 3rd-level spirit beasts, the flamingo's attack power is much higher than that of the Crescent Warrior. Li Xian has 2 spirit beasts. If they joined forces, it would not be difficult to destroy this Crescent Moon Warrior. Just now, although Li Xian's spirit beast has many talents and skills, it is only a 2nd-level spirit beast after all. No matter what, we can't win. Zhang Taishan nodded in agreement, looking a little lonely. No wonder so few people pass through the ruins. It turns out there are such perverted levels. Let's not talk about the first 2 levels, they are still understandable. Starting from the Lich and the Witch, it's simply a bug. Not to mention those under 20 years old. Even those over 20 years old are included. At most, it has only been 2 years since I officially owned my first spirit beast. In this case, how many people can reach the 3rd level? It has been several hundred years since the catastrophe. There are only a handful of geniuses who can achieve this level. Anyone who can reach the 2nd level within this period of time is a genius. Although Li Xian is at level 3, his level 3 spirit beast cannot participate in the battle now. Generally speaking, it is no different from level 2. There is even one less spiritual beast. Therefore, Li Xian was afraid that he would not be able to pass the 4th level. This cannot be blamed on Li Xian. It is not that Li Xian is not strong, but that his opponent is too abnormal. This game of gods is not human at all. No way, this is fate. Zhang Taishan sighed. Speaking of which, it is worthwhile to experience the ruins once in my life. You know, how many times have God wanted to enter the ruins, but couldn't? Li Xian smiled helplessly. 2. I'm afraid no one would have thought that just leading a team out for actual combat would lead to experiencing so many things. First, there was a tide of magic rock rats, and then they entered the ruins of the game of gods. It's a pity for such a good talent like Li Xian. I wanted to train him well. We wanted him to make a splash in the college league, but now plans really can't keep up with changes. Zhang Taishan sighed again. Li Chun didn't say anything. The two fell silent again. After listening to what the two instructors said, Chen Yu, who was standing by, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were about to dig into his flesh because he pressed too hard. Chen Yu looked at Li Xian in the arena with full of worry and felt deep regret in his heart. But when he saw that Li Xian in the field still had a calm and composed expression, Chen Yu suddenly felt that things might still turn around. It seemed as if this was not a desperate situation for Li Xian. In fact, this is true. If it were the old Li Xian, he really would not be able to deal with a third-level superior enemy. But now it's different. He has a trump card in his hand. That is forced evolution. The previous battle has increased the Wind Emperor's growth rate to 28%. And a third-level Lich, which directly increases the growth rate by 16.5%. Li Xian immediately decided to summon the panel. With some regret, he spent 217 reward points to replenish the growth of Feng Huang. Then he resisted the urge to vomit blood and injected 350 evolution points without hesitation, forcing the Wind Emperor to evolve. In an instant, the appearance and panel of the Wind Emperor changed again. Name Storm Wolfguard. Attribute: Wind. Level: Level 3 Advanced. Growth: 0%. Talent: Power of the Wind. Iron Head, Wind Whispering Spell. Power of the Wilderness, Blessing of the Earth Spirit Wolf. Skills: Wind Blade Slash, Storm Slash, Wind Shadow Claw, Sky Roar. Evolution Route: Hidden Route. Next stage: Storm Wolf General. Requirements: 100% growth, Wind Demon Blood, 20 lower level Wind Attribute Spirit Crystals. Level 3 Superior. The Wind Emperor's aura suddenly changed drastically. The blue gem on the forehead turned into a hexagon, and the hair became more shiny. There is also a green cloak on the back, which looks very majestic. The momentum is also rising steadily. In the blink of an eye, he reached the same level as the Crescent Warrior. No one expected this sudden change. Everyone in the audience was shocked again. Everyone who noticed that Feng Huang had changed again was stunned again, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Is this another evolution? Chapter 37 Rewards. This evolution came just in time. Some students swallowed their saliva and said in disbelief. The evolution of spiritual beasts is also uncontrollable and involves a lot of randomness. It is not uncommon for many spiritual beasts to suddenly evolve during battle. But it was this contingency that shocked the people outside the venue. For a moment, everyone was shocked. After that, there was intense ecstasy. That's great. This way we can definitely win against the Crescent Moon Warrior. Yeah, I didn't expect Brother Li's spirit beast to evolve at this point. Brother Li is truly a miracle star. In my opinion, it's hard to say. They are all level 3 superiors, so it's not certain that they will win. Go, what do you know? Brother Li's spirit beasts have so many talents and skills, he will definitely win. That's right. What look? Most of the students in Class A were excited at this time. The few who were not optimistic seemed to feel that there was something wrong with their thinking after hearing what those people said. Chen Yu stared at Li Xian without blinking, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhang Taishan and Li Chun were also very excited when they saw this scene. But besides the surprise, I was more shocked. You have to know that during the entrance examination, Li Xian's spirit beast was far from being so powerful. At most, it was at the lower level of the second level. As a result, in less than half a month, he was promoted to the upper level of the third level like riding a rocket. How could one not be shocked by the speed of this evolution? It was simply appalling. What kind of spirit beast is this? This question flashed through the minds of both of them at the same time. If these two people didn't know, it would be a big taboo to rashly ask about other people's spirit beasts. They all wanted to ask Li Xian in person, but they still resisted the urge. The other side. After successfully evolving, the Wind Emperor has already engaged in a battle with the Crescent Moon Warrior. Relying on the large number of talents and skills that Li Xian unlocked from the system, the Wind Emperor firmly gained the upper hand and suppressed the Crescent Moon Warriors. The Crescent Warrior's Crescent Demon Blade glowed with a terrifying purple edge, seemingly indestructible. But when it hit the Wind Emperor's body, it did nothing except produce a few sparks. On the contrary, every time the Wind Emperor's wolf claws attacked the Crescent Warrior, they would leave a deep wound. The ping-pong sound produced by the collision of wolf claws and sharp blades echoed over the arena one after another, without stopping. Li Xian did not use any spiritual skills. He wanted to see how powerful the Wind Emperor would be after his evolution. Of course, Li Xian had prepared for the worst. If the Wind Emperor is no match for the Crescent Moon Warrior, he can use his spiritual arts as a trump card. This fierce battle lasted for a full 10 minutes. In the end, the Crescent Warrior's armor was shattered by the Wind Emperor's wolf claws. He finally couldn't hold on any longer. The burly body was tottering. The Wind Emperor's sharp wolf claws suddenly slashed across the Crescent Warrior's neck. The helmet fell off. A stream of black smoke rushed out of the armor, and a breeze blew past, dispersing the black smoke in the wind. The broken armor also fell to the ground with a loud bang, shattering into pieces. With the death of the Crescent Warrior, the voice of the system sounded again in Li Xian's mind. Pass the 4th level of Game of Gods and get 200 bonus points. Li Xian was happy, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. The opponent in the 4th level is a 3rd level superior, and the opponent in the last level may be a 4th level spirit beast. Li Xian didn't know whether Feng Huang could deal with it. If there is really no other choice, then that is the only way. Li Xian sighed and stared at the iron gate in front of him. What kind of monster will be the opponent in the final battle? Not only Li Xian, but everyone in the stands also felt nervous and excited. After all, as long as Li Xian wins one more game, they can leave this mysterious and dangerous ruins. This is the most crucial battle. Everyone thought that the next one should be a 4th level monster, but no one was optimistic about Li Xian, because the strength of the 4th level monster is much higher than that of the 3rd level monster. The higher the level of the monster, the greater the gap. If Li Xian's Wind Emperor's next opponent is a peak level 3 monster, they think Li Xian still has a chance of winning. After all, Li Xian's spirit beast is now at the upper level of the 3rd order, only one small realm away from the peak of the 3rd order. Facing the 3rd level advanced Crescent Moon Warrior, Li Xian's spirit beast can suppress it. At the peak of the 3rd level, there shouldn't be any problem. But the 4th level monsters are different. Now they can only pray that the monster Li Xian encounters in the last level is not too strong. It would be best to be at the peak of level 3, so that there is still hope of fighting. Unfortunately, the more you fear something, the more likely it will happen to you. With a loud bang, the door in front of Li Xian slowly opened. A monster that seemed to be 10 meters tall squeezed out from the iron gate with great difficulty. It had 2 golden eyes, with purple devilish fire lingering in them. Some students stared at its eyes and became lost in thought. Zhang Taishan and Li Chun's faces changed when they found out, and they quickly issued a warning. Don't look into the monster's eyes. It will burn your soul if you look into it for too long. As he spoke, he woke up the student who had been staring blankly. Many of the students in class here are seeing this kind of monster for the first time. After hearing the warnings from Zhang Taishan and Li Chun, I felt a chill down my spine. The students who were awakened by Zhang Taishan and Li Chun were even more grateful that they had escaped. A student asked tremblingly, "Teacher, what kind of monster is this?" "This is a 4th level upper level monster, the soul-devouring flame demon. There is a demonic fire in his eyes. If people stare into his eyes for a long time, their souls will be burned to ashes." "Oh my God!" All the students screamed out almost at the same time, their faces turning pale. The thing they feared the most happened. It was not the lower level of the 4th level, but they went directly to the upper level of the 4th level. Zhang Taishan and Li Chun asked themselves what kind of monster this level is. Even if they appear, they are not completely sure. There is no way Li Xian can win. At this moment, a look of despair appeared on everyone's face. This is going to drive people to death. Li Xian in the arena also had a bad look on his face. He cursed inwardly. This damn Game of Gods, what a difficult level. I have no other choice but to use my ultimate move. So Li Xian summoned the system without thinking. Click on the Flamingo panel. At this time, there are more than 230 hours before the Flamingo automatically resurrects. Li Xian invested 230 reward points and reset the Flamingo's resurrection time to 0. He felt a little pain in his heart, as he was going to save these reward points for the 2 spirit beasts to unlock their talents and skills after they were rescued. But who knew that the opponent in the final level would be so perverted? I hope the last level gives enough reward points. Li Xian sighed. The next moment, The flamingo was reborn from the fire. It transformed into a fireball and rushed towards the soul-devouring flame demon like a cannonball. Feng Huang quickly came to Li Xian, picked him up on his back, and quickly fled away. At this moment, the pupils in the soul-devouring flame demon's golden eyes shrank sharply. It actually felt deadly danger from the flamingo, which was one level lower than it. The soul-devouring flame demon roared in shock and turned around to go back into the iron gate. But his body was too big, and it was not easy to get out. The somewhat panicked soul-devouring flame demon couldn't get in no matter how hard he tried. The next moment, the flamingo turned into a fireball and hit the soul-devouring flame demon. A column of fire shot up into the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar, and blazing flames erupted. The entire arena was rendered into a sea of flames. It was the magical skill of Flamingo that once shocked everyone. Self-destruction. Chapter 38, Nirvana Pearl. Fortunately, the flames produced by the flamingo's self-explosion only covered the arena. The people in the stands just felt a burning sensation. Otherwise, all the spectators in the arena who were staring at the arena with dazed expressions would probably get hurt. In the last game, from the very beginning, they subconsciously excluded the flamingos, because the flamingo had already self-destructed in the previous battle to eliminate the Rat King. Spirit beasts must recuperate for a period of time after death before they can be reborn. This period of time varies, but in general, the higher the level of the spirit beast, the longer it takes. And less than 2 hours have passed since the flamingo's last self-destruction. No one would have expected that the flamingo could be resurrected in such a short time. And as soon as he appeared, he used the self-destruct skill again without hesitation. How can this not be shocking? Now, the entire arena was engulfed in flames. The rising flames brought high temperatures, and the space above the arena seemed to blur. The people in the stands could vaguely see a huge body lying motionless in the sea of fire. That figure was the soul-eating flame demon. Many students couldn't help swallowing. They have all witnessed the terrifying power of a flamingo's self-detonation. That was a terrifying skill that could instantly evaporate thousands of demon rock rats. Even if it was a 5th or 6th level monster, it would probably suffer a great loss if it was hit by such a blow. Not to mention the 4th level monster. Even if the soul-devouring flame demon is a 4th order upper level monster, it can't withstand it. Moreover, when the flamingo exploded, the soul-eating demon was stuck at the iron gate and was in a dilemma. Perhaps it was because of the life and death crisis that the soul-eating flame demon lost his mind. He actually gave up on trying to get into the iron gate and turn around to confront the flamingo's self-explosion head-on. Completely withstood the explosion damage of the self-detonation. That is the most central location, and the result is obvious. This is also true. As the flames slowly dissipated, the soul-devouring fire demon, which was burned into charcoal, gradually appeared. He was already dead and couldn't be deader. All the students and teachers stared at the soul-devouring flame demon without moving. Only after they were sure that the soul-devouring flame demon had absolutely no chance of survival did everyone heave a sigh of relief. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Ecstasy instantly spread among everyone. Success! We survived! I don't have to turn into a stone statue anymore. That's great! Long live Brotherly! Brotherly is so amazing. I thought I was going to fail. I'm not wrong. You still think Brotherly is a little bit worried. Li Xian, I love you. Chenyu was originally filled with joy, but when she heard the last sentence, her smile stiffened unconsciously. Then Chenyu turned around and glared at the excited girl. The girl was obviously frightened by Chenyu's appearance. She stuck out her tongue and said nothing. Zhang Taishan and Li Chun also couldn't hide their joy on their faces. This is really a sudden turn of events. Li Xian's final performance of turning the tide really caught people off guard. In this actual combat, Li Xian has brought them too many surprises and surprises. So much so that these people's moods are like riding a roller coaster. The ups and downs, highs and lows, are extremely tiring. Fortunately, we finally got through it without any major problems. Now, everyone can leave the ruins safely, pass the final level of the Game of Gods, and receive 300 bonus points. 2 or 3 seconds after the flames produced by the flamingo's self-explosion, Li Xian already knew the outcome of the battle. I finally felt relieved. This reward is not bad. The reward points are a bit more than before, so it's not a loss. At this time, the flames slowly dissipated, and the charcoal-like corpse of the soul-devouring flame demon was finally completely revealed. At this moment, That majestic and indifferent voice finally sounded again. Mortal, you have passed the test of the gods, and you will receive the gifts of the gods. After saying that, Li Xian could see that the 12 figures sitting on the 12 thrones stood up at the same time and nodded to Li Xian. Seems very satisfied with Li Xian's performance. Then the person in the middle tapped the ground with the scepter in his hand. Suddenly, 2 egg-sized beads appeared in front of Li Xian. Li Xian held the 2 beads in his hands without hesitation. Is this the reward? The 2 beads feel a little cool to the touch. Li Xian looked at it carefully and recognized one of them. It was a sealing bead. However, he couldn't tell what the other one was. While they were wondering, the scenery in front of everyone suddenly changed and began to become blurry. Li Xian knew that it was time to leave. Sure enough, the next moment, the scenery in front of me suddenly changed. The surrounding environment has turned into a desolate wilderness. Countless corpses of demon rock rats were scattered around. Everyone looked around and was overjoyed. This is where they were before. Great! It's finally out. Very good. Speaking of which, how do we get into this ruins? It may be related to the fog. Who cares? I don't want to go in there again. That's right, the monsters that appeared were so strong that I was worried about losing my life there. Fortunately, I have Brother Li. This sentence aroused the agreement of many people. If Li Xian hadn't been here this time, I'm afraid all of them would have lost their lives. Speaking of this, everyone started looking for Li Xian to thank him. But I found that Li Xian was talking to his 2 mentors, Zhang Taishan and Li Xian. Teacher, do you know what this is? Li Xian took out the bead whose details he didn't know and asked Zhang Taishan and Li Xian. Li Xian looked at it carefully for a while, thought about it carefully for a while, and said uncertainly, "This should be the Nirvana Pearl." Nirvana Pearl? Teacher, what is the effect of this Nirvana Pearl? The Nirvana Pearl is incredible. It can raise the potential of spirit beasts by a large stage, up to the Emperor level. This is a priceless treasure, and there is no one in the market who can buy it. Speaking of this, there was an envy in Li Chun's tone that was hard to conceal. Li Xian was stunned when he heard this, and then he was overjoyed. I didn't expect that this little bead, whose use I didn't know, would have such an effect. Although this trip to the ruins was quite difficult, the gains were great, and it was worth it. Then Zhang Taishan said, "This Nirvana Pearl is very precious. You'd better use it as soon as possible, otherwise it will attract the covetousness of many lawless people." Although he also wanted to own the pearl, he still chose to abide by morality. No matter what, this is the reward Li Xian got for his hard work. And if it weren't for Li Xian, they would have turned into stone statues in the ruins long ago. If you continue to covet Li Xian's things, you would be worse than an animal. Li Xian bowed to the 2 mentors to express his gratitude and decided to use the bead as soon as possible. Chapter 39, Unlocking Talents. Zhang Taishan thought about it and reminded the students not to leak the news of entering the ruins today. His intention in doing so was to prevent the fact that Li Xian obtained the treasure from being known by people with ulterior motives as much as possible. Cause some unnecessary trouble. The teacher has spoken, and in front of the teacher, all the students will definitely agree. However, it is hard to say whether anyone will tell others about it later. Zhang Taishan was just doing his best. After the matter here was settled, everyone naturally returned to Donghai City without stopping. On the way, they also encountered a team of beastmasters who came to rescue them. 2 instructors stayed behind to deal with the aftermath, while the students took the bus back to school. Back in his apartment, Li Xian opened Feng Huang's panel. Check out Feng Huang's new talents and skills to be unlocked. Talents to be unlocked. Steel refined in 100 refinements. An advanced talent with a head of steel and bones, granting the spirit beast a higher level of defense. 200 reward points are required to unlock. Skills to be unlocked. Star absorbing. The attack has the effect of absorbing vitality. After hitting the target, it absorbs the opponent's vitality to a small extent. Replenish your own consumption or recover from injuries. 200 reward points are required to unlock. These are all very practical skills and talents. Li Xian's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but sigh. These 2 skills and talents, whether it is tempered steel or absorbing stars, both can greatly enhance the Wind Emperor's endurance and survivability in continuous combat. This made Li Xian very happy, especially the tempering of steel. Just the talent of a head of iron and bones greatly increased the combat effectiveness of the Wind Emperor. Relying on its super strong defense, it killed many monsters of higher levels. And how much improvement can the advanced talent of steel refined into steel bring to the Wind Emperor, who has a head of iron and a body of steel? How strong should it be? Li Xian spent 200 reward points without hesitation to unlock the tempered steel talent. Then he thought about it again. Star absorbing is pretty good, and I still have enough reward points now. It would be better to unlock the star absorbing skill as well. Thinking of this, Li Xian also unlocked the star absorbing skill. In this way, Feng Huang's talents reached an astonishing 11, including 5 talents and 6 skills. It far exceeds the level that spiritual beasts of the same level can achieve. Although Feng Huang is currently only a 3rd rank superior. But with Feng Huang's current combat power, he should not be afraid even if he faces a 4th order lower level monster. When Li Xian thought of this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. If he continues to grow like this, it won't be a dream for Feng Huang to surpass his enemy by 1 or 2 levels in the future. That kind of scene makes people excited just thinking about it. Li Xian's heart was burning with anger. He took a few deep breaths and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. Li Xian turned to look at the flamingo's panel. Thinking of his flamingo, Li Xian showed a bitter smile on his face. My own flamingo is really pitiful. In just one day, he went through the process of evolution, self-destruction, resurrection, and self-destruction again. This process can be described as bizarre, and it is also very hard. The flamingo is still in the resurrection cooling state, and there are more than 220 hours left before resurrection. During this period of time, let's first improve the growth of the Wind Emperor and collect the main materials for his and Flamingo's evolution. The main material for the evolution of Wind Emperor is Wind Demon Blood, while that of Flamingo is Golden Crow Stone. With Li Xian's current knowledge, he has never come across these 2 types of materials. So Li Xian checked it online first. According to the information Li Xian searched on the internet, both of these materials are very rare 4th order materials. But it's not particularly precious. It's just that because very few spiritual beasts use it, it is rarely circulated in the market. Li Xian thought about it and realized that if there were very few of them on the market, he would have to wait until some time to get them by spending money. It looks like I'll have to go fight monsters by myself again. I am a hard worker. Li Xian quickly made up his mind and looked down at the rewards he had won in the Game of Gods. Sealing beads and Nirvana beads. The seal bead that Li Xian obtained from the Game of Gods is very different from the one he bought from the store before. This sealing bead is crystal clear and exudes the luster of uncut jade. Li Xian turned his gaze to the sealing bead, and a panel introducing the spirit beast inside the sealing bead instantly appeared in his mind. Name: Four-tailed fox. Attribute: monster. Level: peak level 3. Growth: 0%. Talent: charm, advanced resistance immunity, sleep, charm, dizziness, spatial perception. Skills: fox leaf flash, space jump, fox eyes, foxfire. Evolution route: 9-tailed fox demon route. 1 tail at the first stage. The next stage is 5-tailed fox, which can evolve to the peak of the 8th stage. Warlock route: the attribute is changed to illusion attribute, inheriting the fox route of Chimanduanjia. The next stage is astrology fox. It can evolve to the highest level of 9th order. A hidden route with phantom attributes? Li Xian couldn't help but be shocked. Spirit beasts with phantom attributes are not only extremely rare, but also have powerful abilities. This can be seen from the 7 talents of the 4-tailed fox alone. In addition, the 4-tailed fox's advanced resistance immunity can be further divided into 3 control state enhancements. The most important thing is that both evolutionary routes of the 4-tailed fox are very powerful. Among spiritual beasts, those with the potential to evolve to the 8th level are already rare. Both evolutionary routes of the 4-tailed fox are not simple. One is at the peak of level 8, and the other has reached the peak of level 9. This is simply too powerful. Li Xian grinned. Products from the ruins must be top-notch. I thought the contribution points were worth it, but I didn't expect the beast to be so powerful. Li Xian was amazed. There is no doubt that Li Xian will definitely choose the strongest evolutionary route, and he also has a Nirvana Pearl in his hand. He can use the Nirvana Pearl to raise the potential limit of the hidden route to the Emperor level. Conveniently, Li Xian searched the internet for the spiritual beast called the 4-tailed fox. Judging from the information revealed on the internet, there is indeed such a spiritual beast as the 4-tailed fox, and it is indeed very rare. From the time of the Great Cataclysm to the present, there are only a handful of beastmasters who have possessed 4-tailed foxes. Also, it is worth mentioning, currently, all known owners of four-tailed spirit foxes have evolved along the so-called nine-tailed fox demon evolutionary path. No one is taking the warlock route. It is certain that the warlock route is the hidden route discovered by the system analysis. Chapter 40. Can you chat for a while? After checking the information of the four-tailed fox, Li Xian unsealed the seal of the seal bead. With a click, the sealing bead broke, and a petite and exquisite snow-white fox appeared in front of Li Xian. As soon as it appeared, the four-tailed fox looked around, its dark and lively eyes rolling around. He looked around. The four-tailed fox's demeanor and behavior are very cute and very likable. Finally, the four-tailed fox's eyes fell on Li Xian. The four-tailed fox chirped with joy and jumped into Li Xian's arms. He rubbed his head against Li Xian affectionately. Li Xian looked at the four-tailed fox with a gentle gaze and gently stroked the four-tailed fox's smooth little head with his palm. The four-tailed fox's fur is very soft and feels very comfortable to touch. The four-tailed fox also enjoyed the touch of its master and made comfortable purring sounds. Li Xian smiled and shifted his gaze from the four-tailed fox to the system panel. While stroking the little head of the four-tailed fox, he looked at the introduction of the four-tailed fox's evolutionary route on the panel. Warlock route, next stage is astrology fox. The evolution conditions must be met. 100% growth, 1 Zixin wood, and 20 lower-level phantom attribute spirit crystals. Zixinmu is the main evolution material needed by Feng Huang and Flamingo, and is also a relatively rare material. There's a lot of material to collect. Li Xian rubbed his eyebrows. After turning off the system panel, Li Xian played with the four-tailed fox for a while and prepared to take a rest. Today, Li Xian experienced a series of battles. Not only was he not injured, he also received a lot of rewards. However, the mental drain was indeed great, and he is now very tired. I just want to lie in bed and have a good sleep. The next morning, Li Xian came to the teaching area of the college. According to the course schedule, there is a theoretical class about spiritual beasts today. Li Xian felt it was necessary to learn it. Li Xian knew that although his current level was quite high, it was all thanks to the system. My theoretical knowledge of spirit beasts and monsters is far from enough. For a beastmaster, it is not enough to just have strong skills. You also need to have a certain amount of knowledge reserves. At least when you encounter most enemies, you need to know how to deal with them. Li Xian did not become arrogant just because his abilities had surpassed those of most of his classmates. As soon as Li Xian entered the classroom, he found that there were already quite a few students sitting there. When the students saw Li Xian walk into the classroom, they all greeted him. Many people looked at Li Xian with burning gazes and enthusiastic attitudes. Li Xian smiled and tried to get by all the way, but in the end he felt his face seemed a little stiff. Li Xian found an empty seat and sat down, and Qinyu naturally sat next to Li Xian. Li Xian wanted to laugh, but didn't say anything. After Qinyu sat down, he said with a smile, "Everyone is very grateful to you." Li Xian smiled and shook his head. "I did that for myself. I don't want to turn into a stone statue." Hearing what Li Xian said, the smile on Qinyu's face faded. He replied in a serious tone, "No matter what your purpose was, the fact is that you saved all of us in the end." Li Xian smiled and chose not to dwell on this issue any further. The teacher had not arrived yet, and Li Xian felt a little bored, so he lay on the table and looked straight ahead. There is a boy in front, his name is Zhang Heng. Li Xian remembered that he was very active in the class group. At this time, he seems to be pursuing a girl in the same class. Li Xian was also watching with great interest. Zhang Heng turned around inadvertently at this moment and found that Li Xian was looking at him with a slightly red face. Seeing this scene, Li Xian wanted to laugh. He had a good impression of Zhang Heng, so Li Xian smiled and slowly mouthed, "Come on." Zhang Heng chuckled and continued his offensive against the object of his affection. At this moment, Qinyu thought of something and suddenly asked, "By the way, have you joined the club?" "No, what about you?" "I joined the Yiren Society." Yiren Society? Li Xian couldn't remember what this society was for a moment. He recalled it carefully in his mind and finally remembered it. Generally speaking, communities have some attribute labels. Students who possess spiritual beasts of a certain attribute usually join clubs of the corresponding attribute. Only Yirensh is an exception. The number of members in this society is extremely small, and it is said that there are only about 10 of them. But the members of this society are an exception. Without exception, they are all beautiful girls from all grades, and they are all extremely talented. It can be said to be a gathering place for the darlings of heaven. It is a club that countless boys dream of joining. But unfortunately, since the establishment of Iran society, it has only accepted female members, and they have to be beautiful women. Li Xian didn't expect that Chunyu would actually join this unique club. Thinking of this, Li Xian suddenly had an idea and came up with the idea of playing a prank. He looked at Chunyu with some amusement. Li Xian's look made Chunyu blush. Why did you join the Iran society? Are you considered a beauty? Li Xian made a rare joke. Chunyu originally thought that Li Xian would praise her for her good looks or something, but who would have thought that Li Xian was unable to produce ivory? Chunyu suddenly felt as if something was blocking his chest. It seemed as if a warm current was coming over me. Chunyu barely suppressed his anger. Explains, I also have many suitors, and I joined Iran society because there was a senior schoolmate who was good at grass-attributed spirit beasts, and my spirit beast also happened to be a grass attribute. So I just want a senior to guide me. After listening to this, Li Xian nodded. He originally thought it was because Chunyu was beautiful and talented. I didn't expect there was this reason. Chunyu asked unhappily at this time, what club are you going to join? Me? Never mind. It's too troublesome. He didn't want to waste time on these useless communications. In his opinion, wouldn't it be better to use this communication time to improve the growth of spirit beasts and collect evolution materials? What's more, the attributes of his spiritual beasts are complicated, including the Wind Emperor with Wind attribute and the Flamingo with Fire attribute. There is also a four-tailed demon fox that currently has demon attributes but will definitely transform into phantom attributes in the future. If he really had to join a club, he wouldn't know which one to choose. After hearing this, Chunyu did not continue the topic. After class, I said goodbye to Chunyu. Li Xian declined the invitation of several classmates to have dinner together and walked towards her apartment. However, he was stopped by two senior students. These two people, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, are quite funny. The tall and thin one was a girl. She said with a kind smile on her face, Brother Li Xian, would you mind chatting for a few minutes? What can I do for you two seniors? It's like this. We are from the Hurricane Club, and we would like to invite you to join our club. Our club is full of owners of wind-attributed spirit beasts. It would be very helpful for you to improve your strength if we communicate with each other. They have calculated this very well. In their opinion, almost all students will join clubs. Li Xian is the top student among the freshmen and is a student in Class A. There are many large clubs that want to recruit students like Li Xian. They thought that Li Xian's first strange spirit beast seemed to have the wind attribute. They should have an advantage. They have been waiting for several days, but Li Xian has never come to class. Today they finally got the chance. But they never expected that Li Xian had no intention of joining any club at all. Moreover, Li Xian had the system, so he felt that there was no need for him to communicate with the students. So Li Xian simply refused. Sorry, seniors, I don't plan to join any clubs. Chapter 41. Joining the Fengju Society. No matter how eloquent the people from the Hurricane Society are, none of them managed to convince Li Xian to join the Hurricane Club. In the end, Li Xian's firm but tactful refusal forced them to give up the idea of continuing to invite him. The other person has been polite enough in his words. If you continue to pester him, it would be an incompetent act. Watching the two people from Hurricane Club leave, Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to leave when he heard a quarrel not far away. There was a voice here that he was particularly familiar with. Li Xian turned around and saw that two groups of people were arguing fiercely about something. One side was composed of tall and strong boys, more than a dozen of them, and they looked very imposing. The other side has fewer people. There were only 3 beautiful girls, one of whom he knew. That person was Li Xiruo, whom Li Xian had met once in the Demon Flame Cave. No wonder it sounded familiar. I didn't expect this senior to have such a loud voice. Li Xian thought so in his heart. He didn't plan to go over. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him, and he and Li Xiruo had only met once. But he was indeed curious about what happened, so he stood aside and watched the fun. Luo Juxiang, don't be unreasonable. We have already applied to the training department for this place as a new recruiting point for our club. Do you want to occupy it? Haha, with just a few people from your Iran society, you have the nerve to occupy such a good place? Luo Juxiang shook his head without comment. What's so great about having more people? I think you guys in the mountain society are just sitting there doing nothing. Each of them is not as strong as us girls. Fuck, what did you say, you bitch? Why? Am I not telling the truth? Don't be fooled by Li Xiruo's pretty face. She is very ruthless with her words. Luo Juxiang was furious when he heard this, his veins popping out with rage, and he was about to step forward to ask for an explanation. But he was stopped by another young man who was in the lead. He also looked unhappy, but he was not as impulsive as Luo Juxiang. He looked at Li Xian and the other two and said with a gloomy face, "Since you are so confident, how about having a club competition with our mountain club? If you, the Iran Society, lose, you will not only have to give this place to us. You must also give us half of your club's resources this year." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar among the crowd. Half of a club's resources for the year is no small sum. Li Xian and others realized this, and their faces became solemn. "What if you lose?" The leading young man snorted coldly. "If we lose, we will no longer compete with you for this place. We will also give you half of our club's resources this year." This is fair, and Li Xian is angry now, so she didn't think much about it. He nodded heavily. "Good." A glimmer of triumph flashed across the young man's eyes. He waved his hand and turned away. As he walked, he said, "Then I will wait for you to give up the resources obediently. Don't regret it later." The people from the Mountain Society did not stay any longer and left with them. Luo Juxiang was still angry. He snorted coldly and glared at Li Xian fiercely when he left. Li Xian was not afraid either and glared back without showing any weakness. "Wait until the people from the Mountain Society go far away." A girl with a gentle temperament and sweet looks in Iran Society showed a bitter smile on her face. "Xian, why did you agree to them? Our school has approved this, so they can't do anything about it." Li Xian curled his lips. "Those guys were too arrogant, and it was obvious that they were coming for us today. If we allow them to continue making trouble like this, it will damage the image of the society. If we leave it alone, who knows what might happen?" The Shanghai Society and the Iran Society have been at odds with each other for a long time. After all, they're just jealous of the resources allocated to them by Iran Society every year. Always wanted to find an opportunity to grab it. After all, club resources are related to the development of a club and the improvement of the strength of the beastmasters within the club. Therefore, all major communities attach great importance to this. They also often argue over the allocation of resources to various clubs. As for the Iran Society, the club resources allocated to them are among the best among all the clubs in the college. But the number of people is the least. Naturally, this attracted the envy and jealousy of many people. Among them, the Mountain Society had the biggest reaction. Another icy beauty with a somewhat cold temperament couldn't help but sigh, covering her forehead. "It takes at least 5 people to compete between clubs. Now, apart from you and me, there are only 4 of us, including Sister Yuer and Juju. Where can we find the last person?" This girl was relatively rational and pointed out the problem in one sentence. Li Xian only then noticed this problem and smiled awkwardly. "Why don't we just recruit a new member?" Hearing this, the icy beauty sighed again. "The Mountain Society is no pushover. Their strength is no weaker than ours, and it won't work if we just pick someone. You must have a certain level of strength." After a pause, she continued, "There's definitely no need to think about second and third year students. Those who wanted to join a club have already joined the club they wanted. In the first grade, besides Yuer, there are a few other good prospects, but it's not certain whether they are willing to come. And even if they come, with their current strength, they will definitely not be able to win." After hearing these words, Li Xian was speechless. Is it really impossible? Thinking of this, Li Xian panicked. She was the successor chosen by the previous club leader. If she caused the failure of this club competition because of her, she would be unworthy of the trust of her senior. But for the moment, Li Xian had no good solution. Just when he was at a loss, Li Xian turned his head inadvertently and saw a familiar figure. It was Li Xian. Realizing that Shan Yuesh was walking away, Li Xian turned around and left. When Li Xian saw Li Xian, the originally at a loss Li Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. "I have an idea. What is the solution?" Li Xian chuckled. "I've thought of a very suitable candidate for recruitment." "Who?" The icy beauty showed a half-believing and half-puzzled expression. "It's him." As she spoke, Li Xian pointed at Li Xian, who was leaving. The two of them looked in the direction of Li Xian's finger and were stunned. The iceberg beauty frowned slightly. "Isn't this a boy? How did he fit in?" Li Xian smiled when he heard this and patted the iceberg beauty's shoulder meaningfully. "Sister Yuer, who says boys can't do that? During special times, we can treat them specially." Chapter 42, second-level beast tamer. The icy beauty Yuer and the gentle girl Juju were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Since the establishment of Iran society, it has only recruited female members, which is an unshakable tradition. Although I don't know why this is done, this tradition that has been passed down cannot be broken casually. Although Li Siruo is the president, his predecessor had to leave the club due to graduation. There are only 4 people in Iran society now. When Chen Yugong joined the company, everything was basically discussed among the 3 of them. Seeing that his 2 companions seemed somewhat reluctant, Li Siruo quickly said, "Yuer, Juju, the 2 of you must not underestimate Li Xian. He ranked first in the first-grade entrance examination. He is also a second-level beastmaster. Level 2. Yuer and Juju looked at each other. Both of them were a little bit unbelievable. In previous years, there were students who were promoted to the second level from the first grade. But most of them were promoted in the second half of the second semester. They remembered that the fastest promotion record was broken near the end of the first semester of the first grade. And it's only been a short time since school started, less than a month. Li Xian actually broke through to the second level. It is indeed somewhat unbelievable. Both girls had heard of Li Xian's name. I have also heard about Li Xian's performance in the entrance examination. However, they know that most of the things passed down by word of mouth are false rumors. So it may be true that Li Xian is very talented. But the rumor that even the imperial seal used by the academy to test potential was blown up was nonsense in their view. But now it seems that these things are true. Thinking of this, the 2 of them were a little shaken. Li Siruo felt somewhat proud upon seeing this, and she quickly struck while the iron was hot. "I'm telling you, there's nothing we can do now. We can't lose to the mountain society. Are you willing to give away half of the community's resources for nothing? If Senior Kuran knew about this, wouldn't she skin us alive?" Thinking of the bad-tempered senior sister Kuran, Yuer and Juju shuddered unconsciously, as if they recalled some bad memories. Yuer sighed helplessly. Her position was now shaken. He glared at Li Siruo and turned to look at Juju. "Juju, what do you think?" Juju thought about it and nodded. "I think it's possible, but the prerequisite is that people have to be willing to come to our club. Don't forget, Li Xian is the top freshman, and many people want him to join the club." Li Siruo thought so too, and without caring about anything else, he quickly chased in the direction Li Xian left. "Junior Li Xian." Li Xian heard someone calling him from behind, and quickly turned around and looked at the person. Li Siruo quickly ran to Li Xian, grabbed Li Xian's arm, and said pitifully, "Junior, I'm in trouble. Can you help me? What can I do for you?" Li Xian was a little stunned. So Li Siruo explained the whole story and continued to look at Li Xian pitifully. "That's the situation. Can you join our Iran society?" Li Xian felt a little helpless. So this was the matter. However, he spread his hands helplessly, indicating that he could do nothing to help. "I'm sorry, Senior. I probably can't help you. I don't plan on joining any clubs." After saying that, Li Xian wanted to turn around and leave. In his opinion, this matter was too troublesome and he didn't want to be involved with it. Before he could leave, Li Xian was stopped by Li Siruo again. "Don't leave so quickly. Is there no room for negotiation?" Li Xian once again pulled his arm out of Li Siruo's hand and said politely, "Sorry, Senior. I still need to collect the materials needed for the evolution of the spirit beast. So I'm sorry, Senior Sister. If you have anything to say, please wait until I come back to talk to you." Having said that, Li Xian was about to leave again. It's still unknown when Li Xian will come back, so how could Li Siruo miss this opportunity today? So she grabbed Li Xian again. "What materials? Maybe I can help." Li Xian thought about it and agreed. After all, she was his senior and should know more people than him. "Maybe you can find what you want from them." So Li Xian tried to say, "Do you know where to buy these 3 materials: wind, demon blood, golden crow stone, and Zixin wood, Senior Sister?" Li Siruo had no idea about these 3 materials and stood there in a daze for a while. Seeing this, Li Xian understood what was going on, so he said goodbye and left. At this time, Yuer, who had come running, started talking to Juju. "I happen to have a golden crow stone, and someone in my family also happens to have wind demon blood. It shouldn't be difficult to buy them." Li Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Yuer's words. "This is great. I came across 2 materials at once. It would be great if I could buy them." So Li Xian hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, what's your name, Senior? Can you sell me these 2 materials? I'm willing to pay a fair price." To be honest, Yuer and Juju were a little surprised. Because these 3 materials are extremely rare, it is difficult for ordinary spiritual beasts to use them. It would have been fine if Li Xian wanted just 1, but he actually wanted 3. but he was still confused. Yuer still said, Junior Li Xian, I am Yuer, the vice president of Iran Society. How about this? You join our Iran Society and represent our Iran Society in competitions with the Shanghua Society. In exchange, I will help you prepare the Golden Crow Stone and win Demon Blood, and I will also help you find out the whereabouts of the Zixinmu. How is it? Is this a fair deal? Now that things have come to this, Li Xian didn't act pretentiously. Take money from others to help them eliminate disasters. And it doesn't mean that you have to win. So Li Xian pretended to think about it for a few seconds and then nodded in agreement. The key is that you can exchange 2 materials at a time, Golden Crow Stone and Wind Demon Blood. This makes Li Xian quite happy, as it can save a lot of time and energy. What's more, Li Xian suddenly felt that it was not bad to have these 3 young and beautiful senior sisters in the club, each with their own strengths. If nothing else, it's pleasing to the eyes. At this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly came. It was Chunyu. She ran over without caring about her image. She said breathlessly, Sorry, senior. I'm late. Hey, Li Xian? Why is it you? Halfway through the conversation, Chunyu suddenly noticed that Li Xian was also there. I almost forgot. You're all in Class A. You should know each other. Li Siruo coughed and narrated the whole story. After saying that, he looked at Chunyu with some guilt. Although Chunyu has only joined the society not long ago, she is also a member of Iran Society. Recruiting new members without telling her in advance might make her feel disgusted. He was still thinking about how he should comfort Chunyu if she seemed unhappy. Jade. But Chunyu's expression was somewhat beyond Li Siruo's expectations. Li Xian has also joined our Iran Society? That's great. We will be members of the same society from now on. Chapter 43. The beating made him question his life. Yuera looked at Chunyu with an excited smile on her face, and then looked at Li Xian, who also had a smile on his face. She pursed her lips slightly and said nothing. However, she seemed to have noticed something, as she was very sensitive. On the other side, Li Xian remembered that Chunyu once said that there was a senior in Iran Society who was particularly good at grass-type spirit beasts. It seems that person is Li Siruo. He remembered that Li Siruo's spirit beasts were Thorndrake and Bulbasaur. In the subsequent conversation, Li Xian also learned that Yuer and Juju were both third-year seniors. Yuer is the vice president of Iran Society. Li Siruo, the club president, is a sophomore. Including Chunyu, there were only 4 members in Iran Society before Li Xian joined. It turns out it's not that bad. If the 4th-year seniors had not had to quit the club due to academic problems. Which round of Shanghua Juxiang and Lu Xian are shouting here? Li Siruo spat somewhat unwillingly. The 4th graders are facing graduation, and they have generally joined the official organization, the mercenary group, or the major forces. So, they need to carry out their tasks while taking care of their studies. Except for some particularly important competitions and activities, 4th-year students basically do not appear in the academy. Naturally, 4th graders have no chance to join clubs. When will the club competition be held? Let's schedule it for 3 days later, leaving time for applying for a competition venue from the academy. Li Siruo thought for a moment and then answered. Li Xian nodded to show that he understood. They chatted for a few more sentences, and then Li Xian said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Li Siruo gave Li Xian many instructions, asking him not to miss the game. Li Xian couldn't help but laugh and nodded. Only then did Li Siruo reveal a satisfied smile on his face. Chunyu kept staring at Li Xian's departing back with a smile until Li Xian turned at the end of the road and she could no longer see him. Only then did he retract his gaze. Turning around, Chunyu found that Yuer and Juju were looking at her with a playful expression. Li Siruo, who was standing aside, also had a complicated look in his eyes. Chunyu's face flushed red. She chatted with a few senior schoolmates for a few minutes and then left. For the next 3 days, Li Xian basically stayed in the Demon Flame Cave. While hunting monsters to increase the growth of your spirit beast, you can also collect lower-level Wind Attribute Spirit Crystals and other resources. Lower-level Wind Attribute Spirit Crystals can only be obtained by killing 3rd-level Wind Attribute monsters. So, Li Xian looted the entire Demon Flame Cave. It only took 3 days to gather the 20 pills needed for the evolution of Wind Emperor. After returning from outside the city, Li Xian went to the Spirit Beast Street again and exchanged the extra materials in his hands for the materials he needed. Then he rushed to the student square of Qinglong College without stopping. Last night, Chinyu sent me a message. The competition with the Mountain Club was scheduled to be held in the student square. When Li Xian arrived there, the student square was already bustling with activity. The spacious auditorium was packed with people. The audience chatted enthusiastically, guessing who would be the winner today. Some people were even bored and opened a betting position. Li Xian saw Li Siruo and others. Li Siruo waved to Li Xian, and Li Xian came to the side of Iran society. Chunyi was a little angry. She said to Li Xian angrily, "Those guys from the mountain club spread the news of the club competition. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the mountain society wants to rely on its advantages in numbers and strength. Defeat Yirench in this highly anticipated game, and then deal a severe blow to Yirench's reputation. This action is indeed disgusting, but with Li Xian around, their dream is destined not to come true." After Chunyu finished speaking, Li Siruo was also furious and was about to accuse Shanyue society of its shameless behavior again. A harsh voice came from behind. "Hey, are you all here?" Everyone from the Iran society turned around and saw that the president of the Shanyue society, Lu Xian, and the vice president, Luo Juxiang, were walking over with a group of people. Luo Juxiang snorted coldly. "Why, Li Siruo? Have you found the fifth member? Don't start a fight then. You don't have enough people." He had a sneer on his face, full of provocation. When his eyes swept over Li Xian, he was a little confused. "Why is there a gigolo?" Li Siruo frowned when he heard this and looked at him with disgust. "You don't need to be so hypocritical here. We have had enough." After Li Siruo said this, everyone in the mountain society finally understood what was going on. Everyone turned their eyes to Li Xian. After all, among all the people present, except for all the members of Iran society, Li Xian was the only outsider. Lu Xian chuckled. "Why? You really had no other choice and found a male member. Do we have to report to you when our club recruits male members? Our club only accepts talented students who have both good looks and strength. It's not comparable to a club like yours that accepts all kinds of people." Yuer deliberately emphasized the words outsiders and looked at the members of the mountain society from time to time. Luo Juxiang was a little angry and was about to say something, but was stopped by Lu Xian. "Giant elephant, don't talk to them. The gossipers are very good at talking. We are here to spar with each other. Let's see who's the winner." After saying that, Lu Xian walked forward, and Luo Juxiang hurriedly led his men to follow. But when his eyes fell on Li Xian, they were not so friendly. Seeing these unfriendly looks, Li Xian was speechless, but on the surface, he remained calm and unperturbed. Everyone from the mountain society came and stood on the opposite side. Luo Juxiang originally thought that Li Xian was a second-year student. At this time, a member behind stepped forward and whispered a few words in front of Luo Juxiang and Lu Xian. After listening to this, Lu Xian and Luo Juxiang showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on their faces. But then he looked at Li Xian with a look of deep disdain. Luo Juxiang sneered. "I thought he was some kind of expert, but it turns out he's just a freshman. It seems like you guys are really desperate. You actually found a freshman to make up the numbers." Hearing this, everyone in the mountain society burst into laughter and looked at Li Xian with contempt. The first freshman? In their eyes, no matter how powerful you are still a freshman. No matter how talented you are, you still need time to realize your talent. Maybe you will be much better in the future, but school has only been open for a month, so there is no way you can be a match for these old students. At this time, everyone in the audience had already understood Li Xian's identity. There was pity and sympathy in the look he gave Li Xian. He's actually a freshman. Why would the Iran society hire a freshman? Even a sophomore would be fine. Yeah, even though most of the seniors have joined clubs, you can always find a few people who haven't joined any clubs. I hope this freshman won't be beaten too badly. It would be bad if he loses all his confidence. Luo Juxiang on the field snorted disdainfully after hearing this. Lost his confidence? I'm going to beat him so hard that he'll doubt his life. Make him regret getting involved in this game. Chapter 44. You tried your best. Li Xian could clearly sense the other party's malice. He didn't say much, just glanced at the other side calmly. The other side was still mocking Yirench crazily, and Li Siruo and Chunyu were gritting their teeth in anger. Even an icy beauty like Yuer would have blue and purple marks on her face. Only Zhu seemed to remain calm. She comforted Li Xian softly. "Junior Li Xian, don't pay attention to them. Just try your best. Winning or losing doesn't matter." Li Xian did not choose to distance himself from his senior sister because of her kindness. He smiled and nodded to Zhu. "Thank you, senior. I will." After a while, Yue also managed to suppress her inner anger under Juju's persuasion. She came to Li Xian and handed him an exquisite jade box. "This is for you." Li Xian took the jade box in confusion. When I opened it, I saw two things inside. It is also a golden gem. The gem exuded a fiery breath, and there seemed to be golden liquid flowing inside. As the liquid flowed, the shadow of a golden crow was outlined. The other item was a test tube filled with dark red liquid. "It feels a little cool to the touch." Li Xian understood now. These are the golden crow stone and wind demon blood that he has been longing for. Li Xian couldn't help but feel warm in his heart, and he felt a little bit of goodwill towards the people in Iran society. He knows. It was definitely not Yuer's decision to give herself the promised reward before the game. It is the decision of the entire Iran society. Although not many people use these two materials, they are also fourth-level materials and are very valuable. And the fact that they were able to hand over these two things to themselves before the game started was enough to prove their trust in themselves. Not to mention, the people from Iran society had not put any pressure on him to win. Li Xian sighed inwardly. "They've been so good to me, I have to do my best to help them win." A few more minutes passed. The teacher who served as the referee and the staff from the Academic Affairs Office who was responsible for the venue preparation arrived. The countdown to the club competition has begun. The Iran Society and the Shanghai Society are clearly separated on both sides. The arena has been built by Earth-attributed spirit beasts, and the final leveling work is underway. The members on both sides had fighting intent in their eyes. Although the Iran Society has few people, they are not afraid at all. In the audience, the students who came to watch the game cheered loudly. They're also looking forward to this game. I'm so lucky. I just came back from completing the mission and ran into the club competition. TSK, TSK, TSK. The people from the Mountain Society are such bastards. How could they have the heart to do such harm to these beauties? Brother, you are not well informed. Iran Society recently recruited a new member, a man. Is this true? Who is so lucky? That's the guy. He's really handsome. Is there no one to talk about the game? The focus of discussion outside the stadium has shifted from the game itself to Li Xian, the new member of Iran Society. When the final leveling of the arena was completed, the audience's attention was focused on the battle lineups of the two clubs. There is nothing much to say about Yarench. All five of them, 2 third graders, 1 second grader, and 2 first graders. Very concise and clear. The lineup of Shanghai Society is much more luxurious than that of Iran Society. 2 juniors and 3 sophomores. Judging from the strength on paper alone, it is definitely much higher than Yarench. The Mountain Society is just playing around. They are bullying the Iran Society because they have fewer people and not even a first-year student. How shameless. Come on, Iran Society. Get rid of these shameless people. Listening to the discussions coming from all directions, Luo Juxiang curled his lips in disdain. How can manners be as important as actual interests? If a bunch of guys who only know how to talk big can really get half of the resources of another club, will your club fight back? If Shanghai Society wins this game, the amount of resources it will be able to obtain will not be small. As a result, these cadres will be able to obtain more resources, and their strength will naturally increase faster. With these resources as support, the probability of spiritual beasts breaking through will be greatly increased. Let me ask you, when faced with this multiple choice question, would you choose grace or resources? Thinking of this, Luo Juxiang couldn't help but sneer. His eyes turned to everyone in Iran Society. Yuer and Juju are the best among the third-year students. But the President Lu Xian and another third-year Vice President Li Yulong can handle it. His target was the other 3 people, especially the freshman named Li Xian. So, what if I'm a genius? I'm fighting against the genius. I'm going to make a fool of myself in front of everyone. When he thought about stepping on this so-called chosen one of heaven's prodigies soon, a hideous and terrifying smile appeared on Luo Juxiang's face. A morbid pleasure filled my heart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the referee mentor came on stage. Speak slowly. The competition between the Shanghai Society and the Iran Society begins now. The competition adopts a single elimination system. The loser will be eliminated and the winner will retain the title. When all students on one side are eliminated, the other side wins. Now, please ask both parties to send their first member to the stage. Boom! Thunderous cheers erupted from the audience. After waiting for so long, the game finally started, in full view of everyone. Yu slowly stepped onto the stage. On the Shanghai Club side, a second-year club member was sent. Not surprising to everyone. In this kind of competition, the strong ones stay behind and retain their strength. The weakest person comes up to test the opponent's strength so as to change the formation in time. After taking the stage, Yu summoned his own spirit pony cub, a first-level spiritual pony cub. This second-year student is named Li Xian. He sneered and slowly summoned his spiritual beast, a 3-meter-long sky-winged snake with a black body and a pair of wings. A second-level lower-level spiritual beast. Being able to be arranged to appear by Shanghai Club means that Zhao Qian's strength itself will not be that weak. He is a second-level beastmaster, but at this time he only summoned one spiritual beast. It was obvious that he looked down on Yu. Looking at this scene, Yu gritted her teeth. He unceremoniously ordered his spirit pony cub to attack. The result is no doubt. In just 2 minutes, the Lingzhu cub was beaten with bruises all over its body. Yu was unwilling to give in, with tears in her eyes, and walked off the stage holding the cub. "I'm sorry, senior, I lost." Juju comforted Yu with some distress. "It's okay, you did your best." Then Juju looked at Li Xian. "Junior Li Xian, I'm begging you." Li Xian doesn't like to talk a lot. He prefers to prove it with practical actions. So he nodded, said nothing, and walked onto the ring with steady steps. Chapter 45, Summon the Second Spirit Beast. Seeing Li Xian come on stage, there was another burst of whispers in the audience. "I really want to see what kind of strength this freshman is. This little boy is so handsome. He's my favorite dish. Come on, little brother." "Humph. What's the use of being handsome? Why don't you have to be beaten?" Some male students said jealously. "Humph. If you can be the #1 freshman, you must have some incredible tricks. Maybe you can defeat Zhao Qian. Forget it, it's okay for ordinary people. Zhao Qian can be considered a master in the 2nd grade. How could the freshman beat him?" This makes sense. In fact, most onlookers thought so, although it is said that talent is very important in the journey of cultivation. But again, talent takes time to be realized. The huge gap in training time cannot be made up by pure qualifications, especially in the early stages. Not to mention, although Zhao Qian is not as qualified as Li Xian, but Zhao Qian's qualifications are not bad either. He is also a second-year Class A student. In the eyes of the vast majority of viewers, Li Xian is definitely not Zhao Qian's opponent. The chance of Li Xian winning is extremely slim. Under the ring, Luo Juxiang couldn't help but frowned as he watched Li Xian take the stage. "If I knew this kid was the second one to come on stage, I would definitely be the first one to come on stage." This time, the opportunity to teach Li Xian a lesson was given to Zhao Qian. What a shame. In the arena, Zhao Qian still only summoned the sky-winged snake, without any thought of summoning a second spiritual beast. He looked directly at Li Xian with deep disdain in his eyes. "I really don't know what Yirench is thinking, but she actually dragged you here to make up for the loss. It's better to just find someone from the 2nd grade. This way it looks better to lose." Li Xian spread his hands non-committally. "You'll find out later. By the way, don't you summon your second spiritual beast?" Zhao Qian sneered when he heard this. "To deal with a rookie like you, a skywing snake is enough." "Yeah." Upon hearing this, Li Xian stopped talking nonsense and directly summoned Feng Huang. For this kind of person who looks down on others, Li Xian is prepared to give him a big surprise. So when he summoned the Wind Emperor, he deliberately suppressed the Wind Emperor's aura to the 1st level. The scene became quiet, followed by bursts of noisy discussions. The spirit beast summoned by Li Xian seemed to be different from what they knew. Isn't Li Xian's spirit animal a wind-controlling dog? This spirit beast doesn't look like a wind-controlling dog. Could it be that the information we have learned is wrong? Impossible. The level of the spirit beast is only level 1. Li Xian must have felt that the wind dog was somewhat embarrassing, so he did it on purpose. But how did Li Xian pass the exam based on just a wind-controlling dog? Are you kidding me? I must be dreaming. On the Yirench side, Yu couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. He whispered to Yuer and Juju, who were frowning at the side. "Senior, Li Xian is causing trouble. His spiritual beast is already at the 3rd level." Hearing this, Yuer and Juju looked at Li Xian in surprise. At this time, they only had one thought in their minds. How is that possible? Although Zhao Gan on the field was a little confused, he felt relieved that Feng Huang only had the 1st level of strength. He took it for granted and thought that Li Xian was playing tricks. If a wind-controlling dog is just a wind-controlling dog, what's the use of all these fancy things? He didn't think Li Xian's strength would change much. After all, School started less than a month ago. Cultivation takes a long time, and nothing can be changed in a month. If only they knew that Li Xian had reached the third level in less than a month. I'm afraid my eyes will fall off in shock. Amid the commotion, the referee made a gesture to get Li Xian and Zhao Qian ready. The next moment, the instructor's raised arm suddenly fell down. The game begins. The moment the sound fell, the skywing snake has quickly dispatched. The skywing snake drew a beautiful arc in the air like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the skywing snake came to the Feng Emperor with a fishy wind. Without being polite, he opened his bloody mouth full of fangs and bit the Feng Emperor's neck. The spectators in the audience sighed after seeing this scene. It's over. The air-winged snake's blow was fast and accurate, aimed at the main artery on Feng Huang's neck. A first-level spirit beast would never be able to withstand this fatal blow from the sky-winged snake. But in the next moment, their eyes widened. The scene they imagined of the Emperor being killed instantly and falling to the ground did not appear. The Wind Emperor, who had taken an inevitable blow from the sky-winged snake, still stood erect. His eyes glanced down slightly, looking at the sky-winged snake with contempt in his eyes. It's okay? Zhao Qian's empty-winged snake is fake, right? For a moment, the audience was in an uproar. A first-level spirit beast faced such a swift and violent blow from a second-level spirit beast and remained unscathed? Who would believe this if I tell it? Not only did the audience find it a bit incredible, Zhao Qian also had some doubts about life. The inevitable blow from his air-winged snake has no effect at all. The sky-winged snake was also stunned, and it couldn't understand why this seemingly first-level spiritual beast had such strong defense. There was something hanging on his body that seemed to make Feng Huang very uncomfortable. So Feng Huang stretched out his claws, grabbed the empty-winged snake in a daze, and pulled it from his body. Then he raised his other paw and gestured casually. At this time, the sky-winged snake had come to his senses, and he felt the fatal threat from the Wind Emperor's claws. The long body kept shaking, and it only had one thought at the moment. That is to break free from the sharp claws of this spiritual beast and run. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Zhao Qian and Kong Wing Snake had a spiritual connection, and Zhao Qian felt a little confused when he felt Kong Wing Snake's thoughts. How could the Skywing Snake have such an idea? Isn't his opponent just a first-level waste spirit beast? The next moment, the raised claws of the Wind Emperor suddenly fell down. The head of the Skywing Snake flew up, and large amounts of blood spurted out. Everyone was stunned. A first-level spiritual beast actually killed a second-level spiritual beast? This is too appalling. In fact, what they don't know is, the Wind Emperor only released the aura that a first-level spiritual beast should have, but in fact, the strength that the Wind Emperor could use was still at the third-level level. If the third level fights the second level, wouldn't that be complete abuse? The scene was deathly silent. No matter who it is, no one can believe it when faced with this scene. Zhao Qian's face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were staring blankly at the empty-winged snake whose head was missing from his body. Li Xian glanced at Zhao Qian with a calm expression. Now you can summon your second spirit beast. Chapter 46, who else? Li Xian's voice was calm and without any emotion. It seemed so clear in the silent square. The next moment, it was like a stone was thrown into the calm lake, causing an uproar. The audience became restless. Really or not, a first-order spiritual beast kills a second-order spiritual beast in an instant. No way. This spirit beast shouldn't be a first-order spirit beast. Is Li Xian acting? But he clearly only has the first level of aura. Let's see. We're not sure yet. I said that anyone who can get the first place in the exam must be very capable. Exclamations and speculations arose one after another. But these different reactions all have a common cause. That is the powerful strength displayed by Li Xian, which exceeded their imagination. That was a lower-level second-order spirit beast, yet it was killed instantly by a spirit beast with only first-order aura. It's so terrifying. The faces of the people in the mountain society were not very good at this time. When a lower-level second-order sky-winged snake was killed instantly, they finally understood what was going on. They misjudged Li Xian. Li Xian must be pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. This spiritual beast is definitely not a first-level one. It must have advanced to the second level long ago. And it's not even the lower or middle level of the second stage. It must be the upper level or the peak level. Otherwise, there is absolutely no strength to kill the air-winged snake instantly. No wonder Iran society chose to recruit Li Xian to join the society. It turns out that they have known for a long time that Li Xian is very capable and has two skills. Li Xian took a breath and turned a little pale. At this time, another vice president came over to comfort him. Lao Lu, don't worry. Even if Zhao Qian loses, it is still 1-1. Moreover, Zhao Qian is only the weakest member on our side. Our side still has the advantage. Li Xian also reacted when he heard this. He still had the advantage, and there was no need for this. His expression softened a lot. On the other side, Yue and Zhu were equally shocked. Although I have known for a long time that Li Xian is a second-level beastmaster. But both of them thought Li Xian was a second-level subordinate, but they didn't expect Li Xian to be so strong. They were mistaken. Yue sighed. As expected of the evil genius who can burst the jade seal, the faces of everyone in Yirench were filled with joy. Originally, their strength was not strong enough. Now that Li Xian, who is at least a second-level senior player, has joined, they feel that their winning rate has greatly increased. At this time, Zhao Qian, one of the parties involved, was turning blue and purple. He had vowed before that he only needed one spiritual beast to completely torture Li Xian. When he heard Li Xian asked him to summon the second spiritual beast, Zhao Qian's face felt burning pain. Being slapped in the face in public, no matter what the result is today, Zhao Qian will be humiliated. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel a little angry. This is a disgrace. Losing to a first-grade kid would have made me a joke throughout second grade. This is what he thinks now, but he won't think so after this club competition is over. At that time, he really couldn't think of any idea of regaining his place. At this time, Zhao Qian was furious. He doesn't care about anything else. He raised his right hand, and with a flash of khaki light, an khaki-colored ape appeared on the ring. This is his strongest spiritual beast, the Yellow Sand War Ape. The second level of strength is intermediate. As soon as he appeared, the Huangsha War Ape couldn't wait to rush towards the Wind Emperor. Every time he moves, he will leave a huge footprint on the ring. The square also echoed with the huge muffled sound caused by the footsteps of the Yellow Sand War Ape. From this we can judge that the Huangsha War Ape is extremely powerful. Facing the fierce charge of Huangsha War Ape, Feng Huang remained motionless. There seemed to be deep disdain in his eyes. It wasn't until the Huangsha War Ape rushed in front of Li Xian and raised two huge fists that the Feng Emperor began to take action. I saw the Wind Emperor roaring, a green light shining on the iron claws, and a green light flashing across. The Huangsha War Ape still maintained the posture of raising his fist, but his body stopped. The fist that was going to hit never fell. After a moment, a bloody light flashed. A crack appeared on Huang Zhenyuan's body. Then from head to toe, the Huangsha War Ape was divided into two parts, and the incisions were very neat. Blood flowed widely. At this time, Zhao Qian was already confused. His face was as pale as paper, without any blood, and his eyes were full of disbelief. The same thing happened in the audience. After a moment of silence, there was another burst of exclamation. Is the second-level intermediate also an instant kill? What kind of spiritual beast is this? This fighting power is invincible. Everyone looked at Li Xian and his Feng Emperor in great shock. No one doubts Li Xian's strength now. He could instantly kill a second-level spirit beast with one strike, and there was also an Earth Attribute spirit beast known for its defense. Not many people in the entire second grade can do it. This is so powerful. Similarly, in the waiting area of Yirench, Yue and Zhu looked at each other with expressions of shock. Li Xian's performance once again shocked them. In comparison, Qinyu and Li Siruo were not so surprised. Especially Qinyu. She had seen the true strength of the Wind Emperor in the God's game. Even the third-level monsters are no match for the Wind Emperor. The second-level spirit beast is really not enough. Facing the looks of shock or admiration around him, Li Xian looked calm and calm. His gaze went straight past Zhao Qian and landed in the waiting area of the Shanhua Club behind him. Li Xian spoke slowly. Next, even though Li Xian was alone, Li Xian's voice seemed to drown out the noisy discussions in the audience. Li Xian's voice echoed over the square, and countless eyes focused on two places. One is Li Xian's body. Another focus is the Shanhua Club, which has a large number of people. At this time, Li Xian, the president of Shanhua Club, and several vice presidents remained silent. His face was very ugly. They all wanted to know after losing so ugly in this game. In the next game, who will Shanhua Society send to play? Can this person who appears on the stage be able to defeat two second-level spiritual beasts in a row? Will Li Xian, who is in the limelight, regain his position for Shanghai Club? Everyone is looking forward to the mystery being revealed. Chapter 47, Nothing to Worry About. Although Zhao Qian's defeat will not make Shanghai society lose its strength advantage. But when an old student was defeated by a new student, this kind of thing still caused Shanghai Club to be severely slapped in the face. After all, Shanghai Club's previous ridicule of Li Xian had just passed not long ago. Li Xian was considered by them to be cannon fodder, and his talent had not yet been realized. But they killed their partners in the same society at lightning speed. This was undoubtedly a big slap in the face of Shanghai society. Very loud. Among the audience in the stands, there were also groups that were at odds with the Mountain Society. At this time, the people from these societies kept making a fuss and cast gloating looks at the Mountain Society. Not only the president of Mountain Society, Li Xian, but all the members of Mountain Society looked unhappy. Li Xian snorted coldly and suppressed his unhappiness. He said, "Guoda, you go ahead." It's the president. After saying that, a short and fat student walked out from behind Li Xian. His eyes were determined, his steps firm, and he seemed to be ready to sacrifice himself. In fact, this is true. Guoda believes that his strength is not much stronger than Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian was defeated so quickly and embarrassingly, so his own result must not be much better. But he knew what the president meant. He wanted to do his best to test out Li Xian's true strength as much as possible. At the same time, he tried his best to consume Li Xian's strength as much as possible, even if I don't really want it in my heart. But in order for the club to win and get more resources in the future, there seems to be no other way at the moment. You can't let people who are stronger than you do this dirty work. He can only bite the bullet and rush up. With Zhao Qian's lessons learned, Guoda did not rely on others. As soon as he came on stage, he summoned his two spiritual beasts. Like Zhao Qian, Guoda's two spiritual beasts are also Earth-attributed spiritual beasts. One is a second-level intermediate black turtle. The other one is a second-level intermediate rock lizard. As soon as the competition started, the two spirit beasts quickly separated, one on the left and one on the right. They attacked Li Xian's Feng Wang respectively. The Feng Emperor still looked unconcerned. Only this time, no one thought it was a lack of reflexes. But the Wind Emperor didn't pay attention to the attack between these two spiritual beasts at all. Everyone knows that although Feng Huang's body is not huge, he hides a very huge strength. Not long after, the black turtle and the rock lizard approached Feng Huang. The black turtle huddled into a ball and spun around, bringing up a burst of dust. The rock lizard's huge tail carried tremendous force, and the two spirit beasts attacked the Wind Emperor from above and below respectively. The attacks of the black turtle and the rock lizard hit Feng Huang at the same time. There was a dull sound, and some of the wolf hair on Feng Huang's body was knocked off. But there was no actual damage left. It's really despairing. With the strength of the upper third level of the Wind Emperor, even if the copper head and iron bones have not evolved into steel, the black turtle and the rock lizard have no chance of breaking the Wind Emperor's defense. Not to mention that the iron bones have now evolved into steel, and the defense has made a qualitative leap. The next moment, the gem on Feng Huang's forehead flashed green light. 10 wind blades flew out and hit the black turtle's shell, while its sharp claws slapped the rock lizard's head like lightning. The wind blade collided with the black tortoise, and there was a loud bang. The black tortoise's indestructible shell exploded into powder. The soft body of the black turtle was cut all over by the residual force of the explosion. It fell to the ground with a thud, lifeless. At the same time, the rock lizard's thick rock skin also looks like it's made of tofu. A neat cut appeared on the neck, and the rock lizard's head and body were separated. It's still a one-shot kill, just a moment. Guoda's two spirit beasts died at the same time. There was another round of exclamations from the audience. Although they already knew that Guoda would lose, the instant kill result was still extremely shocking. Guoda walked off the stage with a pale face. The two dead spirit beasts will have to wait at least 5 days before they can be resurrected. Guoda still feels very distressed. 2 members were killed instantly in a row, which made the morale of the Mountain Society a little low. So Li Xian said to Luo Juxiang with a gloomy face, "Giant elephant, you go ahead." Luo Juxiang nodded seriously to Li Xian, turned around, and walked onto the ring. Luo Juxiang stood in front of Li Xian, his eyes fixed on Li Xian. There was undisguised malice in his eyes. First-year boy, don't think you can get carried away by winning 2 games in a row. I'm not as easy to talk to as the 2 friends in front of me. I'll let you understand how big the gap is between first grade and second grade. Li Xian raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Then I'll wait and see. Don't let him be just another boaster." You. Li Xian's words and the way he looked down upon him ignited Luo Zhuxiang's rage. Luo the giant elephant clenched his steel teeth. "You can be as proud as you want now. Soon I will beat you so hard that you can't even raise your head and make you doubt your life." At this moment, the atmosphere above the ring was somewhat depressing. The atmosphere in the audience was very warm. Since the start of this club competition, except for the first game, the results of every game have been very surprising. As for Luo Zhuxiang in the third game, he is also notorious among the second-year students and has a great reputation. So they really want to know whether Li Xian can defeat Luo Zhuxiang, who was so famous in the second grade, again. On the other hand, on the Iran Society side, Yuer and Zhuzhu were a little worried. Yuer frowned slightly and said, "Luo Zhuxiang is quite strong, and some third-year students are no match for him. It may not be easy for Li Xian to defeat Luo Zhuxiang." Zhuzhu sighed. No matter what, even if junior brother Li Xian lost, he did well enough. Yuer nodded when she heard that. That's true. What they were worried about before was that Li Xian and Shanyu would be defeated successively by Shanyue Society. In this way, the 3 of them will have to endure the round-robin battle of the 5 opponents. This is undoubtedly a huge challenge for them, and their chances of winning will be greatly reduced. However, now 2 people have been defeated by Li Xian. Even if Li Xian loses this game, the next one will be 3-on-3. This situation is much better than before. They also felt that Li Xian had done enough. Yuer was afraid that Li Xian would get hurt, so she shouted to Li Xian on the stage, "Junior, if you can't do it, just admit defeat. Don't force yourself." Li Xian didn't say much, turned to Yuer and smiled and nodded. But Li Siruo and Chinyu don't think so. They know Li Xian's true strength. The power that Li Xian has demonstrated so far is just the tip of the iceberg. In his opinion, Luo Zhuxiang was not a concern at all. Chapter 48, the curtain opens. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the third match soon began. The referee instructor gave the order. Luo Zhuxiang quickly summoned his 2 spirit beasts. Luo Zhuxiang is the vice president of the Mountain Society, so naturally the strength of his 2 spirit beasts is not low. They are all second-level peak spirit beasts. One is the Quangsan Mage, and the other is a rock giant. Luo Zhuxiang's strength aroused cheers from the audience. 2 peak second-level spiritual beasts. As expected of the second-year vice president of the Mountain Club, this strength is much stronger than Zhao Qian and Guoda. Luo Zhuxiang is ranked among the top 10 in the second-year college. I admire his strength. Li Xian is probably hanging. Judging from the strength Li Xian showed just now, they guessed that the Wind Emperor was only around the peak of the second level at most. Even though the defensive attribute is very strong, the strength is also impressive. They didn't think it would be a big problem to deal with a second-level peak enemy, but if 2 of them were to attack at the same time, they would be in trouble. On the Iran Society side, except for Chinyu, all the members were looking at Li Xian on the field with nervous expressions. Li Siruo couldn't help but clench his palms. His palms were full of sweat from nervousness. His impression of Li Xian still remains from the time in the Demon Flame Cave, when Li Xian was still at the level of a second-rank beastmaster. She was naturally a little worried whether Li Xian's Wind Emperor could deal with Luo Zhuxiang's 2 second-level peak spirit beasts. But she also had doubts in her mind. Isn't Li Xian a second-level beastmaster? Why doesn't he summon his second spirit beast? Li Xian still looked calm and composed, with no change in his expression. It was as if the 2 second-level peak spirit beasts he was about to face were just 2 pets that could be found everywhere. Li Xian's expression made Luo Zhuxiang very unhappy. His anger grew even more intense. "Why do you say that I am ranked in the top 10 among second-year students, and you look down on me so much? I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget in a moment." Luo Zhuxiang thought so in his heart and snorted coldly. "You are a second-level beast master. I advise you to summon your second spirit beast quickly. Otherwise, you will lose ugly in a while." Li Xian smiled slightly. "Want to see my second spiritual beast? Defeat this one first." Not long ago, similar words were spoken by Zhao Gan, a member of the Mountain Club. Now that Li Xian's words were almost exactly the same, the cynicism was self-evident. Luo Zhuxiang heard this and didn't know how to answer. He could only look livid, gritted his teeth, and said, "Okay, since you were so confident. If you lose, don't blame me for bullying." That's not the case. Two spirit beasts are considered to be bullying the minority with numbers? Li Xian was a little confused. Luo Juxiang had a sneer on his face and did not continue to explain. Instead, they used practical actions to explain what it means to use the majority to bully the minority. The rock staff in the hand of the mad sand mage was seen shaking gently, and as the wind blew, 6 lower-level second-order clay warriors slowly rose from the ground. When this scene appeared, the audience burst into exclamations. It's actually a summoning skill. This is really a case of outnumbered people bullying out the minority. 1 against 8. How can we fight this? Yes, 2 peak second-level spirit beasts and 6 lower-level second-level summoned beasts. Li Xian is in trouble. Not necessarily. Look at Li Xian's expression. He is still very calm now. Come on, I think Li Xian is just being mysterious. Li Xian couldn't help but smile when he saw the 6 second-level clay warriors summoned by Luo Juxiang. I also understood in my heart that this was exactly what Luo Juxiang meant when he said that bullying the less with the more would help him. Luo Juxiang paid enough attention to Li Xian and defeated Zhao Qian and Guoda. It's not difficult for him, but it is difficult to kill instantly. Even if these 2 people may underestimate the enemy, it can still prove that Li Xian has excellent strength. So before he took the stage, he made up his mind to establish a numerical advantage through his Guangsha mage summoning skills. Win through crowd tactics. He felt that having 2 second-level peak spirit beasts leading the team to execute this combat strategy must be foolproof. However, in a 1-on-8 situation, Li Xian's expression still did not change at all. Luo Juxiang could not help but be furious. Just pretend. Luo the giant elephant waved his hand suddenly and gave an order. The rock giant led 6 clay warriors with a roar and launched the attack first. The mad sand mage summoned a sandstorm in the distance, which swept towards the Wind Emperor. Li Xian patted the big head of Feng Huang beside him and said softly, "Feng Huang, it's your turn to take action. Kill them." The Wind Emperor roared, and green light shone from his body, and his talent for the power of wind was activated. The Wind Emperor turned into a ball of green light and rushed into Luo Juxiang's group of spirit beasts in an instant. Before they could react, the Wind Emperor's sharp claws had already taken the lives of the 2 clay warriors. The figure of the Wind Emperor only appeared for a moment. Then he turned into a shadow and disappeared on the stage. Luo Juxiang was stunned. Not only was he stunned, but everyone present was stunned. Have you seen the rout of Li Xian's spirit beast? No, what about you? This speed is too amazing. There was another exclamation from the audience. This sudden scene also caught Luo Juxiang's spirit beasts off guard. I couldn't help but stay still for a moment. The Wind Emperor had already taken advantage of this opportunity to come before the crazy sand mage. As the saying goes, to capture the enemy, you must capture the king first. As long as the crazy sand mage dies, then the clay warrior it summoned will disappear. Furious Wind Slash is activated. The sharp claws fell, the mad sand mage wailed, and was torn into countless pieces by the Wind Emperor. Still without stopping, the Wind Emperor turned around and killed the rock giant. After dealing with the sand mage, all the summoned clay warriors disappeared instantly. The rock giant also heard the wailing behind him and hurriedly looked back. As soon as he turned around, he saw Feng Huang rushing towards him. Caught off guard, the Wind Emperor's claws activated the Wind Shadow claws. He slapped the rock giant's head hard with both palms. With a loud bang, the rock giant's head turned into rubble. With a thud, the rock giant's body fell to the ground, cracking a large area of the arena. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that the top 10 students in the 2nd grade would be defeated so quickly by a freshman. The people from the Shanghua Society were stunned, the students in the audience were stunned, and the people from the Iran Society were also stunned. Even the instructor who came to judge and the staff were stunned. "Teacher?" Li Xian's voice brought the referee instructor back from his dazed state of shock. After taking a deep look at Li Xian, he announced loudly, "The winner is Li Xian from Iran Society." The next second, the silent atmosphere was broken and thunderous cheers suddenly erupted. Many people clapped their hands vigorously, and some girls even screamed loudly, looking like crazy fans. Not for any other reason, just because Li Xian's performance today was so strong. On the other side of the ring, Luo Juxiang's face was filled with dullness, loss, and disbelief. Why is this the result? The beauties of Iran society screamed and celebrated their unexpected victory. On the other hand, over at Shanghai society, President Liu Xian's face turned even darker. Chapter 49, Battle. The instant sale triggered a deafening cheer in the square. This is in stark contrast to the low morale of the mountain society. Liu Xian, Li Yulong, Luo Juxiang, and other cadres of the mountain society all had gloomy faces and said nothing. The first-year students who had just joined the society all lowered their heads and were timid and did not dare to speak. I was afraid of saying something wrong and causing unnecessary anger among the seniors who were already angry. When they were planning this club competition, who could have imagined this result? Li Xian, who was originally thought to be just there to make up the numbers, unexpectedly displayed his amazing strength time and time again. He completely crushed the 3 second-year students from the mountain society who had considerable strength and experience. Moreover, they were all killed instantly, which was very damaging to one's self-esteem. No one spirit beast could walk off the stage alive. Such powerful strength and ruthless means really make people terrified. For a moment, even though the members of the mountain society knew that they still had 2 third-level beastmasters, President Liu Xian and Vice President Li Yulong, to support them. But the strength that Li Xian had shown before was too astonishing. They couldn't help but wonder, could the vice president and the president be a match for Li Xian? The silence lasted for a long time, and Liu Xian sighed, breaking the silent atmosphere. I underestimated Li Xian. He really is a genius. Originally, Liu Xian was skeptical about some of the legends about Li Xian. The rumor that the jade seal that tested potential exploded is absolutely nonsense. But after the battle just now, he would no longer have any doubts about these things. Liu Xian and Li Yulong are both elites among the third-year students, so they naturally have this kind of vision. How could they not see at this moment that Li Xian's spirit beast had definitely reached the 3rd level? Putting aside other things, how could a being that could kill 8 second-level spirit beasts so easily be a second-level spirit beast? This means that Li Xian is already a 3rd-level beastmaster. When they thought of this, Liu Xian and Li Yulong's heartbeats quickened. A 3rd-level beastmaster who is less than 20 years old. Such an amazing genius has never appeared in the history of Qinglong Academy. If Li Xian is allowed to grow smoothly, becoming a 9th-rank expert is only a matter of time. Even if Li Xian's spirit beast has enough potential, perhaps it is not impossible to reach the legendary realm. Of course, these are all things that happen later, speaking only recently. After this game, Li Xian's reputation will definitely be well known in Qinglong Academy. And now, what is giving Liu Xian a headache is things developed due to Li Xian's sudden appearance. It seriously exceeded their expectations. Instead, they became the disadvantaged party. Li Xian must be defeated. Liu Xian took a deep breath with a gloomy expression and looked directly at Li Xian on the ring. Although it is only a matter of time before he surpasses him, but now, Liu Xian feels that he is not his opponent yet. Li Yulong and Liu Xian have been partners for many years, and he knows Liu Xian's thoughts very well. Then he spoke. Let me do it. If you lose, then our mountain club will really have no hope. Liu Xian hesitated for a few seconds and finally nodded. Li Yulong's strength is also very impressive, and he is very experienced. He felt that he had a certain chance of defeating Li Xian. Soon, Li Yulong stood opposite Li Xian. The 3rd-year vice president has appeared. Li Yulong seems to be one of the top 20 experts in the 3rd grade. A 3rd-level beastmaster? That's for sure. Do you think Li Xian can beat him? Who knows? I don't know what Li Xian's true level is. Regarding the outcome of this game, no one can say with confidence who will win or lose. The previous battles are still fresh in my mind. This guy Li Xian is really weird. Every time everyone thinks he is going to lose, it can come up with more powerful means to turn defeat into victory. God knows how many tricks Li Xian has yet to use. But Li Yulong is not a vegetarian either. Being able to rank in the top 20 among the 3rd graders in one of the 3 major academies where talented people arose, his strength is naturally needless to say. In an ordinary college, he could be the chief. Senior, how strong is this person? Chenyu was a little worried and couldn't help asking Xiang Zhuzhu. Facing a senior who was 2 grades higher than Li Xian. Although Chenyu had seen Li Xian's true strength, he was still a little unconfident. Zhuzhu thought for a moment and said calmly, Li Yulong is a 3rd-level beastmaster, and the 3 spirit beasts he has are also at the 3rd level. They are the 3rd-level lower-level giant rock turtle, the third level intermediate level earth-splitting tiger, and the third level intermediate level wind sand giant ape. Among Li Yulong's three spirit beasts, the earth-splitting tiger and the wind and sand giant ape are both well-known third-level spirit beasts. After hearing Zhuzhu's words, Chenyu couldn't help but frown and secretly worried about Li Xian. He knew that Li Xian also had a third-level spirit beast, the flamingo. But the flamingo exploded during the Game of Gods. I don't know whether he has been resurrected yet. If he hadn't been resurrected, Li Xian would have had to use Feng Huang as his only spirit beast to fight. Fighting 1 against 3 is indeed a bit difficult. If Li Yulong's spirit beast had a summoning skill, Li Xian's chance of winning would be greatly reduced. Although Li Xian is already a third-level beastmaster. But subconsciously, Chenyu did not think of the possibility that Li Xian would obtain another spirit beast. Even Chenyu, who knew Li Xian's true level, was a little worried, let alone others. At this moment, Li Siruo stared at Li Xian, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Soon, the fourth game started under the attention of everyone. Li Yulong summoned all 3 of his spirit beasts without hesitation. Facing Li Xian, whose background is still unknown, Li Yulong did not dare to hold back. This time, he will try his best to defeat Li Xian. No matter what, don't even think about winning against our mountain club again. Looking at the 3 majestic spirit beasts in front of him, Li Yulong had a heroic look on his face. Li Yulong has a telepathic connection with the 3 spirit beasts, which can sense Li Yulong's mood. The 3 spirit beasts roared in battle spirit. Then, Feng Huang strode towards Li Xian. They were very fast, and soon they had crossed dozens of meters and arrived in front of Feng Huang. Just as they were about to attack, they were greeted with a roar like thunder. Ouch! Invisible sound waves swept across with great ferocity, soaring straight into the sky. It's the roar that reaches the sky. Chapter 50, Unstoppable. The roar that soared into the sky came with a powerful deterrent force. Li Yulong's 3 spirit beasts all stopped, their bodies trembling violently, with a dazed look in their eyes. Obviously, he suffered a great mental shock. What's even more terrifying is that 50% of the stuns triggered are all triggered. Suddenly, Li Yulong's 3 spirit beasts became like specimens, motionless. Feng Huang would naturally not miss such a good attack opportunity. The Wind Emperor rushed out like lightning, loading the Wind Shadow Claw state, and arrived in front of the giant rock turtle in an instant. The strongest single-target attack skill, Storm Slash, came down and cut the giant rock turtle into 2 pieces. He rushed to the side of the wind and sand giant ape without stopping. It was also a Storm Slash attack with the Wind Shadow Claw attached. Blood splattered all over the place in an instant, and without even a scream, the wind and sand giant ape died tragically under the claws of the Wind Emperor. Poor Li Yulong's wind and sand giant ape also has a powerful petrification control skill. Unfortunately, before he could use it, he was killed by Feng Huang. At this time, the earth-splitting tiger had just recovered from its dizziness and regained its ability to move. But now it is the only one left on the field. For a moment, the earth-splitting tiger felt a little unreal. His eyes were as big as light bulbs, and he had no idea what had happened during the time he lost consciousness. It's a bit overwhelming. There was silence again. Although everyone in the square had different facial expressions, the emotions they expressed were the same. That is shock and astonishment. I originally thought it would be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, and I wouldn't know who would win or lose until the last moment. But who would have known that Li Xian had already established his victory just at the beginning? Li Yulong's 2 spirit beasts died before they could even use their skills. How can this not be shocking? After a long while, a loud uproar broke out in the audience. What's going on? Was that a mental attack just now? That should be it. I felt a little dazed when I heard the wolf howl just now. Its combat power is so strong, and it can also attack mentally. My god, this spirit beast is too strong. How did Li Xian train this spirit beast? Li Yulong is going to lose. If others are like this, let alone Li Yulong, one of the parties involved, he was completely stunned by Li Xian. Li Xian's combo was so smooth, it only took a blink of an eye. His giant rock turtle and sand giant ape were gone, and he had no time to react. At this point, he no longer felt that he had any chance of winning. This kid is a monster. Li Yulong sighed in his heart, wanting to cry, but unable to. We both have the last name Li. Why is there such a big difference? Now Li Yulong only has 1 earth-splitting tiger left. Although the earth-splitting tiger is quite powerful, it is still dwarfed by the Wind Emperor. The earth-splitting tiger was suppressed by the Wind Emperor throughout the whole process. Not long after, the earth-splitting tiger also died tragically under the claws of the Wind Emperor. The defeat was no surprise. It makes me want to vomit blood. Before going on stage, Li Yulong could never have imagined that he would be defeated so quickly. He didn't even think that he would lose. There are so many beauties in Iran society, and looking at the scene before her, she also felt a little unreal. It took them a long while to react. How amazing! Li Siruo's little mouth almost turned into a big O shape. Even someone as calm as her was surprised at this moment. This junior Li Xian is so awesome. Even though the opponent was a third-year elite, he was still able to win. Although it was a bit of a trick to rely on the Wind Emperor's unexpected mental attack. But it's not easy either. If it was him who played, she knew she couldn't do better than Li Xian. I can't even do it as easily as Li Xian. All two against? Juju sighed from the bottom of her heart. For a moment, countless eyes fell on Li Xian. There is shock, admiration, curiosity, and love. There are many different emotions. In full view of everyone, the mentor announced that Li Xian won the competition. At this point, everyone thought that Shan Yuesh had a better chance of winning. There was only one person left, and that was the president Lu Xian. Li Yulong walked down the stage with a gloomy look on his face and returned to the Shan Yue Society. Everyone present turned their eyes to Lu Xian, the president of the Mountain Society. I didn't expect that the Mountain Club, which has a better chance of winning, only has one player left. Yeah, I thought the Mountain Society would win at first. I bet $100 on the Mountain Society when the market opened. If Iran Society hadn't found the dark horse Li Xian, the outcome would have been uncertain. Indeed, Li Xian is really amazing. If Li Xian beats Lu Xian, then it would be a 1-on-5 victory, right? Haha, if the Mountain Society is really defeated 5-1, then the Mountain Society will be so embarrassed. Haha, that makes sense. Lu Xian was still sitting firmly, listening to the continuous discussions around him, and the anger in his heart was no longer able to be suppressed. It has come to this point, and it is only a matter of time before the Mountain Society fails. Not to mention Li Xian, who has not yet summoned the other spirit beasts. Even if Li Xian was defeated, Li Siruo was defeated. Waiting for Lu Xian behind were two third-grade students, Yuer and Juju. If Yuer and Juju pull out one person each, their strength will be comparable to his, or even stronger. How could I possibly defeat both of them after going through so many rounds of battles? When Lu Xian thought about the price of losing this club competition, his heart felt like it was bleeding. Originally, he wanted to take away half of Iran Society's resources, but who knew that he would end up losing more than he gained? As a result, Lu Xian began to hate Li Xian as well. If Li Xian hadn't suddenly intervened, how could the Mountain Society have reached this point? This kid is so annoying. Even if I lose this club competition, I will still defeat you. Li Xian, want to defeat 5 opponents at once? Go and dream your dreams. Thinking this in his heart, Lu Xian gritted his teeth. He stood up suddenly and was about to walk towards the ring. Li Yulong patted Lu Xian on the shoulder and said nothing. But from his eyes, Lu Xian could tell that Li Yulong was asking him to be careful. Li Xian is not simple. Lu Xian nodded heavily. Don't worry, no matter what the cost. Li Xian must lose this time. After saying that, Lu Xian strode onto the stage without looking back. Standing opposite Li Xian looked at Lu Xian, who was standing opposite him, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Didn't you just admit defeat? That's just right, so I don't have to find ways to provoke Lu Xian. At this time, Li Xian recalled the task information released by the system before going on stage. Unstoppable force. Defeat 5 contestants from the opposing club alone. After completing the task, you will receive 300 reward points. Chapter 51, the game begins. In fact, the moment Li Xian stood on the stage, the system's task information appears. This is also an extra surprise. Coming back to his senses, Li Xian looked at Lu Xian opposite him. Lu Xian had a gloomy face, and he did not hide the hatred on his face. This left Li Xian speechless. It was obvious that Lu Xian coveted the resources of Iran Society and deliberately instigated the club competition. Now the situation is not good on my side, but I am blaming others instead. This train of thought is quite unique. Soon, the instructor made a gesture of preparation under the expectant gaze of everyone in the square. Everyone immediately held their breath, widened their eyes, and looked at the ring with anticipation. I don't want to miss any scene of this game. The game begins. The moment the voice fell, a yellowish-brown light flashed in front of Li Xian. Three spirit beasts appeared instantly. As the president of the Mountain Society, Li Xian is undoubtedly strong. His three spirit beasts are third-level intermediate yellow sand leopards, the third-level superior mantis ninja, and the third-level peak demonic eye stone statue. As soon as the three spirit beasts appeared on the scene, they caused a sensation. As expected of the Mountain Society's president, a peak level 3 spirit beast, really amazing. Li Xian is in trouble now. He will probably lose this time. Not necessarily. Li Xian's other spirit beasts haven't appeared yet. I think it's hard to say. Stop talking nonsense and just watch the game, okay? The next moment, three spirit beasts surrounded Feng Huang from three sides. Li Xian waved his hand lightly, and Feng Huang went forward alone. Seeing this scene, Li Xian laughed out of anger. How much do you think of me? 1 against 3? Well, since you were so arrogant, just wait for me to press you to the ground and rub you. The magic eye statue, the petrified eye. The humanoid body of the demon eye stone statue that was rushing forward suddenly stopped, and a red light appeared above its eyes. Look directly at the Wind Emperor. Unfortunately, Feng Huang was prepared. The moment the eyes of the evil eye statue turned red, Feng Huang closed his eyes. The charge has changed. Originally, Feng Huang's target was the yellow sand leopard in the middle, because it had the lowest cultivation level. Of course, you should choose the softest persimmons. But when Li Xian realized that the demon eye statue used the petrifying eye skill, its battle plan changed. The evil-eyed stone statue was exactly the kind of spiritual beast they had talked about in class that day. Li Xian remembered this spiritual beast particularly clearly, because the spiritual beast called the demon eye stone statue has a perverted skill, which is the petrifying eye. The function of petrifying eye is very powerful. When the skill is released, it can turn the opponent who is looking directly at you into a stone statue. Opponents who are turned into stone will lose a life. This skill is very powerful, but correspondingly, its shortcomings are also obvious. That is, the release of this skill requires a short preparation time, and it takes 2 seconds to be officially completed. As long as you close your eyes within these 2 seconds, the petrifying effect of the Eye of Petrification will not be triggered. In addition, there is another disadvantage. The demon eye statue cannot move when releasing this skill. Once attacked, the skill will be interrupted immediately. So generally speaking, the petrifying eye is used as a surprise move. At this time, Li Xian was really angry and a little confused. He wanted to make Li Xian suffer a great loss right away. The second reason was that Li Xian felt that Li Xian was an orphan and had never been exposed to anything related to beastmasters before. He felt that Li Xian might not know the flaws of his magic eye statue's petrifying eye skill. This is bad. The petrifying eyes of the magic stone statue have no effect. Instead, because he was unable to move, Feng Huang changed the direction of his sprint. Instead, he became a living target of Feng Huang. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. It's bad. I miscalculated. I shouldn't have been so careless. Boom! The Wind Emperor crashed into the demon eye stone statue, knocking it back a few steps. The petrifying eye skill is interrupted. Not only that, the impact from the Wind Emperor also left a deep wound on the body of the demon eye stone statue. The evil eye statue let out a roar of pain. This is not over yet. The Wind Emperor is about to press on with his victory and use his strongest single target burst skill, Storm Slash, again. But the other 2 spiritual beasts, the yellow sand leopard and the mantis ninja, had already arrived. There was no other way. Feng Huang could only settle for the next best thing and scratched the eyes of the evil eye stone statue with his sharp claws. He blinded the eyes of the evil eye stone statue, then fled away suddenly, once again putting some distance between himself and the mantis ninja and the yellow sand leopard. Now, the stone statue with the evil eye that has lost its vision can temporarily not join the battlefield. After just one encounter, Feng Huang made an almost perfect choice. This made everyone present shocked by Li Xian's powerful battlefield analysis ability. It's so smooth. Most of the magic eye statue's combat power lies in its eyes. Now that its eyes are blind, this magic eye statue is basically useless. Yes, it's not easy for Li Xian to make such a judgment in such a short time. This battlefield analysis ability is really terrifying. Yuer took a breath and exclaimed in admiration. Li Xian was so angry that he wanted to curse. If he hadn't underestimated the enemy, he wouldn't have lost a spiritual beast right away. There was no other way. The stone statue with the magic eye that had lost its vision was no longer useful, so Lu Xian took it back. The Wind Emperor once again distanced himself in order to stay away from the evil eye statue. The demon eye stone statue that has lost its vision has difficulty moving, so increasing the distance will allow it to join the battlefield later. But Li Xian didn't expect that Lu Xian would be so straightforward and directly take back the magic eye stone statue. At this time, Feng Huang was already fighting with the Mantis Ninja and the Yellow Sand Leopard. These two third-level spirit beasts cooperated very well, and it seemed that they often cooperated to fight enemies. But without the cooperation of the magic eye statue, it seems a little unsmooth. The Yellow Sand Leopard is responsible for frontal attacks, while the Mantis Ninja is responsible for secret harassment and occasional sneak attacks on the Wind Emperor. While having to fight head-on, you also have to distract yourself to guard against sneak attacks that may come at any time. This made Feng Huang a little embarrassed. If the Demon Eye statue could still join the battlefield at this time, the Wind Emperor would definitely be defeated quickly. However, the Wind Emperor was able to hold on thanks to the Star-Absorbing Energy's ability to absorb life force. However, the Mantis Ninja and the Yellow Sand Leopard, who do not have skills like Star-Absorbing, are not so lucky. While they are consuming their own physical strength, their vitality will also be absorbed by the Wind Emperor. As time goes by, one thing grows while the other declines. The balance of victory began to slowly tilt towards Feng Huang. Lu Xian also felt something was wrong, as if there was something wrong with the consumption of his two spirit beasts. As a third-year elite student, Lu Xian is extremely experienced. He quickly determined that the Wind Emperor should have skills such as absorbing vitality. Lu Xian cursed inwardly. "Why are you so perverted?" After a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and stomped his feet. Suddenly, the Mantis Ninja left the battlefield and sprinted towards Li Xian. The Yellow Sand Leopard tried its best to entangle the Wind Emperor, and for a moment the Wind Emperor was unable to escape. Seeing this scene, the beauties from Iran society in the audience stood up and glared at Lu Xian. There was an uproar in the audience, although there is no explicit regulation. However, in all the major college competitions, it is an unspoken rule not to attack the Beastmaster himself. After all, this is not a life-and-death fight, so there is no need to be so bloody. No one expected that Lu Xian would dare to attack Li Xian himself in public, risking public outrage. How shameless! No one in the mountain society is a good person. This kind of person is a scum. He will do anything to win. Teacher, stop him. It's bad for Li Xian. What a waste of his talent. In an instant, criticism of Lu Xian and concerns about Li Xian rose one after another. Although Li Xian was a little surprised, he was not panicked. Just when the Mantis Ninja was about to get close to Li Xian, a light appeared beside Li Xian. Then a fox cry was heard. 3 blue fox fires blocked the Mantis Ninja's path. With a loud bang, the Mantis Ninja collided with the 3 fox fires, causing a huge explosion and raising a cloud of dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, the Mantis Ninja had a lot of injuries on his body. Black smoke was coming out of his body, and he was shaking, obviously seriously injured. Everyone looked at Li Xian. In front of Li Xian, there was a petite and lovely little white fox standing in front of him. The 4 furry tails behind it swayed slowly. It was actually a 4-tailed demon fox. Everyone present understood at once. Li Xian's second spirit beast. Chapter 52. 4-tailed demonic fox. 4-tailed demon fox. There was another exclamation. Yuer and Juju looked at the petite and cute little fox on the ring in surprise, with astonishment flashing in their eyes. The name of the 4-tailed demon fox is well known. It is an extremely rare spiritual beast. Not only is it extremely rare among 3rd-level spirit beasts, but it can also evolve all the way to the peak of the 8th level. The number of times it has appeared so far is also very few. I didn't expect that junior brother Li Xian's second spirit beast is actually a 4-tailed demon fox. Yuer was surprised and envious. After all, this cute furry creature can be very lethal to women. Chun Yu and Li Siruo have seen Li Xian's second spiritual beast, the flamingo. They knew that this 4-tailed demon fox should be Li Xian's 3rd spirit beast. However, they were also very surprised that Li Xian could own a spiritual beast like the 4-tailed demon fox. Chun Yu and Li Xian had experienced the game of the gods together, so she understood it after a little thought. The 4-tailed demon fox was most likely a trophy obtained by Li Xian from the game of gods. After all, The four-tailed demon fox is a rare spiritual beast. Among the students present, not many could be recognized at the first sight. However, many girls were attracted by the cute appearance of the four-tailed demon fox and screamed loudly. The eyes turned into stars. Even more, because the four-tailed demon fox has a natural talent for charm. Many male students are obsessed with it. Li Xian on the stage gave a completely different feeling. His face was now livid. The four-tailed demon fox that appeared before him was at least at the upper level of the third rank, and it was possible that it had even reached the peak of the third rank. With it around, his mantis ninja has no chance of touching Li Xian. The only way he could think of to win was ruined. For a moment, Li Xian felt a little discouraged. Whoosh! Suddenly, the roaring sound of burning flames woke Li Xian up. Looking up, I found that there was a circle of blue fox fire surrounding the four-tailed fox, about a dozen of them. The petite four-tailed fox then let out a clear cry. The fox fire around his body suddenly flew out and flew towards the mantis ninja at an extremely fast speed. It's the fox fire skill. However, this time the fox fire is much more powerful than before. The mantis ninja had felt the power of fox fire before. The 3 fox fires beat him up and left him covered in wounds. Now more than 10 of them are flying towards me at the same time, and I am afraid that I will be blown into pieces. Frightened, the mantis ninja wanted to escape. But when it raised its head, it met the lively eyes of the four-tailed fox. Suddenly, the mantis ninja felt a trance. Eyes of the spirit fox, although this trance only lasted for a moment. But when the mantis ninja regained consciousness, foxfire had already arrived in front of it. With no way to avoid it, the mantis ninja could only take it head-on, and his figure was submerged in the blue foxfire. Boom! A series of explosions sounded, and a large cloud of dust and smoke rose from where the mantis ninja was. The surrounding area was blown into a large hole by the aftermath of the explosion. When the last explosion faded and the smoke and dust cleared, the mantis ninja had turned into a charred corpse. On the other side, there was no mantis ninja to help. The yellow sand leopard was no match for the Wind Emperor and soon fell under his sharp claws. The yellow sand leopard, covered in blood, lay motionless, having lost all life. Li Xian was so angry that he summoned his magic ice stone statue again. But the evil-eyed stone statue that had lost its eyes was like it had destroyed its own martial arts, even without the help of the four-tailed demon fox. The Wind Emperor also killed it easily. At this point, Li Xian's 3 spirit beasts all died. Li Xian seemed to be overwhelmed by anger. He yelled and rushed towards Li Xian. Li Xian just gave him a cold look. Feng Huang came to Li Xian at an extremely fast speed. 2 golden wolf eyes stared at Li Xian. There were also angry whining sounds coming from his mouth. Li Xian was frightened by Feng Huang's appearance and turned around and ran away. The Wind Emperor roared, creating a huge wave of air. The gust of wind blew Li Xian up into the sky, and a moment later, he fell heavily outside the ring like a sack. Ah! Li Xian broke his bones, and his shrill scream echoed over the square. The severe pain caused by the fracture made Li Xian hold his waist and abdomen. His face twisted as he rolled on the ground wailing. Seeing this scene, the referee didn't say anything. After all, it was Li Xian who attacked Li Xian first. The students watching the game didn't care at all. Instead, they thought Li Xian deserved it. They all sneered at Li Xian's behavior just now. The final match, the winner is Li Xian. In this club competition, Iran Club wins. After the referee announced the result, there was an earth-shaking cheer from the audience. Li Xian actually defeated 5 people at once. Iran society has found a treasure this time. If it weren't for Li Xian, they would have lost. Yeah, a first-year third-level beastmaster is so scary. It's really embarrassing for me, a third-year student, to still be stuck at the second level. Then you really can't do it, haha. There was also joy on the Iran society side. The girls of Iran society hugged each other and cheered happily. There was unconcealable surprise and excitement on everyone's face. Winning this game not only perfectly solved the difficulties posed by the Mountain Society, but also gained a large amount of additional club resources. The benefits to the development of the community are self-evident. More importantly, Shanyuesh also served as a warning to others. I believe that no foolish person will come to target Iran society anymore. Everyone was somewhat glad that they had listened to Li Siruo's advice and recruited Li Xian. Yue, who was originally a little indignant about Li Siruo, who was only a sophomore, becoming the president, now felt a little relieved. It seems that Senior Karan has a keen eye for talent, and it is me who is petty. Your thoughts so. Juju, who is always calm, also showed a faint smile on her face. Others are cheering or celebrating happily. The person involved, Li Xian, was quietly looking at his panel. Complete the mission Unstoppable Force and get 300 reward points. 300 reward points, enough to unlock 2 or 3 skill talents. Li Xian muttered to himself as he looked at the extra 300 reward points on the panel. But now the four-tailed fox has no skills to be unlocked. Li Xian felt that Feng Huang's remaining 2 skills did not have an immediate effect on improving combat power. So Li Xian decided to wait until the flamingo was resurrected and then unlock its talent skills. Chapter 53. Heading to the Soul-Devouring Forest. As soon as Li Xian came down from the ring, he was immediately warmly welcomed by the beauties of Iran society. Li Xian, you are so amazing. There was a gleam of admiration in Chun Yu's eyes, like a little fangirl. 1 against 5. Haha. I wonder if the mountain society dares to cause trouble to us again. Li Siruo glanced at the gloomy mountain society with a smile, a look of joy on his face. They deserved it for letting them cause trouble. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter. Yu Er then said to Li Xian gratefully, Brother Li Xian, this time it's all thanks to you. Li Xian waved his hand. You're welcome, Senior. Anyway, we are very grateful to you. If you need any help from us in the future, just let us know. This time, Li Xian didn't hesitate and agreed with a smile. All the beauties in Iran society come from beastmaster families, and their backgrounds and connections are quite extraordinary. The potential of one's own spiritual beast is not low. As the level of your spirit beast increases, the evolution materials you need will definitely become rarer and rarer. The difficulty of searching will definitely become higher and higher. I might have to trouble them by then. We won a great victory. Let's find a place to celebrate. Li Siruo suggested. While speaking, he took Li Xian's arm. The joyful look on Chun Yu's face froze for a moment. After coming back to her senses, she calmly took Li Xian's other arm. I think Senior Siruo's suggestion is very good. I happen to know a very good restaurant near the college. Li Xian looked at the 2 people beside him speechlessly. What are you doing? Li Xian wanted to refuse. After 5 battles in a row, he was a little tired and wanted to go back and rest. Before he could even open his mouth, Li Siruo and Chun Yu had already dragged him out of the school. Li Xian could only shake his head and smile helplessly. Yu Er and Juju looked at each other, smiled, and followed. Many students saw this scene, and many were envious. But not many people are jealous, at least not on the surface. There are no fools among the students who can be admitted to the 4 major colleges, and they all know it. From today onwards, Li Xian will definitely become a rising star in Qinglong Academy. The future is limitless. It is not unacceptable for such a prominent figure to be surrounded by beautiful women. The follow-up impact of the community competition is still ongoing. But Li Xian was no longer interested in caring about these things. He has already put all his energy into improving his strength. At present, the materials for Feng Huang's evolution have been gathered. Once the growth reaches 100%, it can evolve again. As for the flamingo, the only material missing is the lower-level fire attribute spirit crystal. But this is not difficult to solve. Lower-level fire attribute spirit crystals are sold in the Spirit Beast Street, but they require a considerable amount of money. Li Xian went to Lingshou Street to take a look. A lower-level fire attribute spirit crystal costs 3,000 yuan, and 10 of them cost 30,000 yuan. Li Xian counted his meager savings and sighed. Although beast tamers earn a lot, they also spend a lot. Li Xian spent a lot of money on purchasing upgrade materials some time ago, and now he doesn't even have 10,000 yuan. We still have to find a way to make money. Li Xian rubbed his eyebrows. After thinking for a while, Li Xian took out his mobile phone and logged into the Explorers Association's website. After becoming a beast tamer, you are eligible to register as an explorer. You can post and accept quests in the Explorers Association, especially the latter. Completing tasks and receiving rewards has become one of the main sources of income for beastmasters. However, up to now, Li Xian has not received any bounty missions from the Explorers Association. Most of his time was spent looking for evolutionary materials. The explorer registration process was not troublesome. After a short while, Li Xian completed the registration and officially became an explorer. Explorers are also divided into different levels. There are 5 levels from low to high, named by the jade plaque representing this level. From low to high they are white jade plaque, jadeite plaque, blue plaque, purple plaque, and red gold plaque. But I heard that there are higher-level black gold explorers higher up. However, there are only a few explorers who can reach this level. Novice explorers naturally start with the white jade card. After reading the rules and regulations of the Explorers Association in detail, Li Xian then opened the bounty taskbar and began to select. The missions that white jade explorers can accept are generally only white jade level missions. However, if you are willing to pay a certain deposit, you can also take on some higher-level tasks. That is an emerald-level task. Therefore, Li Xian's goal is more focused on these two levels of tasks. There are many types of bounty missions. Specifically, they include exploration, investigation, guarding material collection, monster clearing, and so on. The first few types are too time-consuming, so Li Xian prefers to choose tasks that involve clearing monsters. One reason is that it can increase the practical experience of one's spirit beast. Secondly, it can also improve the growth of spiritual beasts, so why not do it? After choosing for a while, Li Xian chose a good task. Mission content. Go to the soul-devouring forest and kill the monster Evil Thought Devourer. Quest level, Emerald. Reward amount, 50,000 yuan. Mission deadline, 5 days. Note, the Evil Devourer is a peak third-order evil demon monster. Explorers, please be careful. The soul-devouring forest is located in the north of Donghai City, about 10 to 20 kilometers away. Li Xian also checked there, and it happened to be one of the production sites of the cypress wood. Go there to carry out missions, earn money, and collect evolution materials at the same time. Why not do it? Looking at the task panel and the photo of the Evil Devourer, Li Xian's eyes flickered slightly. A demon with evil attributes? I've never seen this before. Anyway, I'll go meet you. Chapter 54, Kill It. Monsters with evil attributes are an extremely special kind of existence. Monsters with evil demon attributes are variants of spirit beasts with demon attributes. They can be chosen by beastmasters as spirit beast partners, but they are still considered monsters. Because after monsters of this nature are chosen as spirit beast companions, they will gradually pollute the beastmaster. Let it gradually become violent, dark, and twisted. In the end, he becomes a depraved person with a dark mind and does all kinds of evil. This is why the word evil is added before their attributes. While the disadvantages are obvious, the advantages are equally obvious. Monsters with evil attributes have the characteristics of fast growth and rapid increase in strength. Therefore, the strength of a beastmaster who possesses monsters with evil demon attributes far exceeds that of an ordinary beastmaster. This is why many beastmasters clearly know that spirit beasts with evil demon attributes are equivalent to chronic poison. But I still want to have the same. Human nature is greedy, and not many people can remain absolutely calm when faced with temptation. If you are not interested, it just means that you don't have enough chips. Level 3 peak? Not that hard to deal with. Li Xian took a look at the reward amount. A full 50,000 yuan was enough for him to buy 10 lower-level fire attribute spirit crystals with some left over. So Li Xian took on the task without thinking twice. Afterwards, Li Xian put away his cell phone, made some casual preparations, walked out of the apartment door, and headed out of the city. A few days later, early morning, an off-road vehicle stopped in front of a forest entrance 10 kilometers north of Donghai City. Li Xian scanned the code, paid the fare, and got off the car. The person who drove Li Xian here was an ordinary person. He was afraid that monsters in the forest would suddenly come out and hurt people, so he collected the money and left without looking back. Li Xian turned around and plunged into the soul-eating forest. At this time, the sky was just beginning to show a hint of paleness. Many explorers and several mercenary groups have gathered in front of the entrance to the soul-eating forest. When they saw Li Xian, many people showed expressions of surprise on their faces. Who is this guy? He's quite young, but looks unfamiliar. I haven't seen him either. He looks like a student from some college. It shouldn't be an old student. What are you doing here, freshman? Do you think your life is too long? It would be great to go to the monster gathering place and the demon fire cave. Who knows? Maybe there are some tricks. Forget it. What skills can a child of this age have? I think he is just an idiot who thinks highly of himself. The monsters in the soul-eating forest are generally between level 3 and level 4. It is said that there are even 5th-level monsters deeper in the forest. This is not a novice area. It has always been a place where experienced beastmasters come to train and perform tasks. Newcomers rarely choose to come to this place. After all, it's in the soul-eating forest. Even the weakest monster is like a boss to a novice beastmaster. Li Xian ignored the curious or other emotional gazes coming from all directions. Li Xian walked into the soul-eating forest without stopping. The moment Li Xian stepped into the soul-devouring forest, his vision suddenly darkened. Although the soul-eating forest is called a forest, it is somewhat desolate. The ground was covered with rotten leaves and mud, and Li Xian felt an uncomfortable and slippery feeling when he walked on it. In the dark forest, withered branches were scattered around. The cold wind blew through the woods from time to time, making crunching and rustling sounds. The surrounding environment was extremely cold and terrifying, as if a monster would appear at any time and devour people's fiery souls. This place is quite suitable for shooting a horror movie. Li Xian complained. He summoned his flamingo and Wind King to protect himself. The flamingo finally came back to life yesterday evening. Considering that the vast majority of monsters in the soul-eating forest are grass-type, they are naturally restrained by fire attributes. So Li Xian waited until the flamingo was resurrected before coming. In the subsequent process of searching for the Zixin tree and killing the evil devourer, the flamingo will definitely play a vital role. According to the mission description, this evil devourer is wandering around. It's at the border area deep outside the soul-devouring forest. Li Xian was thinking about how to find this evil thought devourer when a strange rustling sound came from the front. Immediately afterwards, the bushes in front of Li Xian swayed. A monster covered in spikes and with a purple flower on its head slowly walked out. The skin was as white as tree bark, and on the big head, two small green eyes were staring at Li Xian. It was the ZXN flower demon, the most common minions-level monster in the soul-devouring forest. Third-level superior. It is worth mentioning that the Zixin wood that Li Xian is looking for is produced by the leader of the Zixin flower demon, the Zixin flower king, a monster with strength reaching the 4th level. Flamingo, kill it. Li Xian pointed at the ZXN flower demon casually, and the flamingo immediately chirped and quickly flew towards the ZXN flower demon. Before she arrived, a fireball hit the ZXN flower demon. Maybe it's because the flamingo's fireballs are so powerful. It may also be that the restraint of fire on grass is more serious than imagined. The energy generated by the explosion of the fireball directly blew up most of the body of the ZXN flower demon. The flames spread along the location where they were hit. ZXN flower demon felt pain and frantically slapped the flames on her body with her only remaining hand, but it was of no use. Even his own arms tend to be burned. The next moment, raging flames struck again, breath of rage and fire. The battle went much smoother than Li Xian had imagined. Even though the ZXN flower demon was 1 level higher than the flamingo, it was still beaten by the flamingo without any chance to fight back. Part of the reason for this is that the combat power of the flamingo is far from the level of the intermediate 3rd level. On the other hand, it is reflected in the restraint of fire attribute on wood attribute, which makes the Do Zong strongman so terrifying. After a moment, the ZXN flower demon had turned into a pile of charcoal. Li Xian glanced at the panel and saw that the growth rate of flamingo increased by 1.5%. It turns out that the rewards for killing enemies above their level are more abundant. Not long after Li Xian left, a group of mercenaries came here. Seeing the corpse of ZXN flower demon on the ground, a mercenary exclaimed in surprise. Someone just came here. Another person looked around and exclaimed. There are few signs of fighting here, which means that the Zixin flower demon died very quickly. The person must be quite powerful. Could it be that young man just now? It's possible that apart from us, he was the only one walking in this direction. No wonder you dare to come here. It turns out you are really capable. Such a young 3rd-level beastmaster has a bright future. Everyone walked forward while laughing and chatting. Gradually, they couldn't laugh anymore, because every place they passed by was filled with Zixin flower monsters that had been burned into charcoal, and the number had reached over 30. In one place there were as many as 5. The body is still warm. It looks like he just left not long ago. The scene became quiet, and everyone looked at each other. After a long while, the leading mercenary leader asked bitterly, "Did you hear any sounds of fighting?" Everyone shook their heads, their eyes filled with shock. The fact that no one heard any noise meant that no matter how many ZXN flower demons there were, they were all dealt with in a very short time. This strength is too strong. If it were their mercenary group, it would take a lot of effort to deal with so many ZXN flower monsters. Moreover, it is absolutely impossible to achieve this level. It looks like we really have encountered an expert. The team leader sighed. Who would have known that such a young man would be more powerful than their entire mercenary group combined? Chapter 55, Let's Retreat. Li Xian was hurrying on his way, but he didn't know that behind him, a group of mercenaries were admiring his powerful strength. He traveled while killing monsters, and soon reached the buffer zone between the outer edge and the depths of the soul-eating forest. That evil thought devourer seems to be lurking around here. Li Xian thought for a moment and summoned his four-tailed demon fox. As soon as it appeared, the four-tailed fox let out a clear cry, jumped onto Li Xian's shoulder, and rubbed Li Xian's cheek very intimately. Be good. Help me find any monsters with evil attributes around here. The four-tailed fox nodded obediently, jumped off Li Xian's shoulder, and soon disappeared into the jungle without a trace. Watching the four-tailed demon fox disappear from his sight, Li Xian was not in a hurry. He withdrew his gaze and waited patiently in place. Why did Li Xian give the search task to the four-tailed demon fox? In terms of speed, among his three spirit beasts, Wind Emperor is the fastest. The speed of the four-tailed demon fox can only be considered good. But compared to the Wind Emperor, there is a reason why the four-tailed demon fox is more suitable for searching. The four-tailed demon fox has a special talent: spatial perception. Spatial perception can sense the existence of surrounding creatures in detail, with a maximum range of 500 meters. The closer the distance, the better the perception effect. There is no doubt that this is a talent that plays a huge role in exploration and vigilance. It is perfect to use it to find the whereabouts of the evil devourer. Another point is that Feng Huang was trained by Li Xian from the first level. In terms of familiarity and strength, Feng Huang is the undisputed leader. With Feng Huang by his side, Li Xian is relatively safer. 10 minutes later, the four-tailed fox returned, chirping a few times, with joy and pride in its voice, as if asking for credit. Did you find it? Li Xian picked up the four-tailed fox and stroked its furry little head. The four-tailed demon fox let out a cry and showed an expression of enjoyment. Li Xian smiled and patted its little head, praising it. Well done! Then he put the four-tailed demon fox on the ground. The four-tailed demon fox pointed in a direction, and Li Xian followed immediately. Before reaching his destination, Li Xian heard the sounds of fighting around him. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Li Xian took back the flamingo and the four-tailed fox and moved forward in secret with Feng Huang. Be extremely cautious. After a while, Li Xian arrived near an open space. He hid in a bush and observed the situation on the battlefield through the gaps between the bushes. A fierce fight was going on in the center of the open space. The two sides in the battle were a mercenary group of about 10 people commanding more than 30 spirit beasts. On the other side was an ugly and weird monster. His body seemed to have no bones to support it and was attached to the ground in a very strange posture. From a distance, it looked like a pile of meat paste on the ground. No limbs and no facial features. As its body squirmed, one tentacle after another methodically pulled out towards the spirit beast that intended to besiege it. Although it was a one-on-many situation, the monster still had the upper hand. Is that the evil devourer? Li Xian, who was in the bushes, took out the photo of the evil thought devourer and whispered. He was in no hurry to act. The evil devourer was different from all the monsters he had ever seen. He must learn more before he can be sure. After observing for a while, Li Xian discovered that the evil thought devourer's defense and vitality were extremely strong. The spirit beast's attack hit his body like hitting a very elastic water ball. Most of the power was either bounced off or wiped away. Only a very small number of energy attacks can cause damage. What's more terrifying is, the evil devourer can also devour spiritual beasts to heal its wounds. Whenever he was seriously injured, he would stretch out his tentacles to grab the weakest spirit beast and stuff it into his body. In a short while, the absorbed spirit beast will become nutrients to recover from injuries. Its vitality is as tenacious as that of an indestructible cockroach. No wonder they offer a reward of 50,000 yuan. This combat power is almost as strong as a fourth-level lower-level monster. Li Xian clicked his tongue. I thought about some ways to deal with the evil thought devourer. He no longer hid and walked out of the bushes openly. The leader of this mercenary group is called Feng Saida. He deeply regrets it now. He had long heard that there was a demonic monster somewhere in the depths of the soul-devouring forest, bordering the outer reaches. Many people have died at his hands. But Fong Sida just doesn't believe it. On the one hand, he thinks the possibility is not high. On the other hand, he was hoping for a lucky break, thinking that even if it was true, he might not necessarily encounter it. So, when someone suggested going a little deeper, Fong Sida did not refuse. As a result, he happened to run into this legendary evil monster. Only then did he discover that this demonic creature with evil attributes was actually the evil thought devourer, notorious for its tenacious vitality. This is undoubtedly a disaster-level existence. Fong Sida's Funghua mercenary group can barely squeeze into the second rate in the mercenary association, and the members in the group are generally only at the second level. The strongest one is the team leader, a third-level intermediate beastmaster. With this level of strength, even if there are many people, it is not enough to deal with an evil thought devourer that is at the peak of the third level and has actual combat power as high as the fourth level. As soon as the battle began, the Funghua mercenary group fell into a disadvantage. And as time went on, the casualties of their spirit beasts gradually increased. As for the evil thought devourer, he is still full of energy. In contrast, many members of the Funghua mercenary group showed despair in their eyes. But they didn't dare to abandon their spirit beasts and run away alone. One reason is that there are many monsters in the soul-devouring forest. Without the protection of their spirit beasts, they might not be able to escape from the soul-devouring forest. He will be killed by the Xian flower demon on the way. Captain, what should we do? This monster is too strong. It can't be killed. Let's retreat quickly. Otherwise, we'll all die here. There's still a chance of survival if we escape. Another spirit beast died. The mercenary's screams of fear rang out one after another. Fong Sida's expression changed for a while, and finally he gritted his teeth and made a very helpless decision. It is always better to abandon the spirit beast and run away than to sit and wait for death. There is always a glimmer of hope. What if they are lucky enough and don't encounter any monsters along the way? So Fong Sida ordered a retreat. But at this moment, Fong Sida caught a glimpse of a young face with a wolf-shaped spirit beast. Chapter 56, Desperate Situation. When you are in a desperate situation, someone suddenly appears. Fong Sida was so excited. However, it was a young man who showed up, which made Fong Sida feel a little disappointed. A young man of this age should still be a student in the academy. How could he have such strong strength? Fong Sida, who was originally planning to ask for help, suddenly felt disappointed. Don't ask for help. This young man is so leisurely. He probably doesn't know how powerful the evil thought devourer is. Let's just pull him along and run. At this time, Li Xian spoke. Do you need help? Li Xian smiled and pointed at the evil thought devourer, who was fighting with the spirit beast. In just a short while, 2 more spirit beasts died at the hands of the evil thought devourer. After hearing this, many people in the Funghua mercenary group showed strange expressions on their faces. They looked Li Xian up and down. They have the same idea as Fong Sida. Everyone thought that a child of Li Xian's age should not know the evil thought devourer, nor know how powerful he is. I don't think he can be of any help. Then a mercenary said, Little friend, stop messing around. This is the evil thought devourer, a monster whose combat power reaches the 4th level. You're still a student in the college. Run away. Otherwise, we will all die after he finishes dealing with these spirit beasts. After listening to the mercenary's introduction, they found that there was no expression of surprise or panic on Li Xian's face. Some mercenaries cursed unconsciously. This guy is a fool. Doesn't he know how powerful a 4th-level monster is? Forget about him. Let's go. But at this time, Fong Sida waved his hand to indicate that there was no rush. As the leader of a mercenary group, Fong Sida has a good eye for people. The young man in front of me has a calm demeanor. Although the battlefield was not far away, his expression remained calm. After listening to the introduction of the evil devourer, there was no negative emotion. This means that he is very likely aware of this and really doesn't take the evil thought devourer seriously. Judging from this point alone, this young man is definitely not as simple as he seems. If Li Xian was really a fool like the mercenary said, how could he come to this place? The Xian flower demon on the way could kill him. So almost in an instant, Fong Sida made a quick decision and said, My friend, please. In any case, one more person at this time means more strength. Li Xian nodded upon hearing this. Let all your spirit beasts retreat. Upon hearing this, Fong Sida and his mercenary group members were stunned. Is this a one-on-one fight? Friend, Fong Saida hesitated when he heard this and wanted to persuade Li Xian. Even though he felt that Li Xian was no ordinary person, his age was there. How strong could such a young beastmaster be? Considering the strength of the evil devourer, I'm afraid only a 4th-level beastmaster can kill him in a single fight. But looking at Li Xian's expression, it doesn't seem like he's pretending. So Fong Saida thought to himself, could he be a descendant of some big family? Like Fong Saida, many people think the same way. But Fong Saida is still advised. Friend, this evil thought devourer is not ordinary. Let's join forces. Fong Saida was about to continue persuading him, but Li Xian raised his hand to interrupt him. I know about the evil devourer. Li Xian already knew what Fong Saida meant, so he spoke in a deep voice. I came here this time just for him. I've been tasked with slaying it from the Explorers League. The mercenaries suddenly realized what was going on, but from their perspective, they were still speechless. I don't know whether to say that such a young person is brave or stupid for daring to take on such a task. According to their experience, anyone who dares to take on such a mission must be at least a 4th-rank beastmaster or a 2nd-rate mercenary group. Could it be that this young man has reached the level of a 4th-rank beastmaster at such a young age? They all thought it was unlikely as they had been working in the beast tamer industry for many years. I have never heard of anyone who can become a 4th-level beastmaster at such a young age. If someone said that to them, they would already think the person saying it was crazy. They were indeed not wrong in their guess. Li Xian was indeed not a 4th-level beastmaster, but he was not far from the 4th level. Fong Saida wanted to persuade him, but Li Xian ignored him and stepped forward to summon his flamingo. To deal with this kind of evil thought devourer with evil demon attributes, the fire element damage of the flamingo is more effective. After several generations, Li Xian summoned the flamingo panel and turned his attention to the talents and skills to be unlocked. Talent to be unlocked. Endless life. You can improve yourself and heal injuries by absorbing the surrounding fire elements. Can absorb high temperature, flame, and fire element attacks. 200 reward points are required to unlock. Sun impact. Transforms its own body into the sun and rapidly impacts the target, causing burns to the impact. 100 reward points are required to unlock. Roaring flame. Strikes the designated target within 40 meters in a straight line, causing fire damage, no special features. 100 reward points are required to unlock. At this time, Li Xian still had 311 reward points left. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to unlock the 2 skills of Sun Crash and Fire Roaring Sky Strike first. After all, these 2 skills are quite powerful and can immediately increase the flamingo's attack power. On the other side, the members of the manhwa mercenary group have also recognized the flamingo summoned by Li Xian. I couldn't help but widen my eyes and cried out, Flamingo! This is a powerful spiritual beast that is said to be able to evolve to the Emperor level. Not only does he have amazing potential, his combat power is also among the best in his class. No wonder he dared to go deep into the soul-devouring forest at such a young age. It turns out that there is such a powerful spiritual beast as a guard. Who is this young man? Is he really a descendant of a big family? Fong Saida couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just as everyone was stunned, Li Xian had already called on his flamingo to attack the evil thought devourer. I saw a flamingo chirping and soaring into the sky. Flames burned in the flamingo's eyes. The next moment, the ground beneath the evil thought devourer, who was fighting with the spirit beast, suddenly lit up a fiery red. The ground turned into magma under this intense heat. In another moment, raging flames shot up into the sky, submerging the body of the evil devourer. It is the newly unlocked skill of Flamingo. Roaring fire strikes the sky. Chapter 57. The powerful flamingo, another evil thought devourer? The temperature in the air rose rapidly. The scorching air wave blew in their faces, causing Fong Saida and others to subconsciously take a few steps back. However, they did not dare to block their views. They all opened their eyes wide and stared at the place where the pillar of fire rose. They wanted to see such a powerful attack. How much damage can they inflict on this evil devourer that has left them helpless? The pillar of flames soared up into the sky, as if connecting heaven and earth together. Even though Fong Saida and others were more than 20 meters away from the fire column, they could still feel the aggressive heat emanating from it. Captain, what kind of skill is this? How can it be so powerful? Someone in the mercenary group asked with a confused look. Fong Saida was silent for a while, then said in disbelief and hesitation, It seems to be a fire-attributed fiery, roaring sky strike. As soon as Fong Saida finished speaking, someone exclaimed, "Isn't that a high-level skill that only a 5th-level fire-attributed spirit beast can comprehend? A 3rd-level flamingo can learn it." Hear the word 5th level. The eyelids of the mercenaries twitched. No wonder this pillar of fire is so terrifying. It turns out to be a high-level skill of level 5. The flamingo is so terrifying. A 3rd-level spirit beast can master 5th-level skills. It is indeed a spiritual beast with the potential for royal-level evolution. Everyone in the mercenary group was in shock. Li Xian's voice sounded. "Take back your spirit beasts. It would be bad if they were accidentally injured." The mercenaries looked at each other, and there was nothing to refute. He obediently followed Li Xian's instructions and took back his spirit beast. After all, their spirit beasts were like cannon fodder in front of the power displayed by Li Xian's flamingo. Moreover, their spirit beasts had already been badly damaged, and it was still unknown whether they could continue fighting. There is not much difference between having it and not having it. If it really doesn't work, they will just wait until the young man can't hold on any longer, and then they will help. The rest of the spirit beasts left the battlefield one after another, leaving only the flamingo circling and dancing in the air. The raging pillar of flame gradually died down. The charred body of the evil devourer was revealed. Black smoke was still coming out of the evil devourer's body, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Compared to physical attacks, elemental attacks are more effective against this guy. Li Xian thought to himself. Roar! A roar filled with pain suddenly sounded. The evil devourer, whose ferocious nature was stimulated by the injury, leaped into the sky with its body like a pool of rotten flesh. Swoop towards the flamingo in the sky. The ferocious and fierce appearance makes people shudder. Faced with all this, Li Xian was not afraid at all. Flamingos are high up in the sky, enjoying a geographical advantage, flying into the air without the ability to fly. It cannot use any force to change its direction in the air and can only move in a straight line. Isn't such a target a sitting duck? Li Xian pointed his finger forward with a sneer on his face. Flamingo, shoot me. Upon receiving the command, the flamingo chirped excitedly, opened its mouth and spit out a fireball, flying towards the evil thought devourer. The evil thought devourer was unable to dodge, and with a loud bang, the evil thought devourer was knocked down from the sky and fell to the ground. It created a large pit with a diameter of 2 meters, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, the evil thought devourer, who was crawling in the deep pit, had some parts of his body turned black. It emits a fishy smell. Flamingo is unyielding. It took a deep breath and then suddenly opened its mouth. Large balls of fire blasted towards the evil thought devourer in the pit like meteors. Loud rumbling noises occurred continuously. The evil devourer's shrill roars continued. After a while, it seemed that the flamingo got tired of attacking with fireballs. The flamingo took a deep breath, and its figure suddenly curled up into a fireball, falling rapidly from the sky. The fireball fell faster and faster, and the flamingo began to emit dazzling light all over its body, like a sun. It is the new skill that Flamingo has just unlocked, Sun Rush. At this moment, the high temperature caused by the rising flames around seemed to be much lower. But the next moment, an even more intense heat burst out. All the members of the Fenghua mercenary group who were watching the battle were horrified and hurriedly retreated more than 10 meters. Then there was a loud bang. In the center of the open space, the place where the evil thought devourer was originally located exploded. The flames spread out in all directions with this place as the center. The explosion brought such strong light that everyone present had to cover their eyes to avoid going blind due to the stimulation of the strong light. The soil kicked up by the explosion was burned into nothingness by the high temperature before it could scatter. The strong light gradually weakened, and the airflow generated by the explosion also gradually weakened. When everything calmed down, a small mushroom cloud rose above the open space. The flamingo stood in the middle of the circular pit. Next to him was the evil thought devourer, whose body was charred black. At this time, the evil thought devourer was lying flat in a pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, motionless, his life or death unknown. This scene comes into view. Everyone in the Fenghua mercenary group was horrified. Is this true? This power is too exaggerated. What kind of skill is this? This seems to be a scorching sun collision? Another high-level skill that only a 5th-level spirit beast can comprehend? No way. You can master so many high-level skills at only level 3? How did you train this flamingo? Exclamations rang out one after another, and everyone looked at the scene in front of them with intense reactions. At this moment, they thought of Li Xian's decision to ask them to take back the spirit beasts, and they no longer had any doubts or dissatisfaction. If their spirit beasts were still on the field at this time, they would only be a burden and would make the flamingo's attack timid. They also knew that it was best not to have any extra encumbrances in battle. At the same time, their spirit beasts are too weak and will become nutrients for the evil devourers to recover from their injuries. This young man is so scary. Where on earth did he come from? Could he really be a descendant of a great family? The same questions and the same speculations appeared in everyone's mind again. They were much older than Li Xian, but there was a hint of awe in their eyes when they looked at Li Xian. In the world of beastmasters, the strong are respected, regardless of age. Compared to them, Li Xian is now a strong man. Seeing the miserable appearance of the once invincible evil thought devourer in the deep pit, Li Xian was not surprised at all. Although the flamingo is only at level 3, its actual combat power has already reached level 4. Coupled with the restraint on attributes, it naturally won't take much effort to solve it. Give him the final blow. Li Xian waved his hand lightly and gave a faint order. The flamingo cried out and was about to attack. A dull roar came from the forest, interrupting the flamingo's movements. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned to look where the sound came from. I saw a middle-aged man in black clothes and with pale skin walking slowly out from the depths of the forest. There was also a larger evil thought devourer following behind him. Everyone in the Fenghua mercenary group couldn't help but be a little shocked. What's going on? There are 2 evil thought devourers in total. Chapter 58. The Fallen appears, and the demon-slaying mission is released. Bang, bang, bang. The middle-aged man clapped softly, with an inscrutable smile on his face. You guys are really amazing. You actually beat my spirit beast into this state. It seems that I really underestimated the beastmasters who entered this area. The middle-aged man's voice was a little hoarse, as if it was being rubbed by sandpaper. As soon as the words fell, the faces of everyone in the Fenghua mercenary group turned as pale as paper. A word immediately emerged in everyone's mind, and many people cried out in surprise. You are the Fallen. This word seemed to have some kind of magical power that made people tremble with fear, and the scene became much quieter for a moment. Some mercenaries had a thin layer of cold sweat on their foreheads and swallowed unconsciously. For a moment, the atmosphere in the open space became extremely depressing. Even Li Xian raised his eyebrows unconsciously. The word fallen is a taboo word in the Beastmaster circle, the so-called fallen ones. It refers to those beastmasters who tame monsters with evil attributes and use them as spirit beasts in order to quickly gain powerful strength. These people will eventually be contaminated by evil, resulting in distorted and perverted personalities. Become an evil beastmaster. The degenerates are hated by everyone in mainstream society, and once they are discovered, they will be strangled by everyone. It is an existence that all beastmasters want to get rid of as soon as possible. And these fallen ones call themselves fallen angels, because their strength is often much stronger than that of ordinary beastmasters. They believe that by plunging into darkness, they have gained powerful strength that is difficult for ordinary people to obtain. It is obvious that the middle-aged man in front of him is a fallen person. Just look at the evil thought devourer beside him, and you will know. The one next to him was even bigger than the previous one. Judging from the aura, it is obvious that he has reached the 4th level. The faces of everyone in the Fenghua mercenary group were now very ugly. His eyes were filled with horror and helplessness. A peak level 3 evil thought devourer was already too much for them to handle. If they hadn't met Li Xian, they would probably have died long ago. Even if there was another 4th level beast, I'm afraid Li Xian wouldn't be able to win with his strength. The best you can do is to get away with it safely. For a moment, their hearts sank to the bottom. At this time, the only thing that can remain calm. I'm afraid it's only Li Xian. It's really heartbreaking. I originally placed this evil thought devourer here. He just wanted him to devour the flesh and blood of spirit beasts and beastmasters to evolve quickly. But now I am half dead because of you. The middle-aged man didn't pay attention to the changes in the expressions of the mercenaries in front of him and spoke to himself. His cold gaze swept across the mercenaries before him like a sharp sword. Finally, his eyes stopped on Li Xian. There was a hint of violence and madness in his eyes. This is consistent with the consistent characteristics of the fallen. With such a serious injury, I'm afraid it will take a lot of blood and flesh to recover. I am very distressed. What should I do now? By the time he finished speaking, veins on the middle-aged man's forehead were exposed, and his expression was ferocious. There was a strong, murderous intent in his tone. Faintly, everyone, including Li Xian, seemed to smell an extremely strong smell of blood. Li Xian frowned slightly, while the others took a step back with trembling legs. Seeing this scene, the fallen man couldn't help but sneer and let out a strange laugh. However, at this moment, Li Xian's voice suddenly sounded and answered his question. Since you don't know what to do, let me help you solve it. I happen to have a solution. When everyone heard the sound, they looked and saw Li Xian slightly raising his left hand. The flamingo spits out another fireball. A deafening roar and huge waves of blazing flames erupted again, and the evil devourer, who had already been charred black, was instantly melted. Wait until everything calms down. The evil devourer had disappeared from the deep pit, leaving only a small pile of charcoal. Li Xian spread his hands and looked at the fallen one calmly. How about it? Now you don't have to worry about it. Such a useless spirit beast would be useless if kept, and it's not enough to make me angry. Don't you think so? Everyone in the Manhwa mercenary group was silent. They were shocked by Li Xian's behavior. This young man really doesn't know how dangerous society is. He actually dares to provoke the degenerates. Someone exclaimed, "Yeah, let's run, or we'll really be killed by the fallen." For a moment, everyone in the Manhwa mercenary group was in chaos. The fallen was also stunned by Li Xian's unexpected behavior. After a moment, a cold laugh was heard. Your style of doing things is really like that of us fallen angels. How about joining our team of fallen angels? Excuse me, I have no interest in joining a bunch of you street rats living in the sewers. Li Xian said lightly, and while speaking, he glanced at the fallen one with disdain. Are you kidding? If you already have a system, do you still need to become a degenerate? Upon hearing this, the fallen one's expression instantly turned crazy, with his face extremely distorted. Okay, very good. You still dare to challenge me now. I admire your courage as a token of my respect. I will let you see with your own eyes that you have become the food for the evil devourer. I promise that you won't die too easily. The tone of the fallen man was so eerie that Fong Saida and his companions felt a chill on their backs. Li Xian shrugged indifferently. Then I'd like to see how capable you street rats are. The fallen one could no longer bear it, feeling the uncontrollable murderous intent in his master's heart. The fourth-level evil thought devourer beside him roared and rushed out fiercely. The huge body rushed towards Li Xian like a wave of flesh and blood. Li Xian did not hesitate and ordered the flamingo to release a fire attack to fight against it. At the same time, the system's voice rang in Li Xian's mind. Ding mission released. Demon Slayer. Kill the fallen Lin and complete the mission to receive 500 reward points. Chapter 59. The four-tailed fox goes to battle, another evil beast. Wow, 500 reward points. The fallen are really valuable. Li Xian's eyes lit up, and the look he gave Lin changed. His eyes sparkled, as if the person standing before him was not a fallen man, but a pile of priceless gold. Li Xian didn't need to give too many instructions. The flamingo flew high into the sky and then dived down without hesitation. At the same time, the flamingo emitted a bright red light and transformed into a fireball like a small sun again. Use the sun impact again, and the evil devourer on the other side. A pool of flesh and blood crawling on the ground squirmed rapidly, forming a solid meat shield blocking Lin in front of him. The next moment, the two sides collided violently like Mars hitting the Earth. Boom! A violent and ferocious shock wave erupted instantly, setting off a violent and hot air wave. Fong Saida and the others' faces changed drastically. They took several steps back in embarrassment, barely avoiding the strong impact caused by the collision. His face was as pale as paper, and he looked panic-stricken. Captain, what should we do? These two people are too powerful. Just one collision has unleashed such a terrifying shockwave. We are so unlucky. This is simply a fight between gods. Captain, why don't we run away quickly? The last sentence expressed the thoughts of many people. Everyone looked at Fong Saida hurriedly, waiting for him to make a decision. Fong Saida rejected the proposal without even thinking about it. Don't think that the fallen is now in a fierce battle with Li Xian. But he must also be paying attention to the situation here. This fallen one is a 4th rank beastmaster, and currently only has 2 spirit beasts on display. It is difficult to ensure whether he has other spirit beasts with evil demon attributes. As long as the mercenary group shows signs of escaping, they may be severely attacked by the fallen one. Besides, Li Xian at least saved the lives of everyone in the Fenghua mercenary group. How could you abandon the other person and run away at this time? For mercenaries, living on the edge of a knife is a common occurrence. It is also because of this that they attach more importance to things like loyalty and gratitude. Fong Saida looked at the increasingly intense battle not far away and sighed deeply. He really wanted to go up and help, but he knew that both sides were much stronger than him. Faced with the absolute gap in strength, he couldn't provide support even if he wanted to. Moreover, if you act rashly, it will only make things worse. He could only hope that Li Xian could defeat this evil thought devourer. This way they still have a chance of survival. But judging from the current situation, the flamingo and the evil devourer are equally powerful, and one is even at a slight disadvantage. Although this evil thought devourer is only at the lower level of the 4th order, its actual combat power is closer to the middle level of the 4th order. Seeing this scene, Fong Saida and others showed pessimistic looks on their faces. However, at this moment, a ray of light flashed, and a petite and cute snow-white figure appeared out of thin air. With a clear sound, it was the 4-tailed demon fox joining the battlefield. There was a flash of fire, and several blue fox fires appeared out of thin air. Fly towards the evil thought devourer at an extremely fast speed. A series of puffing sounds were heard, and several bloody holes were blown out on the barrier created by the evil thought devourer. There was still flame burning at the edge of the blood hole. Roar! The attack of the 4-tailed demon fox caused considerable injuries to the evil thought devourer, who let out a roar mixed with pain. A tentacle condensed on the illusory barrier and whipped towards the 4-tailed fox. The attack came suddenly and swiftly. Just as it was about to hit the 4-tailed demon fox, the 4-tailed demon fox flashed and disappeared on the spot. Space jump. Bang! The flesh tentacles attack missed and hit the ground, raising a large amount of dust. The 4-tailed demon fox instantly appeared next to the tentacles and swung down with its small claws. Incredible power burst out from the small body. There was an unpleasant tearing sound, and the flesh tentacles were torn apart in an instant. Although the 4-tailed demon fox is also a 3rd-level spirit beast, it is at the peak of the 3rd level. It has more talents and skills than the flamingo, so its combat power is naturally much stronger. Not to mention, it's just a lower-level 4th-order monster. Even if it encounters a mid-level 4th-order monster, the 4-tailed demon fox will not be afraid at all. The 4-tailed demon fox joined the battle and cooperated with the flamingo. Attacks were launched simultaneously from the air and the ground, and the situation on the field was reversed in an instant. The evil thought devourer was beaten back step by step, and the injuries on his body increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked very miserable. Not far away, all the members of the Fenghua mercenary group were stunned with their eyes wide open. They never imagined that Li Xian actually had such a powerful spirit beast. The knowledgeable Fong Saida had already seen the identity of this spirit beast and was stunned. 4-tailed demon fox? What? 4-tailed demon fox? Captain, did I hear you right? Now that you mention it, it does seem quite similar. That should be correct. This spirit beast is very rare. That is, not only is the strength very strong, but the potential is also very abnormal, and the highest level that can evolve is the 8th level peak. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked again. No way. So amazing? The 2 spirit beasts under this young man are so powerful. He must be the descendant of an ancient family. After Fong Saida expressed his ideas, he was recognized by many people. Each of the spiritual beasts with potential of level 8 to 9 is very precious and valuable. It is extremely difficult for elite children from ordinary beastmaster families to own one. The 2 spirit beasts that Li Xian casually took out both had such terrifying potential. After much thought, it seems that there are only those chosen ones who come from the ancient beastmaster families that have been passed down since the Cataclysm era. Only then can you have it. All of a sudden, Li Xian's image in everyone's mind became mysterious and tall. Fong Saida and others looked at Li Xian with more respect. This thought also appeared in Sito Lin's mind. Someone from an ancient beastmaster family? As Sito Lin was surprised, his expression became more and more distorted. The jealousy in his heart was like a poisonous snake gnawing at his heart. Situ Lin's talent is not outstanding. In fact, it is very ordinary. And he was extremely eager for power. So in pursuit of power, he embarked on the path of becoming a fallen being. In fact, he seems a bit like Li Xian. The difference is that Li Xian has a system. However, Situ Lin was blinded by the desire to improve his strength and became an unforgivable degenerate. Situ Lin, who thought he knew Li Xian's identity, stared at Li Xian, licked his cracked lips, and the coldness in his eyes was like a sharp sword. It was as if he wanted to pierce Li Xian's heart with his eyes. Noticing Situ Lin's gaze, Li Xian sneered. These fallen people really have problems with their brains, and each of them is no different from a madman. He looked at the evil thought devourer, who was already covered in wounds under the siege of the flamingo and the four-tailed demon fox. Situ Lin's eyes flashed, and a black light surged. Another ferocious monster emerged. After seeing the monster clearly, everyone present changed their expressions again. No way! Another evil spirit beast? Chapter 60. Wind Emperor evolves again and kills the demon-eyed demon instantly. As everyone exclaimed, they saw a burly humanoid spirit beast wearing an iron helmet and mask. He appeared in front of Situ Lin with black air coming out of his body. The upper torso of this burly figure is covered with densely packed eyes. The hands are made up of countless tentacles intertwined. The demon with the devil eyes. Everyone from the Fenghua mercenary group exclaimed in surprise. The demon-eyed demon is a fourth-order lower-level evil demon. 2 fourth-level monsters. Now they think Li Xian is in danger. A look of horror naturally appeared in his eyes. They recognized the monster's origin, and Li Xian naturally recognized it as well. Identifying monsters with evil attributes is one of the required courses for beast tamer students. Isn't it just a 4th-level lower-level demon-eyed demon? It's not like we can't deal with it. Although Li Xian was a little surprised, after being surprised, he summoned the system panel with a calm expression. Among Li Xian's 3 spirit beasts, the flamingo has the highest growth rate, at 73.9%. The second is Feng Wang, with 68.91%. The four-tailed demon fox is the least, only 15.4%. However, the evolution materials for flamingo and four-tailed demon fox have not yet been gathered. The materials for Feng Wang's evolution are the most complete. Li Xian took a look at the reward points he had, and without hesitation, invested them directly into Feng Wang's growth. As the Wind Emperor evolves to the 3rd level, the reward points required for each point of growth also increases to 3 points. After spending 96 reward points, Feng Wang's growth rate instantly soared to 100%. At the same time, Feng Wang's information panel also underwent drastic changes. Name Storm Wolf. Attribute: Wind. Level: Level 4 Intermediate. Talent: Power of the Wind, Iron Head, Wind Whispering Spell, Power of the Wilderness, Blessing of the Earth Spirit Wolf, Star Absorbing. Skills: Wind Blade Slash, Storm Slash, Wind Shadow Claw, Sky Roar. Evolution Route: Hidden Route, Next Stage, Wind Wolf God of War. The following conditions must be met: 100% growth rate, Gale Spirit Essence, and 5 intermediate Wind Attribute Spirit Crystals. Like the previous evolutions, Feng Huang's level directly increased by 3 small realms and broke through to the 4th intermediate level. With the strength of a 4th level intermediate, plus talent and skills, it should be more than enough to kill this demon-eyed evil demon. A glimmer of joy flashed in Li Xian's eyes. Coming back to his senses, he looked up at Situ Lin in front of him, and the evil demon with devilish eyes staring at him greedily, his eyes becoming increasingly profound. For some reason, Situ Lin suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. But soon, this uneasy feeling was suppressed by him. He's just a 3rd-level beastmaster with some talent. No matter how powerful he is, he can't beat my 2 4th-level spirit beasts. Situ Lin sneered in his heart. He felt it was time to end the fight. So he pointed at Li Xian with a ferocious look on his face. Demon-eyed demon, kill this guy for me? The evil demon with demon eyes let out an uncomfortable hoarse roar, stomped the ground with his right foot, causing a sonic boom, and suddenly rushed towards Li Xian. As the figure rushed forward, his arms suddenly opened, and countless tentacles swayed in the wind, making him look extremely terrifying. Nausea! Li Xian spat lightly. Wind Emperor, come on, let it see how powerful you are. The Wind Emperor roared, and green flames burned on his 4 wolf claws. This is a materialization phenomenon caused by the excessive concentration of wind attributes spiritual power. The next moment, the Wind Emperor, with his full power of wind unleashed, rushed out instantly and headed straight for the charging evil demon with demon eyes. This scene surprised everyone except Li Xian. The previous appearances of the flamingo and the four-tailed demon fox were too stunning. So much so that they all ignored Feng Huang, who had been by Li Xian's side from the beginning. They always thought that Feng Huang was the weakest, so they never took action. Now they all thought that Li Xian was crazy, and he even sent his weakest spirit beast to die. At this moment, everyone in the Fenghua mercenary group was truly in despair. However, a hideous and perverted smile appeared on Situ Lin's face. It's so ridiculous that they even sent their own pets to die. Ha 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 ha. Just wait and watch yourself being devoured bit by bit. Ha ha ha. However, the next moment a shocking scene appeared. Amid the horrified gazes of the crowd, the Wind Emperor slammed into the demon eyes demon's body fiercely. But the Wind Emperor did not move at all. Instead, the demon eyes demon staggered and took several steps back. The evil demon with demon eyes opened wide as it retreated. The Wind Emperor pounced forward again, raising both sharp claws at the same time. The next moment, two green lights, one above and one below, passed across the chest of the evil demon with demon eyes. Storm slash. After finishing the deed, the evil demon with demon eyes stayed there quietly, not moving a muscle. Feng Huang turned around and walked slowly towards Li Xian. What's going on? Are you leaving now? Someone asked in confusion. No one knew what was going on, and no one dared to answer. Sita Lin was also a little confused and didn't react for a while. What the hell is going on? Next, the evil demon with demon eyes gave them the answer. Suddenly, 3 streams of black blood spurted out from the motionless body of the evil demon with demon eyes. The next moment, the evil demon's body suddenly broke into 4 pieces. The incision is very neat. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Silence, deathly silence on the field. Situ Lin's smile froze, his mouth opened wide, and he looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Fong Saida and the others also looked stunned, as if they were in a dream, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. With just one move, a 4th-level spirit beast was killed instantly. Now they understand. It turns out that the young man kept this spirit beast by his side, not because it was the weakest, but because it is the strongest. This young man needs its protection. One move, just one move, too strong. I've never seen this spirit beast before. What kind of spirit beast is it? At this time, no one thought that Feng Huang was not strong. They had never seen such a powerful spiritual beast, so they thought it was 9 out of 10. This spiritual beast is a precious yet powerful being. Judging from the strength displayed by this mysterious spirit beast, it has definitely reached the 4th level. In other words, the young man in front of them was not a 3rd-level beastmaster, but a 4th-level one. This is simply a monster. That's amazing. Some people couldn't help swallowing and murmured softly. And this is what everyone in the Fenghua mercenary group wants to say. The way they looked at Li Xian now was as if they were looking at a monster. Unbelievable and respectful. Chapter 61 mission completed. Unlock talent skills. How is that possible? Situ Lin looked at his evil demon in disbelief as it broke into 3 pieces, muttering to himself in a daze. It is a dignified 4th-level spiritual beast, and a spiritual beast with evil demon attributes that is one of the best among the spiritual beasts of the same level. He was killed after just one encounter. Until now, Situ Lin still couldn't believe it. Suddenly, another shrill roar was heard, waking Situ Lin from his shock. He quickly turned his head and saw the scene of the evil devourer surrounded by flames. By the time the flames dissipated, the huge body of the evil thought devourer had been burned to nothing but ashes. Situ Lin's already pale face became even paler, completely bloodless. Now you are the only one left. Li Xian looked at Situ Lin with an indifferent expression. This fallen one is at the 4th level. Logically speaking, there should be a spirit beast on hand. The fact that it was not summoned at the beginning proves that the strength of this spirit beast should be far inferior to that of the 4th-level evil thought devourer. There's nothing to worry about. Li Xian guessed correctly. When Situ Lin saw Li Xian looking at him, he was greatly frightened and his body trembled suddenly. Without hesitation, a black light flashed in front of Situ Lin. A hellhound appeared in the clearing. It was another demonic monster with evil attributes, and its strength was at the peak of the 3rd level. The strength at the peak of the 3rd stage also made everyone in the Fenghua mercenary group feel nervous. But then I felt relieved again. Even a 4th level evil thought devourer was defeated by this young man. What kind of trouble can a peak 3rd level hellhound cause? Indeed, when the hellhound first appeared, it had not yet assumed a fighting stance. The gem on the Wind Emperor's forehead flashed with green light, and 10 plain wind blades suddenly flew over. The wind blade hit the hellhound, creating a sonic boom, stirring up layers of airwaves. With blood splattering everywhere, the hellhound was blasted into pieces. Seeing this scene, Situ Lin's face finally showed a look of despair. In an instant, the fear of death loomed in his heart, and his face became more and more distorted. Wait a moment. Situ Lin wanted to say something, but unfortunately Feng Huang did not give him the chance to speak. Another wind blade. The wind blade hit the spiritual shield that Situ Lin had activated when it was 10 centimeters away from him. The explosion blew the spiritual shield into a sky full of stars. Situ Lin took the opportunity to slip away quickly. Unfortunately, he didn't get far. One after another, wind blades whizzed towards him. There was another explosion. Situ Lin screamed miserably, and his scream was filled with unwillingness, resentment, despair, and regret. There are many different expressions. A moment later, Situ Lin was blasted into pieces by the wind blade, fell to the ground with a thump. The clearing returned to silence again. Fong Saida and others looked at Situ Lin, who was motionless in front of them, with a dazed look on their faces. Until now, they still have a feeling of unreality. They never expected that such a powerful enemy could be dealt with so easily. Before, they were still feeling despair over the enemy's strength and invincibility. But in the blink of an eye, the enemy was easily dealt with by Li Xian. The several thrilling twists and turns in between made their mood go up and down like a roller coaster. It's only now that I can finally feel relieved. He can even defeat a 4th level fallen with ease, and he's still so young. You can tell with just a little bit of your toes. Li Xian's future is bound to be limitless. Such a proud child of heaven is a sight to behold for these mercenaries who live on the edge of a knife. It is absolutely an existence that is hard to compare with. Li Xian didn't pay attention to the changes in these people's expressions, but checked the task prompts. Complete the mission, slay demons and eliminate evils, and receive 500 reward points. With 500 bonus points, Li Xian's almost empty bonus points suddenly became full. He nodded with satisfaction, then opened the Wind Emperor's panel to check the new talents and skills added after the evolution. Talents to be unlocked. Sixth Sense. Allows the spirit beast to have a reaction speed far beyond its own level. Has amazing reaction ability to sneak attacks and ranged attacks. It requires 100 reward points to unlock. Skills to be unlocked. Wolf Summon. Summons and commands a low-level wolf pack. The summoned creature's level is 2 levels lower than its own. 150 reward points are required to unlock. Li Xian chuckled. First it was defense, then strength, and now he had the talent to enhance reaction speed. This is to train the Wind Emperor in the direction of having no weaknesses. If you unlock all the primary elemental resistances and negative effects, you can upgrade them to intermediate or even advanced levels later. I don't know what kind of monster my Wind Emperor will become. Li Xian felt his heart burning with anger just thinking about it. Without any hesitation, Li Xian directly unlocked these 2 skill talents. In this way, the number of Feng Huang's talents and skills increased again, a staggering 12. If other people knew that a 4th level spirit beast possessed 12 talents and skills, I don't know how many people were shocked. Then, Li Xian spent another 200 reward points to unlock the Eternal Life talent for Flamingo. In this way, most of the 500 reward points I just got were spent. Including the previous retention, Li Xian still has a total of 67 reward points left. Although the consumption is huge, the improvement in strength is indeed very significant. Turning off the panel, Li Xian looked up and looked ahead, trying to call Feng Huang back to him. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a dark glow on the ground. Li Xian came closer and squatted down to take a look. It turned out that a small box had fallen from Situ Lin. The box was made of metal, only about the size of a palm, and it was locked. It would not be difficult for Li Xian to lock it. He handed the box directly to Feng Huang. With the sharpness of Feng Huang's claws, it was easy to break open the box. There was a crisp click sound and the lock on the box was easily cut in half by Feng Huang. Inside the box, there is a layer of black velvet. A black card lay quietly in the middle of the box. Li Xian had never seen this thing before and couldn't help but feel curious. What on earth is this thing? At this time, the people from the Fenghua mercenary group had also rushed over and surrounded Li Xian. Chapter 62. The Key to the Ruins, Li Siruo's Invitation. After taking a look, Li Xian closed the wooden box. Seeing the mercenaries surrounding him, Li Xian's eyes turned cold. Do these people want to kill people and rob? So Li Xian patted the big head of Feng Huang beside him, stood up, and glanced coldly at the crowd gathered around him. Everyone felt a tightness in their hearts when Li Xian looked at them. They could also guess what Li Xian was thinking, but they had no intention of touching this small box. They felt that this was the spoils that Li Xian deserved. Moreover, they knew that based on the strength Li Xian had just displayed, they were no match for him. They were very afraid that their sudden surrounding would cause Li Xian to misunderstand. Fang Saida said hurriedly, "Little brother, you saved us. We are very grateful to you. We haven't had any big gains these past few days. The only valuable thing is this Zelkova tree. We give it to you now as a token of our gratitude to you. Maybe you look down on this kind of small material, but this is our heartfelt gift. Please accept it." As they spoke, the mercenary group members around them said in unison, "Thank you for saving my life, little brother. The Fenghua mercenary group will never forget it." Fang Saida also took out a piece of dark purple wood from his arms and handed it respectfully to Li Xian with both hands. This scene was somewhat beyond Li Xian's expectations, and Li Xian couldn't help blushing. "I am judging others by my own standards." Li Xian laughed awkwardly twice and said, "You're welcome. I'm just trying to complete my mission. Thank you for your kindness, my mercenary brothers. This zixin wood is really useful to me. Since this elder brother has said so, I will not refuse it." So Li Xian reached out and took the zixin wood in front of him and put it in his pocket. Seeing Li Xian accept it, everyone in the Fenghua mercenary group smiled at each other. This matter was over, and there was no need to stay in the soul-devouring forest any longer. Li Xian walked out of the soul-devouring forest together with the members of the Fenghua mercenary group. Everyone said goodbye at the entrance, and Li Xian used his cell phone to call a car to take him back to Qinglong College. Back in his apartment, Li Xian curled up on the comfortable sofa in the living room. The thought of obtaining the main material for the evolution of the four-tailed demon fox. After receiving the mission reward, the 50,000 yuan is enough to buy the 2 necessary spirit crystals. A happy smile appeared on Li Xian's face. At this moment, Li Xian remembered the small box he got from Sito Lin. So he took out the box, took out the black card, and looked at it carefully. The front of the card shows a 7-story attic in different colors. From bottom to top, they are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. On the back is a painting of a deer that seems to be drinking water. But looking at this card, Li Xian had no idea. He took out the velvet cloth from the box again and found a small note underneath. When I picked it up, I saw several lines of beautifully written words on it. The key to the ruins. Open the ruins only. It opens at the full moon of this month. Just leave the card in the moonlight. It's actually the key to the ruins? When he saw these words, Li Xian raised his eyebrows and a relieved smile appeared on his face. It seems like we've gained a lot this time. Although the last game of the gods was risky and tiring, it did bring him a lot of rewards. In addition to the valuable reward points, there is also a rare 4-tailed fox spirit beast and a nirvana pearl. If I come across another relic, I might get an even richer reward. When the moon is full this month, isn't that tomorrow? Li Xian quickly made up his mind that he must not miss this trip to the ruins. Calm down. He picked up the note again and looked at it for a moment, and he found that under the moonlight, a devil pattern could actually appear on the note. This pattern made Li Xian's pupils shrink slightly. Li Xian knew clearly what this pattern represented. Not only Li Xian, but every beastmaster knew what this pattern represented. This pattern is notorious in the entire beastmaster world. If the fallen only make people feel disgust and fear, then what this group represents is an existence that is even more heartbreaking and terrifying than the fallen. Because this pattern represents an evil force established by the fallen, the ghost cult. No one knows when this sect was founded, but it is said that there have been signs of activity since the beginning of the cataclysm. Since its establishment, the ghost cult has been wandering outside of mainstream society, hiding in the shadows. It has created all kinds of cruel and horrific incidents that are hard to be known. These sect members who have been contaminated by evil monsters have extremely twisted and perverted mentalities and no humanity at all. These people do not commit these terrorist acts for any demands or ideals. It is simply to vent the darkness in one's heart and regard the pain and sorrow of others as the source of one's own happiness. So, very naturally, the ghost cult was attacked jointly by all beastmasters, including the military, mercenaries, and major financial groups. Unfortunately, the ghost cult acts in a very secretive manner and is very powerful. In the hundreds of years since the Great Cataclysm, the ghost cult has never been completely eradicated. Li Xian did not expect that the first fallen person he killed was actually a member of the ghost sect. Moreover, Li Xian also took away the key to the ruins. This is like stirring up a hornet's nest. No matter what the items related to the ruins are, they are priceless. Presumably, this key is also very important to the ghost cult. If the ghost cult knew that the key was in his hands, they will definitely not give up. But asking Li Xian to return the key is absolutely impossible. Not to mention that the ghost sect acts in secret. Even if Li Xian wanted to find them, he wouldn't know where to start. Furthermore, Li Xian felt that with his own evolutionary system, he did not have to fear these evil degenerates. It takes time for them to find themselves. Even though they have the system at their disposal, they would never have thought that their strength would improve so quickly. If you really encounter someone from the ghost sect, there might be a few more missions like slaying demons and eliminating evil. Take a rest and gather your strength. We will enter the ruins tomorrow. Li Xian made a decision quickly. Feeling a little hungry, Li Xian was about to take some ingredients from the refrigerator to cook something. Suddenly, I felt the phone in my pocket vibrate a few times. When he took it out and took a look, it turned out that someone in the Yarnch member group had tagged him. Li Xiruo invited him to join this member group not long ago. There were only Yarnch Zhongmei and Li Xian inside. The others are all senior students from Iran society. Since they have graduated or are about to graduate, they rarely speak in the group. I only come to the group occasionally when I have free time to reminisce about the past and listen to the changes in the society over the years. Li Xiruo, Junior Li Xian, would you like to date me? Before Li Xian could reply, Chunyu spoke up. Chunyu, I want to go too. Yue, what is your relationship? I smell gossip. Zhu was in a coffee shop at this time, holding a cup of coffee in her hand, reading the messages in the group, speechless. Li Xian was also speechless. But he thought about it and felt that he had some questions to ask, and perhaps Li Xiruo and the others knew the answers, so he agreed. Chapter 63. The college competition is ahead of time, entering the ruins. Half an hour later, Li Xian appeared at the door of a restaurant. As soon as I walked into the bright restaurant lobby, I heard a pleasant voice coming from not far to the right. Xian, we are here. Hearing the voice, Li Xian turned around and found Li Xiruo waving at him with a smile on her face. Next to Li Xiruo was Chunyu, who was looking at him with a smile in her eyes. Ever since the club competition, Li Xiruo started calling him Xian, saying that this made their relationship seem good. When she called out like that, Chunyu also called out like that for some reason, which made Li Xian feel helpless. But I don't mind, I just let them call me whatever they want. Li Xiruo and Chunyu are both young and beautiful girls, and they attracted a lot of attention. Under the envious gazes of the men nearby, Li Xian walked over and sat down opposite the two girls. The waiter also came forward with the menu in due time. After we took our order, the waiter left. Li Xian chuckled and asked casually, "What's wrong? Is there something you want me to come out for?" Li Xiruo chuckled and rolled her eyes at Li Xian. "What? I can't call you out if nothing happens. But I really have something to tell you this time. Have you read the recent announcement from the academy?" Li Xian was slightly stunned. What announcement? He was not in school all day, so he really didn't know anything about this kind of thing. Li Xiruo smiled and drank a sip of water, then continued. "I guess you don't know. You must have run away again, right? The college competition has been moved forward." Li Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard the news. He knew something about the college competition. Qinglong College holds this event every year, and it is considered a relatively large event. In terms of scale, it is second only to the 3-year college league in Donghai City. However, Li Xian remembered that the college competition was usually held at the end of each school year. The first semester has not yet ended, so the event is held much earlier than in previous years. What is the reason? Chunyu saw the doubt in Li Xian's heart and explained. "I heard from my family that for a long time to come, the 4th-year students of each college in Donghai City will have very important tasks. Can't get away. Taking their situation into consideration, the time for this college competition will be brought forward. After hearing this, Li Xian understood everything. Are you ready to sign up? Li Xian asked. Although there is no restriction on the grade of students who can register for the college competition, all students can sign up to participate. But in reality, most of the applicants are third or fourth graders. After all, the students in these two grades are the elite main force of the academy. In comparison, the strength of first and second grade students is much weaker. Even if they participated in the competition, most of them would be eliminated in the preliminary round. The vast majority of people don't want to go on the court and be a supporting role for others or be cannon fodder for a one-round elimination. Li Xian naturally knew what Li Xian meant, smiled, and said, "Of course, I am not participating in this college competition for the sake of ranking. I am just going to accumulate some experience." Chunyu nodded, obviously thinking the same thing. "What about you, Xian? Do you want to join?" Li Xian thought about it for a moment and nodded. It's not that he wants to accumulate any experience. But based on his understanding of his own system, he knew that any competition of this kind would definitely involve some kind of task of competing for a ranking. This is undoubtedly a good opportunity to earn reward points, and he certainly can't give up. Okay, let's work hard together. Li Xian and Chunyu showed smiles from the bottom of their hearts on their faces, with their eyebrows and eyes curved like crescent moons. At this time, Li Xian remembered the main purpose of his visit. He handed a note to Li Xian and Chunyu. The picture above is exactly the one he copied from the back of the card, which seems to be a deer drinking water with its head down. Li Xian and Chunyu thought about this scene for a long time, then shook their heads. Apparently, they didn't know what it was either. Li Xian didn't have much hope in the first place, so he wasn't surprised by this result. He asked, "Do you know where the wind essence is?" The essence of wild winds is the main material for the evolution of the Wind Emperor. Like the previous Fuma blood and Zixin wood, they are relatively rare materials on the market. Li Xian searched the internet for a long time, but still couldn't find much useful information. So I had to ask Li Xian and Chunyu. These two people are from beastmaster families, so maybe they know something. Li Xian thought about it, shook his head, and said, "I've never heard of this material. I'll go back and ask for you." Chunyu had the same reaction. "Me too. I'll go back and ask for you." Li Xian nodded. He was not in a hurry. Wind Emperor had just evolved not long ago, and it would take some time for the growth rate to reach 100. In the evening, Li Xian ate something casually. Then he curled up on the sofa, closed his eyes, and waited quietly for the night to fall and the moon to rise above his eyebrows. Wait until the bright moonlight pours down, covering the living room floor with a layer of white gauze. Li Xian's eyes slowly opened. "Take out that beautiful and mysterious card." He stood up and walked to the balcony, where he placed the card in the moonlight. The hazy moonlight shines on the 7-story attic on the front of the card, and it seems to turn into a materialized liquid flowing. The liquid in the 7-story attic on the card gradually rose, and the card became brighter and brighter. Soon, the card was covered in shining silver, gradually rising into the air and turning into a fist-sized ball of light. As Li Xian watched with some surprise, the ball of light expanded at an alarming speed and soon enveloped Li Xian. Although Li Xian was surprised, he did not dodge and allowed the light to completely cover him. Li Xian's vision was soon filled with endless light. I don't know how long it took, but the light gradually dissipated and the vision became clear again. Li Xian looked secretly and found that he was no longer in the living room. In its place, there is a long, open corridor. Looking closely, you can see row after row of columns standing on both sides of the corridor. The deeper you go, the darker the light becomes. Only the faint fireflies scattered overhead dimly illuminated the surrounding environment. The corridor extends forward. The marble floor was covered with a thick layer of dust and cracks. Obviously, no one has been here for a long time. "Dear guest, welcome to the Silver Moon's 7 Gods Tower." A pleasant voice came from the void, as if it came from everywhere. "Please go through this corridor and head to the central hall." Chapter 64, Silver Moon Challenger Mission Released, arrived at the hall. Li Xian raised his head and looked deep into the corridor. The dark corridor was completely silent and mysterious. This silent and vast darkness seemed to be gestating a terrifying force. It makes people not know what to say for a moment. Li Xian calmed himself down and thought it was better to be cautious, so he summoned the Wind Emperor and strode forward. No matter what, follow the voice's instructions and reach the so-called hall first. After this period of understanding, Li Xian also learned a little about the ruins. although most of the ruins are extremely dangerous. But these dangers all refer to various difficult tests or challenges. I've never heard of any traps. While I was thinking, I suddenly heard a clear sound of footsteps in front of me. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and 5 tall figures gradually emerged from the darkness. These figures were about 2 meters tall, with metallic faces showing no emotion, neither sad nor happy. These monsters hold a huge sword in their hands. The limbs and torso are shining with metallic luster and are covered with dense rivets. These are dolls? Li Xian looked at these strange creatures that suddenly appeared with some curiosity. 5 strange creatures stood in front of Li Xian. Li Xian came behind them and found that there was a huge clockwork behind them. It looks like a puppet for sure. Seeing that they showed no signs of action, Li Xian continued to move forward. However, he was extremely alert in his heart. Click, click. Suddenly, the puppets holding the swords moved. They turned around quickly and rushed towards Li Xian with their swords raised. Li Xian's eyes narrowed. All this was within his expectations. While Li Xian ordered Emperor Feng to go forward to fight the enemy, he also put on a spiritual shield for himself. He had never seen these strange creatures before, and he didn't know what kind of power these strange puppets had. He felt that it was better to be safe than sorry. Fortunately, things are not as bad as imagined. After many evolutions, the Wind Emperor is capable of handling it. As soon as the fight started, Feng Huang knocked the puppet in front of him away along with his sword. Not only that, the Wind Emperor is extremely powerful. The puppet hadn't even landed on the ground yet, and it disintegrated into pieces in midair. His strength is probably at the peak of the 2nd level, not even at the 3rd level. Li Xian thought to himself, 5 2nd-level upper-level monsters. I'm afraid only a 3rd-level beastmaster can handle them. This relic is really difficult to find. I had just entered this ruins and encountered this level of obstacles. The difficulty of this relic is much higher than that of Game of Gods. While he was sighing, the system's dull and monotonous voice sounded in Li Xian's mind again. Ding Ruins mission released. Silver Moon Challenger. Pass the test of the Silver Moon Guardian. Each time you pass a level, you can unlock corresponding reward points. Li Xian thought to himself. Sure enough, I can receive missions again after entering the ruins. It seems that this kind of ruins mission can be triggered as long as you enter the ruins. While Li Xian was talking to himself, Feng Huang had already dealt with the 5 puppets. After a rough inspection and finding that there was no problem and no gain, Li Xian continued to move forward. On the way, Li Xian encountered several more attacks from puppets. You'll encounter a wave almost every 2 to 300 meters. There are as few as 4 or 5 and as many as 6 or 7, but there is no change in their strength. Unless there were hundreds of such monsters coming at once, they would not be able to cause even the slightest harm to Li Xian. So Li Xian's journey was very smooth, and he felt somewhat relaxed. Li Xian also retracted the Spirit Guardian shield into his body. Although considering Li Xian's strong spiritual power, the consumption of maintaining the spiritual shield is just a drop in the bucket. But it would be unwise to keep it turned on when there is no danger. Not long after, a faint light appeared ahead. Li Xian's heart trembled, thinking that this should be the end. However, at this moment, a burst of short and chaotic footsteps suddenly came from the front right. The 4 of them walked out of the darkness on the other side and met Li Xian. Both parties were stunned at the same time. Opposite them were 4 men, 2 adults and 2 children. The 2 older ones looked to be in their 40s, mature and steady. The other 2 were young men in their 20s, not much younger than Li Xian. 8 spirit beasts surrounded the 4 people, guarding them firmly. When they saw Li Xian, the 4 of them showed a wary look on their faces. It was not until he saw clearly Li Xian's face and Feng Huang beside him that he was stunned for a moment. A young man with only 1 spirit beast? How could someone so weak appear here? Li Xian was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect to meet other people in this ruins. Considering that the key to the ruins had a fixed opening time, he already had a vague guess in his mind. It seems that there are probably quite a few people entering this ruins. Just as Li Xian was lost in thought, another middle-aged man from the other team couldn't help but ask, "Young man, did you also come and buy the key card?" As he spoke, he looked at Li Xian with a very strange look. There is no way. It is inevitable that people will feel a little unbelievable that a young man with only a spirit beast appears here. Uncle Qian, why are you talking so much to this loser? A 1st-level beastmaster. I guess he just got lucky and got a key card from nowhere. Don't bother with him. Another young man echoed with the same arrogant look. Yes, uncles, let's go quickly. If we go too late, all the treasures will be gone. The two middle-aged men frowned slightly when they heard this. They are not as ignorant as these two young men. They encountered many puppets along the way, and the young man in front of them should be one of them. Since he could walk here unscathed by himself, his strength must be very strong. Summoning only one spirit beast is most likely playing the pig and eating the tiger. However, they all knew the temperaments of the two precious young masters around them. After thinking about it, I didn't explain further. He just took a deep look at Li Xian and left with the two young masters. Before leaving, the two young men sneered at Li Xian with disdain. Li Xian ignored these people, judging from what the middle-aged man had just said. These four people also apparently came in via the key card. And it seems that one card can not only allow one person to enter, but can bring in many people at the same time. Having said that, if Li Xian was given another chance, he would still go in alone. After all, it is more convenient to act alone. After coming to his senses, Li Xian continued to move forward with Feng Huang. With the four people leading the way, Li Xian's progress was much smoother. There were no more attacks. About 10 minutes later, Li Xian came to a big door. Li Xian did not notice anything wrong and slowly pushed open the door in front of him. A strong light flashed, and Li Xian came to an extremely spacious hall. Noticing someone coming, countless eyes immediately turned to Li Xian. Li Xian was startled. After a quick look, Li Xian found that the hall was crowded with no less than 1,000 people. Chapter 65. The second stage of the melee begins. Li Xian is despised. Li Xian looked at the crowd in the hall in some astonishment. Even though he had already thought that there might be quite a few people entering the ruins, he did not expect that there would be so many people. There are so many people coming in, it's just like a shopping mall. As for the people in the hall, their eyes only stayed on Li Xian for a moment. Most of them had very strange expressions on their faces. There are many emotions such as confusion, surprise, envy, sarcasm, etc. All these emotions, without exception, are caused by Li Xian's age and the fact that he only has one spirit beast by his side. They all went through the obstruction of the puppets in the dark corridor before coming here. Li Xian's age is also very misleading. They don't think that someone of Li Xian's age can own just one spirit beast. It is enough to defeat several waves of puppets in the corridor. They guess that Li Xian must have been lucky and got the key to the ruins from somewhere. Then he followed others and came into the hall. When Li Xian saw the expressions of these people, he knew what they were thinking. He was too lazy to argue with these people. Instead of wasting time, he might as well observe the situation around him. The spacious hall was empty, with only some obscure words and ancient patterns carved on the surrounding walls. On the wall facing the intersection, there is an irregular stone platform. Thousands of people were scattered throughout the hall in groups of 3 or 2, forming small groups one after another. Most beastmasters like Li Xian, who entered the ruins alone, would surround their spirit beasts and look around vigilantly. Although there were quite a few people, it was very quiet and no one chatted with irrelevant people. He just occasionally whispered something to his companions. Time passes by every second. After Li Xian, another dozen people entered the hall one after another. After a moment, the system's voice sounded in Li Xian's mind. Pass the first level of Silver Moon Guardian and receive 100 reward points. At the same time, a pleasant female voice echoed in the hall. A beam of moonlight fell from the top of the hall, and an elegant 9-colored deer appeared out of thin air in the moonlight. It landed on the stone platform deep in the hall. The moonlight surged around just by, and she gradually transformed into a young woman in a 9-colored long skirt. The woman held a golden spear. Her hair was as white as snow, her skin was fair, and she had a refreshing smile on her face. Like a goddess. I am Jilu, the guardian of the Silver Moon 7 Gods Tower. Suddenly, there was a whisper in the hall. Everyone looked at Jilu with great surprise. She is the Silver Moon Guardian mentioned in the mission? Li Xian also looked at Jilu with some curiosity. Is this a demon or a spirit beast? Or something else? Jilu didn't pay attention to other people's gazes. After looking around the hall, Jilu continued. I believe you are all here for the treasures in the Silver Moon 7 Gods Tower. Then as a guardian, it is my responsibility to test you. Only those who pass the final test can obtain the treasures here. What is the test? Someone raised a question. Everyone present has successfully passed the puppet corridor on the first floor. Next is the test of the second floor, a big fight. Everyone present will be randomly divided into small groups of 4 to 6 people for a big fight. The winner advances to the next round, and the loser is eliminated. There is no limit on killing in the battle, so the loser is likely to lose his life. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the hall. Many people here come in groups of 3 or 4, or even more. Unexpectedly, the second test would break them up. Suddenly, many people looked very unhappy. Jilu ignored all of this and stretched out his white palm without waiting for anyone to answer. There was a flash of light in the palm of his hand, and Li Xian only felt a blur before his eyes. When he came to his senses, he had arrived at a spacious arena. There was a vast expanse of white fog outside. There were 4 other people on the ring with Li Xian. One was a big man with a burly build and dark skin. The other one was a short guy with a pointed chin and a monkey-like face. Li Xian had met the other 2 people. They were Uncle Qian and the young man who had made sarcastic remarks from the 4-man team that Li Xian had met in the puppet gallery. Uncle Qian. When the young man saw that he and Uncle Qian were assigned to the same group, his face immediately showed ecstasy. Uncle Qian's expression froze, and he sighed in his heart. Of course, you can work together to fight the enemy by being grouped with your companions. But in the end, only one person can win. In this case, someone must voluntarily withdraw. Since he was a guard, there was no doubt that the person who withdrew was him. On the other side, the burly man and the short guy looked unhappy. They didn't know each other at all. However, the 2 men were also experienced beastmasters, and they understood each other's thoughts at a glance. They reached a consensus naturally and decided to work together to get rid of those 2 people first. We cannot let them take advantage of their numbers to defeat us one by one. For a moment, the atmosphere on the ring was solemn and depressing. But it was beyond Li Xian's expectation. The other 4 people on the field all ignored Li Xian and focused their attention on the other party. There is no other reason, it's just because Li Xian is too young and looks less than 20 years old. How strong can such a young beastmaster be? A spiritual beast alone is not enough to attract their attention. So, it is better to defeat the other tough guys first and then deal with this little rookie. The young man looked at Li Xian with disdain and spat. Li Xian also knew the reason why he was not noticed, and he was not that stupid. I won't do anything like deliberately picking a fight with someone. I didn't expect that such a good thing would happen at such a young age. Li Xian smiled slightly. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he wisely retreated to the sidelines. You guys fight your own battles. I'll try to do as little work as possible. It would be a shame not to watch such a good show. The 4 of them quickly summoned their spirit beasts and started fighting. The 4 people on the ring are all very strong. Uncle Qian is a 4th level beastmaster, and the young man is a 3rd level beastmaster. The burly man and the short guy on the opposite side are both level 3. The 2 men are not as strong as Uncle Qian, but they are much stronger than the young man. As one gained strength while the other lost, the 4 men were now evenly matched. More than 10 spirit beasts were fighting in the arena, and the battle was extremely fierce. Li Xian took a look at the young man and felt that he should be from a family of beastmasters. Uncle Qian should be the bodyguard, protecting this young man as he explores the ruins. It seemed that he noticed Li Xian's gaze. The young man turned around suddenly and smiled disdainfully at Li Xian. He placed his left hand on his neck and made a gesture of wiping his neck. When Li Xian saw this action, his eyes narrowed and his gaze became deep, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 66. The Vicious Youth. Li Xian takes action. The battle gradually intensified. But soon, Uncle Qian's 4th level spirit beast killed the burly man's 3rd level spirit beast. The situation on the field quickly turned around, and using this as a breakthrough point, Uncle Qian and the young man quickly pursued the victory and expanded their advantage. The balance of victory and defeat began to tilt towards Uncle Qian and the young man. The big man and the short guy were sweating profusely and began to panic. Although they tried their best to hold on, they could not hide the decline. There is no way to change the outcome of defeat. A moment later, even their last spirit beast fell under the siege of Uncle Qian and the young spirit beast. At this point, the winner has been decided. The big man and the short guy looked unwilling. The big man was about to say something when the young mantis ninja suddenly appeared behind the burly man. The sharp forelimbs chopped down fiercely with a chilling sound, and he quickly released a spiritual shield to protect himself. But the level of his spiritual shield is too low. It only blocked for a few seconds before being broken by the sharp blade of the mantis ninja's forelimbs. Then, the mantis ninja chopped down fiercely, cutting the burly man in half. There was a strong smell of blood on the ring. This scene frightened the short man not far away. He screamed in fear and no longer cared about anything else. Just shout, "I give up!" The moment the voice fell, white light enveloped the little man's body, and he disappeared instantly. The young man smacked his lips when he saw this, his expression somewhat regretful. "This old guy runs pretty fast. Master Zhang, what are you doing? They have already lost." Uncle Qian asked with a somewhat grim expression on his face. "Since they have lost, why not just let them go? Why kill them?" The young man called Zhang Xiao curled his lips in disdain when he heard this. "Uncle Qian, we are not sparring here. We are in the ruins now. Everyone is our enemy fighting for the treasure. Why should we be kind to our enemies? If I don't kill him, and he has other tricks up his sleeve, we will be the ones in trouble. Besides, these people who entered the ruins came from all over the place, and no one would recognize each other once they left the ruins. What is there to be afraid of? Little brother, do you think I'm right?" The first few words were spoken to Uncle Qian, and the last one was spoken to Li Xian. Zhang Xiao stared at Li Xian, his expressionless face showing no emotion. The mantis ninja also flexed his sharp forelimbs, as if ready to kill Li Xian at any time. If someone is not as strong as him, seeing him like this would probably scare him and make him surrender. Zhang Xiao also thought so. He felt that Li Xian would be frightened if he saw his cruel side. However, things were not as simple as he thought. Li Xian's face was calm, and there was a hint of teasing in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Xiao. "You are right." When Zhang Xiao heard Li Xian's answer, he was obviously stunned for a moment. After he came to his senses, his face looked a little gloomy. "Just pretend." On the contrary, Uncle Qian, who was standing next to him, felt something was wrong when he saw how calm Li Xian was. But he didn't think Li Xian had a chance of winning. He frowned, looked at Zhang Xiao, who had a murderous look on his face, and sighed. Said to Li Xian, "Just admit defeat yourself." He thought Li Xian would admit defeat, but unexpectedly, Li Xian shook his head firmly. "It's hard to say who will win, isn't it?" Hearing this, Uncle Qian frowned. Zhang Xiao laughed out of anger. "Uncle Qian, there's no need to say more. Since this kid is determined to die, I'll grant his wish." Uncle Qian shook his head after hearing this. He believed that at Li Xian's age, his strength would definitely not be very high, and at best he would be at the second level. Even if he was gifted and reached the third level, he would never be a match for himself and Zhang Xiao. Since you were destined to lose, why do you still insist on being tough? Wouldn't it be better to just give up rather than lose your life? Seeing Uncle Qian remain silent, Zhang Xiao looked more and more smug. The look he gave Li Xian was filled with undisguised malice. The mantis ninja was in telepathic communication with his master and could sense the murderous intent rising in Zhang Xiao's heart. The mantis ninja leaped up and rushed towards Li Xian with great momentum. Li Xian's face remained calm as he looked at the aggressive mantis ninja, as if he was looking at a chicken or a clay dog. The Wind Emperor, beside Li Xian, just glanced at the mantis ninja lightly without making any reaction. But to outsiders, they looked as if they were frightened. Looking at the reactions of the two, the expression on Zhang Xiao's face became more and more ferocious. "With such little strength, you dare to join in the fun in the ruins? You really don't know how to live or die. Remember to be smarter in your next life, and don't forget that your life is important." He made up his mind that he must kill Li Xian with his mantis ninja before he admitted defeat. Uncle Qian shook his head helplessly when he saw this. This was Li Xian's own fault. He had given Li Xian the opportunity to admit defeat. Now there was nothing he could do. Both of them thought that Li Xian was doomed to die. But at this moment, Feng Huang finally moved. There was only the sound of sharp swords clashing. The Wind Emperor's sharp claws collided with the Mantis Ninja's forelimbs. Then, the Mantis Ninja let out a mournful cry, and the Mantis Ninja's indestructible blade actually had some cracks. There was an expression of incredible panic in the Mantis Ninja's eyes. With just one strike, he sensed the Wind Emperor's terrifying and powerful strength. With a strange squeaking sound, he was about to turn around and run away. Unfortunately, Feng Huang was much faster than him. In an instant, Feng Huang's figure moved and disappeared from the spot. In just a moment, Feng Huang appeared beside Li Xian again. It seemed as if it had never moved. Zhang Xiao snorted coldly. Sure enough, people without real ability like to play some fancy things. But the next moment, Zhang Xiao's running Mantis Ninja suddenly broke into two pieces without any warning. He fell to the ground with a bang, lifeless. It all happened in a flash. It was so sudden, so incredible, and so breathtaking. Zhang Xiao's sneer came to an abrupt end. His face froze, and he stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. I couldn't recover for a long time. Uncle Qian also widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. What happened during the time when the young man's spirit beast disappeared? Chapter 67. The Wolf Pack Calls. This is impossible. How could this be possible? Zhang Xiao opened his eyes wide in disbelief, staring blankly at the corpse of his mantis ninja. He hadn't expected it anyway. His strongest spirit beast was killed so easily by a seemingly weak boy. Uncle Qian suddenly looked up at Li Xian with a look of horror in his eyes. He knew very well that Zhang Xiao's mantis ninja was a third-level intermediate spirit beast. But now he was killed in 1 second with just this one move? No, that's not right. Uncle Qian was very experienced, and he reacted immediately. In order to kill the mantis ninja with one strike, a spirit beast of at least level 4 would be required to do so. The young man in front of him should obviously be a beastmaster of the 4th level or above. When he thought of this, Uncle Qian was filled with unspeakable horror. This scene is really too sensational. He could never have imagined that a young man who looked less than 20 years old could be a beastmaster above the 4th level. This talent is too enchanting. Could it be that the young man in front of him came from an ancient family of beastmasters? Or does he have a big secret that is unknown to the public? Before Uncle Qian could figure out what was going on, the vicious voice of young Master Zhang with gritted teeth could be heard from the side. How dare you kill my mantis ninja? I want you to be buried with my spirit beast. It was obvious that this young man from a wealthy family had become accustomed to his usual dandy lifestyle. No matter what kind of mess he gets into, there will be someone to clean it up for him. But he hasn't realized what the current situation is. Here, no one can help him except Uncle Qian. And Uncle Qian would not be a match for Li Xian. Zhang Xiao stared at Li Xian with resentment and gave the order to attack his remaining 2 spirit beasts without hesitation. However, the strength of these 2 spirit beasts is much weaker than that of the mantis ninja, and they are no match for the Wind Emperor at all. Feng Huang allowed the 2 spirit beasts to rush forward and gestured twice with his sharp claws casually. There were 2 more bodies with their heads and bodies separated on the ground. Now Zhang Xiao was awakened. His face turned pale and his limbs were shaking. If he still can't see that something is wrong with the situation, then he would be a fool. The young man opposite is not a novice at all. He is a genuine 4th-level beastmaster. In an instant, he and Uncle Qian had the same idea. Could it be that this kid is from an ancient beastmaster family? But then, a sneer appeared on Zhang Xiao's face. So, what if you are from an ancient family? Anything can happen in the ruins. Even if you die, no one will know how you died. So there is no need to worry about retaliation. When he thought of this, a grim smile appeared on Zhang Xiao's face. Uncle Qian, kill him for me? Uncle Qian hesitated for a few seconds, but finally chose to listen to his young master. Uncle Qian waved his hand, and 4 spirit beasts appeared beside him. Among the 4 spirit beasts, there is 1 4th level, 2 4th level intermediate, and 1 4th level upper. The only 3rd level spirit beast is also at the peak of the 3rd level, and is about to enter the 4th level. This lineup is already luxurious. A retainer has such strength, which shows how powerful the family Zhang Xiao comes from is. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao sneered continuously. From his perspective, even if Li Xian is a 4th-rank beastmaster, he must have been promoted not long ago. In terms of accumulated strength, he is definitely not as good as Uncle Qian, a senior 4th-level beastmaster. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Just based on the number of 4th-level spirit beasts, Uncle Qian would definitely be better than Li Xian. Winning is just an easy thing. But the next moment, the self-confidence that had just risen in Zhang Xiao's heart was shattered. The gem on the Wind Emperor's forehead flashed, and 10 storm wolves appeared out of thin air around him. For a moment, Zhang Xiao could not help but stand there in a daze. Uncle Qian was also horrified. It's actually a summoning skill? This is exactly the latest skill unlocked by the Wind Emperor, Wolf Pack Summoning. Seeing that the Wind Emperor's Wolf Pack was so powerful in summoning, he summoned 10 3rd-level peak storm spirit wolves at once. Li Xian was very satisfied. In this way, even if we face 2 other 4th-order intermediate spirit beasts, we should be able to fight. Boom! The battle was about to break out, and the spirit beasts of both sides collided fiercely on the ring, and immediately started fighting. The Wind Emperor faced off against the most powerful 4th-level superior spirit beast. The remaining 3 spirit beasts were besieged by 10 storm spirit wolves. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched and fell into a stalemate. Despite this, there was no sign of worry on Zhang Xiao's face. Instead, he showed a smug smile. Don't be fooled by the fact that they seemed to be evenly matched at the moment. But the combined strength of the 10 summoned creatures was ultimately no match for Uncle Qian's 3 spirit beasts. It's possible to deal with 2, but if facing 3, I won't be able to hold out for long. They just need to wait until their entire army is wiped out, and then the 3 spirit beasts will turn around and join the siege of the Wind Emperor, and the final victory will definitely belong to them. However, the situation on the battlefield was not as they expected and was far beyond their expectations. The first surprise was not in the contest with the largest number of people. It was the battle between the Wind Emperor and the 4th-level superior spirit beast and the Flying Stone statue. Most of the Flying Stone statue's body is made of hard rock, and its defense is very strong. A pair of sharp claws can easily crush hard rocks, and the attack power is also impressive. It also has a pair of stone wings, giving it flexible flying capabilities. It has no overall weaknesses and is capable of both offense and defense, making it one of the best among all 4th-tier spirit beasts. Logically speaking, the Flying Stone statue should have the advantage in the battle. However, the current situation is very different. The defensive and attacking capabilities that the Flying Stone statue relies on for survival are not worth mentioning in front of the Wind Emperor. The sharp claws that could easily shatter rocks could only tear off a few wolf hairs from Feng Huang's body and could not cause any substantial damage at all. On the other hand, Feng Huang, even a casual slap, can create a sharp sonic boom in the air. It can be seen how terrifying the power of the Wind Emperor is. Every time the Flying Stone statue was hit, it felt like being hit by a sledgehammer. Gravel was splattered where he was hit, and a deep wound that could be seen to the bone was left on his body. Looking at the scene in front of him, the sneer on Zhang Xiao's face disappeared, and deep horror appeared in his eyes. Uncle Qian, who was standing by, also had an extremely solemn look on his face. The spirit beast in front of him was truly terrifying. Whether it was its defense, strength, or speed, every aspect was extremely impressive. It is simply an invincible existence. To achieve this, the number of awakened talents must be considerable. How did this young man do it? Chapter 68. Killing Zhang Xiao, the 3rd level. The more Uncle Qian thought about it, the more shocked he became. Fortunately, this spirit beast is not without weaknesses. At least it cannot fly. As long as my flying statue can still maintain air superiority, I will at least be invincible. As soon as Uncle Qian finished speaking, a deafening roar suddenly rang out. Roar to the sky! Uncle Qian and young Master Zhang were stunned for a moment, and a sharp buzzing sound echoed in their ears. When the two came to their senses again, they saw the Flying Stone statue in mid-air, staggering like a drunkard. The next second, there was a whoosh sound, and the Flying Stone statue suddenly fell from the sky. Upon seeing this, Feng Huang leaped high into the air, like a shooting star chasing the moon. Go straight to the Flying Stone statue. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Flying Stone statue. A cold light flashed, and before the Flying Stone statue could wake up, it was cut into 2 pieces. Uncle Qian and young Master Zhang's expressions suddenly changed. Their faces were filled with horror, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on their faces. After killing the Flying Stone statue, the Wind Emperor did not turn around to help the Storm Wolf minions he summoned. Instead, it rushed straight toward Zhang Xiao and Qian Shu like an arrow shot from a bow. A look of despair suddenly appeared on the faces of the 2 people. There was even a pool of fishy-smelling liquid gathered under Zhang Xiao's feet. At this point, the outcome is no longer in doubt. Uncle Qian's strongest Flying Stone statue has been killed. How can they win? Who would have thought that Li Xian, such a young man, could be so powerful? He defeated the 2 of them with just 1 spirit beast. This is simply unbelievable and incredible. Seeing that Feng Huang was about to rush forward, Uncle Qian was the first to wake up from his shock. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, he no longer cared about his young master and hurriedly shouted at the top of his voice. I admit! As soon as Uncle Qian opened his mouth, a huge spiritual power shock wave arrived before Feng Huang. It hit Uncle Qian and young Master Zhang hard. The 2 men turned pale instantly, flew out with screams, fell heavily to the ground, and spit out blood. Uncle Qian's scream was also strangled in his throat. Spiritual power impact. Uncle Qian turned around with a look of astonishment on his face and saw Li Xian retracting his hand with a sneer. It's over. Uncle Qian gave up resisting, despair filling his chest. The next moment, Feng Huang approached. The sharp claws with a bloodthirsty cold light slashed down and cut Uncle Qian into two pieces. Before his consciousness fell into eternal darkness, a thought emerged in Uncle Qian's mind. What exactly is this spirit beast of his? Why is it so powerful? Unfortunately, he will never know the answer to this question. As for Zhang Xiao, he was in shock from beginning to end and did not come to his senses. It was not until now that he recovered from the severe pain and saw Uncle Qian who had died in front of him. Suddenly, a strong fear surged into my heart, and my body began to tremble like a cell phone on vibrate. Li Xian waved his hand, gently without a trace of pity in his eyes. Seeing this, Feng Huang came to Zhang Xiao. Claws raised. Zhang Xiao was horrified and quickly deployed his spiritual shield. But Feng Huang's attack was too fierce, and it was split in half with just one move. Li Xian shook his head upon seeing this. With this level of strength, it's too weak. It can't even block a casual swing from the Wind Emperor. Li Xian thought so and walked over. Zhang Xiao's face was as pale as paper, with no blood left. His eyes were slanted, staring at the wolf claw beside his neck. My whole body was shaking, and I didn't know what to do. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. Seeing Li Xian walking slowly towards him, Zhang Xiao hurriedly put on a flattering look, and the disdain and arrogance on his face had long disappeared. Just as he was about to step forward and flatter Li Xian, begging him to spare his life, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Then the scenery in my eyes began to spin. A moment later, he saw his headless body slowly falling down. Am I dead? After asking this desperate question, Zhang Xiao's consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Li Xian recalled Feng Huang with a calm expression. The other party is seeking death, so I naturally cannot be soft-hearted. It will be troublesome if I let him admit defeat. Li Xian would never do anything that would leave him with trouble. Anyway, it's just like what Mr. Zhang said. After the fight inside the ruins, it would be very difficult to find the murderer after returning outside. Don't worry about this at all. It's much easier to kill people here. Li Xian's eyes flickered slightly. After all, the relics of the simple battles against monsters in Game of the Gods are few and far between. Most of the ruins are much more dangerous. What you need to worry about is not only the various unknown tests, but also the human heart. Not long after, Li Xian discovered that bursts of white light began to emerge from his body. After a few seconds, in a flash, Li Xian returned to the hall. But this hall is somewhat different from the one he entered before. The area of this hall is obviously smaller, and only the irregular stone platform at the deepest part is exactly the same as the previous one. Is this the second floor? Li Xian muttered to himself and looked around. At this time, many people had already arrived in the hall. The only difference is that the number of people is 70% to 80% less than before. These are also the winners of their respective arenas. This elimination rate is too high. Li Xian couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Many people had the same idea as Li Xian, and gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to whisper. This test method is too scary. It eliminated 70% to 80% of the people in one go. The fewer people there are, the greater the chance of getting the treasure, right? You think it's too simple. It will only get harder and harder in the future. We are all 4th level beastmasters. What are we afraid of? At this moment, a sneer suddenly sounded beside him. Is the 4th level very powerful? The people who were chatting looked over and saw a man surrounded by 5 spirit beasts. There were a few other people behind him, each with 5 spirit beasts of different appearances. The few people who were chatting before suddenly fell silent. Li Xian just took a glance and then looked away. Just now the system has prompted him that he has passed the 2nd level and 200 reward points have been credited to his account. At the same time, Jilu appeared on the stone platform, and his pleasant voice spread throughout the hall. Congratulations everyone on passing the 2nd level. Now we are starting the 3rd level. Before that, you can consider whether to leave this place. Once the 3rd level of the trial begins, you cannot quit. Life and death are up to fate. The beastmasters who reached this level were all very confident in their own abilities, so no one chose to quit. Jilu smiled slightly when he saw this. Then the 3rd level, Ghost Butterfly Tide, will begin now. Good luck, everyone. Only 100 people can stay in this level. After saying this, 9 colored lights flashed, and the 9 deer disappeared again. Chapter 69. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Break through the 3rd level. The next moment, the sound of flapping wings was heard above the hall. Li Xian looked up and saw that countless ghost butterflies suddenly appeared in the sky above the hall. The ghost butterfly is completely black, with bloodthirsty red eyes. He stared at the people in the hall, as if he was treating them as delicious delicacies. Suddenly, a ghost butterfly chirped. This cry seemed to sound the clarion call for the ghost butterfly to attack. All of a sudden, countless ghost butterflies flapped their wings and swooped down. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Damn it, why are there so many ghost butterflies? This is too scary. The ghost butterflies are already powerful, but now there are so many of them. How can we fight them? Suddenly, the hall was in chaos, and everyone retreated to both sides of the hall. If so many ghost butterflies were still left in the empty space in the hall, they will be attacked from all sides by the ghost butterfly, and even the most powerful person will not be able to withstand it. That is no different from seeking death. Before long, you will be eaten into a pile of bones. Li Xian was no exception. Fortunately, he was quick-eyed and quick-handed and chose a better position. This position is the angle between 2 walls, so you only need to resist the ghost butterfly attack from one direction in the front. Because the terrain where Li Xian was located was not very wide, the attacks he had to withstand were not that many. With Feng Huang's strength, he seemed somewhat relaxed and contented. This made some people very envious. Seeing that Li Xian only had a spirit beast by his side, many people couldn't help but have evil ideas. Soon, a bald, strong man attacked Li Xian. You bastard, such a good position is occupied by a loser like you. What a waste. Let me get out of here. As he said that, he ordered his strongest 4th-level spirit beast, the Viper, to rush towards the Wind Emperor. Facing the aggressive Viper, Li Xian didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Without any orders, Feng Huang took the initiative to rush forward. Seeing Feng Huang rushing over himself, the bald man couldn't help but grin. Court death. Viper, bite me. Upon hearing this, the Viper opened its bloody mouth, accelerated its body suddenly, and bit Feng Huang's neck. The bald strong man's smile became even wider. He knew that his Viper had extremely strong attack power, and if it bit him, even a peak 4th-order spirit beast would suffer a great loss. Moreover, Vipers are poisonous, and if you are touched by them, you will be paralyzed. At this time, he had already seen the scene where Feng Huang fell to the ground and lost his fighting ability due to poisoning. Many people around sighed. They regretted very much that they did not take action in advance to grab such a good position. But what happened next was far beyond their expectations. Huh? How is that possible? Nothing happened at all? As expected, the scene of Feng Huang falling to the ground and losing his fighting ability did not occur. The Viper's bite didn't even hurt the Wind Emperor. Damn, what kind of defense is this? The bald man shouted loudly, a little madly. Li Xian ignored him. The Wind Emperor suddenly slapped the wolf claws and knocked the Viper to the ground. Viper felt a little dizzy and stood up staggeringly. It's already this time. How could the bald guy not know? Li Xian is much stronger than him. He thought he had found an easy target, but he actually hit a wall. Seeing this, he had no choice but to calm down the situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, his most powerful spirit beast, the Viper, would die. I definitely won't survive. So the strong man hurriedly smiled and said ingratiatingly, Little brother, it was just a misunderstanding. I didn't recognize the real man. Please forgive me. Li Xian snorted coldly. You are a bully who only cares about the strong. He waved his hand calmly towards the Emperor Feng. Feng Huang, kill him for me. Once Feng Huang receives the order, he will launch an attack. The bald man panicked at this moment. Cold sweat broke out on his face, and he shouted hurriedly. Do you really want both sides to suffer losses? Without the protection of the spirit beast, how can you survive the huge tide of ghost butterflies? Li Xian directly summoned his flamingo and 4-tailed demon fox. The ghost butterflies attacked crazily with a massacre. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Flamingo, 4-tailed demon fox? These are some extremely rare spiritual beasts. What is the origin of this young man? The spirit beast he summoned is so powerful. Little brother, do you need a girlfriend? Li Xian didn't care about these people's shocked reactions. At Feng Huang's instruction, blue flames lit up on his sharp claws, and the claws blurred in an instant, leaving a cold light on the viper's body. After a moment, Feng Huang put down his claws. At this time, the viper had been cut into 5 pieces and was lying on the ground, motionless. He dealt with a powerful fourth-order spirit beast so easily, which made the people around him give up their thoughts on Li Xian's evil intentions. The big man cried out in pain after seeing his viper being killed. No! At this time, the ghost butterfly attacked again. The big man had no way to avoid it, so he could only bite the bullet and summon his other 3 third-level spirit beasts. But under the siege of numerous ghost butterflies, his 3 spirit beasts were quickly taken away. Finally, when the ghost butterfly submerged the big man, there was regret in his eyes. It would have been great if he hadn't taken the initiative to provoke Li Xian. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world, so it is futile to say all this. This is just a small episode. Afterwards, Li Xian took back his flamingo and 4-tailed demon fox. Only the Wind Emperor was left outside. Gradually, Li Xian began to feel something was wrong. Feng Huang's speed was actually slowing down. Through Feng Huang's feedback, Li Xian learned that the ghost butterfly's attack contained a certain amount of toxin, which could cause a certain paralysis effect. After thinking about it, it seems that enhanced resistance to primary abnormal effects contains an improvement in resistance to paralysis. So Li Xian did not hesitate and directly spent 100 reward points to unlock the primary paralysis resistance enhancement. I saw a flash of green light on Feng Huang's body, and his speed instantly returned to its peak. Relying on the existence of star-absorbing power, Feng Huang fought for a long time, and his momentum did not show any sign of weakening. Under the feet of the Wind Emperor, there was a mountain of ghost butterfly corpses. The Wind Emperor's hair had also been stained with the ghost butterfly's dark blood. It's not just like this in Feng Huang. The scenery is the same in other places. The corpse of the ghost butterfly, mixed with the white bones of the dead beastmaster, looked particularly terrifying. Damn it. Why are there less than 100 people? Many people are almost driven crazy by the dense swarms of ghost butterflies. Li Xian was also a little annoyed. It's so crowded. When will it end? Suddenly, the ghost butterflies stopped attacking. Then, everyone saw a flash before their eyes and arrived at a clean and tidy hall. Jilu's voice sounded again. Congratulations to everyone for passing the 3rd level test. Chapter 70 Team Up, Kill Instantly. The first 3 levels brought Li Xian a total of 600 reward points. Li Xian couldn't help but think. This place seems to have 7 floors. If I pass them all, I should be able to get more than 1,000 reward points, which is a huge sum of money. Thinking of this, Li Xian felt a little hot in his heart. At this time, Jilu, wearing a 9-color-long skirt, appeared again. Everyone looked at him, and Jilu said, "First of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the 3rd level. Now we will start the 4th level assessment. Before we begin, as usual, Jilu still has to ask, are there any trial participants who want to quit?" Jilu's question made many people fall into deep thought. Some of them are not very strong, and they don't have the confidence that they can make it to the end. The ghost butterfly tide in the 3rd level is still vivid in their minds. For some of them, their companions are right under their noses, being devoured by ghost butterflies and turned into a pile of white bones. Rather than saying that you failed and died here, it would be better to just give up. Leave yourself a way out. Jilu didn't ask in a hurry. After about 2 minutes, a total of 10 people withdrew from the assessment. With a flash of light on their bodies, they left the Silver Moon's 7 Gods Tower. After sending them away, Jilu smiled slightly. Now that no one wants to quit, the 4th level of the trial begins. As soon as Jilu finished speaking, Li Xian felt dizzy. When he came to his senses, he found that the scenery in front of him had changed again. I felt like I was in a huge arena. In front of Li Xian is a 5-meter-tall iron gate. The roars of wild beasts could be heard coming from inside, but it was extremely dark inside the door, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Soon, the iron gate opened wide, and a rock tiger rushed out impatiently, roaring loudly at Li Xian. The shouts were filled with a high fighting spirit and an arrogant arrogance. Li Xian just glanced at him indifferently and then looked away. Rock Thorn Tiger, a 4th-order superior spiritual beast. A spiritual beast of this level is not even worth mentioning in the eyes of Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor growled and attacked quickly. Bang! There was a dull sound of flesh colliding, and the 2 spirit beasts touched each other. Afterwards, a fierce fight broke out, which was completely a one-sided violence by Feng Huang. Although the Rockthorn Tiger is quite powerful, but the real fighting power of Feng Huang is even stronger. In less than 10 minutes, the Rock Tiger was dealt with. At the moment the Rock Tiger died, a strong light appeared on Li Xian's body, and his vision was dizzy again. Li Xian appeared in another hall. He knew that he had passed the 4th level of the test. Afterwards, many more people entered the hall. Some people were discussing the levels of the spirit beast that had just fought. After discussion, they learned that the spirit beast they were fighting in the 4th level was 1 level higher than their strongest spirit beast. However, this is not difficult for high-level beastmasters like them. Because they have more than one spirit beast, they can easily win by using the human wave tactic. This level was much simpler than they had imagined, and some people began to laugh at the 10 people who had chosen to leave earlier. If those who chose to leave knew that the 4th level was so easy, they would have regretted it. Yeah, those people are stupid. At this time, Jilu appeared again. Congratulations to everyone for passing the 4th level. There are still 80 test takers left. Next, we will enter the 5th level. Before we begin, let me ask, is there anyone who wants to quit this level? The 4th level was extremely simple, so they all shook their heads as if it was a given, and no one chose to leave. Okay, since no one has quit, the 5th level of the trial will officially begin. Once again, Li Xian felt dizzy. This time Li Xian came to the ring again. The difference is that in the 2nd level, each player fought alone, but this time it is a 2-on-2 battle. Only the victorious party can enter the next level. Teaming up with Li Xian was a young girl named Zhang Mengdai. This girl is a 3rd level beastmaster, which is pretty good considering her age. But in the ruins where 4th level beastmasters are everywhere, and there are even 5th level beastmasters, it is not impressive enough. Along the way, she has relied on the support of her 2 brothers, Zhang Pan and Zhang Heong, to get here. Opposite the 2 of them were 2 middle-aged men. Both of these people are 4th level beastmasters. One was bald and wore a baseball cap. The other one had long hair, a handsome face, and a melancholy temperament of an artist. When these 2 people saw Li Xian and Zhang Mengdai, joy showed on their faces. They thought they might be unlucky and run into a 5th level beastmaster or something. But they didn't expect that they were so lucky to meet 2 young men. At this moment, when Zhang Mengdai saw these 2 4th level beastmasters, her heart skipped a beat. It's bad. We're going to lose this time. We all know there is an old saying. You can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the ocean by a bucket. But in real life, there are times when people only look at the face. That's how they are now. The 2 of them felt that Li Xian and Zhang Mengdai were so young that they definitely wouldn't be very strong. No matter how talented they are, they can only be 3rd level beastmasters at best. It is absolutely impossible to defeat the 2 4th level beastmasters working together. So the 2 of them looked at each other, and with a relaxed smile on their faces, they summoned out the spirit beasts, a total of 8. The 2 thought they had a sure win and were planning to play a trick on Li Xian and the other 2. But who would have thought that Li Xian would never give them such an opportunity? Li Xian directly summoned his flamingo. As soon as the flamingo was summoned, it turned into a fireball and suddenly rushed towards the 2 middle-aged men opposite and the spirit beast in front of them. The second one was shocked, and the artistic uncle shouted in disbelief. What kind of attack is this? How can it be so powerful? This is impossible. The next moment, the fireball hit the 2 shocked people at an extremely fast speed. Before the 2 could put up any resistance, a thunderous explosion echoed around the ring. Zhang Mengdai was already stunned at this time. If it weren't for her skin supporting her, her jaw would have dropped to the ground. The residual force of the explosion created a wave of fire above the ring. The temperature gradually dropped, and the flames went out. A large charred pit had appeared where the explosion occurred, with nothing inside. Seeing this, Zhang Mengdai couldn't help but be shocked. What? It was over in seconds? Zhang Mengdai was extremely surprised. What kind of skill was that? How could he kill 8 spirit beasts and 2 4th level beastmasters in an instant? Li Xian had no choice. If there was only a 4th level spirit beast, Li Xian would not have to do this. But these are 2 4th level beastmasters, with a total of 8 spirit beasts. If Li Xian fought according to conventional thinking, his spirit beast would definitely be besieged. So it's better to kill it with self-destruction right from the start. Li Xian didn't care about Zhang Mengdia's surprised and shocked expression. With a flash of strong light, Li Xian came to the hall again. Chapter 71. Evolution. Spirit of the Golden Crow. After arriving at the hall, Zhang Mingdai saw that her two brothers had also passed the test and hurried to them. Zhang Pan and Zhang Heong breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Zhang Mingdai was safe and sound. But then, questions arose in their minds, and Zhang Pan asked, "Little sister, how did you pass the test? Are the people you met also third-level beastmasters?" Zhang Mingdai shook her head with some palpitations and pointed at Li Xian. "I was on the same team with him, and he killed two fourth-level beastmasters on the opposite side with just one spirit beast." Hearing this, Zhang Pan and Zhang Heong were shocked. They couldn't control themselves and shouted out, "This is impossible," although they knew from the second level that Li Xian should be very strong. But it was too sensational for one person to deal with two fourth-level beastmasters and kill them both. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. This person is too evil. It's better not to provoke him if possible. Zhang Heong swallowed hard and spoke. Zhang Pan and Zhang Mingdai nodded in agreement. At this time, the system prompted Li Xian that 500 reward points for passing the 5th level had arrived. Li Xian was somewhat happy. "Now that I have 1,500 reward points, I am considered a wealthy man." Now, there are only 40 people left in the hall. In the eyes of many people, the difficulty of the 4th level was suddenly reduced just to give them some hope, to trick them again and let more people die here. Previously, they had mocked those who chose to leave. It now seems that they're on the 1st floor, while others are already on the 5th floor. Jilu, wearing a 9-colored long skirt, appeared again and spoke gently again. "Congratulations to everyone for successfully passing the 5th level. There are now 40 test takers left, and the 6th level of the trial will begin soon. Still have to ask, does anyone want to quit?" After hearing this, some people raised their hands. "I want to quit. What kind of ruins is this? It's so deceptive. I guess everyone will stay here in the end. I'm still young, and I don't want to die here. I want to quit too. If you can't get the treasure and lose your life, you are a fool. I want to quit too." This time, more than a dozen people withdrew. Li Xian turned around and looked at the others, all of whom had hesitant expressions on their faces. They were all very nervous and unsure about the upcoming test. But they felt that, as the saying goes, fortune and honor come with risk, so what if they pass by luck? Li Xian sighed. The reason why Li Xian stayed was because he had 1,500 reward points as a backup. These people don't have the system like him, but they still stay here. In Li Xian's opinion, it is tantamount to suicide. The subsequent levels will only become more difficult. Seeing that no one quit, Jilu chuckled. Since no one is quitting, the 6th level of the trial will officially begin. After saying that, Jilu disappeared. At the same time, a shocking pressure suddenly appeared above the hall. Boom! The ceiling of the hall suddenly shattered. A gigantic white dragon with black wings descended from above and landed in the center of the hall. The white dragon is snow white all over, as if it were carved from white jade. There is a pair of broad black dragon wings on the back, a slender neck, and a muscular body. The scales are fine and thick, and the dragon claws are hard and sharp. A pair of golden vertical pupils makes people feel creepy when they see them. This is the powerful dragon-type spirit beast, with pure blood, a black-winged white dragon of level 7. Oh my god! Black-winged white dragon, a 7th level spiritual beast. It must be fake. How can we fight this? I should have quit earlier. This is over, I'm dead. Everyone present had a look of despair on their faces, and many had given up resistance. If this is the black-winged white dragon, it will really be the challenge they need to face in the 6th level. In front of the 7th level spirit beast, all their resistance was futile. Soon, the black-winged white dragon gave them the answer. The moment it landed, it opened its big mouth and took a deep breath. Then he suddenly exhaled a mouthful of white dragon breath towards the crowd below. Icy breath. For a moment, the air was filled with a biting chill. Some people were unable to react in time and were hit directly by the breath. In an instant, they turned into ice sculptures and lost their lives. Then, the black-winged white dragon suddenly raised its huge claws and smashed down. All the ice sculptures were smashed into powder. At this moment, the atmosphere of despair spread rapidly. Damn it, this is too perverted. This is pushing us to death. Can I give up now? I want to go home. Stop talking nonsense. Find a way to kill it quickly, so there is still a glimmer of hope. However, this last sentence had no effect. After all, I don't know these people. Those who were in danger would pray that the black-winged white dragon would not focus its attention on themselves, rather than joining forces against the enemy. Li Xian was already quite far away from the black-winged white dragon, and the white dragon's breath just now had no effect on him, so he was not panicked at all. It just feels a little tricky. Facing a 7th-level black-winged white dragon, these dozens of spirit beasts alone are completely useless. Unless there are hundreds or thousands of them, it is possible to win by using the method of ants killing elephants with numbers. Now, the black-winged white dragon is on a killing spree. A casual attack can kill a spiritual beast in seconds, and the damage from a dragon's breath is even more astonishing. Any beastmaster he targets will not escape death. In just a few moments, 10 people died at the hands of the black-winged white dragon. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall was depressing to the extreme. Zhang Mengdai, Zhang Pan, and Zhang Heong were also huddled in a corner at this time, looking at the black-winged white dragon killing in despair. Zhang Mengdai asked in despair, "Brother, what do you think we should do?" Zhang Pan and Zhang Heong looked solemn and said nothing. They didn't have any good solutions. They now feel a little regretful and wish they would have quit earlier. Li Xian came up with a solution at this time. Now the growth rate of my flamingo has reached 92.7%. The evolution materials are already available. So, Li Xian invested 23 bonus points in flamingo without hesitation, then evolved decisively. Suddenly, the content on the panel changed. Name: Spirit of the Golden Crow. Attribute: Fire. Level: Level 4 Intermediate. Growth: 0%. Talent: High resistance to fire element, flame body, everlasting life. Skills: Fire penetration, breath of rage, self-destruction, sun impact, roaring fire. Evolution route: Explosion route. Next stage: Golden Crow Knight. Li Xian was very happy to see this. He originally thought that the Golden Crow spirit was at most the lower 4th level, but he didn't expect that it would evolve to the 4th intermediate level. This is a pleasant surprise. So Li Xian didn't hesitate and pointed at the black-winged white dragon. Go! Self-destruct. Chapter 72, Killing the Black-Winged White Dragon, Level 7. Originally, after the flamingo evolved into the Golden Crow spirit, its feathers became golden, its body became taller, and it looked a little complacent. He raised his head proudly and showed off to Li Xian. The Golden Crow spirit was just about to take off when he heard Li Xian tell him to go ahead. But Li Xian's sudden words self-destruct stunned the spirit of the Golden Crow. If the Golden Crow spirit could speak, it would definitely say, "Why does the master like to make me explode so much?" The spirit of the Golden Crow cried out and tried to struggle. Li Xian said without question, "Self-destruct." Upon seeing this, the spirit of the Golden Crow had no choice but to transform itself into a shining little sun with a fearless expression. Rushing towards the arrogant and domineering black-winged white dragon, a small sun suddenly appeared, attracting everyone's attention. After the flamingo evolved into the spirit of the Golden Crow, the aura contained in the incarnated little sun was obviously much stronger. What is this? It looks pretty awesome. Yeah, what is this? Let's see, maybe it will work wonders. How is that possible? That's a 7th level black-winged white dragon. The sudden appearance of this little sun naturally attracted the attention of the black-winged white dragon. The black-winged white dragon glanced at it with disdain, then calmly stretched out a dragon claw to grab the little sun that was the incarnation of the Golden Crow's spirit, intending to crush it. In the next moment, the little sun suddenly burst out with an extremely strong momentum. The self-destruct skill was activated. Instantly, a raging wave of flames and heat came. A huge column of fire tornado shot up into the sky. The ground began to tremble and break, with pieces of rubble rising up one after another. In the hall, which was originally a little cold, the chill quickly receded and the temperature rose rapidly. The heaviness in everyone's heart also disappeared. The eyes of the people present lit up. There's hope! Slowly, the firestorm began to subside and the temperature gradually returned to normal. Everyone looked intently in the direction of the black-winged white dragon. For a moment, the hall fell into silence. It seemed that if a needle fell to the ground, you could hear it clearly. When the firestorm completely disappeared, what came into everyone's eyes was the miserable appearance of the black-winged white dragon. The original elegance was gone, and the whole body was covered in blood. Large pieces of scales were rolled up, revealing charred flesh, and there was a hole on the abdomen that was deep enough to reach the bone. The dragon arm that originally grasped the Golden Crow spirit had disappeared, and the cross-section of the severed limb had been burnt. It was pitch black, like charcoal. He looked miserable and embarrassed to the extreme. At this moment, everyone knew that the black-winged white dragon had obviously suffered a serious injury. Roar! The black-winged white dragon roared unwillingly, his voice mixed with pain, anger, and resentment. It didn't expect that there would be an ant that dared to challenge the dignity of its dragon clan and hurt it like this. The black-winged white dragon turned and stared at Li Xian, anger flashing in its two huge golden vertical pupils. It struggled to get up and pounce on Li Xian, but its injuries were too severe, and as soon as it stood up, it fell to the ground with a thud. Li Xian would not give it time to recover. Li Xian quickly ordered Feng Huang to rush forward and kill the seriously injured black-winged white dragon. The Wind Emperor received the order, roared, and launched a charge. The Wind Emperor was extremely fast, the power of wind was fully activated, and his entire body turned into a series of afterimages. The black-winged white dragon was shocked upon seeing this, and quickly gathered all his strength to blow out a breath of ice. The intention was to use this to stop the Wind Emperor's attack. The icy breath instantly submerged the Wind Emperor. Soon, Li Xian felt a layer of frost condensing on Feng Huang's body, and his speed slowed down a bit. And there is a tendency to turn into an ice sculpture. Li Xian hurriedly opened the system panel, unlocked the blessing of the Ice Wolf for the Wind Emperor, increasing the Wind Emperor's resistance to ice attacks. Although the resistance was strengthened, the speed of the Wind Emperor did not slow down again. Soon, the Wind Emperor broke through the encirclement of the icy breath and came to the seriously injured black-winged white dragon. At this time, despair finally appeared in the eyes of the black-winged white dragon. His only means of saving his life failed to stop the Wind Emperor. The only fate that awaits him is death. The Wind Emperor's sharp claws fell down mercilessly, and blood splattered. The huge head of the black-winged white dragon fell to the ground with a dull sound. All of a sudden, everyone present felt that the pressure on them was melting away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The black-winged white dragon was dead, and they were temporarily safe. But then, there was an uproar in the hall. Everyone turned their eyes to Li Xian, their eyes filled with disbelief. This young man is so powerful. This is a 7th-level black-winged white dragon. If it weren't for this young man, we would all be dead. This young man is too perverted. Being so young and yet having such strength, potential, and talent is truly unheard of. Li Xian didn't care about the compliments or exclamations, but waited quietly for the arrival of the next level. At the same time, we are also waiting for the prompt sound of the system task completion. After a while, there was a blur, and the survivors came to a brand new hall again. This time, it should be the top floor. At this moment, most people had only one thought in their minds, which was to leave here quickly. Although there is only one last level left to see the treasure, this level is so perverted. I don't know how difficult the next level will be. At this level, they were able to survive the mouth of the black-winged white dragon purely by luck. At this time, Jilu appeared. Congratulations. Before she finished speaking, someone rushed to speak. I quit. Jilu was very surprised when he saw this. Are you sure? We are sure. Let me out of here. Seeing their resolute attitude, Jilu let them go. Then Jilu asked, "This is the 7th and final floor. Anyone else want to quit?" Now the only ones left on the field are Li Xian, Zhang Mingdai, and her 2 brothers. Zhang Mingdai and the other 2 looked at each other and finally chose to give up. At this point, Li Xian was the only one left among all the trial participants who had come in. Jilu looked at Li Xian and smiled, then leaped lightly and came in front of Li Xian. Looking at the somewhat nervous Li Xian, he smiled and said, "The test is over." Chapter 73, Naughty 9 Deer, Relics Harvest. Li Xian was a little surprised when he heard this, and asked, "It's over? What do you mean? Isn't there one last test? Let's begin." Hearing this, the beautiful woman transformed by Jilu disappeared from the platform, and the next moment, she appeared beside Li Xian. Jilu had a gentle smile on her beautiful face. She looked at Li Xian and said slowly, "The test is over." Li Xian was a little surprised when he heard this. "Isn't there another layer?" "Yes, there is another level, but I didn't say there is a test on this level. In fact, the primary test only has the first 6 levels, and once you pass all of them, there will be no more." Hearing this, Li Xian was speechless. "Then why do you ask them if they want to leave?" Jilu smiled slyly. This is their own choice. I didn't force them to leave. It starts from the first time Li Xian meets Jiulu. Although Jiulu had a faint smile on her face, she always gave Li Xian a feeling of being sacred and inviolable. This also fits the image of a guardian in Li Xian's mind. But now Jiulu is acting out of character, with his two big, lively eyes sparkling with light. The playful expression on her face makes her look like a big sister next door. I have to say that the sudden change in these two personalities is a bit too drastic. For a moment, Li Xian was a little uncomfortable and stood there in a daze. Jiulu didn't wake Li Xian up, but just looked at him with a smile. After a while, Li Xian suddenly remembered the content of the ruins mission. The above mentioned is about passing the Guardian's test, not about passing the Seven Gods Tower. He didn't pay attention to this at the time, until now Li Xian suddenly realized it. Thinking of this, Li Xian couldn't help but feel curious. What is the meaning of the seventh floor? Jiulu was very easy to talk to. After hearing this question, he did not hide anything and said with a chuckle, "There are two types of tests in the Seven Gods Tower. One is a simple test like the one you just went through. The other type is located on the seventh floor, which is the real test of the Seven Gods Tower." Hearing this, Li Xian's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Jiulu added, "Don't let your imagination run wild. The real test is much more difficult than the ones you just went through. If you want to challenge me, come back after you break through the 6th level." After saying that, Jiulu produced a silver card from somewhere and handed it to Li Xian. "Here you go. This is the key to the real test. When do you feel you can pass the test with your own strength? You activate this card. The method is the same as before." Li Xian nodded to show that he understood. Li Xian took the card and looked at it. He found that it was exactly the same as the previous card except for the color. Compared to the keys, Li Xian is more concerned about the rewards after clearing the level. So Li Xian asked, "Is the only reward for clearing the level this key to the real test?" "Of course not." Jiulu rolled his eyes at Li Xian when he heard that. "Why are you in such a hurry?" The look was like an older sister educating her younger brother, which made Li Xian stunned. For some reason, he always felt that this guardian named Jiulu seemed to be somewhat intimate with him. "Here you go. This is the real reward." In the blink of an eye, 3 more things appeared in Jiulu's hand. These 3 things are a small apple that is completely black, but exudes a fragrant fragrance. The other thing was a steaming stone with a blood-like pattern on it. The last item is a sparkling necklace. The pendant in the middle was open, and inside was a photo of Jiulu making the scissors hand sign. Jiulu began to introduce these 3 things one by one. This is the spiritual power fruit. After taking it, it can greatly increase your spiritual power. After saying that, Jiulu pointed at the stone that was emitting hot steam. This is the Holy Fire Stone, a rare natural treasure with fire properties. When used by fire-attributed spirit beasts, their combat effectiveness can be greatly increased. Hearing this, Li Xian understood. This spiritual fruit is naturally for me to take, and this holy firestone will be given to the golden crow spirit. After all, I always let it explode, so I'll consider this holy firestone as my compensation to him. Finally, Jiulu pointed to the last necklace. This necklace with my photo on it is a souvenir given to those who pass the level. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's face twitched and he thought to himself, "This must have been added by the guardian himself. A part of my soul power is attached to it. After using it, you can summon my projection to assist in the battle. In terms of strength, it's probably around level 7. Hearing this, Li Xian took a breath and hurriedly picked up the necklace to check. Li Xian noticed Jiulu's fashionable photo pose at first glance. A fashionable and energetic youthful atmosphere is overwhelming. Does it look good? In this situation, anyone who is not a fool knows how to answer. Li Xian said hurriedly, "It looks good." Then he closed the open pendant and put it around his neck. What Li Xian said was not false. Jiulu was indeed pretty. Both her appearance and temperament are top-notch. If placed outside, she would definitely be a goddess. At this point, Jiulu clapped his hands and his smile faded a little. "Well, now that you have received the reward, it is time for you to leave. The rules here do not allow the trialists to stay here for too long. Little guy, I hope that one day you can pass the real test." Li Xian put these things away and nodded heavily. "I will definitely come back. Then I'll wait for you here." Jiulu waved to Li Xian. The next moment, a burst of white light emerged around Li Xian, and Li Xian's eyes were blank, as if he had been deprived of his vision. When Li Xian's vision returned, he found himself in his own apartment. Outside, a bright moon was hanging high in the sky, casting moonlight like water, adding a bit of coolness to the night. Li Xian looked at his watch and found that there was less than half an hour left before he left. Li Xian felt that he had spent at least several hours there. The ruins are indeed magical. The passage of time is different from the outside world. After sighing, Li Xian took out the reward he had won in the Silver Moon's Seven Gods Tower. He first took the spiritual power fruit. After it went down his throat, Li Xian felt a coolness surging through his body. Then, Li Xian opened his personal panel. He was surprised to find that his spiritual power had reached an astonishing 10,000 points. This total amount of spiritual power is truly terrifying. Now that Li Xian's spiritual shield is fully triggered, it would take a normal 4th order lower-level spiritual beast several hours to break it. After feeling it for a while, Li Xian used the Holy Firestone again, and the panel of the Golden Crow spirit jumped. Finally, the level of the Golden Crow spirit was raised to the peak of the 4th stage. 2 small levels, not bad. Now the fighting power of the Golden Crow spirit should be comparable to that of the Wind Emperor. Suddenly, Li Xian realized something and slapped his forehead. Oops, I almost forgot. Chapter 74 Sparks. Li Xian suddenly remembered that he had not yet looked at the new talents and skills that the Golden Crow spirit gained after its evolution. Li Xian looked down, and the Golden Crow spirit's newly added talents and skills appeared in his sight. Talents to be unlocked. Spark. When receiving fatal damage, a small amount of life force will be separated into a spark. Retain a glimmer of hope and slowly recover over time. Absorbing fire elements can shorten the recovery time. After using it once, the cooldown period is 30 days, and 300 reward points are required to unlock it. Skills to be unlocked. Golden Crow Charge, an advanced version of the Scorching Sun Charge, which concentrates the whole body's strength to impact and cause impact damage to the target. Added burn effect. 200 reward points are required to unlock. Flame Field. Releases one's own fire energy, forming a flame field within a 20-meter diameter around the body. In the field, the Golden Crow Spirit's recovery, attack power, and speed are all increased by 20%. The opponent will continue to be burned. 300 reward points are required to unlock. After taking a closer look at the new talents and skills added by the Golden Crow Spirit, Li Xian's eyes lit up. Although Li Xian still doesn't know how powerful Jin Wucheng is, but he was very clear about the power of the Scorching Sun's impact when he was facing the Rat Tide. The Flamingo killed dozens of magic rock rats in an instant with a single Scorching Sun charge. After this skill evolves into Golden Crow Charge, its power will only become stronger. However, domain-type skills such as the Fire Domain are extremely rare, especially since this kind of gain itself can consume the opponent's territory. There is no doubt that this is definitely a type of skill that can only be comprehended by high-level spirit beasts. However, what Li Xian values most is the Spark talent. This talent can barely be described as a weakened version of the reincarnation technique. Even if you were killed, you can still leave a spark. Although I don't know how long it will take, it will definitely be shorter than waiting for my own resurrection. And the more fire energy absorbed, the shorter the time. As long as there is enough fire energy in the body, the Golden Crow Spirit is equivalent to having an extra life. It was because Li Xian saw this that he realized the preciousness of a spark. More importantly, the spark talent and the self-destruct skill can complement each other. From now on, you will not need to wait for resurrection after the Golden Crow Spirit explodes, and you will not have to waste a lot of reward points. To be even more ruthless, Li Xian even had the idea of making the Golden Crow Spirit self-destruct twice in a row. Although it was a bit cruel to the Golden Crow Spirit, Li Xian still felt that the talent of Spark came at the right time. Li Xian did not hesitate and directly unlocked all 3 talents. After doing all this, Li Xian turned to look at the noodle case of the 4-tailed demon fox. Now, there is only the 4-tailed demon fox left without the 4th rank. Li Xian took a look at the growth of the 4-tailed demon fox. 21.42%. There is still a long way to go before reaching full growth. I have to go out and kill monsters again. It's not urgent yet, and Li Xian doesn't want to waste his reward points on upgrading. Having made up his mind, Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Today in the Silver Moon's 7 Gods Tower, Li Xian had gone through a series of battles and was now feeling tired. Li Xian fell asleep directly on the sofa. Early the next morning, Li Xian woke up to the constant vibration of his cell phone. He opened it and saw that it was a lively discussion going on in the chat group of Iran Society. From time to time, someone would tag him. Li Xian quickly browsed through the information in the group and realized that they were discussing things related to the college competition. The time for the competition has been set. Just next week. The registration deadline is 3 days later. In order to gain reward points, Li Xian naturally would not miss this good opportunity. After breakfast, Li Xian first went to the school's academic affairs office to register. Then he went out of the city to the Demon Flame cave to increase the growth of the four-tailed demon fox. In the next few days, Li Xian tried his best to increase the growth of the four-tailed demon fox. In the busyness, time flies by. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the college competition. The venue for the competition was set up in the largest open-air central square of Qinglong College. When Li Xian arrived here, it was already crowded. The stands, which could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, were packed. The noisy laughter and shouting echoed in the sky, lasting forever. There are too many people. Li Xian couldn't help but be amazed. After all, it only happens once a year, so it's normal for it to be a bit lively. Li Xian looked back and saw Chunyu and Li Siruo looking at him with smiles on their faces. Yuer and Juju are also here, and all the members of Iran society are present. Li Siruo is an old man, and he is still explaining some of today's situations to Li Xian. Every competition is open to the public, and only a small number of people in the audience are students. The rest are people from outside the school, including official people, people from consortiums, and people from major mercenary groups. Their targets are all third-year students with outstanding academic performance, and they want to recruit them to join their team in advance. Li Xian suddenly realized what was going on. The fourth-year students have basically determined their destinations after graduation, so it is indeed a bit late to win them over. Most third-year students are still single, so naturally the cost of winning over third-year students is lower. Yuer smiled and interrupted. This year, the number of students who signed up for the competition is much higher than in previous years. It is said that there are more than 600 people. Even among first-year students, there are dozens of them. Chunyu stuck out his tongue when he heard this. So many people? Well, after all, this year's prizes are much richer than in previous years. Not only will there be rewards for the top 64 students, but the rewards for the champion are also very eye-catching. What is the reward for the championship, senior sister? Li Xian couldn't help but feel curious. A prize of 100,000 yuan, plus a 4th-level spirit beast with a potential upper limit of at least 7th level. The attributes will be chosen by the champion. Such a generous reward made everyone stunned. The corners of Li Xian's eyes also twitched slightly. It wasn't just the amount of the prize that excited Li Xian. There are also spiritual beast rewards. He has searched all the nearby shops these days, but has not seen any spiritual beasts with high potential for hidden routes. And this time might be a good opportunity. Everyone from Iran society found a place to sit down. Many people felt jealous and envious when they saw Li Xian sitting next to so many beauties. The jealous gaze shot at Li Xian like a sharp sword. Li Xian didn't care about these, because at this moment, the voice of the system issuing tasks came from his mind. Chapter 75. Is it really the first grade? Ding mission released. Amazing success. Win the championship in the college competition and complete the task to receive 1,000 reward points. Hearing this voice, a smile appeared on Li Xian's lips. As Li Xian expected, as long as there is a competition, there will generally be corresponding tasks issued. 1,000 reward points. Wow, that's a lot. This huge sum of money is enough to allow Li Xian's strength to leap to a higher level again. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian suppressed the joy in his heart and looked up at the square. More than 10 arenas have been set up in the wide square. It has been a while since the qualifiers started. More than 10 games are being played simultaneously. Oxian, it will be your turn soon, Chunyu reminded with a smile. Li Xian nodded and glanced at the competition number in his hand. After the staff called his number, Li Xian stood up and walked to the stage. At the same time, a handsome young man walked quickly towards the opposite side of the ring. Hello! The handsome young man was the first to say hello. Hello, senior. Li Xian also smiled and returned the greeting, but the other party was obviously not a first-year student. Not only is the spiritual power fluctuation revealed from his body far greater than that of ordinary first-year students. In the entire first grade, there is no one who doesn't know him, and they would know that he is their opponent. I'm afraid he would have shown a shocked expression a long time ago. As expected, the handsome young man was a little surprised when he heard Li Xian's address. Are you a first year? Li Xian smiled and nodded. Hearing this, The handsome young man was delighted. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. I met a first-year student in my first battle. This time, passing the preliminaries is a sure thing. This is so cool. Thinking of this, the uneasiness in the handsome young man's face disappeared. Even the tone of his voice became somewhat casual. Don't be nervous. Just think of it as gaining experience. It doesn't matter if you lose. You are still young and have plenty of opportunities. With this experience, I will definitely get good results next time. Don't worry. We are all from the same school. I will let you off a little later and won't let you lose too badly. The handsome young man thought he was sure of victory and proudly acted like a senior. Li Xian was a little amused and helpless. He also knew that this senior had no ill intentions. So he nodded calmly and replied, I understand. Thank you, senior. You're welcome. The handsome young man waved his hand generously. He didn't notice the strange looks of the students watching the game around him. Many of them know Li Xian's identity and battle record, be it the monstrous talent that is enough to make the Jade Seal explode, or the amazing record of defeating 5 opponents alone in a club battle. Either of these 2 items is enough to dazzle people's eyes. If you really treat Li Xian as an ordinary freshman, you won't even know how you lost. But it was obvious that although the handsome young man on the stage was a sophomore, he did not know Li Xian. The handsome young man is still feeling smug about his junior's behavior after giving him some pointers. At this time, the countdown to the start of the game has appeared on the electronic screen set up at the edge of the ring. At the same time, a prompt sound is heard. 10, 9, 1, 0. The moment the countdown reached 0, Li Xian and the handsome young man summoned their spirit beasts at the same time. The spirit beast summoned by the handsome young man was a second-level intermediate steel-toothed shark. The steel-toothed shark opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth flashing a cold light. As soon as the steel-toothed shark appeared, the handsome young man looked at Li Xian with some complacency. He has 2 spirit beasts, and in his opinion, summoning his own steel-toothed shark is enough to defeat Li Xian. But in the eyes of the spectators, this strength is far from enough. How dare you show off this little bit of strength? There's no way he can be a match for Li Xian. That's right. I don't know how many 3rd-level spirit beasts Li Xian has killed. The handsome young man didn't pay attention to what these people said. His attention was now on the 4-tailed demon fox summoned by Li Xian. As soon as it appeared, the 4-tailed demon fox jumped on Li Xian's shoulder and rubbed his cheek affectionately. His cute and well-behaved appearance instantly attracted a group of female beastmasters. This is so cute. What kind of spiritual beast is this? What should I do? I want it too. Li Xian was no longer surprised by all this. The 4-tailed demon fox's inherent talent for charm makes it an eye-catching presence wherever it goes. Especially for girls, a cute appearance coupled with a lively temperament. This is a weapon of the highest level of lethality. The 4 girls of Iran society like the 4-tailed demon fox very much, and often ask Li Xian to summon it out and let them touch and rub it. Even Juju, who is always calm, is not immune to the lethality of the 4-tailed demon fox. Listening to the screams coming from all around, the handsome young man looked at the steel-toothed shark in front of him. I was speechless for a moment. Damn, why are other people's spirit beasts so beautiful and cute? His own spirit beast was like a rough big man. In an instant, jealousy rose in the handsome young man's heart. So the handsome young man gave the steel-toothed shark an order to attack. So what if you're good-looking? You still have to lose, right? In the end, I win. Seeing the steel-toothed shark rushing over, Li Xian gently patted the 4-tailed demon fox's head. Go ahead, I'll leave it to you. The 4-tailed fox let out a cry, jumped off Li Xian's shoulder obediently, and walked calmly towards the steel-toothed shark. His movements were unusually calm, as if he was taking a walk in his own yard. The 4-tailed demon fox didn't take action until the steel-toothed shark rushed in front of it. The 4-tailed fox let out a cry, and in an instant, a green flaming lotus appeared out of thin air. Fox Fire skill activated. The green fox fire lotus spun and flew towards the steel-toothed shark, leaving a long tail. Everyone was attracted by this beautiful fire lotus, including the steel-toothed shark, who even forgot to dodge for a moment. He even took the initiative to move forward and come closer. It was the fox eyes of the 4-tailed demon fox that were activated, and the steel-toothed shark was bewitched. Soon, Fire Lotus and Steel-Tooth Shark came face to face. Boom! A green pillar of fire suddenly rose up from the arena, seeming to penetrate the sky and earth. After a while, The steel-toothed shark turned into ashes while wailing and drifted away with the wind. The handsome young man looked at the scene in disbelief, his face full of an expression as if he had seen a ghost. His own steel-toothed shark was a second-level spiritual beast, but it was killed in an instant? How is it possible? Suddenly, the handsome young man began to doubt Li Xian. Is my opponent really just a first year? Chapter 76. Full member competition. Meet Shangyue Club again. At first, no one was optimistic about Li Xian. When they saw that Li Xian's opponent was a sophomore, I already felt that Li Xian was bound to lose. But when everyone saw Li Xian killing the steel-toothed shark in seconds, they felt it was unreal. Some people were even so surprised that they jumped up and shouted, "This is impossible." At this moment, the crowd around was like a boiling pot. A first-year student actually killed a second-year student in seconds? What is the origin of this first-year student? Then someone told Li Xian all the major events that had happened since the entrance examination. The crowd erupted in shock again and looked at Li Xian with doubt and amazement, as if they were looking at a monster. Some of the bold girls even shouted to Li Xian, "Li Xian, I love you." As soon as these words came out, Li Xian, who was standing on the stage, twitched his face. Li Siruo and Chunyu, who were watching the game, were like two kittens protecting their food and were looking for the person who said this in a hurry. The steel-toothed shark was the most powerful spiritual beast of this handsome young man. The steel-toothed shark was killed instantly, and the handsome young man had no intention of fighting anymore. When they shook hands after the game, the young man looked at Li Xian with mixed feelings. "Junior, you hit it too deeply. I still want to educate you." Li Xian smiled and said nothing. Afterwards, several other members of Irin society came on stage one by one. There is no need to say much about Yuer and Juju. They are both outstanding students among the third graders. The opponent I drew wasn't very strong, so I won easily. Li Siruo's strength was also among the best in the second grade, and her opponent was a weak third grader. She won without much effort. Only Chunyu felt a little overwhelmed when facing the sophomores, but he still managed to advance successfully in the end. The official competition did not start until the afternoon. Li Xian and the beauties from Irin society had lunch together and then came to the square early, waiting for the official competition to begin. The beauties in Irin society were laughing and making noises happily, and everyone was looking at Li Xian standing nearby with envy. But Li Xian didn't react to any of this, which made some male students passing by very angry. "Look at Li Xian. He looks so serious. He really deserves a beating. You don't want to give me the chance to spend time with the beauties from Irin society, but I want it. Come on, do you have the strength of Li Xian?" No, forget it." At this time, a group of people came over from the opposite side, led by a tall and sturdy young man. The arrival of this group of people attracted the attention of Yiren Zhongmei and Li Xian. The crowd stopped in front of the Irin society members. Juju nodded to the bald young man. "Hello, Senior Liangshan." "Hello, Junior Juju. Where is Kuran?" The bald young man named Liangshan said with a smile. "Senior Kuran had something to do in the morning, so she left early," Juju replied. Hearing this, Liangshan nodded, and then turned his gaze to Li Xian. "This must be the popular Junior Li Xian, right?" Li Xian spread his hands without comment. At this time, he saw Lu Xian, Li Yulong, Luo Juxiang, and others standing behind Liangshan. When he thought about how Zhu and others called him senior, Li Xian already knew. This bald young man named Liangshan should be the fourth-year senior of the Mountain Society. And judging by the way he's leading the group, he's most likely the boss of the previous Mountain Society. "Really?" Zhu nodded and said to Li Xian. "Junior Li Xian, this is Senior Liangshan, the leader of the previous Shangyue Society." Out of politeness, Li Xian nodded lightly to Liangshan. Liangshan smiled when he saw this. "I heard that Junior Li Xian is quite capable. I would like to meet him if I have a chance." Hearing this, the looks of the beauties in Irin society changed. The provocative meaning in this sentence is already obvious. Obviously, Liangshan couldn't stand Li Xian's behavior of picking all 5 members of the Shangyue Society by himself. "I want to get back at him." Li Xian naturally understood Liangshan's intention. So he said, "I've also heard that Senior Liangshan is very strong. As long as he keeps winning, we'll have a chance to meet sooner or later. Let's have a good discussion then." Li Xian's meaning is also very clear. As long as you can keep winning, we can meet. If you lose halfway, you won't meet me. I have the confidence to keep winning, do you? Hearing this, Liangshan's expression changed. Soon after, Liangshan came to Li Xian and patted Li Xian's shoulder heavily. Yes, I hope that by then junior brother Li Xian's ability will be as outstanding as his eloquence. Let's go. After saying this, Liangshan smiled and nodded to the people of Iran society, and then said to Juju, Junior Juju, when you see Kuran later, please say hello to her for me. Juju nodded. Afterwards, he left with everyone from the mountain society. When Lu Xian and others passed by Li Xian, they subconsciously lowered their heads. I think Li Xian left a big shadow in their hearts. Watching the people from the mountain society walk away, Chinyu pouted. What do you mean by a fourth-year senior? How dare a fourth-year senior bully a first-year freshman? I think he is just shameless. It seems that the people from the mountain society are going to target Li Xian in this competition. Li Siruo also snorted coldly. That's right. If senior sister Kuran were here, I wonder if that bald guy Liangshan would dare to speak like that. Is senior Kuran very powerful? Chinyu was a little curious when he heard this. Of course. Hearing this, Li Siruo began to explain to Chinyu some of Kuran's deeds, which made Chinyu's eyes sparkle. Obviously, Chinyu has also been attracted by the mysterious senior sister Kuran. Li Xian shook his head helplessly when he saw this. He was not afraid of what the mountain society was like. After the Shanyue society members left, Luo Juxiang came up to Liangshan and said harshly, Brother Shan, this Li Xian is so arrogant that he doesn't even take you seriously. Liangshan smiled when he heard this. He's just a clown. He thinks he's powerful and looks down on others. You have not slacked off during this period. It is hard to say about Giant Elephant, but Xiao Xian and Yu Long will definitely be able to defeat Li Xian. Liangshan has a high prestige among the old students of the Mountain Society. They also believed Liangshan's words very much. Hearing what Liangshan said, Lu Xian and Li Yulong's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. Then Liangshan said earnestly, I have already quit the Mountain Society. You have to get the Mountain Society back on your own. Do you understand? If you still have to rely on me, a senior who quit the Mountain Club, to save your face, then the Mountain Society will be really embarrassed in the academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian, Li Yulong, Luo Juxiang, and other current leaders of the Mountain Society blushed. Lu Xian swore secretly in his heart. Li Xian, I must defeat you. Luo Juxiang, Li Yulong, and other Mountain Society students who participated in the college competition also had fighting spirit in their eyes. At this time, Li Xian also glanced at the blazing sun in the sky. Mountain Society, come on. Chapter 77. Confidence, no need for spirit beasts. In the afternoon, the first round of the official competition started on time. The one-on-one elimination system is still used. 10 minutes ago, the list of opponents had been drawn by lot. Chinyu was using his mobile phone to check the opponents of the 5 members of Iran Society. Sister Yuer is in her 51st match, and Sister Juju is in her 60th match. Both of our opponents are 3rd graders. Sister Siruo is in the 40th match and is also in the 3rd grade. I'm in the 90th round, and I'm also a 3rd grader like you. Seeing this, Chunyu's face looked a little bad. The worst 3rd grade students are 2nd level beastmasters. Given her strength, the probability of winning is very small, close to 0. Li Xian's condition was still undetermined, so Chinyu immediately checked on Li Xian's condition. Xian is in the 20th match, and his opponent is a... When Chinyu saw Li Xian's opponent, his face suddenly lit up. Luo, Giant Elephant? After these words were spoken, the rest of the people were visibly stunned. A playful smile appeared on Li Xian's face. I couldn't help but chuckle. It's really no coincidence. I just had a little conflict with some people from the Mountain Society, and then I turned around and confronted them. Wow, this fate is truly indescribable. That's perfect. Don't they want to spar with junior brother Li Xian? Let's fulfill their wish. Yuer said with a smile after she came back to her senses. Smiles appeared on the faces of others as well. They now have a very good understanding of Li Xian's strength. With Li Xian's current strength, it would be easy for him to defeat Luo Juxiang. Juju said seriously, we still can't underestimate them. After all, Luo Juxiang is an elite student who ranks top in the 2nd grade. I heard that after losing to his junior Li Xian last time, he worked very hard and his strength has improved greatly. Better be careful. Li Xian nodded upon hearing this. Thank you, Juju-senpai. I understand. After Li Xian finished speaking, he glanced at the arena, his eyes flickering slightly. Li Xian's match was earlier, so it was Li Xian's turn to play soon. Luo Juxiang was waiting on the ring early. Seeing Li Xian walking up to the stage slowly, Luo Zhuxiang's eyes flickered. He never expected that he would meet such a monster like Li Xian in the first game. Although he has made some achievements through his hard training during this period, and has even broken through to become a third-level beastmaster. But with the experience from last time, Luo Zhuxiang knew very well that he could never be a match for Li Xian. During the club competition, the two third-level presidents and vice presidents were both completely defeated by Li Xian. With his strength just promoted to the third level, how could he be a match for Li Xian? What's more, Li Xian's strength cannot remain stagnant. With Li Xian's rocket-like improvement, he must have made considerable progress during this period of time. Before, Luo Zhuxiang had no idea about this college competition, but after he was promoted to the third level, he began to have more thoughts. In his opinion, relying on his third level. As long as you are not too unlucky to meet a fourth-year student, it should not be a problem to make it into the top 64 and get a reward. But the person he met was the same as the fourth-year student he least wanted to meet, Li Xian. The dream of advancing to the top 64 came to an end, and one can imagine how unwilling Luo Zhuxiang felt. For a moment, Luo Zhuxiang fell into melancholy. But suddenly, Luo Zhuxiang's eyes turned, and a plan came to his mind. He looked at Li Xian and said provocatively, "Li Xian, do you dare to bet with me?" Li Xian had just stepped onto the stage at this time, and was stunned when he heard what Luo Zhuxiang said. "Bet? What do you want to bet?" "In this match, you fight me with a spirit beast. If you win, I will give you $50,000. Hearing this, Li Xian's expression became somewhat interesting. Someone actually came to give me money? The referee also looked a little stunned. There was even more booing from the audience seats nearby. This Luo Zhuxiang is too shameless. He is clearly bullying the lower grade students. That's right. A sophomore making such demands on a freshman really embarrasses us seniors. Shameless. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. The boos from all around made Luo Zhuxiang blush, but in order to win, he had no other choice. Li Xian shook his head and smiled, then turned to ask the referee, "Teacher, is this kind of bet allowed during a competition?" After thinking for a while, the referee said, "The rules don't say no. If both of you feel it's okay, then you can." Hearing this, Li Xian nodded and thanked the referee. Then he looked at the giant elephant opposite with a playful look. "Okay, I promise. If you don't eat the fat meat that is right in front of you, you would be wasting other people's kindness." Seeing that Li Xian agreed, Luo Zhuxiang thought of something and quickly added, "Also, you can't use that weird wolf." Everyone who has seen Li Xian Feng Huang is deeply impressed by him. The Wind Emperor can easily fight against opponents of higher levels and kill them. He is incredibly powerful. If Li Xian really summoned that spirit beast, Luo Zhuxiang would have no confidence in winning. So Luo Zhuxiang must of course exclude Feng Huang. This request became even more unreasonable, and the booing from the audience became even louder. Li Siruo even stood up and shouted to Luo Zhuxiang, "Luo Zhuxiang, are all the people in your mountain society as shameless as you?" Luo Zhuxiang remained calm about all this. As long as he could win, he didn't care what method he used. Luo Zhuxiang just stared at Li Xian closely. Li Xian smiled when he heard this. This Luo Zhuxiang really has a good plan. Li Xian thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I won't fight you with my spirit beast. And if I win, how about you give me 100,000 yuan? Li Xian finished speaking. There was an uproar all around. Not only was Luo Zhuxiang a little surprised, but the audience was also in an uproar. No way. Has this first-year student given up on himself? Without the spirit beast, I really can't think of any possibility of winning. He's not trying to win by spiritual magic, is he? That's impossible. Spiritual skills are only a means of assisting in combat. When can they be used for the main attack? Mysterious confidence. Even the people from Iran society, who thought that Li Xian was sure to win, were a little confused. What exactly is Li Xian's plan? Yuer asked. The other beauties shook their heads upon hearing this, indicating that they didn't know either. When Luo Zhuxiang heard this, his eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? Fearing that Li Xian would go back on his word, he quickly agreed. That's what you said. I agree. Let's get started. Li Xian nodded, and the referee wanted to persuade Li Xian. But seeing Li Xian's determined expression, he didn't say anything and gave Li Xian a look that told him to take care of himself. He shouted start and walked off the stage. Luo Zhuxiang stretched out his hand, and his three spirit beasts surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. Li Xian put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Bring it on."